In the course of her mission, the modern elite agent Mu Zhu was betrayed by the one closest to her and met her demise. She suddenly found herself reincarnated as a vulnerable infant on the brink of death. Her father held no affection for her, her grandmother was indifferent, and the daughter born of a concubine sought to usurp her position. The reborn female antagonist harbored delusions of replacing her identity. Her brothers, too, were victims of the reborn girl's cruelty, suffering greatly. With a cold scoff, Su Luo declared that the good days for her adversaries had come to an end. Yet, faced with her own limitations and inability to even walk, she pondered her predicament. Miraculously, her once pitiful brothers began to regain their vigor as the reborn girl's schemes consistently met with failure. "Everyone hears your whispered thoughts," they exclaimed. "And what of that one who had once betrayed her? How could they have followed her here? What? You claim I was always a part of this era?" She retorted, "You scoundrel, Volume 1, Chapter 1, Betrayal. Rongjin, you dare to betray me?" Mu Zhu gazed at him in disbelief, clutching the wound from which blood flowed, her expression marred by sorrow. Clad in the attire of her mission, she had believed success was within reach. They were on the verge of liberating themselves from the organization's grasp and regaining their freedom. Only to fall victim to his treachery. "Why are you doing this? Did we not agree to journey together to Antarctica to witness the auroras and penguins, to Troms in Norway to admire the magnificent fjords, and to the Yukon in Canada to behold the stunning glaciers and unique indigenous cultures? Now that the final task has been accomplished, why have you chosen this path?" Tears streamed down Su Luo's face, each drop a beautiful pearl, resonating with a poignant and enchanting sorrow. Both she and Rongjin were orphans, having met in their youth, relying on each other for a decade. They had risked their lives for their organization, facing death together while also sharing countless moments of joy. They had promised to spend the next 10 years and beyond together, yet with this one betrayal, he had shattered it all. "Xiao Zhu, I am truly sorry, but I had no choice," Rongjin murmured, gently wiping away her tears, as if fearful that any sudden movement might break her. In the past, she would have felt immeasurable joy for having known such a person, for their connection and understanding. Yet now, she swatted his hand away, exclaiming, "Spare me your false sympathy." Even though he had plunged the metaphorical knife into her heart, the sorrow etched upon his face appeared hauntingly genuine. In hindsight, it all seemed a facade. He could effortlessly assume any guise he desired. Mu Zhu let out a cold scoff, mocking herself inwardly. Indeed, how could someone like her dare to dream of the world's most precious love? "You may have killed me, but do not expect to claim the throne of the organization." Beyond this reasoning, Mu Zhu could not fathom why her life was deemed so essential. "I did not." Rongjin's throat felt parched, and he struggled to utter the words, swallowing them instead. "Seeing that sorrowful expression on your face, one might think you truly mourn for me. Rongjin, we met in the organization when we were 12. It has now been a full decade. For 10 years, I regarded you as my soul family, my beloved, yet I failed to consider whether you ever needed me. That is my fault." Mu Zhu felt her strength waning, and as she staggered backward, Rongjin caught her. They gradually sank to the ground. Mu Zhu pushed him away, exclaiming, "Do not touch me." She felt the blood surging from her body, the recent wound having struck her major artery, and it would not cease. As the chill enveloped her body and heart, she instinctively curled into herself, murmuring, "Do you remember when we first met?" Rongjin reached out, yearning to grasp her hand, yet he hesitated, intimidated by the venomous glare in her eyes. His voice choked as he replied, "I remember." Mu Zhu ignored him, continuing, "That year, having just escaped from the orphanage, I was so famished that I could barely open my eyes when suddenly I was abducted into a car. At that moment, I thought I was destined to die. Yet when I opened my eyes, I found you, and you offered me a steamed bun. It was you who saved me, and now it seems this is the price I must pay for accepting that bun back then." Rongjin found it increasingly difficult to bear the unfolding scene. His eyes were bloodshot, and a mist of unshed tears enveloped him. Moments later, he seemed unable to withstand the weight of his emotions, and tears began to fall. Ignoring Mu Zhu's struggles, he enveloped her in his embrace, repeatedly kissing the top of her head, murmuring, "I am so sorry, so sorry." Mu Zhu, devoid of strength to resist, chose to disregard him. "Why apologize? This is merely the law of karma. Years ago, I took a bun from you, leaving you weakened in your duel with others, resulting in your injuries. Now, it seems the debt has been repaid. Had I known it would come to this, I have toiled for a decade, only to see it all crumble in an instant, gaining nothing in return. Had I foreseen this, I would have preferred to perish back then rather than accept your bun. Rome Jean was engulfed in despair, his voice choked with emotion as tears fell onto Mu Zhu's hair, cascading down her cheek. No, no. It cannot be like this. You must live only, then can we have a future, a decade to come. Mu Zhu brushed away the tears on her face, offering a helpless smile. A future. What future awaits? Is it one where you slay me 10 years hence? I think I shall pass on that. As the scene before her grew increasingly indistinct, Mu Zhu grasped Rong Jin's hand with her remaining strength. I still cannot bring myself to kill you. I have surrendered. Yet. I regret having met you. I end our next lives. I hope we shall never cross paths again. As she spoke, her hand began to fall, only to catch sight of Rong Jin wielding a knife, plunging it unhesitatingly into his own heart. No, I still owe you a life. You must wait for me. Mu Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, and moments later, she fell into an eternal slumber. Rong Jin coughed up a mouthful of blood, nonchalantly wiping it away. Xiao Zhu, slow down and wait for me. With that, he inflicted another wound upon himself, blood splattering across his face. If you feel pain, I must endure even more. With each self-inflicted cut, he lost count of how many he had made. His upper body was a canvas of agony, a spy. Much like Mu Zhu, he was no stranger to peril and understood precisely where to strike for maximum suffering and swift demise. Finally, after delivering the last cut, he lay down on the ground, cradling the now icy Mu Zhu in his arms, blood flowing ceaselessly from his mouth. He cast a final glance at the sky and clouds above. The image of Mu Zhu appeared before him, her face tear-streaked, yet resilient and playful. Tears streamed down his cheeks, a bittersweet mix of joy and sorrow. Then he closed his eyes. Volume 1, Chapter 2. The system goes online. Just as she began to find comfort, she suddenly felt herself sliding down, accompanied by the voice urging, "Push, my lady, you're almost there." Mu Zhu suddenly grasped her predicament. Had she been reborn? Before she could ponder further, she was abruptly lifted, her body exposed as she was carried out the door. Be careful, don't make her cry. Bring that one to me. Mu Zhu sensed that she had been handed over to another person, and they were moving further away from the delivery room. Heavens, these merciless souls, were they attempting to substitute a prince with a cat? Help someone, please, mother, come quickly. Your daughter is about to be taken away. They brought in a fake to deceive you. Oh, how unfortunate I am. Suddenly, a sound echoed a chime that startled Mu Zhu. The exhausted woman in the room abruptly heard the cries and hastily instructed her maid, "Quickly, bring the child to me." The old woman beside her exchanged a knowing glance and handed over the child she held. "Madam, the young miss is truly beautiful. Do take a look." Jiangming cradled the child in her arms, gazing intently at the wide eyes and prominent nose. Indeed, quite lovely. Yet, the voice persisted, "Mother, they are about to carry me out the door. If you do not come to rescue me, I shall be abducted." Woe is me! Was it not the child in her arms? Panic surged within her, compelling her to rise and leave the bed. The maid beside her obstructed her path, saying, "Madam, where are you going? You are still weak." Ignoring the dirt on her, Jiangming urgently called for her head maid to support her as she stumbled towards the door. Just then, she encountered family members from her maternal side and grasped her brother's hand. "Elder brother, hurry to the entrance. Someone is taking my child away." Jiang Chao, taken aback by her words, quickly instructed his eldest son to assist her and beckoned his second and third sons. "You two go to the back door, I will head to the front." Quickly, the four dispersed in haste. Jiangming collapsed to the ground, crying out, my child, my child." The two women trailing behind instantly changed their expressions, which did not escape Jiang Rong's keen observation. He narrowed his eyes. Despite being under 16, he already exuded an air of composure. "Aunt, the ground is cold, please rise. Father and brother have gone to investigate. You should wait inside," he urged gently. Jiangming seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the doorway. Chuer quickly summoned blankets and a stool, assisting Jiangming to sit. Jiangming's complexion was pallid, and the voice echoing in her ears continued to wail. "These people are wicked. They intend to take me away." Where is this place? It is an ordeal for one so newly born. Is this the back door, this attire? Mother, if you do not come soon, you will never see me again. The back door, the back door. Romer, the child is at the back door. She is calling for me. My child. She clutched Jong Rong's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Pity my child, who faces such calamity upon entering the world. Romer, surround this place I wish to see, who possesses the audacity to dare snatch a child. Aunt, rest assured, everything has been arranged. Just wait peacefully, Jong Rong reassured her. Jiang Zhao hastened towards the front gate, leading others in search of suspicious carriages, when suddenly a voice pierced the air. Help! Human traffickers are abducting children. The voice was youthful and familiar. Jiang Rong heard the same cry, his expression growing increasingly grave, though curiosity gnawed at him. Jiang Su and Jiang Luo rushed towards the back door, the voice growing clearer with each step. Is there truly no one to save me? Alas, I am beset by misfortune. Perhaps I should end my life by biting my own tongue. The difficulty of this ordeal is akin to hell itself, far too daunting for one as tender as I. No, remain composed, my brothers are on their way. How can I bite my tongue when I have yet to grow teeth? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhao dashed away, his shoes nearly sparking from the haste. The two individuals at the entrance appeared equally anxious. This simply cannot do, this child must. Jiang Ming took a moment to compose herself before swiftly making her way to the back door. At last, Jiang Su and Jiang Luo stumbled upon an unassuming carriage at the corner of the rear entrance, where an elderly woman and a coachman were seated, the former cradling a child in her arms. Seize them, and ensure they are closely guarded whether dead or alive. The loss of this child could cost you your lives. Understood. At merely 15 years of age, the twins Jiang Su and Jiang Luo had already joined their father on the battlefield. Their twin bond allowed them to work with remarkable efficiency. Upon seeing the delicate, fair child in the woman's arms, they exchanged a glance. What a stroke of luck this is, we have been rescued and shall not meet our demise. Yet I wonder who these individuals are. What if they too are traffickers? The twins exchanged bemused looks, prepared to voice their concerns, only to break into laughter a moment later. Yet, considering their exquisite appearance, I would be willing to overlook it if they were indeed villains. Thank goodness this woman has wrapped me, otherwise I would be exposed and vulnerable, facing death in complete nudity. At last, Jiang Zhao arrived, and upon seeing the two holding the child, he let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Ming, in a state of panic, stumbled along the path until Jiang Zhao handed her the child. Cradling the infant, her heart finally found solace. She extended her hand to gently caress the delicate face, her eyes filled with tender affection. Oh, is this the beautiful mother? How lovely. Mother, come closer. Jiang Ming was amused by the child's words and playfully pinched her nose, saying, little rascal. Upon realizing the coarse and unsightly fabric against her hand, she lifted a corner and discovered that the child's tender skin had been chafed red. Darling, let mother change your clothes. This outfit is uncomfortable. As the crowd surrounded her, they made their way into the house. After changing the child's clothes and feeding her, Jiang Ming felt somewhat weak and leaned back against the headboard. Brother, could you help me find out which family this child belongs to? Mu Zhu lay comfortably on the bed, kicking her legs, while the voice in her head continued to chatter. Mu Zhu remained lost in the last scene of her previous life, the moment when Rong Jin took his own life, uninterested in the incessant noise. It was neither to escape the organization nor for monetary gain. He ultimately inflicted harm upon himself. Why was that? Mu Zhu found herself puzzled. As she attempted to delve deeper into her thoughts, her mind became a muddled mess. Was her brain insufficient? The assimilation was overwhelming. In desperation, Mu Zhu could only redirect her focus to the incessant chatter to pass the time. Sweetheart, since you have arrived here, let go of past grievances. Overthinking will only bring unnecessary troubles. Instantly, Mu Zhu became alert. This entity seemed to possess knowledge of certain matters. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Yet, this matter seems to have vanished, Mir, during your delivery, whereas Mu's son. Has he disappeared? Do not worry, elder brother. Previously, father informed me that he had other matters to attend to today, but would return shortly. The three brothers of the Jiang family observed Mu Zhu, her large eyes spinning round and round, and their hearts swelled with affection. I am your eldest brother, Jiang Rong. This is your second brother, Jiang Su, and your third brother, Jiang Luo. Do you remember us, little one? Why do these names resemble those from the tedious novels she often peruses? Could it be that she has traversed into a story? This book is titled The Rebirth of the Legitimate Daughter, the Scheming Prince's Affectionate Care. Mu Zhu, a name that is difficult to articulate. It appears she has become a mere supporting character within this narrative, leaving her with an urge to express a sentiment that is better left unvoiced. At the very moment of Mu Zhu's birth, within the palace of the Nanzhao Kingdom, an 80-year-old boy sat at the high seat, his chubby cheeks adorned with a serious expression. After maintaining a stern demeanor, the boy finally exhaled a sigh of relief, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes, though his lips merely uttered a faint Volume 1, Chapter 3. The nickname, gazing at the three elegantly poised brothers before her, and then at her beautiful mother. Mu Zhu couldn't help but sigh inwardly as she contemplated their fates. "Oh, mother, your husband is nothing but a wolf in sheep's clothing. He is currently squandering your wealth while cavorting with his concubines under the moonlit sky. I implore you to be more vigilant." The individuals in the room shuddered at her words. How could an infant possibly comprehend such matters? Zhang Zhao was seething with rage. It was utterly outrageous that his wife was suffering at home while that scoundrel indulged himself elsewhere. If her claims were unfounded, it would be one thing, but if true... Zhang Zhao stepped outside and whispered a few words to a confidant, before returning moments later. The three brothers each harbored their own calculations. This information was meant solely for their ears, and it seemed fate had bestowed upon them a grave responsibility. They were determined to protect their aunt and sister, for she was, after all, his legitimate daughter. Oh, how pitiful! Mother, a delicate beauty, ensnared by the whims of love, unaware that she has fallen prey to manipulation. Had it not been for Mu Sun posing as her savior, would she have ever noticed that wretched Phoenix Man? Phoenix Man? What does that mean? The brothers were left in a state of confusion. Jiang Ming was still reeling from the revelation that someone else had rescued him when his daughter dropped yet another bombshell. The little girl just cradled in arms is the daughter of Mu Sun's mistress, attempting to usurp the identity of the legitimate daughter of the Marquis. Thankfully, we discovered this in time. Otherwise, Mother would have unwittingly become a pawn in another's game. Impossible, it cannot be. She has been married to the Marquis for 5 years. While their love may not be the epitome of passion, it is undoubtedly as steadfast as gold. For many years, she has been unable to conceive. Yet the Marquis reassured her, suggesting that fate will ultimately prevail and urging her to remain calm. He would never treat her in such a manner. Jiang Su and Jiang Luo exchanged glances, each discerning a shared resolve within their eyes. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. "Madam, the elder lady has arrived." Jiang Ming lay wan and weary upon her bed, watching as the matriarch entered with a throng of people, accompanied by Mu Sun's 2 concubines and their respective children. "Mother." The elder lady was adorned in a striking crimson cloud-patterned robe, complemented by a set of emerald jewelry, with matching gemstones glimmering in her earrings. Though in her 50s, she bore the weight of past tribulations, appearing more akin to a woman in her 60s. Her humble beginnings were evident in her eccentric attire, a vivid clash of red and green. Even her son, who had risen from humble origins to become a current minister, had not managed to alter her peculiar tastes. Her aged visage was drawn long, and just as she was about to speak, she caught sight of the Jiang family standing there, prompting an immediate transformation of her expression into one of delight. Jiang Zhao is here as well. How fortunate for Ming'er that her maternal family has come to visit after the birth of a daughter. But where are the second and third sons? The 3 Jiang brothers offered a respectful bow to the elder lady, then stood to the side, exchanging a discreet eye roll. They had been present for quite some time before she noticed them, and her sarcastic remark about their cousin's daughter was truly disrespectful. The elder lady, having endured his subtle mockery, refrained from expressing her ire. The Jiang family, a prominent lineage wielding military power, commanded respect even from the reigning emperor, making her unwilling to offend them. How delightful it is that the eldest son's wife has given birth to a child, a splendid occasion for the whole family to flourish. In due time, should they be blessed with a son, it would be even more fortuitous. Yesterday, Sunner mentioned to me that he was unfortunately tied up today, but he would make amends to the eldest son's wife when he finds the opportunity. You all need not worry. Oh dear, That old lady, dressed in red with a green headdress, truly resembles an old toad masquerading as a frog, garish in her appearance. The Jiang brothers nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Jiang Chao, suppressing a smile, cleared his throat and said earnestly, "The act of giving birth is perilous for women. No matter how busy Mu Sun may be, he ought to make time for this, especially since it is his legitimate daughter." The old lady, feeling somewhat displeased by such remarks, maintained a smile, but rose to take her leave. What use is a daughter? After all, the household is already abundant with children. Although both Lu and Wen family's granddaughters are dutiful, they cannot continue the family line. Lu possesses the gentle charm of a Jiangnan woman and the vibrant spirit of a northern lady. These contrasting traits harmonize within her, enhancing her allure rather than creating discord. Within the household, Mu Sun holds Lu in the highest regard, and she has indeed brought him pride with the birth of a son and a daughter. Holding her pudgy son's hand, could not suppress her joy. Having a daughter is advantageous, as it reduces competition for her son. Jiang Ming's expression darkened. The entire family seemed to mock her for having a daughter, prompting her to coldly dismiss them. The two concubines, unfazed, took their children and bid farewell. "Dear mother, do not be troubled. As long as I am here, once I grow up, no one will dare to bully you. Please do not be sad." These two women seemed to take pride in their situation, unaware that the birth of a son or daughter is ultimately determined by men. They share a common experience, yet they remain blissfully ignorant of the potential consequences. Men truly are a perplexing breed, lacking in virtue. The innocent men of the Jiang family find themselves caught in the crossfire of such disparaging remarks. Although they do not fully grasp the meanings behind the phrases, they recognize the derogatory tone. Jiang Zhao cradles Mu Zhu in his arms, comforting the adorable child. With large, expressive eyes, long lashes, a high nose, and delicate rosy skin, she surpasses the beauty of the infant he had just seen taken away. Who do these people think they are, holding a stranger's child? He muses. "Mayor, have you chosen a name for the child?" "Yes, my lord had initially suggested 3 names, Mu Zhu, Mu Shui, and Mu Mei. We can select one from these later," she replies. What a farcical notion. To give such a cursory name, especially Mu Mei, is he hoping I will simply fade away so he can raise his concubine's daughter? How absurd. Mother, please awaken. That scoundrel is still outside, reveling in his affair, and you speak kindly of him? Jiang Mei's expression is fraught with turmoil. Torn between the words of her own daughter and the husband with whom she has shared her life for 5 years. Jiang Zhao too feels discontent, finding that among the 3 names, Mu Zhu is the only one that holds any merit, and perhaps they should adopt it. Ultimately, it is the husband of my sister who has achieved this, and as an uncle, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Perhaps we could consider the name Mu Zhu? Mu Zhu, Mu Zhu. It appears that the daughter has a fondness for this name, and Jiang Ming nodded in agreement. Volume 1, Chapter 4. The Unworthy Father, Mu Sun. After all, my sister is a woman. It would not be proper for them to linger here too long. At 1/4 the hour of the dog, Mu Sun finally made his late entrance. Truly, he is the man who has captured Jiang Ming's heart, possessing a certain charm. With his peach blossom eyes, shaped like the delicate petals, slightly upturned at the outer corners, his gaze, ambiguous and intoxicating, evokes a sense of haziness. His prominent nose and fair complexion make him striking. Even if he were to produce something repugnant from his sleeve, Mu Zhu believes her mother would readily accept it, given her eager demeanor. Dear mother, that is merely an unsightly shell, gilded on the outside but rotten within. Imagine, only moments ago, this man had just emerged from another woman's embrace, and now, with his mouth sullied like a pig's, he wishes to kiss you. Would you still be willing? Even if he were to produce a gold coin from his pocket, I would not spare it a glance. Jiang Ming, who had recently been in high spirits, felt a chill in her heart upon hearing her daughter's description. Mu Sun continued to smile charmingly, wielding his handsome features as a weapon to capture Jiang Ming's attention. He was well aware of her particular fondness for his appearance, having reveled in it for years. What does it matter if she is the daughter of a general or the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official? They were all willing to marry him, the once destitute youth, solely for his exterior. I was concerned it might cool, making you uncomfortable, so I placed it close to me for safekeeping. One might mistakenly believe you have retrieved the Emperor's jade seal from your bosom, only to reveal a mere roasted chicken. How proud you seem. Musun tenderly unwrapped the paper encasing the chicken, tearing off a piece of meat to offer to Jiangming. My goodness, he just emerged from another woman's bed. And he hasn't even washed his hands. Who knows what he's touched? Please do refrain from eating that. Jiangming couldn't help but fixate on his hands, long and strong. The calluses from his earlier hardships now vanished. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her, yet she smiled as she brought the meat closer to his lips. You may indulge in the first bite, my lord, and express gratitude for your constant concern for me. Musun, interpreting her gesture as appreciation for his thoughtfulness, cheerfully consumed the meat. He then tore off another piece, preparing to feed her, but upon noticing the saliva on his fingers, Jiangming felt an unsettling churn in her stomach. Swiftly, she gathered Mu Zhu beside her. My lord, look at our legitimate daughter. Did you not prepare gifts for her? Please present them, so she may recognize her father. Mu Sun set down the roasted chicken, exclaiming, Ah, this is our child, the one I share with my lady. She is truly beautiful. Here, this is a gift from your father. Do you like it? Wait, he hasn't even washed his hands. Isn't he just smearing grease all over me? Mother, I'm dirty.
I'm dirty.
Jiangming gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, momentarily stunned, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Just days prior, she distinctly recalled him preparing a pair of golden bracelets, yet here he was, presenting her with a piece of jade. Gazing at the impurities on the jade pendant, Jiangming, who had always been accustomed to a life of luxury, found himself momentarily disillusioned by the sight of such a trinket. How could he bestow upon his newly born daughter such a worthless object? He had begun to believe 8 parts of what his daughter had spoken. Mu Zhu, in her disdain, wept inconsolably, casting the jade pendant aside. Mu Sun's expression darkened. This child, indeed, did not bear her lineage, showing not a shred of intelligence. Quietly, Mu Sun retrieved the discarded pendant, discreetly tucking it into her sleeve. Warm? Jiangming remarked, irked by his miserly demeanor. Indeed, that was the name I had chosen for her. Just moments ago, I felt a chill in my heart, yet holding the child brought me solace, hence the name. The choice of name was of little consequence to him, and desiring not to linger on the topic, Mu Sun rose and departed after exchanging a few words. Jiangming's countenance had thoroughly soured. Her heart was heavy with anger and an overwhelming sense of desolation. In defiance of her parents' counsel, she had resolutely married Mu Sun when he was merely a scholar. Subsequently, he had risen to prominence, becoming a celebrated young talent, renowned for both his charm and wit. At that time, she had reveled in her good fortune, believing herself fortunate to wed such a gifted and handsome man. Yet, 2 years into their marriage, her womb remained silent, devoid of any signs of life. Under the pressure from the matriarch and her own feelings of guilt, she had reluctantly taken a concubine for him. Her heart had always been devoted to him, and after enduring countless hardships, they finally welcomed a child, only to find the outcome to be so disheartening. Mu Zhu, noticing her mother's sorrowful tears, whimpered softly to capture her attention. Mother, do not be sorrowful. His cruelty has yet to reveal itself. Jiangming strained to listen further, only to discover that the little one's eyes were narrowing in slumber. Amused, she embraced the child and gently patted her, tears uncontrollably cascading down her cheeks, her mind flooded with memories of their shared years. Baizhi handed her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, saying, Madam, you are still in a delicate state. Be cautious lest you injure your eyes with weeping. Volume 1. Chapter 5. The Switch Child. Baizhi and Cui Er were Jiangming's trusted maidservants. Baizhi, where is that wild child?
Do not worry, madam.
The young master took the child with him when he left, along with those 2 old women. The young master insisted that you must take care of yourself during your confinement. Otherwise, how could the young lady manage? She is still so small. Lost in thought, she ultimately succumbed to her fatigue and drifted into slumber. The 2 of them, mother and daughter, nestled closely together, relying on one another, unaware of who was the true savior in their embrace. Mu Sun had just departed from Lanxiang courtyard when the joyful expression on his face suddenly faded. He hastily summoned his personal servant to investigate the situation. Xiangzi received the command and promptly exited through the back door. The child had not been successfully exchanged. What of his daughter? The midwife and her family had vanished. Sighing, Mu Sun made his way to the old matriarch's courtyard, Dixin Garden. The old matriarch was seated on a Wangwali chair, occasionally glancing towards the door. Upon seeing Mu Sun enter, she anxiously inquired, "Where have you been all this time?" The midwife's family had suddenly vanished, along with the child. "You lingered in the woman's chamber instead of urgently searching for them. Should my precious granddaughter be lost, I would not hesitate to break your legs." Though Mu Sun was a rather unworthy husband, he exhibited profound filial piety towards the mother who had raised him through thick and thin. As he spoke, tears began to flow. Mu Sun hastily comforted his mother, wondering if the Jiang family had also arrived. Why had no one informed him? If the Jiang family took her away, it would spell trouble. At that moment, Mu Sun had already orchestrated a plan involving the midwife and the matrons of the household, concocting an excuse to send away her 2 maidservants. He had also arranged for the midwife's son and daughter-in-law to await at the back door. This affair was disgraceful, and the fewer people who knew, the better. He had sought out the midwife's family to prevent any potential betrayal. Their lives were in his grasp. Yet now, the entire family had disappeared. Seeing her son in despair, Mrs. Shi was truly distraught and wept in earnest. What should they do now? If your cousin were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Having just given birth, her health was already fragile, and now her daughter was missing. Sooner, go beseech Jiang Ming. She usually heeds your words. If you speak to her, she will surely tell you what you wish to know. With no other recourse available, Mu Sun had no choice but to comply. The Jiang family was powerful. Their guard seasoned from the battlefield, and as a mere assistant minister, he found himself utterly helpless. The thought of having to humbly plead with her darkened Mu Sun's expression further. After offering a few hurried words of comfort to Mrs. Shi, he made his way to the courtyard of Lu Shi. Lu's joy was so immense that her lips nearly stretched to her ears. Just as she was about to speak, Mu Sun pulled her into the room. Moments later, sounds that made one's heart race and face flush echoed in the air. Lu, ecstatic, cried out loud, reveling in the thought that Jiang Ming, that woman, had just given birth. Instead of offering comfort, the master had come to her. Indeed, she was the master's favored one, and her heart swelled with exhilaration. Yet the harsh truth was that Mu Sun was merely there to vent his anger. She had merely served as a vessel for his emotions. The following morning, as Lu examined the bruises adorning her body, she grimaced while rising, still savoring the fervor of last night's encounter, lamenting the master's roughness. Just as she contemplated playfully leaning into him, she found the bed cold and empty. When had the master departed? A blushing maid replied that the master had left as soon as the lady had fallen asleep. Lu was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Ming had just awakened, and a maid was attending to her washing. Mu Sun entered and shooed the maid away. Taking the towel himself to assist Jiang Ming with her face and hands, his demeanor heavy with unspoken thoughts, punctuated by frequent sighs. Such misfortune to sigh so early in the morning, Lu thought to herself. Mu Zhu lay nestled in the blankets, her wide eyes fixed on the dismal display of her father. Jiang Ming paid him no mind, focusing solely on entertaining her daughter. With the silence in the room becoming almost unbearable, Mu Sun, suppressing his anger, spoke up. A lady who has just given birth discovered that her child had been taken away, and now she is wailing inconsolably, on the verge of fainting. Seeing her finally engage in conversation, Mu Sun articulated the excuse he had meticulously crafted, claiming that the concubine was envious of the matron's complete family and, feeling inadequate due to her own childlessness, had illicitly taken away the newborn. Alas, such malice is truly reprehensible. How could one harbor such a wicked heart, tearing a mother and child apart? The depths of depravity are astonishing. Mu Sun, steeped in his own moral decay. Mu Zhu chuckled heartily within, thinking, "Mother, you speak well. It is indeed he who swapped the daughter born of the concubine with me, aiming to usurp my identity. Now that he cannot locate her, he turns to you for answers. He deserves it." Yet, Mu Zhu pondered the peculiar silence of the system since that day it had uttered a few words. Despite her repeated calls, there was no response. How strange. Jiang Ming scrutinized the man she had devoted 5 years of her life to. His words rang so sincere that others might mistake him for benevolent and harmless. But what was the reality? He compared her to a concubine and regarded the external woman as the true mistress of the household. Had she always been perceived in such a light? Had the news from her brother that morning, revealing that this child was indeed the offspring of him and that external woman, along with a 6-year-old son, not shaken her to her core? Even now, she struggled to believe this truth. Had he fathered a child with another before they even wed? For 5 long years. He had concealed such a significant part of his life from her. Volume 1, Chapter 6, The Indistinguishable Child. Mu Sun, under her scrutinizing gaze, felt an inexplicable twinge of guilt, prompting him to continue wiping her hands with a handkerchief, presenting himself as the quintessential devoted husband.
Mingya.
I am relieved that you remained safe yesterday. Had anything untoward occurred, I would have been overwhelmed with guilt. As for her involvement in the charade, let her partake in the performance, and may the best actor prevail. Jiang Ming wore a visage of grace and magnanimity, assuring, "Fear not, my lord, your affairs are demanding. It is entirely understandable that such matters might escape your attention. I am grateful that my elder brother came yesterday, accompanied by 3 children to safeguard this place. Nothing amiss transpired, which brings me great peace." Mu Sun smiled faintly. "Indeed, it is fortunate that your brother arrived. We must surely host a banquet to express our gratitude to him in due course. Please take your rest. I have official matters to attend to." In haste, Mu Sun proceeded towards the exit, only to encounter Bai Ji and Chuer, the 2 maidservants, at the threshold. She called them over to inquire, during the ladies' labor yesterday, did anything unusual transpire? Both had been instructed beforehand and shook their heads in unison, indicating that with the lady's brother present, all was well. Truly no abnormalities? Mu Sun pressed, then why is the midwife nowhere to be found? And what of Nurse Wang? Where could Nurse Wang have gone? Is she simply shirking her duties? She questioned, her voice laced with suspicion.
Lies.
She exclaimed, "I dispatched someone to Nurse Wang's residence last night, and she was not there." Jiang Ming's people were unable to extract any information. With a cold glare directed at the 2, she asserted, "You must understand who holds authority in this household." After reprimanding them, Mu Sun summoned the steward, gathering everyone to interrogate them one by one. With so many present, she refused to believe that not a single soul knew what had transpired the previous night. As Jiang Ming savored the fragrant porridge, she cast a cheerful glance at Mu Zhu, a child burdened with more worries than one might expect at such a tender age.
Conceal?
She had no intention of hiding anything. The events of the previous night had caused quite a stir, and with so many eyes scrutinizing the household, it was impossible to keep secrets. Yet, she was taken aback by Mu Sun's audacity to inquire indirectly after committing such an act. She resolved to feign ignorance, planning to explain later that she wished to spare him any concern. She stood firm upon the moral high ground, unyielding to any intimidation. As anticipated, shortly after Jiang Ming finished her lunch, Mu Sun stormed into the room, visibly enraged. Jiang Ming preempted his outburst, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what has transpired to incite such wrath? Please sit and share your thoughts. I am eager to hear." Mu Sun, on the verge of expressing his fury, found his resolve wavering at the sight of her beaming face. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. He begrudgingly took a seat, donning a fade of concern. Jiang Ming cast a helpless glance at her daughter, who seemed to equate court officials with mere actors, a comparison that amused her greatly, causing her smile to deepen. "Madam, given the magnitude of last night's events, how could you possibly refrain from informing me? Had I not inquired of the household servants, would you have continued to keep this from me?" Jiang Ming swiftly placed a chicken leg into his mouth, only to have him shower her with saliva. A most unsanitary display. She had never before noticed his slovenliness. Mu Sun paused in his indignation. "Do not be angry, my dear. Anger is detrimental to one's health. Perhaps a chicken leg will help alleviate your distress."
Mu Sun.
Jiang Ming, he was well aware that this person was just like his mother, petty and miserly. How could he possibly part with a chicken leg? In just a few bites, Mu Sun devoured the chicken leg, and then continued his admonishment. Initially fervent, his energy soon waned, and with it, His imposing presence diminished. He began to appeal to emotions, inquiring about what transpired yesterday, urging, "Please, tell me the truth." Such a significant matter as a child being taken away, how could one remain so reticent? Feeling guilty and recalling Jiang Ming's own expressed concern for herself, Mu Sun hesitated to press further. But what of the child? Who had taken the child away? Is this child truly ours? Can you still distinguish? Jiang Ming lifted Mu Zhu and exclaimed, "What are you saying? Distinguish? They intend to steal my child. How could there be any confusion?
Besides,
Look at the warmth in her eyes. She resembles me so much. How could she not be my child?" Mu Sun. This is indeed something he cannot discern. If Jia Rou and Mu Zhu were placed together, he genuinely would not know which was which. Observing his utterly bewildered expression, Jiang Ming conceived an idea. "Are you suggesting that there were other children present at that time?" This insinuation left Mu Sun completely perplexed. Was this child Jia Rou or Mu Zhu? Surely those two matrons knew the truth. "Madam, the midwife and Wang Mama whom I previously summoned must know. You should call them." Jiang Ming feigned a skeptical demeanor, thoroughly examining Mu Zhu both inside and out. "This is my child, without a doubt. Behold her enchanting peach blossom eyes and that elegantly high-nosed bridge. They bear an undeniable resemblance to you, and I am certain this is my offspring. As for that wretched family, how dare they steal my child? Their audacity knows no bounds, and I shall have my brother execute them without mercy. How laughable! Is this person truly unable to recognize faces? Mother is so astute. Soon he won't be able to distinguish one from another." Mu Sun felt a surge of anxiety, having executed those individuals. He now finds it impossible to differentiate between the children. Why did he not delay his actions? After all, he had no intention of leaving any survivors once the deed was done. Jiang Ming appeared to dismiss his concerns, asserting that the child's eyes and nose were reminiscent of his own, confirming his paternity. The child he mentioned in the morning was not his. So how could he still be confused? It was all too evident. Volume 1, Chapter 7. The Concubine of Mu Sun. Mu Sun found himself in a predicament, for both children were his, making distinction all the more challenging. The only course of action was to inquire about any birthmarks from the children's mother. Perhaps Jia Rou bore some distinguishing mark. Should that group of servants, through some twist of fate, succeed in their scheme, then he need not concern himself with the fate of the other child. The crux of the matter was his current inability to ascertain the truth. With a furrowed brow, Mu Sun departed, initially faced with the singular challenge of locating one child, which had now escalated into the dilemma of two. "Mother, how can you tolerate such deceit? Don't you wish to part ways with him? A scoundrel who cannot tell his own child apart. Surely that concubine can distinguish them. If she sees them, she will undoubtedly recognize the truth. If she can see them, then let it be so. A concubine is an unseemly affair, and she shall not have the opportunity to claim any connection to my children." Jiang Ming instructed her servants to guard the courtyard diligently. Without her command, no one was permitted to enter. Having awakened from the disbelief of the previous day, she realized that she had been blinded by foolishness, unable to discern whether the figure beside her was a person or a mere dog. As long as she drew breath, that unsightly concubine would forever remain just that, a concubine. Moreover, the prospect of a divorce was far from simple. She had her child, Nuan, to consider. Mu Sun harbored no affection for the girl. Should she choose to leave, she could not take her child away, leaving her vulnerable to mistreatment within the household, which was absolutely unacceptable. In the afternoon, Jiang Ming's second brother, Jiang Yan, and his family arrived. Jiang Yan was 5 years younger than his elder brother, having followed Jiang Hongzhe into battle since childhood. And at merely 30, he had already amassed considerable military accomplishments. "Brother and sister-in-law, you have come." The men of the Jiang family were all skilled in martial arts. Jiang Zhao carried himself with a lean elegance, while Jiang Yan embodied a robust and imposing presence, resembling a formidable mountain in the eyes of Mu Zhu. Indeed, a more substantial version of one. Behind them, Zhang Yao paid his respects and swiftly approached Mu Zhu's side. Like his father, he was sturdy, appearing twice as robust as his peers at just 7 years of age. "Hello, sister. I am your fourth brother, Zhang Yao. Here is a little gift I brought for you." he exclaimed, retrieving a cricket from his sleeve and eagerly attempting to place it in Mu Zhu's hand. This is my valiant general, incredibly fierce, undefeated in battle. Look, look. He placed the cricket in Mu Zhu's palm, then raised his small chubby finger to show her a scar. This is from the last time it fought with Wang Lao heir from next door. Father said that the scars on a man's body are a mark of honor, and thus this scar too is a testament to his glory. Just as he was boasting about it, he was caught by Bai, who scolded, "You little rascal! How dare you hand a filthy bug to your sister? What if it frightens her into tears?" Jiang Yao cried out, his head following Bai's hand. "Mother, please be gentle. My ear feels as though it might fall off." The valiant general is no mere insect. It is my cherished little treasure. Look how much your sister adores it. Mu Zhu gazed at the robust boy with a look of disbelief, as if remnants of the cricket's crawling sensation lingered on his hands, his brows furrowed in distaste.
Bai.
Both amused and exasperated by this mischievous child, wiped Mu Zhu's palms with a handkerchief and gently caressed her small face. "Your sister is frowning. You still claim to like it? How old are you to be playing with bugs? Be careful not to become a laughingstock." As if that was not enough, he seemed excessively fond of this delicate little doll, exclaiming, "Oh, how beautifully she has grown. She neither cries nor fusses, unlike this little rascal who once wore me out completely." I wonder what Mu Sun, that mischievous child, was thinking to even contemplate taking the little one away. Jiang Yao protested from the side, his voice sweet and innocent. "Mother, I was very well behaved as a child. I never troubled you, just like my sister, right? Also, what does mischievous child mean? Is it a snack? Auntie, do you have any snacks to eat?"
I'm hungry.
Jiang Yan pinched her son's chubby cheeks. "You just had 2 pieces of snacks before leaving. Are you hungry again?" Jiang Yao nodded apologetically, stroking his belly. Truly a robust child, he thought, observing the chubby little face, with eyes nearly squinting shut as he continued to eat. Jiang Ming was still pondering what Er Sa had said when she was suddenly amused by Mu Zhu's heartfelt thoughts. Jiang Yan and his wife believed they were experiencing an illusion. How could they hear such warm sentiments? When they listened intently again, it had vanished. An illusion? It must certainly be. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao, with his plump little hand, scratched his head, wondering who had just spoken. Mu Sun had come today mainly to inform Jiang Ming of this matter. "Bai Ji, please take Yao Gur to have some snacks." After sending the child away, Jiang Yan began to discuss serious matters. The investigation that eldest brother had conducted yielded results. That scoundrel Mu Sun's mistress, Jiang Mianer, was a relative of the old lady's family and had grown up with Mu Sun. Before Mu Sun entered the capital, Jiang Mianer had already borne him a son, who was now 6 years old. Jiang Ming could hardly believe it. He had married and fathered a child? What did that make her? Eldest brother. Mu Sun was married 6 years ago? Jiang Yan wiped her tears, clarifying, he is not truly married. They merely pledged themselves to each other privately, without a formal wedding. Otherwise, when our families were first introduced, that scoundrel would have been discovered by father long ago. It was Mu Sun who abandoned his wife, captivated by the allure of the capital and drawn to the Jiang family's power. Later, the old lady, longing for her grandson, brought that mistress back. Baisha looked at her with concern, as this younger sister was still in her confinement. Crying all day was detrimental to her health. Indeed, Aunt is correct. This scoundrel dares to engage in a deceitful marriage, living off others without shame. A man like him should be cast aside. At this moment, the couple from the Jiang family is certain they are not imagining things. The voice truly belongs to Nuan. It is astonishing that such a young child can comprehend their conversation. Nuan is undoubtedly extraordinary. Fearing that Jiang Ming might struggle to understand, the couple offers her relentless comfort. Jiang Ming finds it difficult to accept. Anyone would be driven to madness upon discovering that their partner, with whom they have shared many years, had secretly pledged their heart to another before their union. Previously, Jiang Ming regarded Mu Sun as her entire world, revolving around him. Concerned about his legacy and even considering taking a concubine for him, she worried about his financial dealings in the officialdom and devoted her dowry and business earnings to him. She honored her mother-in-law, sending lavish gifts to Dixing Courtyard, only to be met with such a devastating outcome. Over the years, she has lost her sense of self. The once resolute and courageous Jiang Ming has vanished since Mu Sun expressed his preference for gentle and delicate women. Mother, do not despair. Gather your strength. You are the daughter of a great general, skilled in martial arts. It is not worth your sorrow over such a wretch. Jiang Ming weeps profusely. Throughout these years, the difficulties imposed by her mother-in-law and the comparisons made by the concubines have left the once spirited woman as heart-battered and broken. The sole support she had was her husband. Yet now, his facade has finally been torn away, revealing the cruelty and deceit within. And Jiang Ming can no longer hold herself together. Tears gathered in abundance, and Jiang Ming could no longer contain herself, transitioning from initial sobs to an uncontrollable wail. Bai Shi held her tightly, gently patting her back, her own eyes glistening with moisture. Uncle, do not act impulsively. It would be unwise to startle the snake in the grass. Jiang Yao, still outside indulging in snacks, was suddenly startled by the sound of crying and rushed in, his small feet pattering against the ground. Upon witnessing his aunt's trembling shoulders, he clenched his tiny fists and shouted, "Mother, did you hit Aunt? Let her go. Your fists are as heavy as sandbags, and my head often bears the scars of your blows." At this remark, the heartbroken Jiang Ming found herself unexpectedly amused, quickly dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she turned her face aside. However, she caught sight of her daughter grinning mischievously and could not help but scold, "Are you mocking your mother? You heartless little thing." "Not at all. I was merely trying to cheer you up, and look how supportive Brother C is. Zhuang is quite impressive." Bai Shi, too, was tickled by her son's antics. "Is this how you promote your mother out there, you little rascal?" Jiang Yao, puzzled by the sound he had just heard, noticed that his sister's lips had not moved. How could her words reach him? Stealing a glance at his parents and aunt, he saw no signs of anything amiss, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He felt a sense of duty to protect this little secret shared between him and his sister. He approached Jiang Ming and said, "Aunt, please do not be upset. Though my mother is fierce and strong, if you wish to confront her, I shall bear the brunt on her behalf. However, do be gentle. For if my mother's temper flares, she could easily strike you down." Mu Zhu was nearly in stitches from the antics of this lively child, truly a dutiful son. Bai grabbed his ear and exclaimed, "What did you say? Repeat that." Jiang Yao began to wail. "Aunt, do you see? This is how my mother usually hits me. Mother, please be gentle. My ear might fall off." Jiang Yan pulled his son closer, admonishing him not to speak to his mother in such a manner, for his aunt was reminded of sorrowful matters. "Go and comfort her," he instructed. Jiang Yao, rubbing his reddened ear, approached Jiang Ming with a faux seriousness beyond his years, stating, "Aunt, life is full of storms that one must weather. You should try to see things more positively." Mu Zhu laughed heartily, unable to articulate her excitement, only able to express her joy with delighted sounds. "Sister agrees with me. Aunt, you must gather your spirits." Jiang Ming was both amused and exasperated, receiving a lesson from a 7-year-old. She gently patted his head, saying, "Thank you. I have learned from you." Bai then lifted the giggling Mu Zhu and said, "Yao, your sister is hungry. Please take her to find the wet nurse." Jiang Yao obediently followed Bai Zhi out. Jiang Ming shook her head, saying, "No, second brother." Jiang Yan thought she still harbored feelings for that scoundrel Mu Sun. "You do not wish to?" he inquired. "He deceived you for 5 long years, even attempting to replace Nuan with a child born from his concubine." Bai, filled with concern, remarked, "Indeed, Ming'er, you currently lack even the ability to protect yourselves. If Mu Sun discovers this, it would be akin to inviting disaster. He has striven tirelessly to ascend to the position of deputy minister. It will not be so simple." With a sharp slap to his forehead, Bai scolded, "What nonsense are you speaking? Your sister is still so young and cannot bear to be separated from her mother." Ultimately, he left, his face twisted in sorrow and reluctance. When Jiang Yan arrived, he brought with him 2 trustworthy nannies from home, just as she found herself in need of reliable assistance. "Bai Zhi, go find the steward and bring me the household accounts. Also, please recount the dowry for my storeroom. From this moment on, no one in the Mu residence is permitted to withdraw a single coin without my express permission. Henceforth, no one would dare to extract even a penny from her." Mu Sun, holding the position of right deputy minister, earned a mere 50 taels of silver each month, hardly sufficient to cover the extravagant expenditures of those wasteful women. Whenever the accounts ran low, it was she who provided the funds. Not to mention that miserly old woman, who sought to transfer everything into her own courtyard, behaving like a greedy treasure, taking in without giving out. Meanwhile, Mu Sun seized an opportunity to stealthily visit Jiang Mianer. Unable to withstand her persistent inquiries, he eventually confessed to the matter of the child. Jiang Mianer was instantly struck with fear, her face resembling a weeping pear blossom, rendered speechless by her tears. Mu Sun hurriedly offered words of comfort, inquiring whether the child bore any birthmarks. None at all, master. This is your own flesh and blood. Yet you fail to recognize her. She bears such a striking resemblance to me, he lamented. Mu Sun felt overwhelmed. Jiang Mianer indeed possessed a certain charm, with her gentle speech and graceful demeanor. However, Jiang Mingshen's child was also his, and how could he distinguish between them? Did not all infants appear similar? Do not fret. I shall inquire further to uncover any additional clues. Jiang Mianer grasped his hand tightly, pleading, Master, please take me to the residence. I would certainly recognize my child. If that is not her, our child could be suffering elsewhere. Upon hearing her wish to enter the estate, Mu Sun reacted strongly, pushing her away.
No.
Chapter 1, Volume 9. Assigning personnel. Jiang Mianer stumbled from the force of his push, nearly falling to the ground, but Mu Sun quickly steadied her. Mianer, you are well aware of that woman's cunning. If she discovers your presence, she will surely suspect that the child has been switched and that we are involved. At that point, Huaiger will be in grave danger. Huaiger, Mu Jinghuai, was the first child of Mu Sun and Jiang Mianer. After uttering this, Mu Sun disregarded Jiang Mianer's pleading gaze and departed. Mu Jinghuai had been eavesdropping just outside the door, and upon seeing Mu Sun leave, he entered and embraced Jiang Mianer. Mother, isn't father going to search for my sister? Jiang Mianer held her son tightly, replying, These matters are not for you to worry about. Has your father not arranged for you to have a tutor? Focus on your studies, and strive to bring honor to your mother. My future depends on you. Only if Huaiger proves himself will they have a chance. In the Dexin courtyard, the old lady was entertaining her grandson. Lu Shi had a son and a daughter. The eldest, Mu Yuan, was 3 years old, and the younger, Mu Lan, was 2. The Wen family had 2 sons as well, the elder named Mu Qi, aged 3, and the younger, Mu Xiang, aged 2. Is it true that the Jiang family has come again to Lanxiang courtyard? Indeed, today the second young master of the Jiang family has arrived with his wife and son, bringing along an abundance of fine gifts. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi observed the old lady's eyes brighten with anticipation. These people truly disregard our sooner. They arrive at the estate without first paying their respects to me, the matriarch. What a band of uncouth individuals. Wen Shi, cradling her younger son, replied, It is only natural for the Jiang family, with their esteemed lineage, to look down upon us. Yet it is our lord who suffers the most indignity, as one must always heed the Jiang family's disposition in the official sphere. Upon hearing this, the old lady set down her grandson and exclaimed, That Jiang family girl dares to show me disdain? Let us go and have a look. Lu Shi, having barely settled down with her son, was forced to rise again, casting an annoyed glance at Wen Shi. My dear sister Wen, your tongue is indeed sweet today. You have managed to coax the old lady to Lanxiang courtyard. Everyone in the household was aware that Shi held a disdain for the Jiang family and seldom visited Lanxiang courtyard. Each time the Jiang family came to pay their respects, they would be left standing outside for an extended period. With a smile, Wen Shi glanced at her, choosing silence as she got up to leave, leaving Lu Shi seething with resentment, that wretched woman. As the old lady and her entourage arrived at Lanxiang courtyard, they were halted at the entrance by the matron. Madam, the lady is currently resting. Allow me to notify her. The matron stepped forward, questioning the intent. What do you mean? The old lady has come to visit, yet you bar her at the door. If the master were to learn of this,
It would not bode well.
Jiang, who often heeded Mu Sun's words, was easily swayed by the mention of the master. The matron awaited an apology from the old crone, her chin held high. However, this time, she would be disappointed, for the usually accommodating woman had inexplicably grown resolute. "Dear sister, Our Lady is merely resting. How could we possibly prevent the old lady from entering? Allow me to convey the message." The old lady feigned surprise, raising her brows and widening her eyes.
What?
"Someone dared to kidnap our Mu family's legitimate daughter? How audacious! Let me in to see if my granddaughter is harmed." As she spoke, she attempted to force her way in, with Lu and when carrying the child closely behind, accompanied by several maids ready to serve. This entire family clearly sought to take advantage. The matron would not permit their entry. With a signal, for guards approached, drawing their swords to block the entrance. Cher was taken aback, hastily retreating a step, the glint of the blade glimmering ominously in the sunlight, and she cried out sharply, "What do you intend to do? This is the Mu residence. Is Jiang plotting rebellion? Do not worry, my lady. Our mistress harbors no ill intentions. It is merely that the throng accompanying you is rather excessive, which may invite the mischief of petty individuals. If you wish to enter, it would be prudent to do so alone. The young lady is currently slumbering, and I trust you do not wish to disturb her repose." Lady Lu was unwilling to let the matter rest. "Are you insinuating that my sister Wan and I are base individuals? Madame Lu, it is unprecedented to witness someone so eager to claim a title. I assure you, I harbor no such thoughts. It is simply that in a household as populated as this, who can guarantee that those beside you are truly loyal and would not betray you?" As these words were spoken, Lady Lu instinctively glanced at the maidservants and attendants flanking her. "By the way, our mistress has decreed that with the birth of the young lady, the regulations concerning the two of you should now be observed. Otherwise, it may be said that the Mu household lacks hierarchy, which would surely become a source of ridicule." The expressions of both women froze in a moment of disbelief. What could this insolent servant be scheming? Since their arrival, Madame Jiang had never insisted upon adherence to the rules governing concubines. They were adorned in finery and received the finest adornments from the shop each month, while their offspring had never referred to Madame Jiang as their legitimate mother. They had chosen to feign ignorance of this arrangement. Yet, now, the sudden mention of such matters. Could it be that she intends to retain the child for herself? That would be unacceptable. However, the mistress understands that you have cared for the child for quite some time, and with the young lady just born, you lack the strength to nurture her further. Let the child remain in your midst, but each day, several young masters must come to pay their respects to their biological mother. Our Lady is so generous that one cannot find another of her kind in the capital. You ought to express your gratitude to her. Madam, it is dire news. Manager Zhou has come to the residence to demand payment. Just as one wave subsides, another arises. What debt? Oh, dear aunt, have you forgotten? Every month, you send maidservants to Manager Zhou to collect jewelry and to Manager Zhang for clothing. They are old acquaintances, and both managers permit a collection of accounts every 3 months. Now we have entered the 3rd month. Then seek the steward for the funds. What use is it to approach me? However, the steward has stated that the lady has strictly prohibited you from drawing silver from the residence. You have already exceeded your allowance significantly and owe the lady 10,000 taels of silver.
What?
10,000 taels? Lu was incredulous. When did she acquire such a sum? The steward informed her that the lady had taken the account book and discovered that since your arrival at the residence, after deducting your monthly allowance of 3 taels, all remaining sums were taken from the lady's private treasury as collateral. Lu, enraged, hurled a cup to the ground. That wretched woman. She remained silent while I spent freely, only to wait for this moment. Come, let us find the old matriarch. When also faced a similar predicament. Aunt, the bird's nest you requested is no longer available. When, while playing with her youngest son, remarked without lifting her head, "If it is gone, then go to the manager and collect it." The maid cast a hesitant glance at the doorway and murmured, "I must depart, but the steward forbids me from taking anything. He has handed me the bill and stated that all the bird's nests and tonics you have previously taken must be returned in full." Startled, Wen raised her head, inadvertently striking her son on the head with the wooden horse in her hand, and she began to sob uncontrollably. What a sudden change! After taking them for years, why are we suddenly denied? I must consult the old lady. The accounts had been meticulously organized, and Jiang Ming playfully teased Mu Zhu. waiting for mother to retrieve the debts owed by those individuals so that they could adorn Nuan Nuan with a golden lock. Oh, dear mother, how wonderful you are.
Gold.
Gold. How I adore gold, exclaimed Nuan Nuan, who was still a little gold enthusiast. Everything from mother is warm and cherished, all saved for Nuan Nuan. Who would have thought she would like this so much? Mu Zhu danced with joy, reminiscing about her past life, where she braved the storms and toiled for over a decade, accumulating substantial wealth, only to await retirement from the organization, only to meet an untimely end. Her grand villa, her sports car, and her male models. Oh, how it infuriated her. In the end, she possessed nothing. It was truly a mystery as to whom her fortunes had ultimately benefited. Mu Sun led the maid and the matron to Lanxiang Garden, only to be stopped. The matron repeated her usual refrain, "Sir, the lady has instructed that any unfamiliar faces wishing to enter Lanxiang Garden must seek prior approval." Presumptuous. Have you forgotten the name of this estate? I am personally escorting my companions and still require permission. The maidservant hails from the Jiang family and has encountered numerous individuals without ever being intimidated by Mu Sun. The master is to be forgiven, as the lady has conveyed that the primary concern stems from the young miss nearly being abducted by human traffickers last time, instilling a deep-seated fear that renders her unwilling to admit strangers, lest trouble ensue. Should the master wish to meet the lady, it would pose no difficulty. Upon the sudden mention of this matter, Mu Sun's expression stiffened. The maidservant and the old woman he brought today were specifically chosen for delivering Jiang Mi honor. If he insisted on bringing them inside today, it would undoubtedly give rise to gossip. These two have been personally selected by me, and since the lady is in need of assistance, they would indeed be suitable. Thank you, master. The lady has already selected maidservants and an old woman, and there are sufficient hands at present, thus no further recruitment is necessary. Each statement met with resistance. Mu Sun's countenance darkened. Has the Jiang family become so wary in recent times? Volume 1, Chapter 10. Returning to the Jiang family. He instructed the maidservant and the old woman to wait at the entrance while he proceeded inside. Moreover, regarding that concubine, the money spent was also hers. This wretched man, utterly destitute, still enjoys the blessings of a full household. Upon Mu Sun's entrance, Jiang Ming was the first to initiate confrontation.
Master.
I just perused the accounts and uncovered a significant issue. The abrupt reference to the accounts left him feeling somewhat guilty. What could be amiss with the accounts? Master, you receive 50 taels of silver a month, totaling merely 3,000 taels over 3 years. Yet I have just discovered that the Liu family and the Wen family have expended no less than 20,000 taels in the same period. Where could they have acquired such funds? Could it be? What could it be? They must certainly have their own establishments outside. Or perhaps they are squandering my dowry. It is utterly preposterous. How can a concubine expect to be supported by the lady of the house? My lord, you ought to address this matter. I had even contemplated taking a concubine myself, but now all the silver has been depleted by them. What shall I do regarding this concubine situation? Mu Sun's face blanched and flushed as he listened to her. It was usually Jiang Shi who delivered silver to him, and he was well aware that his meager salary could scarcely support such a large family. Now, having it laid bare before him, he felt as though his dignity was trampled underfoot. I shall uncover the truth behind this matter. However, there is no need for a concubine, my lady. Your presence suffices. Ugh, I almost retched from the milk I just drank, thanks to your words. Hearing her intention to investigate, Mu Sun, fearing that it might implicate Jiang Mi honor, hurriedly interjected, I will ask Liu Shi and Wen Shi to return your dowry. It must be kept safely. It will not be lost. Please take a closer look. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Jiang Ming could not help but chuckle at his hasty retreat. Bai Ji, standing beside her, inquired in confusion, my lady, I have checked the accounts. Nothing is missing. Could it be that I overlooked something? Every mother is truly formidable. Managing to deceive that worthless father completely, she certainly deserves it. With such audacity, how dare he maintain a mistress? Utterly futile. Speaking of which, where have the uncles taken that child? It has been so long without a word. That mistress must be losing her hair in anxiety. Ah, splendid. There is also Zhuang Zhuang. This nickname she will likely never forget. Jiang Yao Zhuang Zhuang indeed. She playfully pinched Mu Zhu's nose, saying, "Be good now, from now on. You shall call me fourth brother, do you understand?" In the Xian courtyard, Lu and Wen were weeping while cradling the children, lamenting the stinginess of the matriarch of the Mu family. Upon seeing his mother wailing, Mu Yuan joined in the tears, and the remaining children followed suit. Wen appeared to have much to say, yet hesitated, gently patting the two children in her arms. Lu and Wen were at a loss for words. Having been in the Mu household for several years, they had never once shared a meal with the old matriarch. Now, as they voiced their grievances, it was clear that the old lady was indeed miserly. However, their objective had been achieved. Once Mu Sun learned of this, Jiang would undoubtedly face the consequences. Yet, they would be disappointed. The next day, the steward, armed with the account books, informed them that they were to repay all debts in full and that any future disbursement of funds would require the lady's approval. Furious, they smashed their teacups. And the steward continued to explain that from now on, the household's tea sets would be regulated and any damages incurred would have to be compensated by them. The household would not cover the costs. Mu Zhuxi chuckled as she fondled the golden bracelet adorning her wrist, her face radiating pure satisfaction. Bai Ji and Cui Er, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, it was evident that she cherished the trinket dearly, reluctant to part with it even after a prolonged caress. "I adore it. So much wealth, all mine," she mused. Jiang Ming helped her don her attire, assuring her, "It is all yours. No one will contest it. Your grandparents have surely prepared wonderful gifts for you as well. Since our little worm has come into the world, we have been blessed with abundant fortune." Indeed, one must master the art of reincarnation, she thought playfully. "Greetings, dear one." A voice suddenly interrupted her reverie, the system having made its appearance. "What brings you here?" she queried, taken aback. After several days of absence, its return could not bode well. "Do not be so distant. We are old acquaintances." "I was merely occupied with gathering energy for you," it replied. "What energy do you require? Are you a counterfeit?" she retorted. "I assure you, I am no impostor.
In due time, you shall understand."
"However, your words have wounded me." "Alas," it lamented. "What pretense is this? Speak plainly. What do you intend by binding yourself to me?" Mu Zhu remained speechless, as each encounter left her ensnared in a web of ambiguity, her mind swirling in confusion. "I have come to assist you in escaping the fate of being a mere pawn, and to guide you towards the pinnacle of your life. Consuming this opportunity has left me feeling somewhat unwell, as if I might burst forth with laughter. Surely, you must be affiliated with a dubious organization. Your abilities seem to fall short, for I find myself utterly disinterested. Dear one, I genuinely wish to aid you. Time reveals true intentions, and in due course, you shall comprehend my heartfelt intentions." Upon uttering these words, the system went offline. Subsequently, I went to Qiuqi to lament that my dear one was ignoring me. Qiuqi hurriedly offered comfort, utterly exhausted, before turning to lament to his master, wondering when this ordeal would come to an end. "Not only has your beloved departed, but she has also disavowed us. There is no one more woeful than us in this predicament." The national master observed the grave expression on the prince's face and promptly inquired, "Your Highness, is there a problem?" Rong Jin shook his head, responding with a childish tone. Yet his countenance remained heavy, leaving anyone who beheld him skeptical of his claim that all was well. Nevertheless, he harbored no regrets. Given the chance to choose again, he would make the same decision. Countless lives still depended on her here. Her family, her responsibilities remained tethered to this place. Moreover, in her absence, she would surely meet an untimely demise. At present, the estate held only the silver for daily expenses in her hands, and no other resources remained. That family could forget about extracting even a single coin from her grasp. As for the elderly matriarch's affairs, those could be settled in due course. It was said that Jiang Mianer had fallen ill from her anger, weeping inconsolably, which caused Mu Sun great distress. While they were in discontent, Jiang Ming found herself quite pleased. As they stepped outside, Bai Ji whispered, "Madam, that old woman and the maid have come again." Jiang Ming remained composed, ensuring Mu Zhu was bundled up securely, complete with a hood that obscured her small face. It was already late autumn, and the air had grown chilly. Mu Zhu was almost swaddled like a rice dumpling by her mother. Feeling as though her arms were bound, Mu Zhu struggled to move. The elderly matriarch sat in her courtyard daily, sighing heavily and muttering about Jiao. Having never seen Mu Jiao before, she could not identify her. When she later attempted to bring the old woman inside, she was thwarted at the door by Jiang Shi, who would not relent. In the realm of the great Xia, filial piety could indeed crush a person. Volume 1, Chapter 11. The meeting gift. Jiang Ming sat in the carriage with her child, while Mu Zhu, with wide-open eyes, gazed around restlessly, reaching out to lift the curtain and catch a glimpse of the outside world. Alas, her arms were too tightly restrained, leaving her to babble for assistance. Mother, let me see. It seems quite lively outside. Jiang Ming gently squeezed her tiny hand. You cannot look outside, dear. What if there are bad people out there? Just wait a little longer. Once we reach the residence, you can see properly. Suddenly, the carriage halted. Madam, the carriage has been stopped, Bai Ji announced. She attempted to lift the curtain, but Jiang Ming restrained her, saying, Do not move. Let them drag her away. Do not stop. Understood. Cui Er sat in the carriage. Madam, should someone come looking? It must be that woman who wishes to see the child, resorting to such underhanded tactics. We must not fall into her trap. Let us depart. Jiang Mianer at the front of the carriage was soon dragged away, her cries echoing as she attempted to advance, only to be seized and pulled away by Mu Sun's men. This minor episode did not escape the notice of those present. A man in his 30s at the tavern caught sight of the character Mu emblazoned on the carriage, his expression darkening as he downed his drink in one gulp. Investigate what has transpired. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, the carriage came to a halt, and the curtain was swiftly drawn back.
Ming'er Nuan.
Mu Zhu's gaze turned towards Jiang Hongzhe, sensing an aura of righteousness emanating from him. One could only imagine the fear it would instill in those malevolent beings. His presence exuded the fierceness of a seasoned warrior, and she felt a surge of admiration, beginning to wave her arms and emit a few sounds of delight. Jiang Hongzhe reached out to lift Mu Zhu down, carefully shielding her little face as they entered. Jiang Ming followed closely behind. The entire family awaited at the entrance. Upon catching sight of Mu Zhu's tiny figure, their gazes shifted toward her. Zhao, Jiang Hongzhe's wife, immediately extended her arms, exclaiming, Come, let grandmother give you a hug. Jiang Hongzhe deftly sidestepped, saying, No, I have yet to have my fill of hugs. Go embrace Ming'er instead. On the day of your birth, I happened to be unwell and could not visit you, fearing it might trouble your heart. Jiang Ming looked at this overly cautious sister-in-law with amusement and said nonchalantly, Elder brother has already told me everything, so you need not worry any longer. Come inside. Our parents are waiting. Mu Zhu was surrounded by a flurry of affection, being held by one person after another, almost overwhelmed by the attention. Sister, I have arrived. Zhang Yao burst through the door, grinning widely at Mu Zhu. Sister, call me fourth brother. I missed you so much during this time. His self-questioning and answering manner elicited laughter from everyone present. Who would have guessed that this mischievous Yao cherishes a sister so dearly? Of course, with such a beautiful sister, how could I not adore her? Grandfather, may I have a hug? I have not done anything wrong. The teacher granted us a day off today, saying we could rest and return tomorrow. Mother, your demeanor is rather fierce. Be cautious, or sister may not favor you.
See.
Mother, you always accuse me unjustly. If you treat me to a plate of peach blossom pastries, I shall forgive you. Mu Zhu shook his fingers playfully, but the layers of clothing constrained her movements severely. Dear mother, I am overdressed. Please help me remove some layers. I am too warm. The chatter in the room abruptly ceased, and Jiang Hongzhe, seasoned by life's tribulations, observed everyone's reactions keenly, gaining a deeper understanding of the situation. Father, it is a bit warm for Nuan. Could you assist her in removing her outer cloak and coat? Mother is truly astute. She has discerned it all. Mrs. Hu, feeling timid and encountering such a situation for the first time, immediately turned to Mrs. Su for guidance, only to be comforted by a gentle pat on the hand. Mrs. Zhao also noticed this and could hardly believe her ears. Nuan, this is a welcoming gift from your grandmother. Do take a look and see if you fancy it. Mu Zhu gazed upon the verdant jade pendant and a golden bracelet, her eyes sparkling with delight. Grandmother, please adorn me with the bracelet. It is meant for the wrist. I have struck gold. So much wealth is flowing in, all coming to embrace me. I wonder what my grandfather has prepared for me. I am so curious. Jiang Shi helplessly rubbed her forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, this little money fanatic. Jiang Hongzhe, overhearing her inner thoughts, erupted into hearty laughter, the sound echoing so robustly that it nearly deafened her. What a powerful voice. He must have quite the vocal prowess. Jiang Hongzhe retrieved a box, eager to unveil what the grandfather had prepared. As the lid was lifted, a dagger lay within, glimmering with a chilling sharpness that nearly dazzled Mu Zhu's titanium alloy eyes. From her years of experience traversing distant lands, she sensed that this dagger was no ordinary weapon. Mrs. Zhao shot him an incredulous glare. You old fool. Muan is merely a month old, and you dare present her with this? Jiang Hongzhe scoffed, you know nothing. This dagger is a trophy I acquired from the northern barbarians, capable of slicing through iron like mud. It is a splendid defense for my granddaughter. Behold. 2 exquisite gemstones have been set upon her. Does Warm not adore them? She yearns to nod vigorously, yet her strength does not permit it.
Ah, splendid, splendid.
Once I claim a single head with one stroke, I shall leave them utterly vanquished. This child exhibits a certain fierceness. Jiang Hongzhe perceives that she has inherited a trait. When Warm matures, she will train in martial arts alongside her grandfather, confronting foes in battle. Our Jiang family offspring are not mere delicate flowers, are they Warm? Unbeknownst to him, this statement would prove prophetic. The Zhao family has taken Mu Zhu away, lamenting that you have led the little darling astray. Just look at the rascals in our home, brandishing weapons daily. Where's the tender softness that a girl ought to possess? Warm, do not heed his words. To train in martial arts and engage in combat, how delightful. Jiang Hongzhe senses his wife's fierce gaze and promptly gazes skyward, stroking his beard, feeling somewhat guilty. At long last, our Jiang family has welcomed a delicate girl, and the entire household must accommodate her. She must not stray from the intended path, especially not you. I shall cultivate Warm to become a lady of refinement, and you are forbidden from teaching her the ways of weaponry, lest you suffer the consequences. Jiang Yao observes the bracelet on Mu Zhu's ankle and scratches his head. Grandfather, why have you bound my sister? The large yellow dog next door is tethered by the neck. Ah, mother, why do you strike me again? Your words are too harsh. Mu Zhu, feeling insulted by his analogy, nearly removes the bracelet. Jiang Yao pouts, so high that one could hang an oil bottle from it, then reaches out to embrace Mu Zhu. The fellow appeared quite robust, effortlessly cradling the tiny bundle in his arms, albeit his posture was somewhat askew.
Jiang Hongzhe swiftly seized Mu Zhu, admonishing.
You lack the skill to hold her properly. Be cautious, lest you drop your sister. Allow me, let us proceed to visit your uncle. Jiang Yao trailed behind, anxiously tugging at his hair. Grandfather, do hold me for a moment, oh grandfather. Do take your time, I cannot keep up. Volume 1, Chapter 12. Jiang Sheng. At the mere mention of Jiang Sheng, Zhao sighed heavily, casting a pall over the atmosphere. How is my brother faring? As usual, he isolates himself within his chamber, rarely making an appearance. I fear that one day he may succumb to despair and leave us without a word. My heart is perpetually troubled by this. Jiang Ming grasped her mother's hand, suggesting perhaps a visit from the little one might uplift him. With Mu Zhu cradled in his arms, Jiang Hongzhe made his way to Jiang Sheng's courtyard, a rather secluded area that required at least a 20-minute trek from the main hall. The surroundings were adorned with an array of exotic flowers and peculiar stones, a testament to the prowess of the general's estate. Jiang Yao, the chubby little fellow, huffed and puffed as he followed, frequently pausing to catch his breath, his plump hands resting on his knees. Grandfather, do take it slow. My sister is weary. Jiang Hongzhe chuckled at his antics. You can hardly manage, yet you lean on your sister. What a splendid big brother you are. Originally, it was revealed that Zhuang was merely plump. Jiang Hongzhe observed as this young lad began to boast again. Just moments ago, he had wished to embrace his younger sister, yet he could barely traverse such a short distance. Henceforth, you are forbidden from holding her, he declared. No, grandfather, you cannot impose such a restriction. My sister has yet to be held by fourth brother. You allow him to run wild, yet this is not the mark of a good general. I shall simply forego a bowl of rice henceforth. But then, your bulk would be in vain. For the sake of my sister, it is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Their playful banter elicited suppressed laughter from the attendant trailing behind. The young master was indeed endearing, albeit quite heavy. Each time, they were tasked with carrying him to the Imperial Academy, which truly was exhausting. My dear uncle resides in such a remote place. This is detrimental to his physical and mental well-being. Oh, my poor uncle. The tone suggested an awareness of the circumstances surrounding Jiang Sheng's plight. Could it be that Ming'er had disclosed something? Jiang Yao shook his head and quietly reminded Mu Zhu, "Sister, you must behave. Uncle is rather temperamental today.
So, do not frighten him."
I understand, Zhuang. My uncle is indeed unfortunate, confined to a wheelchair at such a tender age. However, when I grow up, I shall avenge him. Grandfather and the others likely remain oblivious to the fact that he was wronged. Jiang Sheng, at 19 years of age, had suffered a disastrous fall while racing horses 3 years prior, resulting in a lifelong disability. Once regarded as the most promising candidate for the imperial examination, he had, in an instant, been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. In the original text, the character referred to as the uncle was mentioned briefly, ultimately meeting his demise at the tender age of 23 due to excessive indulgence. The narrative elaborates. That year, the extraordinarily gifted youth could no longer endure the relentless passage of time and perished on the day when the high school champion of his dreams stood up. Jiang Yao, unable to contain his curiosity, was about to inquire upon hearing Mu Zhu's claim that the uncle had been wronged, but was promptly halted by his grandfather. When Jiang Sheng fell from his horse, he had meticulously investigated the incident multiple times, even consulting a physician to examine the horse, all of which concluded that it was merely an unfortunate accident. He sought the expertise of countless renowned doctors, yet none could remedy Sheng's leg, and for years, no one dared to mention consulting a physician again. The fluctuating emotions became unbearable for Jiang Sheng. He now felt akin to a top bird, incapable of withstanding any pressure regarding his performance. The courtyard of Jiang Sheng was eerily silent, devoid of any servants. He wished to remain undisturbed. Thus, only his former attendant was responsible for his daily needs. Jiang Hongzhe regarded Mu Zhu as a little adult and, upon arriving, began to explain matters to him. Since Sheng's injury, visits had been prohibited. I understood that he was deeply saddened, and the pressure of expectations troubled him, which is why we seldom came by. Wan, when you see the uncle later, could you offer him some comfort? Mu Zhu responded, "Are you suggesting that a newborn, barely over a month old, should console someone else? Grandfather, that is quite unreasonable. I can hardly sit still. Grandfather, you are truly putting me in a difficult position." Jiang Hongzhe chuckled. "Grandfather believes in you. You embody the continuation of new life. Sheng'er will be delighted to see you." Jiang Yao obediently replied, "Grandfather, I will also comfort Uncle well." Hongzhe affectionately ruffled his tiger head hairstyle, saying, "You needn't worry about that." "Haha, it is not easy," Wan sighed. Jiang Yao pouted, letting out a sigh like an adult. The door creaked open slightly, revealing a dimly lit interior, the air thick and stifling, as if it had been stagnant for years. "Sheng'er,
Get out."
a hoarse voice called from within, accompanied by the sound of a teacup shattering on the floor. Xiao Xiang hurried over to the doorway, exclaiming, "Sir, the young master. I know, you may leave now. I want him to see Ming'er's child. He ought to witness it. Yaoer, would you hold your sister and go take a look?" He hesitated to enter, aware that his younger son did not wish for him to see his current state.
Sheng'er.
"The 2 children have come in. This is your niece. Take a good look. Father is waiting just outside." Jiang Yao cradled Mu Zhu, supporting the back of her head, cautiously stepping forward. The room was somewhat dark, scattered with fragments of teacups. Jiang Yao was anxious about dropping his sister, inching forward carefully. The bed formed a slight curve, with Mu Zhu straining to see clearly. "Uncle," Jiang Yao said, placing Mu Zhu beside Jiang Sheng's pillow, gazing at him with wide, innocent eyes. Jiang Sheng had become emaciated to an alarming degree, with sunken eyes and a gaunt appearance, the whites of which were veined with crimson. His hair lay in disarray. Jiang Yao, fearing that Jiang Sheng might become irate and drop Mu Zhu, spoke in a soft, childlike tone, "Uncle, this is my aunt's younger sister, only a month old. Please be careful, don't move too much, or she might fall." He felt a bit fatigued and wished to sit on the bed, yet fearing Jiang Sheng's wrath, he remained awkwardly standing to the side. Mu Zhu waved her tiny arms, striking Jiang Sheng's face, babbling incessantly, "Little uncle." Jiang Sheng's once placid gaze flickered momentarily. Was he hallucinating? A bitter smile crept upon his lips as he lamented his own degradation. "You've become so thin, little uncle. You must eat more." Mu Zhu struggled to turn over, her frustration culminating in a slap to Jiang Sheng's face, the sound startling Jiang Yao. "Sister, you mustn't do that. Uncle will get angry." "Uncle, she's still little. Please don't be upset with her." Seeing Jiang Sheng's indifference, Jiang Yao hesitated to speak further, fearful of provoking him, and thus fell silent. Upon hearing that voice again, Jiang Sheng finally shifted his gaze to Mu Zhu's face. "You can help him," the system quietly chimed in. "How can I help him?" "I can't even turn over," Mu Zhu replied. "I have items in my system shop, but it will require a price to be paid." Mu Zhu rolled her eyes in exasperation, already aware that nothing in this world comes without a cost. The system, which I refer to as the cannon fodder counterattack system, requires you to complete tasks in order to earn points that can be exchanged for necessary items and skills in the marketplace. Your uncle, aside from this path, has no other means to regain his footing. How dare you ask me to serve you again? I refuse. In her previous life, she had devoted herself to that wretched organization, only to meet her demise without ever escaping its grasp, all while encountering a calamity that led to her untimely end. This individual was clearly trying to deceive her once more, harboring ulterior motives. Moreover, she was already cognizant of the original plot's progression. As long as she meticulously avoided its pitfalls, she was resolute in her belief that she would not end up as mere cannon fodder. "Dear one, I am not affiliated with that organization and certainly mean you no harm. I stand by your side. Without my assistance, your journey would be exceedingly arduous. Furthermore, all that you seek is rightfully yours. Have you truly no desire for what you have fought so hard to obtain? It took you an eternity to acquire these treasures, and now you would forsake them?" The system was exasperated by its master's obstinacy. After painstakingly toiling for several lifetimes, the rewards were finally within reach. Yet she remained unwilling to trust it. With her limited cognitive capacity, she sensed that someone was orchestrating a grand scheme, with her as merely a pawn upon the chessboard. If you don't believe it, feed him what you have in your hand and observe his reaction. What if that is poison? There is no love left. You truly are. If I intended to harm you, you would have long since perished, reduced to a fool, unable to bargain with me here. She felt a small pill suddenly appear in her hand and, after a moment's contemplation, decided to feed it to Jiang Sheng. With her hand poised near his lips, he could easily swallow the medicine with a slight bow of his head. "Uncle, take this quickly, it's about to fall." Jiang Sheng sensed something enter his mouth. He made no resistance. If it were poison, he could embrace the end of his life, though he felt a twinge of regret for his parents and brothers. With his eyes shut, tears slipped from the corners, embodying a resolve to meet death, which frightened Mu Zhu into believing she had indeed poisoned him. "Oh no, I've poisoned him. What should I do?" "Stop panicking. He will soon stand to prove you wrong." Jiang Sheng waited for what felt like an eternity, sensing he was still alive, and reluctantly opened his eyes. Chapter 13. The excitement of the Jiang family. Hearing the little one still lamenting in his mind about having been poisoned, he felt a flicker of relief. However, he was unprepared for the sudden warmth and strength that surged through his lower body, which had previously been devoid of sensation. In disbelief, he widened his eyes and abruptly threw off the blanket, rolling up his pant leg. Once robust and powerful legs now bore only a layer of skin, marred by a gruesome wound. Startled by a sudden movement, Jiang Yao immediately scooped up Mu Zhu and retreated a couple of steps. "Uncle, you. Grandfather, please come quickly. Uncle has lost his mind." Outside the door, Jiang Hongzhe heard the commotion and rushed in, fearing something terrible had occurred. Upon witnessing the scene inside, he swiftly shut the door, nearly pinching Xiao Xiang's nose in the process. Mu Zhu, being clumsily held, tilted her head back uncomfortably. "Grandfather, please hold me. I'm going to fall." At that moment, grandfather was preoccupied. "Sheng Yu." Jiang Hongzhe, with reddened eyes, gazed in disbelief at the unfolding events. He reached out, terrified that his son might suddenly tumble, yet hesitated to approach, fearing an outburst. With her back turned, Mu Zhu remained oblivious as Jiang Yao held her in a daze. "Zhuang, fourth brother, my head is going to fall."
Ah.
After standing for 30 seconds, Jiang Sheng could no longer maintain his balance and began to sway. Finally, Jiang Hongzhe could not restrain himself any longer and rushed forward to support him.
Sheng.
The words caught in his throat, his voice hoarse and choked. "Father, is my leg better?" Seeing his son, wide-eyed and filled with hope, Jiang Hongzhe, a man in his 50s, felt overwhelmed, his gaze seeking Mu Zhu for assistance. Mu Zhu responded with a quizzical look. "What do you want me to do? I'm just a child who knows nothing but how to eat." With a slap, she broke the silence that had enveloped them. Finally, Jiang Sheng turned his gaze towards Mu Zhu, extending his hand. "Come here, let me hold you." Jiang Yao glanced at his grandfather, who nodded in approval. He hurried over and handed Mu Zhu to him. "Sister, please refrain from hitting. That slap still stings on my face." "Ridiculous. I lack the strength, and as for your face, my head feels like it's about to fall off. Honestly, I won't let you hold me next time." "Humph." Jiang Yao sheepishly scratched his head. "I didn't mean to do it just now. Sister, grant me another chance, and I assure you I will hold you properly." Jiang Hongzhe was oblivious to the unfolding events, but he sensed it was undoubtedly related to Nuan. "Nuan, do you have any idea about your uncle's leg condition?" Mu Zhu's little paw, once again uncontrollably, struck her grandfather's face. "You all are really asking me everything, and I'm just a little child. How would I know?" Jiang Sheng held her tightly with both hands. "Your name is Nuan, right? What did you just feed me? How did your uncle suddenly manage to stand up?" She had even made a promise to the system. Now, it had whetted her appetite, leaving her in a predicament. That medicine only has a 30-second effect. It cannot possibly restore him. It requires both acupuncture and the medicine produced by my system. A dual approach is necessary for recovery. This accursed system was once again tempting her. Accepting the task would mean relinquishing her freedom and becoming its servant. "Why should I sacrifice myself for you? Completing tasks is merely a means for you to earn points. You possess the autonomy to choose whether to engage or not. Each accumulated point can be exchanged for something you desire, and it is of no concern to me." Gazing into the eyes before her, Mu Zhu stifled her emotions, enduring the urge to respond until she finally capitulated to the system. "Very well, you are still quite young, so I cannot frequently manifest. However, when it is time for tasks, I shall notify you." Mu Zhu, this insufferable entity, had promised her, yet vanished once more. As she surveyed the individuals surrounding her, Mu Zhu pondered whether her decision had been wise. Unbeknownst to her at that moment, her future uncle would prove to be exceptionally formidable, leading her in battle, expanding her business throughout the entire Great Xia, and perhaps even beyond. "Little uncle, we have run out of medicine." After a prolonged wait, the outcome was disheartening. Jiang Sheng's eyes darkened, and Jiang Hongzhe's heart was knotted with turmoil. "Nevertheless, I shall strive to grow stronger. Your leg condition is rather intricate. It requires external medication in conjunction with golden needles. Once I am capable of administering the needles, your leg shall be healed." Golden needles? Jiang Hongzhe's mind began to whirl with thoughts of renowned doctors he had yet to consult who might be adept at acupuncture. Perhaps effective for Shinger. Warm you. He contemplated inquiring about the necessary medicinal ingredients he could gather. However, recalling that all the physicians had declared Shinger's leg beyond salvation and that no medicinal remedies would suffice, he realized that aside from the exceptional warm, they likely could not procure the needed ingredients. Jiang Sheng had just begun to sense a flicker of hope in rising to her feet, only to hear warm declare that she could save herself, igniting a renewed spark of optimism within her heart. For the past 3 years, He has incessantly prayed to the heavens, yearning for assistance, yet he has been met with disappointment time and again.
Now,
Upon hearing a child proclaim that he could be saved, he found himself grappling with disbelief. Had he not just felt that surge of power? No matter how long it takes, he is willing to wait. Warmth envelopes him, little uncle's leg. Mu Zhu initially thought he was saddened by the fleeting ability to stand, but now he falters once more. He reaches out to offer comfort, only for his hand to flail uncontrollably, striking his cheek. Forgive me, he murmurs, as Jiangsheng weeps inconsolably, clinging to her in a fit of despair until he ultimately loses consciousness, nearly causing Mu Zhu to tumble to the ground. Jiang Hongzhe swiftly catches him, embracing him tightly and planting a fervent kiss, exclaiming, "What a delightful name! Warmth! Indeed it is warm!" Xiao Xiang hurriedly enters. "Master, please send someone to tidy up the hanga garden. The young master will be moving in shortly after he awakens." Xiao Xiang hesitates, glancing at the bed. "Master." The young master himself said it. "You should hurry. He will be delighted upon waking." "Very well. I shall handle it myself."
Yaya.
"Will you hold your sister while I carry your uncle?" Jiang Yao, bewildered, responds with a simple ah, prompting Jiang Hongzhe to erupt into hearty laughter. "Look at you. You little rascal, it seems you lack the strength. You should train harder, as you cannot even carry your sister." Indeed, Zhuan is utterly exhausted. Perhaps we should call it feigned robustness. I can carry him. Do not underestimate me." Jiang Hongzhe entrusted Mu Zhu to the maid, tidied his son's clothes and hair, and then draped an outer robe over him. Elated, he set off with his son. "Come, keep up. Yao must hasten now. For if you lag, none shall wait for you." Jiang Yao, with his cherubic face scrunched in displeasure, tugged at his grandfather's garments, trailing behind, breathless. Upon seeing Jiang Hongzhe cradling the unconscious Jiangsheng, Zhao was nearly terrified, fearing the worst. Upon learning that her son was merely fatigued, she exhaled in relief. This fluctuating emotional state rendered Zhao irritable, and she swatted him lightly, exclaiming, "Why did you bring Sheng here? What if he awakens and discovers?" Jiang Hongzhe gently laid him upon the couch, covering him with a blanket. "Fear not. You shall understand shortly. For now, it is imperative that you tend to our son. Also, instruct the kitchen to prepare some nourishing delicacies. He has grown alarmingly thin." Zhao gazed at Jiangsheng's frail form, sorrow welling within her, tears spilling forth as she caressed her son's head and hands. The once delicate and smooth skin was now a shadow of its former self, pallid and sickly. "My Sheng, once such a proud individual, how has he come to this state?" Jiang Hongzhe patted his wife's hand, whispering the events that had transpired. "This matter must remain undisclosed. Attend to your tasks here, for I have some matters to attend to." Zhao's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. "Warm, Mingyu has given birth to a splendid daughter. Mother, you have no idea. Fourth brother just held me by the head and nearly dropped me on the floor. It was truly exhausting." While she busily drank goat's milk, she complained, leaving Zhang's mother both amused and exasperated. "Look at how hungry you are. You're starting to babble nonsense." Su began her daily admonishment of her son. "What have you just done? Your sister doesn't even allow you to hold her anymore." Jiang Yao stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Mother, I still lack strength. I need to eat more to be able to hold my sister. Please don't disturb me." Volume 1, Chapter 14, Scheming that little rascal has lost his senses. He wobbled on his short legs, quite pleased with himself. As for Jiang Hongzhe, he dismissed the secret guards and prepared to investigate once more the incident of Jiangsheng's fall from his horse years ago. Warm claimed it was an act of sabotage, so there must be traces left behind. It was impossible for there to be no evidence whatsoever. Even if he had to turn the entire Xia dynasty upside down, he would uncover the truth. Meanwhile, the youngest, Jiang Yao, lounged at home all day, endlessly talking about his sister. Just when he thought he was the center of attention, Mu Zhu in his arms was snatched away by Jiang Luo, who didn't forget to glance at the little fellow. "Now I'm holding her, right, Warm? Come here and give second brother a kiss." Jiang Luo planted a smacking kiss on Mu Zhu's chubby face, causing her to giggle with delight. Jiang Yao was taken aback by the unfolding scene. watching intently as his older brother interacted with his sister. He tugged at his brother's trousers, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to join too. Lower down, please." Jiang Luo cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "What kind of man kisses? I refuse to do so. Look at your face. You haven't even washed it properly. There's still some crumbs on it." Jiang Yao pouted and shot him an indignant glare, his chubby little hands reaching for his face but finding nothing amiss. "Nonsense. My face is spotless. I want to kiss my sister, not you. Go away. Let me have a taste of her sweetness." Su sure couldn't help but chuckle at his imitation of Jiang Luo, while others seated nearby shared in the amusement of the moment. All right, you've won this round," Jiang Luo conceded, nearly having his trousers yanked down. He swiftly lowered Mu Zhu into Jiang Yao's reach. Delighted, Jiang Yao planted a kiss on Mu Zhu's cheek, feeling a flicker of shyness as he turned and buried his head in Su Shi's embrace. "Mother, my sister is so soft and fragrant. She smells like milk. Just like cotton candy."
Uncle, hug me."
Jiang Zhao and Jiang Yan, overhearing his heartfelt plea, felt a wave of joy. Warm. Come here for a hug from your eldest uncle. Warm. Come here for a hug from your second uncle. I know I am quite the charmer, but there's no need for such enthusiasm. One at a time, please." The room erupted in laughter at this remark. Jiang Zhao, sitting closer to Jiang Luo, swiftly snatched Mu Zhu away. Warm. Have you missed your uncle? Reflecting upon the gifts my uncle prepared for our meeting, I recalled that my grandmother had just bestowed upon me a considerable sum of money. I initially presumed he was merely contemplating himself. However, it turned out he was anticipating a gift. This little fellow, oblivious to it, still harbors a fondness for wealth. Without hesitation, Mr. Who presented a wooden box he had meticulously prepared earlier. Warm. Do you like it? Jiang Zhao lifted the lid, revealing 2 fist-sized luminous pearls, each as large as Jiang Yao's hand. They exhibited an elegant oval shape with a brilliant luster, one a rich green and the other a pristine white. "These are 2 luminous pearls I chanced upon. They reflect a kaleidoscope of colors in sunlight. Go ahead and play with them. Warm. Wow, these luminous pearls are enormous. They must be worth several houses. Will my brother be displeased if I take them? They're intended for you, not those 3 little rascals. They can seek their own treasures. If it's insufficient, you can always borrow from your brother's collection. What do young boys need such things for?" Jiang Rong sipped his tea, speaking with an air of wisdom. Warm. These pearls lack vibrancy and are rather small. In time, your brother will find you larger ones. Jiang Luo and Jiang Su echoed similar sentiments. Humph. At such a tender age, you already speak of future promises. If you possess the ability, bring them forth now. Talk is cheap, but actions speak volumes. When I was your age, not only could I procure luminous pearls for you, but if Warm desired the jade seal, I could have secured that as well. Jiang Yan delivered a sharp slap to Jiang Su's head, admonishing him, "You rascal! Do you speak so recklessly? Third brother, I shall remember this. If I ever ascend to the throne as empress, you must procure the imperial seal for me." The Jiang family. How audacious Nuan is to entertain such thoughts. Though the present times are somewhat turbulent, with the world divided, outwardly, the surface remains calm, devoid of any significant upheaval. Her aspiration to become empress suggests a desire for rebellion. Moreover, there is no precedent for a female sovereign. Could it be that Nuan possesses some exceptional quality in this regard? Setting aside other matters, Jiang Yan once again heard Nuan requesting a meeting gift. Su presented a delicate wooden box, adorned with intricately carved peonies. Nuan, look. Mu Zhu strained her eyes wide, eager for the tempest to intensify, to dazzle her vision. The box was unveiled, revealing a complete set of emerald headpiece, quietly resting within, emanating a profound green radiance. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, and surrounding the emerald were tiny diamonds, sparkling like stars in the night sky, complementing the emerald's grandeur and opulence. This emerald was procured at a high price through my connections, and this headpiece has been crafted from it. Do you like it, Nuan? I love it.
Ah.
I'm rich. This brings me one step closer to unimaginable wealth. Uncle, you are indeed fortunate to have married such a remarkable wife. It is as though our ancestors have blessed us with good fortune. Jiang Yan, feeling discontent, scooped her up, saying, Wan, look at the sparkle in your eyes. Were you impoverished in your past life? Your uncle is charming and skilled. How could he possibly be unworthy of your aunt? The reality of Beauty and the Beast brought laughter to Su Shi, who said, as long as Wan is happy, that is what matters. When she grows up, she will surely make use of it. For now, let your mother keep these things safe. Jiang Yan playfully rubbed his stubble against Mu Zhu's tender face, teasing, you little ungrateful one. See how formidable your uncle's beard is. The family erupted in laughter, but then Zhao Shi emerged from the inner chamber, calling for the elder siblings. Come and see your younger brother. The previously jovial atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zhao Shi's eyes were still slightly red. She smiled and reassured them, do not be so serious. This is a good thing, come inside quickly. The group squeezed into the inner chamber, where Jiang Sheng had already awakened, reclining on the imperial couch with a gentle smile as he observed everyone. Upon seeing their frail younger brother, Jiang De and Jiang Er's sturdy figures momentarily slouched, their voices thick with emotion. Brother, how did you end up like this? The women, with tear-filled eyes, dabbed at their faces with handkerchiefs. Seeing his brother's unusual state, Jiang Yan felt a wave of unease wash over him, contemplating. Mother, is my brother. Zhao Shi, noticing his sorrowful expression, feared he might think the worst and reassured him. What are you saying? Your brother is doing well. Jiang Sheng beheld the warmth nestled in Jiang Yan's arms and extended his hand, saying, second brother, may I have a hug? Upon hearing this request, Jiang Yan promptly stepped forward to embrace him, feeling somewhat bashful as he lightly patted him. Then, fearing he might inadvertently harm him, he shifted to a gentle caress. Jiang Sheng was both amused and exasperated. Thank you, second brother. May I hold Wan for a moment? Suddenly realizing his misunderstanding, Jiang Yan chuckled. Placing Wan in Jiang Sheng's embrace, still cautious and supporting her with one hand to ensure she was secure. It's all right, I can manage. Only then did Jiang Yan withdraw his hand. Jiang Hongzhe instructed the maidservant to prepare a sumptuous dinner so the family could gather together. Since Jiang Sheng had been injured, the family had not sat down for a proper meal together. Mu Zhu, feeling drowsy after a busy morning and having just consumed some milk, was ready for a good nap. Wan had fallen asleep, unnoticed by everyone preoccupied with Jiang Sheng. Shenger, let us dine together tonight. Mother will personally cook your favorite sauce-glazed duck. Jiang Sheng placed Wan beside him and gently patted her, affirming, all right. Jiang Ming and the Hu and Su families also went to assist. Brother, if this little one needs a diaper change later, it will be your responsibility. Bai Ji, you stay and help here. Understood. Change a diaper? He had done so for Jiang Yao when he was just born, yet the memory felt distant and hazy. Mu Zhu, in a state of half-sleep, suddenly sensed a dampness beneath her, awakening in alarm. Surely, she hadn't wet the bed? How embarrassing it is, amidst so many people. Where could she possibly hide her face? As she hesitated between tears and composure, a sudden chill on her leg accompanied by a rustling sound jolted her awake. She opened her eyes to meet a pair of smiling ones. You're awake. The heavens seemed to conspire against her. After just a fleeting encounter with her uncle, she found herself in the mortifying position of having him change her diaper. Utter humiliation. Alas, my lifelong reputation tarnished, all reduced to a mere diaper. Jiang Sheng sighed heavily, the sound reminiscent of an old man, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Wan was still quite young. Wetting oneself was a rather common occurrence. There was no need to frown like a little old man. Even Yao occasionally had accidents. Just as she began to feel a semblance of comfort, an indignant shout pierced the air. Uncle, that is not true. I don't wet myself anymore. Jiang Yao stood at the door, having listened for a while, and was incensed by his uncle's slander, to the point of refusing his snack. My apologies. It has been far too long since I last held you. You've grown. Of course you wouldn't wet yourself anymore. Humph. If my uncle allows me to sleep with you, I shall forgive him. After all this commotion, it turns out he simply wanted to prolong his slumber. Seeing his sister sleeping so soundly, he too felt the desire to rest. Sister, let us take a nap together. The maid swiftly removed his shoes, and he climbed onto the bed, rolling to the innermost side. Acting like a little adult, he patted Mu Zhu before settling down. Jiang Sheng instructed the maid to bring a blanket and cover him. All right, let us all sleep now. I shall rest for a while too. A tranquil silence enveloped the room as the maid quietly exited. In the study, the Jiang family father and son sipped tea. Reflecting on Jiang Sheng's circumstances as Jiang Hongzhe expressed his sentiments with a sigh. It appears that Nuan is indeed the savior of our household. Indeed, however, a tall tree attracts the wind. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasure, thus you must remain tight-lipped. Furthermore, how many hidden guards do you currently command? 100, all of whom are skilled fighters, capable of facing 10 foes each. Jiang Hongzhe nodded, acknowledging. I am aware that these 100 hidden guards were initially dispatched from my ranks and have since developed further. It seems this number is still insufficient. Therefore, select the strongest 10 from your ranks and send them forth to gather allies and cultivate them in secrecy. I wish to forge a cadre of loyal protectors for Nuan. I possess an unsettling premonition that we are currently unable to safeguard her. The two were startled. Father, do you possess some intelligence? Merely, father. While Ming heir has secured leverage against Mu Sun, it is still insufficient grounds for divorce. The plight of women is already arduous. And to extricate oneself from the Mu residence expeditiously, we must stoke the flames further. Sheng heir, please allow Nuan to be cradled by me. It is inconvenient for you to eat in this manner. It is of no consequence, mother. Nuan is very well behaved and does not hinder me. Let it be as such, for I wish to hold her. In her embrace lies his hope and reliance, and he could never relinquish her.
Mu Zhu.
Oblivious to their ensuing conversation, fixated solely on the movements of their mouths and chopsticks, nearly drooling in anticipation. I too desire to partake. When shall my teeth emerge? The chicken is exquisitely crispy on the outside and tender within, so fragrant. And that beef. My envious tears are about to spill from the corners of my eyes. Jiang Yao held a large chicken leg, savoring its delightful taste. Upon hearing her voice, he hurriedly tore off a piece of meat and offered it to her. Sister, have a bite. Oh, I forgot you can't eat yet. How pitiful. Let me assist you instead. Then, under Mu Zhu's fierce gaze, he unceremoniously fed it to himself. Volume 1, Chapter 15 Mu Zhero. Zhuang is quite plump. After finishing the chicken leg, he transformed into a little dog. Jiang Yao, what do you mean? You probably can't comprehend. You're so dog-like. Zhao Shi observed Mu Zhu's little mouth opening and closing, yearning for food. She gently patted her little belly, saying, Nuan is still too young to eat. You know? Once Nuan has her teeth, grandmother will surely prepare delicious meals for her. Laughter and joy filled the table, toasting and exchanging drinks. Jiang Sheng's heart, long parched and sealed for 3 years, suddenly found a crack as warm breezes rushed in, making his once numb legs feel a hint of warmth. Sister, could you leave Nuan here with me for a few days? Come to fetch her later. Jiang Sheng clutched Nuan tightly, feeling an unsettling anxiety within him. Tinged with a twinge of sadness, at nearly 20 years old, he sought solace in a mere infant. Yet, regardless of how others might perceive it as absurd, he had just begun to relish the sensation of standing up once more, no longer wishing to remain a bedridden invalid for 3 long years. Jiang Ming hesitated. Warm was indeed too young, and she was genuinely concerned that the little one might cry upon sudden separation. It's all right, mother. I can manage. You can come to fetch me in a few days. Uncle still needs comforting, Warm reassured her. Jiang Sheng gently squeezed her hand, affirming, yes. Uncle still needs Warm to keep him company. Why not stay a few more days? Since her daughter had voiced such sentiments, Jiang Ming reluctantly decided to leave Bai Shi to look after her. Mu Zhu waved his claws in the air, indicating his agreement. The previous day, the Jiang family had taken advantage of Warm's slumber to visit Mu Zhero. She was now sheltered in a farmhouse, attended by a hired nurse, and to avoid drawing attention, they had even arranged for a young woman to pose as the child's mother. Though it seemed cruel to separate a newborn from her mother, Mu Sun and Jiang Mianer had heartlessly sent the child to Jiang Ming, so this was a minor concern for them. However, keeping her there indefinitely was not a viable solution, They were waiting for an opportunity that would allow Jiang Ming to extricate herself and Warm from the Mu residence. The Jiang family unanimously decided to have Warm adopt the Jiang surname. After all, she had been born for a month, and neither the Shi family nor Mu Sun had broached the subject of including the child in the family registry. Since they had no such intentions, it was best to regard Warm as a member of the Jiang family, distinctly severing ties with that scoundrel Mu Sun. As for Mu Jiao, it was as if she had awoken from a profound dream. Upon opening her eyes, a depth of insight and calculation emerged, strikingly different from what one would expect at her age. Surveying her surroundings, the room's furnishings appeared rather ordinary. The grand bed of Zhang's precious golden silk Nanmu was absent, along with the beloved daybed where she often took respite, and the pear blossom vanity. The dreary bed curtains, the unseemly quilt, and the unflattering attire adorning her body raised an unsettling feeling within her. Where were her exquisite silk garments? Mu Jiao sensed that something was amiss, and as she attempted to voice her thoughts, all that emerged were incoherent sounds, drawing the attention of a woman and an elderly maid. They entered, berating her for her incessant weeping, their tone harsh, yet their actions tender, as they seemed wary of harming the child. After all, it was a command from a noble, and they dared not delay. The joy of her recent rebirth plummeted to despair with this sudden blow. Was it possible that this time she would be devoid of the fortune she had enjoyed in her previous life? Jiang Miner was abruptly roused from her reverie, gasping for air, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, clutching her chest as breathing became a struggle. Jiao, my Jiao. Mu Jinghuai, upon hearing her cries, rushed to her side. Mother, what troubles you? Jinghuai, your sister. She was just crying. She is yearning for me. She is suffering. We must seek your father at once. In a flurry, she threw aside the quilt, hastily donned her shoes, and dashed towards the exit, with Mu Jinghuai trailing behind. Madam, where are you going? A maid exclaimed, blocking her path with a teapot in hand. I must find your brother. Step aside. No, leave me be. I just dreamt of Jiao. She was calling for me. Her face streaked with tears. Do not restrain me. Jiang Miner cried out hoarsely, her hair in disarray, clad only in her nightgown. Her long nails left deep scratches on the hands of the maidservants who held her back, eliciting pained gasps from them as they dared not loosen their grip. Before Mu Sun departed, he had instructed them to keep a vigilant watch over the lady, lest their lives be at stake. Madam, consider the young master. If you reveal your identity by running outside, his standing will only become more precarious. Can you bear to see him subjected to the scorn and whispers of others? Mu Sun held an official rank of the 3rd grade, a position not to be underestimated, yet the Jiang family loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain.
Mu Jinghuai,
now 6 years old, had never crossed his mind to send him to the Imperial Academy. The black gauze cap atop his head took precedence over all else. Mu Jinghuai was nowhere to be seen. This is dire. The lady and the young master. Quickly, to the Mu residence. Madam, where's the child? Please, let me see the child. Upon seeing Jiang Ming return empty-handed, with the maidservants and old women equally devoid of anything, Jiang Miner screamed in despair. Where is my child? Where have you hidden my child? Struggling against those who held her, Jiang Miner continued to fight against her restraints. Behind her, Mu Jinghuai silently knelt, pleading, Madam, my mother only wishes to see her daughter for a moment. I implore you, considering my mother's deep yearning, allow her just a glimpse. Jiang Ming adjusted her wrinkled sleeves, her brows furrowing as she cast a glance at the onlookers, who were keenly observing the unfolding drama. She donned an expression of profound sympathy and inquired, Who are you, and why do you seek my child? The gazes of those around her suggested they believed she had snatched the child away. It was astonishing that such a young child could wield the weapon of moral coercion, placing others upon the pyre of scrutiny. Madam, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Jiao is innocent. She is still so young. I implore you, allow me just a fleeting glance at her. I shall leave immediately after. She pleaded, desperation etched across her tear-streaked face, resembling a delicate white lotus in the biting wind. In her bewilderment, Jiang Ming felt as though she had committed an unforgivable sin. Please, I beseech you. My mother merely wishes to see her sister, to assure her safety. I ask for your mercy. She continued, My mother has been unable to rest for a month, consumed by worry for her sister. I implore you, madam. Mu Jinghuai knelt upon the ground, bowing his head in desperation. Some onlookers, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Madam, the child is so young. Grant them a mere glimpse. They have promised to leave right after. Indeed, madam, this mother and child are pitiable. Jiang Ming nearly lost her composure, rolling her eyes at the absurdity of their remarks. Were these individuals blind? What are you saying? I do not know you. Why should I allow you to see my child? Do you believe I have absconded with your offspring? She retorted, her irritation mounting. You come in here, bowing and weeping, yet you provide no clarity. Who is Jiao? My child does not bear that name. The notion of resolving this matter quietly behind closed doors was a fanciful delusion. Since this woman has taken the initiative to approach us, how could we allow her to escape so easily? Jiang Ming pinched her arm with all her might, tears streaming down her face from the pain, and said pitifully, Mother, what are you talking about? This woman wants to see my child without any reason. What does that mean? Does she think I have taken her child away? She claims to have been ill for a month and now wishes to see my child. What does that have to do with me? Mother, you should inquire further before accusing me of tarnishing the family's reputation. How could you be so unjust? Thankfully, I left Wan at the general's residence. It seems fate has intervened. Chapter 16. Unraveled Sure was anxious about being seen through by Jiang and shouted, no matter what. Creating a scene at the entrance will reflect poorly on us. Jiang, hurry up and bring her in. Do you want everyone to be mocking our Mu family tomorrow? Since this person was intent on confrontation, she decided to drop the pretense. The household was filled with people arranged by her elder brother, and they still wanted to challenge her. Jiang Ming signaled subtly, and the guards at the door promptly blocked the maid and the steward. Mother, since everyone is here today, I am unafraid of further ridicule. I only dread that the mockery will grow larger in the future. This statement hinted at deeper implications, and Sure felt an ominous premonition. You two keep insisting on seeing the child. I must ask, whom do you wish to see? Since you dare to slander me, there is no way you can leave without clarifying matters. Come, ensure they are kept in check. I demand answers. Stop, Jiang. What on earth do you intend to do? As a widow and an orphan, do you mean to bully us with your power? The term bullying with power has been employed. Does she not fear tarnishing the reputation of the Mu family? This old woman is dreadfully short-sighted. What have I to fear when my conduct is upright and my demeanor is composed, especially with so many witnesses present? Everyone here can testify. I merely seek clarification. Mother, why have you repeatedly obstructed me? Do you have an acquaintance with these two individuals, or could they perhaps be your relatives? Jiang Mianer did not anticipate that events would unfold in such a manner. She had initially believed that by uttering this statement before a crowd, the old matriarch would consider the dignity of the Mu family and allow her entry into the residence, thus enabling her to ascertain whether Jiao was present.
Now,
With Jing Huai entangled in this mess, what is to be done? Goodness, this old woman, how I wish to stuff her own shoes into her mouth. Her words are truly unbearable. Not only does she accuse me of being miserly and unfilial, but she also criticizes the upbringing of the Jiang family. Mother, your words border on the unreasonable. The funds you are currently utilizing are derived from my dowry, so how can you claim that I am withholding the monthly allowance? It is simply that the master's salary is insufficient to cover your exorbitant monthly expenditures, which I have been supplementing. However, recently, there were issues with the shops that accompanied my dowry, and there are not enough funds to provide for you and the concubines. I understand that you are distressed, but I am also powerless. I have even allocated my own monthly allowance to assist you. Since Liu and Wen entered the household, they have spent over 10,000 taels of silver without a flicker of hesitation on my part. Now that we have fallen into misfortune, for you to speak of me in this manner is truly disheartening. The crowd continues to swell, and upon hearing that the esteemed Mu family relies on the lady's dowry for sustenance, with the concubines having squandered tens of thousands of taels, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, one appeared to embody the essence of justice, yet the reality is far removed from such ideals. The esteemed Lord Mu and his entire household have squandered the dowry of another, all while exuding an air of arrogance. Truly, this concubine possesses remarkable prowess. In merely a few years, she has dissipated tens of thousands of tales, with the entire family feasting upon the lifeblood of others, only to later lament the quality of that very blood. Sher's face turned a deep shade of fury, unable to maintain her composure, her lips trembling. You. The Jiang family had once catered to her every whim, generously dispensing silver, without a second thought. Now, these grievances had been laid bare at the threshold, trampling upon the dignity of the Mu household. Meanwhile, within the Dexin courtyard, the exquisite pear-wood armchairs, intricately designed screens, jewelry, and porcelain that Jiang had once procured for her had all been silently removed. Now, to retreat would be utterly unacceptable. If one desires entrance into the Mu residence, then I shall oblige. You wish to behold my child by blocking my way at the Mu gates? Such audacity is remarkable. And who has informed you that I have given birth? Could it be that you harbor malicious intent, seeking to snatch my child away? This cannot stand. Someone seize her. She aims to abduct my child, deliver her 30 lashes as a deterrent. Finally, Sher could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward to embrace Mu Jinghui, exclaiming, "Stop! You shameless harlot! A harlot, you say? Mother, this woman intends to take your granddaughter away. Today, you persistently side with an outsider. What have I done to deserve such treatment from you?" A sudden voice arose from the crowd. I recognized the woman, who seemed to reside in a narrow alley just 3 streets away. This elderly lady often visited them. Upon your mention, a memory surfaced. Lord Mu frequently paid visits, and I recall hearing the child refer to him as father. Ah, so this venerable woman is his grandmother. It is no wonder she is so protective of the mother and child. The individuals arranged by Jiang Zhao, clad in coarse garments, were engrossed in discussions amidst the throng. What? The young master's child? Mother, clarify this. Is it true? Sher's gaze wandered restlessly through the gathering, seeking those reckless souls who dared utter such nonsense. Jiang Ming feigned surprise at this revelation, appearing gravely affected. Mother, do you comprehend what you are saying? I have never accused Mu's son of polygamy, yet this child clearly appears to be 6 or 7 years old. I have been married for 5 years. How could a child of such age have emerged? Or perhaps, unbeknownst to me, he has long been clandestinely involved with this woman, binding themselves in secret while I remained in ignorance. How could a dignified daughter of a general's household marry a deceiver? Jiang Ming was rendered speechless by tears. Her initial intent to feign sorrow transformed into genuine despair that she could no longer suppress. What deception in marriage! Jiang family, do exercise caution in your words. Regardless of circumstances, this is Sunu's child. As the legitimate mother, can you not even accept a child? Had he disclosed everything prior to our marriage, I might have come to terms with it. Yet now, I find myself utterly unable to accept this reality. The woman clamored to see my child. Was it her intention from the day of my delivery to seize my baby and replace my beloved Nuan? Cui Er responded affirmatively, and shortly thereafter emerged with her bundle, followed by the house servants and guards bearing the meticulously prepared items. What more could the Sher family fail to comprehend? Everything had been packed, indicating her thorough preparation. At that moment, Jiang Mian Er was utterly petrified, collapsing onto the ground as she murmured, "Child, where is my child? Where have you taken him?" Jiang Ming, overhearing the whispers and pointed fingers around her, felt a surge of delight. She leaned down and softly uttered a few words in Jiang Mian Er's ear, who, heartbroken, boarded the carriage.
Suddenly, Jiang Mian sprang up,
attempting to seize Jiang Ming, crying out, "You are lying! Where is my child? Return my child to me." Humph! It remains uncertain who has abandoned whom. Volume 1, Chapter 17. The empty Mu Zhu awoke from her afternoon nap, startled by the sound of her dear mother's voice. Jiang Sheng observed her eyes darting about, and gently tidied her tousled hair. "Shall we go take a look? Let us go, let us go. I feel as though I have missed a fortune." The tiny infant was either asleep or on the verge of slumber. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao reluctantly pouted as he set off for school, lingering at the bedside for quite some time before departing. Lacking a playmate, she felt an unexpected chill, a sensation she had never experienced before. "My dear, You have yet to witness the repugnant countenance of that elderly woman, devouring my dowry while accusing me of withholding her monthly allowance. Without my contribution. From whence would she procure such funds? Since she cannot discern right from wrong, I have resolved to reclaim all that she previously pilfered from me, even to the point of incinerating it, denying her any use of it. Furthermore, the flowers I cultivated in the backyard and the swing I erected have all been dismantled, ensuring that no trace of my existence remains within those walls. Should I permit that woman to enter the estate today, she would undoubtedly bask in unjust glory henceforth. Upon finishing her tea in a fit of indignation, Jiang Ming glanced at Zhao, who observed her with a cheerful demeanor, alongside the surrounding maidservants. Why do you all gaze at me thus? Zhao sighed, relieved to witness her daughter reclaiming her true essence, filling her heart with joy. When you first wed into the Mu family, you presented as a refined young lady, your voice soft, never raising it in haste. In those days, I feared that you might one day be hurt. That will not happen again, mother. I have seen through his true nature and shall no longer suffer in silence. Moreover, with Nguyen by my side, I must cultivate strength within myself. This time, I shall observe how that wretch attempts to justify his actions. As for the Mu residents, having been spotted by Jiang, Shi seized the opportunity to usher Jiang Mianer and her child into the estate. She warmly grasped Mu Jinghuai's hand as they entered. Madam, there is trouble. In the courtyard. Shi reprimanded, flustered and devoid of decorum, failing to notice the presence of the eldest master. Any matters can be addressed later. The maid's face was etched with anxiety, and she seemed eager to speak further, but was abruptly shoved aside by the matron beside the old lady. Upon hearing the elder's words, Lu and Wen exchanged a discreet glance, their silence betraying their unease as the handkerchiefs in their grasp threatened to tear apart. Since her arrival at the estate, Jiang Mianer had kept her head bowed, rendering her expression inscrutable. Yet, beneath her lowered eyelids, her eyes darted about restlessly, and a subtle smile played at the corners of her mouth. Outside the Mu residence, the maid and the matron stood frozen, watching as Jiang Mianer entered the estate, nearly collapsing in despair. It was over. They were certain the master would not spare them. They resolved to flee while there was still time. Suddenly recalling something, she wrenched her hand from Mu Jinghuai's grasp and hastily entered the house. Her movements were swift and graceful as she approached the dressing table in the inner chamber. She opened the cosmetics box only to find it utterly bare. All her precious adornments, the jeweled headpieces, various hairpins, and the jade bracelets bestowed upon her by Jiang over the years, had vanished without a trace. The cheerful demeanor she had just displayed was swiftly replaced by a mask of fury. Call all the maids and matrons in here, she commanded. Even the grand chair and the exquisite daybed tailored for her by Jiang, as well as the rosewood table, had disappeared, leaving only the dust on the floor to testify to the presence of former possessions. She surveyed the room, realizing that while her belongings remained intact, everything acquired by Jiang over the years had been spirited away, and a sudden clarity washed over her. The steward arrived in a flurry. Old Madam, Lanxiang Courtyard. Upon witnessing the state of the room, his words caught in his throat. What has happened to Lanxiang Garden? Shi was filled with rage, slamming her palm upon the dressing table, causing the cosmetics to scatter across the floor. The tortoiseshell comb, a gift from Jiang intended to win her favor, fell from a height and shattered into two pieces. She had cherished this comb for quite some time, and now it lay in ruins. Overwhelmed by fury, Shi trembled as she picked up the broken comb, still adorned with strands of her hair. Jiang Ming had previously recalled this very comb, but the thought of the old lady's hair upon it had instantly repulsed her. Little did she know that the only remnant left to her by Jiang had been inadvertently shattered by her own hand. That wicked woman! I shall have Sun report to the emperor, ensuring that this vile creature meets a most unfortunate end.
Mu Jinghuai, obediently nestled in Jiang Mianer's embrace.
Watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, glimmering with an unusual light. Upon witnessing the chaotic mess before her, Jiang Mianu's previously triumphant expression was swiftly replaced by anxiety and concern. In the first volume, Chapter 18, Confrontation 1. Upon seeing Jiang Mianer and Mu Jinghuai standing frozen in place, Mu Sun's heart tightened. He hurried over to the mother and son, questioning how they had ended up here and what would happen if Jiang discovered them. Hurry, come with me, he urged, reaching out to grasp her. Yet, Jiang Mianer evaded his touch, kneeling with Mu Jinghuai. Brother Sun, I have erred. Please punish me. Mu Sun, bewildered, raised his head to behold the desolate Dixin garden, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. In the imperial study of the palace, Jiang Hongzhe knelt upon the floor, with Jiang Zhao and Jiang Yan kneeling behind him. Your Majesty, I beseech you to grant me a favor. The esteemed emperor, now in his 30s, is in the prime of his life, diligently governing and cherishing his people. He has always shown great respect towards the illustrious Jiang family. With a wave of his hand, he signaled to Eunuch Wang to assist the individual up, urging Minister Jiang to speak freely without such grand gestures. Jiang Hongzhe sighed deeply, his heart heavy with sorrow. Your Majesty, I must unashamedly request an imperial decree to dismiss the minister Mu Sun. The emperor, taken aback, was curious about the unfolding events and seemed oblivious to how astonishing it was for a woman to seek a divorce in this day and age, revealing the extent of his bias. Your Majesty is unaware that the talented scholar Mu Sun, prior to marrying my daughter, had already pledged his troth to another, and they have a child who is now a year old. This would be bearable, but last month, during the time of my daughter's childbirth, he audaciously attempted to replace my granddaughter with the child born of his illicit affair. My daughter has been married to him for 5 years, dutifully serving her mother-in-law and managing the household, even contributing her dowry to the family finances. Yet this act by Mu Sun is truly disheartening. Imagine my granddaughter, merely a newborn, being subjected to such indignities. As he spoke, he knelt down directly. Upon hearing this, the emperor's fury ignited. Such an affair was utterly disgraceful. Summon Mu Sun to the palace at once, and bring Minister Jiang's daughter and granddaughter as well. I shall see if this once famed scholar is indeed as I perceived, for it was I who granted the marriage. Eunuch Wang received the command and hurriedly set forth, dividing the party to personally fetch the individuals from the Jiang household while others proceeded to the Mu residence. Lord Mu truly lacks discernment. On one side stands the general's residence, a favored figure close to the emperor. On the other, a concubine and her illegitimate child. Any person of intellect would know how to choose. Mu Sun, upon hearing Shi's embellished tirade against the Jiang family, remained composed. Have you finished? He inquired. As a commoner who ascended to the position of right vice minister, his capabilities were indeed remarkable. He twirled the ring on his finger, removed it, placed it upon the table, and abruptly slapped Jiang Mianer across the face. What did I tell you? He demanded. Shi was taken aback by his son's reaction.
This
is unexpected, Sunner. Mu Sun mounted his horse and galloped furiously towards the general's residence. Just as he was about to ask the doorman to announce his arrival, he noticed the gate swinging open. To his surprise, it was the eunuch Wang who was leading the way. Ming'er, he hurried to Jiang Ming's side, attempting to embrace the little one, only to be deftly evaded by Jiang. What brings you here, eunuch Wang? He inquired, as Wang smiled warmly at him. Lord Mu, the emperor has summoned you to the palace. How fortuitous to encounter you. Allow me to escort you. Miss Jiang, please. The eunuch was accompanied by a palanquin, into which Jiang Ming stepped, while the eunuchs carried her along. Mu Sun followed closely behind, attempting to engage Jiang Ming in conversation multiple times, yet to no avail. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Ming disembarked from the palanquin. Accompanied by Bai Ji, she carried the little one for half an hour, panting from exhaustion as they exchanged the child back and forth like a relay. Ming'er, why not let me hold her for a moment? You look utterly spent. There is no need to trouble Lord Mu. Nuan does not harbor any fondness for you. As Wang Gonggong gazed at Nuan's lively and charming demeanor, he inexplicably extended his hand and said, Miss Jiang, may I have the honor of holding her? With a smile, Miss Jiang handed the child over to him. Mu Sun's expression darkened, resembling coal. Wang Gonggong, this is my wife, not merely Miss Jiang. Nuan is yet to call me father. Isn't that so, Nuan? Nuan turned her head away defiantly, presenting the back of her head to him. Is he the kind of father who wishes to substitute a concubine's child for the status of a legitimate daughter? Miss Jiang chuckled at the scene, and Bai Ji could not suppress her amusement. Mu Sun gritted his teeth and retorted, Gonggong, you jest. These are mere rumors. How could I ever commit such an act? Nuan is the legitimate daughter of the Mu family, and I cherish her dearly. Cherish your mother's head. Nuan struggled to contain herself, stuffing her chubby fist into her mouth, feeling both disgusted and unable to control her emotions. She then directed a string of incomprehensible gibberish toward Wang Gonggong.
Moments later.
She shoved her fist into Wang Gonggong's mouth, and heaven knows how utterly exasperated she felt. Wang Gonggong tilted his head back in amusement, saying, "Thank you, but I must decline." Upon arriving at the imperial study, Wang Gonggong made the necessary announcements and led everyone inside, still cradling Nuan. "Your servant greets His Majesty. Your humble minister pays respects to the Emperor. No need for formalities." Mu Sun lifted his gaze and noticed the Jiang family glaring at him in anger. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Father-in-law." "Who is your father-in-law?" "I must inform you that once you step through this door today, there shall be no further ties between you and me, Lord Mu." Mu Sun furrowed his brow and offered a salute. "Father-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding." That woman acted with such cunning, aiming to enter the residence. As for the other matters, I am entirely unaware. Jiang Ming cradled Nuan and stood by. What a convenient claim of ignorance. Your eldest son, Mu Jinghuai, is already 6 years old. How could you possibly be unaware? You engaged in a fraudulent marriage and subsequently exchanged children. Which of these events are you oblivious to? Volume 1, Chapter 19, Confrontation. 2. Mu Sun was taken aback. They had come prepared. "Madam, I understand that my keeping a concubine must anger you. As for the fraudulent marriage and the exchange of children, I truly had no knowledge of such occurrences. I can only assume that the concubine harbored ill intentions, seeking to leverage her child to usurp the position of matriarch of the Mu household. However, rest assured, in my heart, only you are worthy of that title. Shameless." Such slanderous words, still insinuating that the Mu household has no legitimate heir. "Mother, let me end him." Jiang Ming patted her shoulder and retorted with a mocking smile. "I must thank you for your generosity. You even left a seat for me." Emperor Dixuan gazed for a long moment, sighed, and remarked, "Minister Mu? It was I who failed to see clearly, a beautiful flower planted in a pile of dung." He turned to eunuch Wang, "Provide a seat." "Thank you, your majesty," the emperor replied. "You did not move it for him. So why do you express such gratitude?" Mu Sun thought the chair was meant for him and was about to sit down when eunuch Wang pushed him aside. "Miss Jiang, please take a seat." The Emperor de Xian gazed at the child, Nuan, cradled in Jiang Ming's arms, unperturbed by the unwavering stare directed at him. A thought crossed his mind. Unlike his own sons, who dared not meet his gaze, this child possessed remarkable courage. "What is the name of this child?" "Come, let me hold her." Eunuch Wang inwardly gasped, surprised by the emperor's unexpected fondness. Typically, the princes and princesses seldom experienced such warmth from him, yet here he was, exuding kindness towards another child. The audacity of the Jiang family to alter their surname. Mu Sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed after his previous presumptions, reacted to Jiang's words, questioning, "What is the meaning of this? Are you denying the child the acknowledgement of her father? Is it not enough that Master Mu seeks children from his concubines? Let Mu Jiaro call you father if that pleases you, but as for Nuan, she is not your concern." Jiang Yan interjected with sarcasm, asserting that if Master Mu desired to enjoy the privileges of a shared family life, he must consider whether we consent to such an arrangement. "Today I have come here, humbly beseeching the emperor, to sever ties with your Mu household once and for all. You should have anticipated these consequences when you sought to replace Nuan with Mu Jiaro. We shall regard Nuan as though you were never her father. Without granting this scoundrel the opportunity to defend himself, your majesty, I wish to summon witnesses to ensure that Master Mu is fully convinced of the truth. Otherwise, he will continue to assert his disconnection from this matter." The Emperor de Xian held Nuan tightly, his presence commanding. His piercing gaze, reminiscent of an eagle's, was daunting. Had I not been accustomed to grand occasions, I would have dared not to meet his eyes directly. The emperor gently caressed her face and inquired, "Why do you gaze upon me so intently? With such a prominent nose and large, expressive eyes, you are destined to become a great beauty in the future." "Thank you for the compliment. I, too, share the same sentiment. After all, The genes of a beautiful mother are undeniable. Emperor Dishwan was taken aback. What was that sound? It was a childish voice. Why could he hear it? Your Majesty, these two individuals are the midwife and maid who were bribed by Lord Mu. The latter two are the midwife's son and daughter-in-law, who fled with the child warm. Fortunately, I detected their presence and captured them on the spot. Furthermore, the maid and old woman who attended to your consort can attest to your illicit affair, during which you fathered a child. Is this not sufficient to prove your deceit in marriage? Lord Mu, with witnesses present, what else do you have to say? Mu Sun's expression was calm, yet internally, he was raging. Were these people still alive? Their testimonies were nothing but one-sided narratives. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I do not know these individuals, and their testimonies lack fairness. Do you possess any material evidence? I am the material evidence, but alas, my words are incomprehensible. Alas, Your Majesty, eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Emperor Dishwan was astonished, and while he marveled, he took a moment to observe the Jiang family, who appeared unfazed. Could it be that he alone could comprehend this? The Jiang family was nearly petrified by Worm's words. Why did it sound like a command? The tone was akin to that of that rascal Jiang Yao when he ordered De Huang around. Eunuch Wang, standing nearby, also perceived the voice. However, being a seasoned member of the palace, he maintained his composure. Even Emperor Dishwan failed to notice. Returning to the matter at hand, material evidence? The midwife and maid serve as witnesses. What material evidence is necessary? This wretched thing. If I were to present material evidence, what would you do? That old woman and her family have already been consumed by flames at Mu Sun's hands, leaving no trace behind. Her husband and grandson's remains have long been discarded in a potter's field. How could they possibly produce any evidence? Should it be proven that this matter is connected to me, I would promptly part ways with Jiang Ming without a second thought. Humph. It is not so simple to sever ties at your whim. Continue with the witness testimonies. Mu Sun was taken aback, as if witnessing a ghost. Upon seeing the husband and grandson of that old woman before him, he had set them ablaze. How could they possibly appear now? Did you not anticipate this? You were not completely incinerated. I had someone rescue you. Humph. These two are kin of the old woman, colluding together. Furthermore, these are merely witness accounts. Where is the material evidence you speak of? The old woman's husband trembled as he retrieved a charred banknote from his pocket, reduced to a mere half by the flames. This was the banknote that Lord Mu had given to the commoner woman. In the chaos of that inferno, the commoner hastily tucked the banknote away. Believing his life was forfeit, yet unexpectedly, he was saved. Mu Sun shook his head in disbelief. Is it possible to condemn me based solely on a banknote? This cannot be. One does not know who provided this to you, and yet I am being falsely accused. What punishment should be meted out for such slander? Impudence. I have yet to voice my thoughts, and you already speak so recklessly. Mu Sun, is this how you govern and arbitrate, openly disregarding human life? Mu Sun was startled and promptly knelt down, exclaiming, Your Majesty, this is all a fabrication. How could I possibly commit such an act? Wan is indeed the child of my wife and me. Why would I exchange her for a child born of a concubine? Furthermore, the burnt banknote cannot be identified as having been given by me. I implore Your Majesty to see the truth. Jiang Hongzhe was on the verge of being infuriated by this man's audacity. Truly, as a civil official, he was eloquent and articulate. None could match his verbal prowess. Mu Sun, both the testimony and the evidence are present, yet you still refuse to admit it. If I had not dispatched someone to intervene in time, this family would now be mere bones. 6 lives lost at your hands, and you show no remorse whatsoever? How could I admit to such a thing? How could I dare? To acknowledge it would be trivial compared to the ramifications it would have on my official career. I have committed no such deed. And on the day of my wife's delivery, the midwife and maidservants mysteriously vanished, unable to be found, yet now, it seems they have been hidden away by you. My esteemed father-in-law, if you desire for my wife and me to part ways, there is no need for such insidious schemes. One command from you, and I would comply without hesitation. What a pity that such a loathsome father possesses talents worthy of a deputy minister. Were he an advisor, he would surely incite the emperor to fury. Emperor Dishwan shared this sentiment. Dear one, That banknote was taken by your mother from her own bank. It bears the orchid emblem in the upper left corner. With this, the case can be conclusively established. The system suddenly interjected. An orchid emblem? This person committed murder using money given by my mother? Indeed, it is a rarity in this world. The cringing matron, finally summoning the courage to speak, implored. My lord, you once bestowed upon me 100 taels in silver notes, instructing me to swap the child while the lady was in labor, weakened and vulnerable, with her maid dispatched from the premises. I complied with your wishes, only to bring ruin upon my entire family. The fault lies with me. With a stinging slap across her face, she gazed at her grandson, whose visage bore the scars of fire, weeping inconsolably. It was my insatiable greed that led to the destruction of my family. Alas, my dear grandson, what shall become of your disfigured face? The stern voice of Lord Wang echoed. Silence. How dare you raise such a commotion before His Majesty? The matron's husband trembled, clutching the charred silver note, utterly bewildered. He had believed this note would aid their benefactor, yet it proved futile.
Wait.
Jiang Ming seized the silver note, scrutinizing it closely, and to her delight, she discovered the orchid pattern in the upper left corner. Mu Sun, did you truly forget that this silver note was given to you by me? To use my funds for hiring an assassin is shameless indeed. Mu Sun's face flushed crimson as he retorted, I acquired this money from the exchange. How could it possibly be yours? Am I not a dignified minister, incapable of possessing 100 taels? Look at you, with nothing but that obstinate mouth. Open your eyes and behold, the orchid design upon this note was crafted by my own hand. Every silver note that has passed through my fingers bears this emblem. Hence, I named the courtyard orchid fragrance. The noble Wang presented the silver note to Emperor Dushuan, who examined it closely and indeed found a small orchid depicted upon it. Yet, was this notion conjured by the Jiang family or merely echoed from the words of this young rascal? In Chapter 20, Confrontation 3, it was impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you possess such a habit without my knowledge? You must be deceiving me. This is merely a cunning ruse born from your desire for separation. I shall not acknowledge it. Your thoughts are entirely consumed by your concubine. When have you ever cared for these matters? Mu Sun, you are truly an ungrateful wretch. Emperor Dushuan sighed, reflecting on how the once spirited and aspiring scholar had devolved into a mere liability. Enough, Mu Sun, after observing for so long. I have come to understand a few truths. With both witness and evidence at hand, you need not continue your disingenuous defense. I shall draft an edict allowing the Jiang family to annul your marriage. Your deceit in matrimony came first, and your exchange of children followed. Thus, I decree a month of solitary reflection and a 3-month suspension of your stipend, during which you shall contemplate your actions within the confines of your estate. Such a punishment may cleanse your transgressions, yet your future in officialdom shall remain stunted. While Emperor Dushuan valued talent, he placed even greater importance on character. Annulment? That would render a woman a subject of ridicule across the realm. Your Majesty, I acknowledge my faults and beseech you for leniency, to permit me a separation from the Jiang family. Should I be divorced, the censors would surely pounce upon me with scathing words on the morrow. I implore you, in light of my years of dedicated service, grant me this request for an amicable separation. Emperor Dushuan nearly erupted in laughter. This young fellow truly possessed a delightful wit. Why does Minister Mu feel weary after all these years and yearn for a quieter life? Well, it is quite simple. No need for that. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my duty to serve loyally. I do not perceive it as a hardship. Since the Jiang family insists on dismissing their husband, I dare not intervene. I only hope, Your Majesty, that you would retain Nuan for me as a cherished memory. You, wretched being, are unworthy of my delightful presence. Spare us the theatrics. Not long ago, you were eager to have Mu Jero at my side, and now that your wish has been granted, you suddenly remember Nuan. Where were you before? This man always feigns that he is being coerced, as if he were a victim.
Minister Mu.
You are in the wrong. How can you remain so obstinate? Convey my decree. Right Minister of Rights Mu Sun shows no remorse, and is hereby demoted to Longzhong. In an instant, Mu Sun felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. He had painstakingly ascended to the position of minister from the Hamlin Academy, utilizing considerable funds from the Jiang family to facilitate his advancement. Other officials, recognizing the influence of Jiang Hongzhe, had granted him some leniency, allowing him to progress smoothly. After years of toil, he had finally reached this esteemed position, just on the periphery of the minister of the department, only to face a sudden downfall. Without the Jiang family as support and lacking financial resources, what was he to do? No, he could not forsake Nuan. The emperor cherishes her so dearly, even holding her close. Your Majesty, regardless of the circumstances, this child is the sole remnant of hope for my wife and me. I implore you to show mercy and permit Nuan to bear the surname Mu, allowing her to remain in the Mu residence. The members of the Jiang family, upon hearing his audacity, were nearly driven to violence against him. It is impossible, Mu Sun. Nuan is like flesh from my own body. You shall not take her away. Then return Jiao to me. For your selfish desires, you have caused a separation between mother and daughter. Your heart is truly ruthless. I can no longer bear to listen. I want to strike him. How can this person be so despicable, distorting right and wrong? As of now, the whereabouts of the child remain unknown. It is unclear whether it is Jiao or Mu Zhu, but as long as the emperor favors her, it matters not who she is. At the very least, he still has one child. You. Jiang Ming trembled with anger. She initially thought his actions were already the epitome of cruelty, yet he proved capable of even worse. The Dexian emperor patted Nuan, stating that if he wished to take her, he must first seek her opinion. How about this? If she smiles at you, Nuan shall take your surname, Mu. What do you think? To make her smile? Mu Sun hesitated, having never been close to her. What if his child was not affectionate towards him now? Would he be able to win her heart in the future? With a decree from the emperor, Nuan was allowed to choose for herself. The emperor then placed her upon the table, facing everyone, supporting her. Nuan inquired, "Is it appropriate for the child to sit here?" "Your Majesty." "No matter." Mu Sun rubbed his hands on his clothes for a moment, steeling himself as he approached her, ready to speak. But Nuan turned her head away, without sparing him a glance, beginning to babble and scold. "Hurry and carry me away. Seeing him will make me ugly. Ah. Mu Sun could not comprehend her words, yet he sensed the harshness in her speech. This overt attitude, so palpable, was unmistakably clear. Emperor Deshuan waved his hand dismissively, bidding her to leave. He then removed the jade pendant from his belt and handed it to Nuan, suggesting she play with it. The little one was rather amusing, though I wondered if she could unlock other functions. Alas, her tender age rendered her drowsy in no time. In stark contrast to Mu Sun's despondency, the Jiang family radiated joy. Observing the mixture of unease and unexpected delight in their gazes, Mu Sun seized a handful of her hair in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Wretched girl, you, who usually appear so graceful, are truly terrifying when angered. How many times have I told you to wait for my news? Yet you could not contain yourself and caused a ruckus at the residence. And now, are you satisfied? The Jiang family has severed ties, and Nuan has adopted the Jiang surname. But let me make this clear. As long as I draw breath, you shall never enter the Mu estate. Furthermore, I intend to take Jing Huai and Jiao with me. You, vile creature, shall be left to your own devices." Jiang Mianer, terrified by his fierce countenance, wept uncontrollably. "Brother Sun, I did not mean to. I merely sought her to inquire about Jiao's whereabouts. I had no inkling it would escalate to this.
It is all my fault.
I will plead with her. Take me to her. She has just given birth to a daughter for you. She would not treat you so harshly, Brother Sun." Mu Sun kicked her aside, retorting, "Plead with her? What are you even worth? The Jiang family has already sought the decree for divorce. There is no room for negotiation, you fool. I should have realized you were a woman of no standing. And now you have brought about this calamity." Mu Sun was utterly merciless towards Jiang Mian. The once fervent affection and solemn vows had now transformed into daggers piercing the hearts of both. "Sir, someone has brought a child outside." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mian, who had been wailing on the ground moments earlier, immediately rose, exclaiming, my child, my child." As she saw the caretaker holding the child, she snatched it away. And at that moment, she recognized her beloved Jiao. "It is my Jiao." Observing her joyous tears, Mu Sun understood the truth. It seemed that the Jiang family's deceit had ensnared him. Volume 1, Chapter 21. Unrequited Love. At last, Ming'er had successfully extricated herself from the Mu household. From this day forth, our family would be united and complete. Sheng'er, do you have anything to say? Jiang Sheng, cradling Nuan, raised his cup of tea and addressed his parents and everyone present. I have spent the past 3 years lost in my own sorrow, neglecting my family's feelings. I apologize to all of you. Henceforth, I shall mend my ways and embark anew. I offer this tea in place of wine. To all of you. Very well. As long as the third son regains his spirit, everything will be manageable. Jiang Yan glanced at his son, who was blissfully gnawing on a chicken leg. Yaoer, do you have anything to say? Jiang Yao, noticing the attention directed towards him, picked up another chicken leg and said, Sister, here, this chicken leg is delicious. The crowd exchanged glances. This mischievous little rascal. Nuan waved her hand, preparing to reach for it. Chicken leg, give me one. I want to eat chicken leg. Jiang Sheng thrust the milk bottle into her hand, urging, Drink this. Warm is the great benefactor of our family, so you should consume more. A benefactor rewarded with merely a bottle of milk? Am I not worthy of chicken legs? I yearn for chicken legs, she lamented. Drinking milk day in and day out leaves no flavor on my palate. When shall I feast upon meat? What progress has been made on the matter I asked you to investigate? Young master, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, has divorced Lord Mu. Not just divorced, but was given a decree of divorce. The news has spread throughout the capital, claiming that before marrying the Jiang young lady, Lord Mu fathered a child with another woman, who is now 6 years old. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and he smashed the stool with a resounding slap. This scoundrel. What else is there? The guard, startled, continued. It is said that Lord Mu intended to present the child born out of wedlock to the Jiang young lady, a case of substitution, but it was discovered. How dare he? The man's handsome visage was clouded with fury. Go, gather a few people and give that bastard a good beating. Yes, sir. Having guarded Ming'er for so many years, he once thought he would never have another opportunity. Yet now that she has divorced, his chance has finally arrived. Old madam, take care, be cautious of your feet. The regal and dignified old lady, gripping a vine, was seething with rage. Cautious? What caution? It must be that I have lived too long, hindering him from marrying and having children. At 30 years of age, he still remains a solitary man. You rascal! Come out here. The man, who had just been brimming with fury, now found himself confronted by someone even more incensed, causing his own anger to diminish significantly. Mother, do take care not to let your health suffer from this agitation. Please, do not be angry. Do not call me mother, you wretched creature. You are my father. Is that not so? You must honestly tell me when you intend to marry, or I shall hang myself right here today. Oh dear, this matter cannot be rushed. It is simply that there is no suitable match available. Perhaps you could wait a while longer. Wait for what? What is unsuitable? I see that you are. Yang, do tell me, is there something wrong with your health? The old matron inquired as she glanced downwards at him. Yang twitched his lips, mother. I am perfectly well. You are just imagining things. He then hurriedly took his leave with the others. Have you heard the news? That Minister Mu, or rather Dr. Mu, was beaten up in the alley last night. My goodness, you should have seen his pitiful state, bruised and battered, limping along. TSK. Honestly, he deserves it. He forsook the respectable Jiang family daughter and chose to consort with a concubine, deceiving her into marriage and fathering children with her. Such a man deserves to meet a grim fate. You speak so vividly. Did you witness it yourself? Or is this merely hearsay? The notion of a man having multiple wives or concubines is not unusual. Since Madame Jiang has married Master Mu, she must adhere to the adage of following her husband, whether he be a rooster or a dog. Even if Master Mu were to keep a mistress, it would reflect her own inadequacies in retaining her husband. Yet, here you are, indulging in idle gossip, utterly oblivious to your own shame. Long ergo, I was curious to learn who uttered such words, only to discover it was the wife-beater, Li Go Dan. What? Do you aspire to emulate others in keeping a mistress? Alas, you are but a pauper, and your current wife is already inclined to stray. At the general's residence, it is said that the scoundrel was beaten, which brings great delight to the heart. Let us raise a toast. Jiang Hongzhe instructed the maid to pour a glass of wine, while Muan held a bottle of milk. The two clinked their vessels and drank heartily. Muan finished her milk with a satisfying burp, causing laughter to ripple through the room. In the Mu residence, Liu and Wen set aside their grievances and calmly sat down to converse. What shall we do now? We had assumed that with Madame Jiang gone, our son would have a chance, yet suddenly, an unexpected obstacle has emerged. He is already 6 years old, and now there is another child vying for affection. That Jiang must surely have ties with the old matriarch. Otherwise, with her miserly nature, how could she have been brought into the household? Regardless of any connections, we cannot allow the master to elevate her status. A mistress remains a mistress, and to aspire to be the legitimate matron is but a foolish dream. Look at the master's countenance from yesterday. He has already grown weary of Jiang, so you need not worry about that. However, the old lady held a fondness for her, which became the greatest hindrance. Lady Wen gently caressed her younger son's face, realizing that she must prioritize her son's well-being and not be crushed by the term concubine. If she wished for the old lady to grow weary of her, she ought to allow herself to err. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding unspoken. Within the Dixing courtyard, the elderly matriarch lovingly embraced Mu Jiaro and Mu Jinghuai, her cherished grandchildren. Wait for your grandmother to prepare something for you both. As she contemplated her empty jewelry box, the words that were about to escape Shi's lips took a different turn. Grandmother has instructed the kitchen to prepare delicious dishes for you. Make sure to eat well. Mu Jinghuai, ever obedient, embraced her and replied, "Thank you, grandmother." Upon sitting at the dining table, they were greeted with an abundance of verdant dishes, save for a solitary plate of meat. In a fit of rage, Shi threw down her chopsticks. What is this? A table filled with greens. Has the kitchen absconded with the funds and skimped on the provisions? Volume 1, Chapter 22. The inner palace. Jiang Miano sat silently across from her. The maid stood nervously beside her. Old lady, it appears the kitchen's budget has been somewhat insufficient, which is why. Shi snorted disdainfully, well aware of the circumstances. Jiang had departed, taking her dowry with her, leaving the household in a precarious state. What a wretched woman! Even in her absence, she does not allow us peace, daring to abandon her husband. I once sympathized with her for managing a large family, but now it seems it was all for naught. With a flurry of murmurs and complaints, Jiang Mianer discreetly signaled to her maid. Moment latte. A delicately crafted food box was placed upon the table. Mother, these dishes are from Shangping Xian, featuring their signature specialties. I initially feared you might dismiss these humble offerings. Yet here we are, please do indulge. As an array of meticulously prepared meat dishes was unveiled, their vibrant colors and enticing aromas brought a radiant smile to the old lady's face. Excellent. I knew my dear Mianer would be thoughtful. Suner is fortunate to have met you. Just look how considerate you are. Even your child is so well-behaved and understanding. The atmosphere at the table softened, and the maids and matrons sighed in relief. Muan, come, I shall take you for a stroll in the imperial garden. The flowers are in full bloom, and it shall be a delightful sight for you. Muan, adorned in a bright red jacket, with a small bun atop her head and 2 ribbons embroidered with golden threads glistening in the sunlight, took tiny, wobbly steps. The courtier Wang Gonggong watched closely, occasionally exclaiming, "Be careful, little lady." Emperor Dixuan walked alongside, attended by palace maids and eunuchs ready to serve at a moment's notice. Just over a year old, Muan had only recently begun to walk unassisted when summoned to the palace by Emperor Dixuan. Prior to this, he often inquired about her progress, whether she could roll over, crawl, stand, and now take a few steps without support. The ever-watchful Wang Gonggong was a frequent visitor, bearing toys to amuse the child, fulfilling his duty to visit her at the general's residence. Warm detected a hint of conspiracy within. The emperor's recent transformation did not escape the watchful eyes of many, each harboring their own thoughts. The proximity of the emperor's close ministers has always stirred envy, and now, with the addition of a cherished infant captured in the emperor's gaze, Curiosity abounds regarding his true intentions. On the day Warm turned 1, the system activated to inform her that her mission of countering a supporting character had officially commenced. Task 1. Escape the Mu residence. Time limit, 3 months, to earn 10 points, with the reward of photographic memory. Exceeding the deadline results in a deduction of 5 points. Failure to complete the task incurs a total loss of 10 points, forfeiting rewards for the subsequent mission. Although she had already accomplished this task, the absurdity of the settings compelled her to vent her frustrations, finishing an entire bottle of milk in a fit of anger. She stumbled a few steps, then sighed like an adult, struggling to adapt to her new body, realizing that everything must begin anew. Emperor Deshwan strolled leisurely beside her, casting a bemused glance in her direction. "What are you sighing about?" He chuckled. "Tired? Need to be carried?" Her speech was still unclear, limited to simple sounds. "Oh, dear. Are you already tired? You've barely taken 10 steps. No carrying for you. You're quite plump already. You need to move more, or you'll end up round as a ball." Warm. "Though you are the emperor, it does not grant you the privilege to speak so to a young girl. You are the only one who is overweight. Your entire family is as well. No wonder the concubines of the harem refrain from visiting you. You possess a tongue that seems poisoned." Despite having heard the little one berate the emperor numerous times, Eunuch Wang remained thoroughly startled. Such a young age, yet so astute. The emperor, in the prime of his life and possessing an extraordinary physique, had never encountered a concubine during the visits of Nuan, nor had anyone brought him soup or food. Eunuch Wang hurriedly approached to support her. The emperor, amused by her antics, crouched down to embrace her, his temperament surprisingly fierce. After giving her a gentle shake, it was evident she had gained weight over the year. Not content with just one mention, she insisted on repeating herself. Unable to swallow her indignation, she began to squirm, pointing at his nose and scolding, "You're bad. A wicked person. Oh dear. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Be careful, or you may find yourself in trouble." Although he couldn't admonish her, nor could he overpower her, tears began to well up in her eyes, threatening to spill. With a quivering lip, she looked ready to cry. The emperor took a silver ingot from a nearby eunuch and handed it to her, insisting, no tears allowed. Yet, even with such a small token, she commenced wailing, her cries startling everyone around. The concubines and princes hastening towards them quickened their pace upon hearing the commotion. The emperor, once more, produced another silver ingot and slipped it into her pocket, asking, "Is this sufficient?" Nuan continued her lamentations. Ultimately, he resorted to placing a gold ingot in her hands. And at last, her cries ceased. Clutching the gold, she gingerly touched it, her hands chilly, while tears clung to her cheeks, wavering on the brink of falling, occasionally punctuated by soft sobs. The Grand Eunuch gently dabbed her tears with a handkerchief, exclaiming, "Oh, do not cry, my dear." In her small hands, she clutched a piece of gold, rather large for her tiny fingers to grasp. She wiped her face with her sleeve and then bit into it. Emperor Deshwan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and, taking the gold from her, stuffed it into her pocket, saying, "Do you think I would deceive you? Hold on to it well and cease your wailing. Your cries are nearly deafening me." The Grand Eunuch stood silently by, pondering the emperor's ways. "Your Majesty, why do you always seem to incite tears, only to soothe them with gold? One cannot discern whether it is your intent or mere coincidence." As a throng of princes, princesses, and concubines rushed in, they were met with the sight of the emperor cradling the child, while the Grand Eunuch dabbed her tears. The palace maids and eunuchs trailed behind, smiles dancing in their eyes. The onlookers felt as if they were intruding upon a tender moment. Your servant pays her respects to the emperor. Your son pays his respects to father. Emperor Deshwan furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing. "What brings the empress here?" Empress Lu approached the emperor, saying, "I was in the garden with my sisters, admiring the blossoms, when we heard commotion and came to investigate, only to stumble upon your Majesty." Glimpsing the gold peeking from the child's pocket, a flicker of derision crossed the empress's eyes as she smiled at the child. "Whose darling is this? Such beauty. Perhaps your Majesty would allow me to hold her. Seeing her makes me long for a delicate little princess of my own." The beauty of this young lady is truly remarkable, gentle and virtuous, with a delicate and ethereal appearance. Her attire is extraordinarily lavish, yet one cannot help but sense an underlying malice. Upon hearing such remarks, Emperor Dishwan pondered the implications. Lu Empress cradled the little one in her arms, admiring her cherubic face and flawless skin. Unbeknownst to the child, her left hand discreetly ventured beneath the child's garments, applying a firm twist. Despite the thick layers of clothing, the child felt an intense pain. "This person is pinching me. It hurts so much, but I shall not cry. Let us see how you handle me," she resolved silently. The emperor keenly observed the expressions of those around him, noting that, aside from eunuch Wang, others maintained their composure. Were they exceptionally resilient, or was it merely that, aside from himself and the eunuch, no one else could perceive the child's distress? The child's face flushed crimson, and the system, witnessing this, yearned to advise her to relent. Why must she be so stubborn? Noticing the child's reddened countenance yet unyielding demeanor, Lu Empress contemplated increasing her grip, only to have the emperor intervene and take the child away. "What is the matter, your majesty?" The other concubines inquired as they approached, eager to hold the child. Startled, the little one clutched tightly to the emperor's neck and thought, "Run, bite." These women resembled ravenous wolves, fierce and frightening, as if they might devour her.
The child,
being timid, lacked the worldly experience that palace children possessed from a young age, which naturally endowed them with greater courage. Unlike the third and fifth princes, along with a host of little princesses who would obediently greet the concubines upon meeting them, Emperor Dishwan cast a displeased glance at her, causing Empress Lu to tremble in fear. The empress, after all, was merely 1 year old, incapable of articulating her thoughts coherently. Such a dignified empress, behaving in such a petty manner, truly lacked grace. Empress Lu had not anticipated the emperor's profound affection for the child. Indeed, it was her own folly, as she had overlooked the fact that the child was still so young and unable to speak. It was her mistake. Over the years, having borne no children herself, she had become rather unfamiliar with such matters and hoped the emperor would not hold it against her. As she spoke, she removed a glazed hairpin from her head, presenting it to the child as a token of apology. Observing the child adorned with an abundance of gold and silver, she assumed it would be to the child's liking. However, Nuan regarded the inexpensive hairpin, which bore a noticeable scratch, with indifference. Its elongated design might catch a child's eye, yet it failed to pique her interest, prompting her to quietly turn away. Empress Lu's hand, holding the hairpin, froze in midair. How could this child be so ungrateful? At that moment, Lady Wanzhou approached, clutching a handkerchief, remarking that the empress was indeed generous. This hairpin had been of interest to her for quite some time, but it was difficult to deprive one of their treasures. It seemed that this little one was more fortunate than she. The emperor, witnessing their feigned camaraderie, felt a surge of discomfort. "Since you cherish it so, I shall bestow it upon Nuan on your behalf," he declared. The phoenix hairpin upon the empress's head was quite exquisite. It would serve as a delightful toy for the child, a gesture of your apology. With that, he gestured for a nearby palace maid to remove Empress Lu's phoenix hairpin, wrapping its sharp edges before presenting it to Emperor Dishwan. Warm gazed at the adornment, with uncertainty. Empress Lu looked at the phoenix hairpin, the words of refusal lodged in her throat. How could such a hairpin, a symbol of status, be easily gifted away? "Your Majesty, this pin seems rather perilous. Perhaps I should exchange it for a jade pendant instead, which at least poses no danger to the child." As she spoke, she began to unfasten the jade pendant from her waist, only to be stopped by the emperor. "No need for that. I find it quite suitable. Later, I shall remove the sharp points and give it to Warm as a trinket, for it holds little value." Empress Lu's heart bled, yet she nodded tearfully, casting a fierce glare at Concubine Wan. Concubine Wan, holding the hairpin, appeared at a loss, her smile more sorrowful than joyous. "I feel exhausted just watching them. They've been here for so long, yet these children remain silent. Why is this person glaring at me? Come here, the three of you." Emperor Dishwan, named Yong, fathered 5 princes and 4 princesses. Accompanying the empress were the virtuous and esteemed consorts, who bore the 3rd prince, Mo, and the fifth prince, Shirhan, while concubine 1 gave birth to the second princess, Shiryu. The third prince was 12, the fifth prince 10, and the second princess 14. Father, at this hour, shouldn't you be at the Guozijian? What brings you here? His voice was gentle, his tone indifferent. However, the three were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground. Such timid hearts? Shirhan, speak. Your Majesty. Today mother said she was unwell and instructed me to request a day off from my teacher. Hence, I did not attend the Guozijian today. Unwell? I observe that the countenance of your mother, the Empress, is flushed with vitality, and she appears to have leisure to meander through the imperial garden. Pray, confess honestly. Have you once again indulged in truancy? Empress Lu delicately caressed her newly adorned nails, maintaining a smiling demeanor as if she were appreciating a picturesque landscape. The noble consort Liang knelt, addressing the emperor, Your Majesty, this matter is due to my insufficient consideration. Academic pursuits should take precedence, and I have failed to supervise adequately. However, in light of Emoer's filial piety, I beseech Your Majesty to grant her forgiveness. Your Majesty, although the child's actions are lacking, her devotion is commendable. I implore you to refrain from punishment. In the imperial garden, there were those seated, those kneeling, and others watching the performance, as blossoms flourished unnoticed, and faces bore the weight of sorrow. I have yet to speak, yet you all begin to interject one after another. Do you perceive me as so unreasonable? I do not dare. Nor do I. Lord Wang, is today the birthday of Consort Liang? Both Consort Liang and the virtuous consort, alongside others, turn their gazes towards Lord Wang. The emperor typically pays little heed to such matters. Should Lord Wang exercise discretion in his words, perhaps the emperor will show leniency.
What are you staring at?
I am but a servant of the emperor. It is now early February. Has Consort Liang celebrated another birthday? Such audacity. Why not declare that today marks the end of your monthly cycle as the reason for celebration?
So, it is
indeed my fault. I am unaware of even this small habit of my beloved consort. Your Majesty, it has been decreed that in celebration of the esteemed concubine's birthday, I have decided. Volume 1, Chapter 23. Good news. The atmosphere in the hall was so tense that no one dared to breathe, awaiting the emperor's announcement. Meanwhile, Nuan, unbeknownst to anyone, had produced a handful of sunflower seeds, the crisp sound echoing throughout the chamber. The shells fell onto the emperor's dragon robe. Hearing this noise, Princess Shiryu could no longer contain herself. Cease this at once. Everyone is attentively awaiting the imperial edict, and here you are, cracking seeds and dirtying Father's dragon robe. Come down at once. The sudden outburst startled Wan Zhaoi, who promptly tugged at her daughter's sleeve, only to be forcefully brushed aside. I shall not. How infuriating. Nuan made a face at her, then resumed cracking seeds. Her small hands, lacking teeth, were unable to open the shells, yet it did not diminish her enthusiasm. Furious, Shiryu rose from the ground, intent on pulling her down. The royal eunuch hastily intervened. Your Highness, this is not prudent. It would be unfortunate if she were harmed. Shiryu pushed him aside, glaring as she clarified, Who is your true master? You protect this imbecile of unknown origin, yet she does not bear the Shir surname. Shrugging off the royal eunuch, Shiryu approached to grasp Nuan's hand. But upon seeing her, she found Nuan clinging to the emperor's neck, nestled comfortably in his embrace. This ignited a blaze of indignation in Shiryu's eyes. Her father had never held her in such a manner. Father, will you not intervene? We are indeed your children, yet you now hold a stranger. Not even having embraced the ninth prince. Wan Zhaoi turned pale with fear, for this individual was no easy companion. The hierarchy of lord and subject, followed by that of father and son, had been distorted, and the emperor was being unjustly blamed. Such an act was utterly rebellious. Empress Lu cast a glance at Shiryu, and then turned to the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, you have indeed lavished excessive attention upon this outsider. Even the second princess feels slighted. Perhaps it would be best if I were to take over. Do not let him hold you. His heart is as venomous as a serpent. He even pinched me. My bottom must surely be bruised. Mother, please come to my rescue. This place is terrifying. I shall never return again. Woe is me! Are you frightened? That simply will not do. Does the second princess feel neglected, as if no one is holding you? Shiryu was momentarily taken aback. Although she did feel a twinge of discomfort, she was already 14. Was it still appropriate to be held? Father, I do not. You are growing up, and it is somewhat inappropriate for me to hold you. Since the Empress has expressed a desire to embrace a child, having mentioned it repeatedly, why not fulfill her wish? Go, sit in your mother's lap. The onlookers were stunned. Wan Zhao was also taken aback. Your Majesty, that is unnecessary. Quickly now. Your mother is waiting. Do not dawdle. Emperor De Xian observed her hesitation and decided to nudge her forward with the assistance of Eunuch Wang. Although Shiryu was rather advanced in age, she remained a child at heart. It would be a delightful experience for the Empress to hold her and cherish the moment. Ha ha ha, you truly have a way about you, old master. This child in your arms is more regal than a queen. Just look at her complexion. It has turned quite pale. The Emperor of De Xian gently pinched the warm cheek, admonishing, do not nibble. You have no teeth and only leave drool all over me. The other consorts gazed at the scene between the Empress and Shiryu, their eyes wide with astonishment. The Empress, with her somewhat frail form, was nearly toppled over by Shiryu's weight, only able to steady herself with the help of a palace maid. After a short while, the Empress's face flushed crimson as the hairpins of both Shiryu and the Empress became entangled. To maintain her balance, Shiryu had no choice but to place her hand on the back of the Empress's head, her entire being leaning against her. Your Majesty, is this sufficient? I feel somewhat. The Emperor, cradling the warm child, offered her a pastry to nibble on. What is the rush? I am still holding Nuan. I have not let go for quite some time, and you have only just begun. By the way, third prince and fifth prince, are you not also feeling dissatisfied with my holding of Nuan? The virtuous consort and the good consort are not idle at the moment. Why not allow your mothers to hold you too? If everyone has a child in their arms, there shall be no grievances. Nuan, ever the instigator, chimed in, hug. Everyone should hug. It's fair and just. The crowd responded, Your Majesty, you are holding a 1-year-old child, while theirs are all in their teens. How can this be compared? When Jiang Hongzhe entered the palace to retrieve Nuan, he was met with this sight. In the imperial garden, the emperor and the consorts each cradled a child. The several ladies were visibly exhausted, their faces flushed and glistening with sweat, while Nuan clapped her hands in delight at the spectacle. Your Majesty, and Her Majesty the Empress, Minister Jiang has arrived. Please rise. Grandfather, avenge me swiftly. That Empress has just pinched me, it hurt terribly, and her entourage has been persistently picking on me. Fortunately, Lord Shi stood by my side. Otherwise, you might not see me here now. Emperor Dishwan, why is this child being so dramatic? Who would dare to harm her here? Just as Jiang Hongzhe intended to advise Nuan to temper her laughter, noticing the displeased expressions of the ladies present, he heard her heartfelt thoughts, causing his heart to race. How could so many bully a mere 1-year-old infant? How shameless! He was about to take Nuan away, but decided to stay a moment longer to witness the unfolding drama. Oh, how affectionate the ladies are with the children. Still holding them at this age. I feel a twinge of shame as I observe. Nuan is already a year old and struggles to speak clearly. Yet I have been insisting she practice sitting on her own. Witnessing the ladies' tender gestures makes me realize my shortcomings. Indeed, they are far more considerate. That old fool. Speaking such sarcastic remarks. Empress Lu felt her makeup smudged and her back dampened. Had it not been for this useless person, she would not have to endure such humiliation. Her once straight posture now sagged with fatigue as she grasped Shiryu's waist, her long nails snapping against Shiryu's belt, breaking it in an instant. Blood gushed forth. Ah! Empress Lu gasped in pain. Your Majesty, you are bleeding. Quickly summon the imperial physician. The attending maid cried out. The eunuchs in attendance immediately rushed out. Stop! The Emperor Dishwan silenced his voice, pondering the triviality of the matter at hand. After all, it was merely a broken nail that could be easily wrapped in a handkerchief. It was prudent to keep one's nails trimmed, for they could pose a danger to oneself and others. Empress Lu, overhearing this, felt as though the emperor had somehow discerned her recent actions. The fleeting opportunity to push Shu away was slipping away. Nuan sensed that the Emperor Dixuan was avenging her, and in her joy, planted a playful kiss on his cheek. Eunuch Wang stood nearby, beaming as if the kiss had been bestowed upon him. Jiang Hongjia's eyelids fluttered. Nuan, how recklessly she bestowed affection upon others, so easily swayed. What would happen if someone deceived her in the future? He couldn't help but succumb to a deep-seated concern. The Emperor Dixuan disdainfully wiped his cheek, calling her a little rascal, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. You are quite endearing. Since that is the case, allow me to share some good news. Empress Liu is with child. The Emperor's initial response was one of disbelief. He had not visited the Empress's quarters in quite some time. Alas, the child is not yours. The Emperor was taken aback. What sort of good news was this? Never mind, let me offer you another piece of news. The Empress Dowager has taken a young man under her wing, and at this moment he is frolicking with someone else. Soon, you shall have a younger brother. Consider it a piece of good news. However, this does paint a rather dubious picture regarding your father. Perhaps it is prudent to change the subject. Ning Fei is planning to drug the Emperor tonight, hoping to seize the dragon in one fell swoop. This should indeed be regarded as good news. Wouldn't you agree? My intentions are sincere, though my expression may falter. Let me attempt to convey this again, yet it seems I have only confused myself further. The Emperor, upon witnessing the almost fainting Empress, decided out of benevolence to let them be for the time being. Jiang Hongjia breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly carried Nuan away. The wind whipped the ribbons atop her head into a playful dance. Nuan, with her sparkling eyes, laughed joyfully. But what folly! Nuan, you must not disregard propriety simply because the Emperor dotes on you. He remains the sovereign, and the grace of a ruler is akin to the nourishing rain. You must tread carefully. Heart's delight, a delectable treat. Alas, all she seems to know is how to indulge. Nuan continued to giggle, clutching the delicacies bestowed upon her by the Emperor. Observing her carefree demeanor, Jiang Hongjia sighed. Although the Jiang family enjoys the Emperor's trust, with great stature comes great scrutiny. Especially now that the beloved Nuan has emerged, attracting envious glances from many. Whether this brings fortune or misfortune remains uncertain, and her propensity for stirring chaos. To this day, he remains unsure if the Emperor can truly hear Nuan's innermost thoughts. After the Emperor dismissed the Empress and her entourage, he made his way to the Sinang Palace. Granny Rome, stationed outside the door, was taken aback upon seeing the Emperor's arrival and exclaimed, "Your Majesty." There was no need for such commotion. The attending maidens and eunuchs remained outside the palace gates, allowing the Emperor and his companions to proceed directly inside. Advancing towards the inner chamber, he exchanged a knowing glance with Granny Gui, who remained outside. Moments later, Granny Gui emerged with a somewhat unnatural expression, giving a subtle nod to the Emperor. The Emperor, who had been filled with doubt, now felt a surge of certainty, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly. Veins bulged at his temples as he waved his hand through the air, shouting, someone. There are assassins. Granny Rome, hearing the commotion outside, attempted to rush in with her people, but was halted by Eunuch Wang. The Empress Dowager, disheveled, burst out, "Granny Rome, where have the people gone? Your Majesty, why are you here? Had I not come to Mother, I would never have known that you prepared such a grand surprise for me." Caught off guard by her son's revelation, the Empress Dowager felt a twinge of embarrassment. At 50 years of age, she had entered the palace at 16, navigating through numerous trials and tribulations, ultimately outlasting the late emperor to ascend as the Dowager Empress. Yet, when it came to genuine capability, her skills were limited. She had merely seized the opportunity when the former empress and the consort had mutually exhausted each other in their rivalry. When the late emperor passed, the 15-year-old Shuyong ascended the throne. Initially, she had aspired to emulate the previous dynasty by controlling state affairs, but her lack of power and the fact that Shuyong was no longer easily deceived led her to relinquish her ambitions and settle into the role of a dowager empress. Over the years, she had not been devoid of suitors, yet she had managed to keep it concealed remarkably well. How could this time be different? Summon everyone from the Sinang Palace and execute them all. Upon hearing this, Empress Dowager Qiao lifted her head, disregarding her appearance, and rushed outward, exclaiming, "Emperor, how dare you? I am the Empress Dowager. You cannot arbitrarily dispose of the people here without my consent." Concubine Rong Wang Dequan, stop her. Eunuch Wang stood at the entrance, drenched in cold sweat. "Oh, little ancestor, you have certainly brought great trouble upon me. Empress Dowager, I implore you to halt." In a fit of rage, Empress Dowager Qiao slapped him, feeling that if she could not confront the emperor, even a mere eunuch had the audacity to disregard her. "Get out of my way." Wang Dequan, despite receiving the slap, maintained his composure and continued to block the entrance with his men. Hearing the anguished cries from outside, along with concubine Rong's pleas for help, Empress Dowager Qiao felt her heart racing with despair and turned once more to the emperor. "Your Majesty, concubine Rong has been with me since childhood. We have relied on each other for so many years. Please spare her. Have you ever considered whether your actions do justice to the late emperor? This vile servant not only refrains from dissuading you, but also aids in your tyranny.
Today,
All those within this palace must perish. The royal secrets must not be known to outsiders." As the cries from outside gradually diminished, Empress Dowager Qiao could no longer withstand the weight of despair and collapsed onto the ground. Only when the last echo of sound faded did Emperor Dishwan rise from his seat. "Empress Dowager, remember this. The lives of 50 souls in Sinang Palace have been extinguished due to your selfishness. When you slumber, keep your eyes wide open, for vengeful spirits may come to collect their due." Wang Dequan conveyed the emperor's intent, stating that the Empress Dowager's health was in disarray, and thus, the Sinang Palace would be sealed for 3 days, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. "Gui Mama, you shall remain to attend to the Empress Dowager and depart after 3 days." This was destined to make Empress Dowager Qiao witness a nightmare amid the bloodshed. Yes, the curses of the Empress Dowager echoed in fury. The emperor, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, advising the Empress Dowager to take care of herself. As Wang Dequan followed the emperor out of the Sinang Palace, he glanced at the emperor's expression. "Your Majesty, Miss Jiang." The emperor cast him a disinterested glance. "It appears you have taken a liking to that little one. It is not that this old servant is fond of her, but rather that your Majesty, indeed, this old servant holds an affection for her. Though Miss Jiang is somewhat extraordinary, yet she remains merely a child of 1 year. I would not stoop to such actions towards a child. However, this child is indeed unique, not only to you and me but likely to the Jiang family as well. The ability to foresee the future. She is still young, her powers not fully manifested, and one cannot predict how they may develop in the future. Should she prove to be of no use to the imperial family?" Wang Dequan felt a chill in his heart. Indeed, the imperial family was devoid of compassion. Any affection was clearly transactional. What would become of the little ancestor? Meanwhile, Nuan Nuan was relishing the nurturing care of her beautiful mother. Sensing the system, behaving erratically. Beep, detecting a decrease in the target's emotional value. Beep, detecting an increase in the target's emotional value. Beep, detecting a decrease in the target's emotional value. Beep, detecting an increase in the target's emotional value. Target? Who? Wang Dequan gazed at Emperor Dishwan in bewilderment. "You want me to personally go to the general's residence?" In the first volume, Chapter 24, titled The Princess's Sealing, Wang Dequan, who had been fretting moments ago, raised his voice considerably, exclaiming, "This servant shall do so at once." He then rushed out with great urgency. Emperor Dishwan shook his head, witnessing Wang Dequan's uncharacteristic impulsiveness for the first time. What was it about that little fellow that captivated him so? Beside him, a eunuch inquired, "Is His Majesty conversing with him? Is he responding or remaining silent? What precisely did His Majesty say? I did not comprehend it." Meanwhile, within the palace of Consort Liang, the eunuch reported, "Your Highness, I bring forth the Emperor's decree. Due to your negligence in supervision, and for allowing the 5th prince to evade his studies while personally providing him with excuses, from this day forth, your rank shall be lowered, Tuani. You are confined for 1 month to reflect and introspect." A few moments prior, they had rejoiced at the Emperor's leniency, only to find themselves awaiting punishment. "Wu Jiaoyi, accept the decree." The eunuch, casting a glance of disdain at the pale-faced Wu Jiaoyi kneeling on the ground, discreetly shifted his gaze away. The fifth prince, Shirhan, looked at her with concern, lamenting, "This is all my fault." He then raised his hand, ordering the immediate removal of the third prince. Wu Jiaoyi was at a loss. After all, her son had merely skipped school. Why would the emperor react so furiously? Was it perhaps due to the presence of that young lady at the time? Under Wu Jiaoyi's directive, Yuten presented a pouch of silver to eunuch Wang, saying, "Esteemed eunuch, your journey must have been arduous. I implore you to offer your guidance. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. Should the esteemed guardian discover this, my head would undoubtedly be at risk. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave for now." Once the crowd has dispersed and the palace gates have been secured, Lady Wu, in a fit of rage, shattered her teacups, exclaiming her disdain for the sycophants surrounding her. In the general's residence, after receiving the imperial edict, Wang Dequan felt a joy surpassing that of being a princess himself. By the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, "The Jiang family boasts a daughter, gracious and virtuous, possessing both etiquette and gentility, embodying softness and obedience. She is specially conferred the title of princess, with the appellation Zhaoyang. Little ancestor, you now have every reason to visit the emperor frequently. Among all the princes and princesses, you alone possess a title, one that surpasses all others, second only to that of the Grand Princess. The emperor has also bestowed upon you a jade pendant, granting you free access to the palace." Nuan clutched the jade pendant in her hand, peering at it with curiosity. "Why this sudden kindness? It fills me with trepidation." Wang Dequan sighed, acknowledging the child's keen perception. "The benevolence of the sovereign is as varied as the rain and sunshine. This fortune is considerable. I hope the little one can bear it." The Jiang family was caught in a blend of worry and joy. Nuan had just turned 1, and the sudden elevation by the De Xian emperor left them uncertain of its implications. "Master Wang, why not indulge in a drink before departing? Must we inscribe it on the jade tablet? If we do, one Nuan cease to be a Jiang family member?" Jiang Yan furrowed his brow tightly, as if he could crush a mosquito with sheer intensity. Such words ought not be spoken, for this is an immense blessing. Whether from the Jiang family or the royal lineage, we are all united as one. The esteemed eunuch Wang has conveyed his message. The emperor has resolutely decided to bestow upon an outsider princess, which will undoubtedly incur considerable pressure and opposition. However, the reasons behind this decision cannot be disclosed to the public. Although there are myriad factors at play, be it the affection towards Nuan or the recognition of her capabilities, ultimately, this culminates in the present outcome. Whether it leads to fortune or misfortune rests solely upon Nuan herself. The eunuch's words ring true. Our considerations have indeed been lacking. Steward Zhou, holding a pouch of silver, extended it towards Wang Dequan, who promptly refused, pushing it away. Instead, he retrieved a hefty bag of silver from his garment and placed it in Nuan's embrace, expressing it as a humble token of appreciation. "Knowing the princess's fondness for such gifts, please accept this, Your Highness." Jiang Ming looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Eunuch Wang, this is inappropriate." Wang Dequan waved his hand dismissively, asserting that his bond with the princess transcended such trivialities. He then gestured for everyone to depart, but Nuan halted him, drawing a gold ingot from her pocket and placing it in his hand. "For you." Wang Dequan gazed at the weighty gold in his palm, noticing a damp spot that seemed to suggest saliva. "Your Highness, have you bitten into it again? Be careful not to hurt your mouth. This is a gift from His Majesty. How can you so willingly part with it for an old servant like me?" Nuan patted the pouch he had just given her and regarded him with a meaningful look, which was unmistakable. Reciprocation is essential.
Her tone was animated,
even exaggeratedly wiping away tears. Jiang Ming embraced Nuan, gently caressing her small face. "Aren't you the one who adores gold the most? Why would you part with it today?" With a warm, playful smile, Nuan touched the several pieces of gold in her pocket, all of which had been coaxed into her possession by the De Xian emperor. Each time he vexed her, he would placate her with another gold piece, seemingly relentless in his mischief. One could only wonder what the emperor was thinking. Perhaps he was merely indulging in the excess of his wealth. Nevertheless, with her presence, she could assist the De Xian emperor in this endeavor, a task that would continue until his demise. Nuan chuckled heartily. She wouldn't mind if such occurrences were more frequent. The emperor was currently reviewing memorials when he lifted his gaze towards the gold in her hand. She was quite audacious, thinking she could gift his gold as a favor. With a casual motion, he returned to his work. Yet his left hand reached out to seize the gold ingot from Wang Dequan, leaving the latter utterly bewildered. "Your Majesty?" Seeing that the emperor had no intention of returning it, Wang Dequan muttered under his breath, "That was a gift from the princess to the Zejia family."
What?
Upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, he immediately shook his head, indicating that there was nothing amiss. He dared not speak further. After all, who would challenge the emperor? Seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor surveyed the court. The speaker was none other than the deputy minister of works, Zhuacheng, father of Wan Zhaoi. Just moments ago, Wang Dequan had read out the imperial decree in the Hall of Golden Chimes, announcing that the genealogy for the Zhao family would be presented in 3 days. This prompted a cascade of objections from the ministers present. "Your Majesty, that young scion of the Jiang family possesses neither merit nor exceptional talents, yet has risen above numerous princes and princesses. It is likely to be met with discontent." The members of the Jiang family stood in the grand hall, listening to the ministers' fervent discussions, all opposing Wan's elevation to princess. Humph. The inadequacy of one's own child breeds jealousy, particularly when they perceive that Wan has captured the emperor's favor. Witness the envy that manifests in their eyes. They speak of achievements, yet Wan is but a year old. What accomplishments can be attributed to her? This old man speaks without forethought. Jiang Hongzhe then steps forward, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, I must express my dissent." All the ministers present turn their attention towards Jiang Hongzhe. "What is this, General Jiang? Just yesterday, all seemed well. Why would you utter such words before the emperor? Do you not see the displeasure on his Majesty's face?" Wang Dequan feels a pang of worry. "What is it, Minister Jiang, that you wish to convey?" Jiang responds, "Your Majesty, I find merit in the words of the left minister and Minister Su. My granddaughter, being merely a year old, is indeed incapable of earning any accolades and lacks the extraordinary talents that would warrant recognition. She is truly unremarkable. Unlike Minister Su and the left minister, who, at the tender age of 40, are already preoccupied with the welfare of the nation and its people. I truly feel a sense of shame." The left minister. Minister Su of Suzhou. Wang Dequan nearly chuckles aloud. General Jiang's tongue is indeed sharp. "General Jiang, your remarks seem rather inappropriate. Your granddaughter is but a child and cannot bear such a title. All the princes and princesses lack official titles, yet your granddaughter is being elevated beyond her station. What is the meaning of this? His Majesty has personally declared that my Wan is worthy. Thus, she is worthy. Do you harbor objections to the emperor's decree, standing there with such arrogance? Ultimately, your grievances stem from envy that your grandson pales in comparison to my granddaughter. Hence your incessant prattling. Behold the redness in your eyes. It would be prudent to visit the imperial hospital at dawn for some remedy, lest your fervor lead to the vacancy of a ministerial position in the great Xia dynasty come tomorrow." The left chancellor trembled with anger, stammering, You. Emperor Deshwan silently commended Jiang Hongzhe for articulating precisely what he intended to express, an undeniable mouthpiece. How had he not previously recognized Jiang, the esteemed minister, as such an eloquent speaker? "Sire, I propose that Princess Zhaoyang be granted this title without the necessity of being inscribed in the royal registry. After all, the young princess is but a child, and her immediate inclusion in the family tree may induce discomfort among the princes and princesses."
I second that.
Ultimately, these individuals could hardly bear to see someone take the first bold step. Emperor Deshwan, seated in a position of authority, observed the reactions of the assembly with a detached demeanor. Their connections from the previous dynasty merely reflected the standings of the women in the imperial harem. How tiresome! If anyone harbors objections, let them be voiced. I am eager to hear just how profound your jealousy is towards a mere 1-year-old infant, such that it encroaches upon the dignity of the royal family. Proceed with your discourse. The Ministry of Rights should prepare the necessary arrangements. I am here to inform you, not to solicit your opinions. The Assembly. If there is a matter to address, speak. If not, you may depart. Your Majesty, I have a matter to bring forth.
Speak.
Chancellor of the National Academy, Qin Shuiliang, clasped his hands and declared, "Your Majesty." The third and fifth princes have clandestinely skipped their lessons and ventured to the back mountain of the National Academy, where they have released 3 monkeys that were confined there. A monkey intruded into the academy, stripping the venerable Confucian's beard and subsequently lifting the skirts of the female scholars. It then burst into my study, tearing apart all the books within. As the destruction of the precious volumes was recounted, the esteemed director of the Imperial Academy was nearly moved to tears. For those were the rare editions he had cherished for many years, now rendered irreparably damaged. No possibility of restoration remains. Fear not, Minister Qin. I shall personally provide you with an explanation. I have heard of your treasured collection. Zhou Liang, Wu Jiashi. Present, Your Majesty. Yesterday, I caught the third and fifth princes playing truant, a situation exacerbated by the excuses offered by the virtuous and the benevolent consorts. The shortcomings in their guidance are evident. As their fathers, you must assist them. For all losses incurred by Director Qin, you and the virtuous and benevolent consort shall bear full responsibility. The 2 men wore expressions of despair, reluctantly acquiescing. Director Qin, impoverished, had spent his entire stipend on his study. Rare editions and treasures. Where could they procure such for him? His Majesty had truly assigned them a most arduous task. Fuming, the emperor left the court and encountered Empress Liu, accompanied by a throng of concubines awaiting him outside the palace. Upon the approach of the Xian emperor, everyone fell to their knees, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty. What brings you to seek me? Your Majesty, I have heard that you have bestowed the title of princess upon that young girl from yesterday, inscribing her name in the jade register and the family tree, granting her the title Zhaoyang. This is, indeed, most inappropriate, Your Majesty." In what way is it inappropriate? The first prince to the 9th prince have not been granted titles. Do you not fear their sorrow? The emperor, upon noticing the 3rd and 5th princes kneeling behind him, was filled with an irritable rage towards these 2 miscreants. 3rd, 5th, do you not feel any sorrow? Both princes, suddenly alerted by the mention of their names, instinctively glanced at the virtuous empress, who nodded in response. They stammered, "Father, we feel wronged." The emperor retorted sharply, "You feel wronged? What face do you have to feel such a sentiment?" Wang Dequan, standing nearby, reminded the emperor, "Nuan has arrived." "Where?" Wang Dequan took Nuan from the nurse and presented her to the emperor. Nuan, having just awoken, opened her eyes to find herself in a different location, only to be passed around like a ball. Emperor Dishwan carried Nuan into the study, instructing the empress and the virtuous consort to bring in the 2 rascals, while commanding everyone else to kneel outside.
Yes.
Why the urgency? You dragged me out of bed. I am still growing and need my rest. In the first volume, Chapter 25, Genuine Pregnancy, False Pregnancy, the emperor, cradling Nuan, sat upon the dragon throne. What hour is it that you finally rise? Look at the flesh on your face. You ought to exercise early in the morning, lest in a few years I can no longer carry you. Each time they met, they began with inquiries about Nuan's physique, followed by a playful pinch of her chubby cheeks, which inevitably brought her to tears, only to be consoled with gold. This ritual constituted their customary greeting. What is there to cry about? A few words from me, and your tears flow faster than anyone else's. Awakening at the break of dawn, she felt an unjust burden upon her. Warm tears welled up in her eyes, yet she chose to disregard him, continuing to caress the gold she had just acquired. How arduous it is to earn this gold. The costs of time, travel expenses, coupled with the mental and physical toll, all for such a meager reward. Alas, I am truly pitiable. Wang Dequan, nearby, was on the verge of laughter, having been unceremoniously extracted from his slumber that morning, dressed hastily, only to be carried into the palace without so much as touching the ground, and now the emperor had taken over. And still, he dares to claim hardship? The emperor's lips twitched in irritation, a clear sign of his discontent. Nuan turned her head defiantly towards him. Having met just yesterday and again this morning, one might say our relationship has taken on a rather ambiguous tone, she mused, echoing the current trend of expression. The emperor, taking a pastry from the side, deftly placed it in her mouth, seeking to divert her attention. His gaze shifted towards the kneeling Empress Lu and her entourage, his expression darkening slightly. I had thought the Emperor and this girl appeared sufficiently close yesterday, yet here we are today witnessing this. The Empress's eyes flickered with jealousy as she touched her abdomen, then lowered her head in contemplation. Your Majesty, do you feel unwell? She was suddenly addressed, her heart racing at the unexpected inquiry. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am merely experiencing a slight discomfort, nothing serious. Very well, then you may continue kneeling, he replied, leaving the Empress stunned. Having anticipated a gesture of compassion, allowing her to rise. Have you gathered here with something to discuss with me? He inquired, repeating the same line of questioning. He merely conferred the title of princess upon a young child. How is it that these individuals have so many opinions? Initially, it was a matter of tarnishing the royal dignity, and now they raise concerns regarding the harem. He is curious to see what elaborate justifications they will concoct, cloaked in grandiloquent reasoning and self-interest. What insights does the Queen possess? I believe, Your Majesty, that perhaps it would suffice to bestow upon Nuan the title of a county princess or a noble lady. Such an action would be discreet and, given the merits of the Jiang family, the child could bear this honor. However, to inscribe her name in the imperial annals, to enter the family registry, and to grant her a title seems rather excessive. Such responsibilities are beyond what a 1-year-old child can shoulder. Xian Fei, what is your opinion? Nuan, refusing even a morsel of food, sat upright, surveying those kneeling below alongside Emperor de Xian. Their expressions and movements were unmistakably clear. I need not the opinions of those who are so distantly removed from me to determine whether I can bear this. If the old master says I can, then I certainly can. Humph. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, the Emperor's countenance softened slightly. Then tell me, how could she possibly not bear it? Xian Fei was momentarily taken aback. She had merely reiterated the Queen's sentiments. Why inquire of her specifically, and not the Queen? Furthermore, while the Jiang family has indeed rendered tremendous service to the Great Xia over the years, we are currently in a time of peace. There are no conflicts among the 4 nations, rendering your initiative devoid of practical value.
Value?
Utilization? The Emperor cast a glance at Nuan, meeting her innocent gaze, which brimmed with dependence and trust. For reasons unknown, he found himself unable to maintain eye contact. The Emperor cleared his throat, and Wang Dequan promptly presented him with a cup of tea. Seizing the opportunity, the Emperor drained the scalding liquid in one go. Despite holding the warm child in his arms, he had no choice but to swallow the boiling tea. Your Majesty, Wang Gonggong exclaimed in alarm. He merely intended for the Emperor to soothe his throat, but was taken aback when the Emperor consumed it all. He hastily fetched a spittoon. Your Majesty. The Emperor waved him off, his face reddening from the heat. After a moment, he sipped some cool water, feeling somewhat relieved. One must not engage in deceitful deeds. See. Retribution has come upon me. The Emperor. Wang Gonggong. Empress, do you also share the sentiment? Do you believe that I conferred the title of princess upon a mere 1-year-old child with ulterior motives? Lu Huangho, confronted, replied, this humble servant dares not presume. Yet, this child is still too young. Regardless of how outsiders perceive Your Majesty, in my heart, you merely wish to express affection for a child in your own favored manner. However, good fortune can easily be disrupted. If one is not cautious, could it not lead to unintended consequences? This venomous beauty dares to curse my early demise. Guards, seize her. Impudent Lu Yan. As a royal of the realm, how can you utter such words about a 1-year-old child? Have you no sense of regal dignity? I have conferred the title of princess upon a child and bestowed a title upon her, yet all of you come demanding an explanation from me, dragging in the previous dynasty and the inner palace affairs. I shall inquire of you, what threat does a mere child pose to you, to your Lu family, or to the 3rd and 5th princes, that compels all of you to press me so?
Ah.
The Emperor, in a fit of rage, caused all present to kneel upon the ground. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. A chorus of voices pleaded. A pack of scoundrels, the Emperor declared. Let it be known that should anyone dare to meddle further in this matter, I shall have their head. Wang Dequan, take them away. Suddenly, the Empress fainted. Your Majesty. Wang Dequan, kneeling, hastily reported to the emperor. The emperor's fury was half vented, yet the other half lodged in his throat, creating a stifling tension. Nuan glanced at the ground, then back at him. Oh, dear. Your disgrace approaches. Are you prepared? The emperor shot her a glare and commanded, summon the royal physician. What provoked such a sudden outburst? Did concubine Ning fail in her endeavor last night? Or perhaps you have inadvertently ingested the medication without releasing your frustrations. The emperor pondered. What thoughts occupied this little one's mind? At such a tender age, she is led astray. Who could be her teacher? Fetch a cup of clear water. A young eunuch hurriedly provided a cup. The Dacian emperor took it and presented it to her lips. Take a sip and cleanse your mind. Nuan. I sense you are casting aspersions, yet I possess no evidence. The physician completed the pulse examination and handed a prescription to the maidservant. Your Majesty, the Empress has merely been in a weakened state of health lately, suffering from poor sleep, which may have led to her fainting. A period of rest will suffice. There is no grave concern. The Emperor cast a glance at Nuan, pondering. Is she not with child? Whose physician is this? Warmth enveloped her in a haze of confusion, precisely as the original text articulated. Could it be that the timeline has yet to reach the pivotal moment, thus leaving the matter unexamined? The text offers no indication of the specific day or hour when the Queen's pregnancy was revealed. Is she not pregnant? Or is it merely too early for detection? Understood, you may leave now. Observing the third and fifth princes still kneeling on the ground, the Emperor's previously softened expression darkened once more. You too, do you have anything to convey to me? The third and fifth princes exchanged furtive glances, believing their actions went unnoticed, yet those in authority were well aware of their subtle movements.
Ah?
Noticing their incessant fidgeting, the Emperor's tone grew more somber. Your imperial father is listening. Speak. Your Majesty, I wish to confess something. A few days ago, I inadvertently learned that some individuals were keeping a few monkeys behind the academy, claiming they intended to tame them. With nothing pressing to occupy my time, I took the fifth brother along to investigate. Upon arrival, we found the monkeys fast asleep, remarkably docile. Unable to resist, I approached to pet one, only to accidentally unfasten the cage door. The fifth prince, terrified, lay flat on the ground, not daring to lift his head. The third prince also sensed the gravity of the situation. In the stillness of the imperial study, the air felt thick and oppressive. The third prince's forehead glistened with beads of cold sweat as he implored, Father, I did not intend for this to happen. I merely desired to touch it. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. The fifth prince, overtaken by emotion, began to weep. Father, it is all my fault. Please, punish me instead. Observing the lack of genuine contrition from the two, the Emperor seized a teacup from the table and hurled it at them, resulting in a painful bump forming on the third prince's head. The consort, who had been attending to the Empress, rushed in upon hearing the commotion and embraced the third prince, exclaiming, Your Majesty, if Mo has erred, you may address him directly. There is no need for such fury. Look at his forehead. It is swollen. Step aside, the Emperor commanded. Wang Dequan, remove the consort. He glared at the two princes. At this juncture, you still cannot bring yourselves to speak the truth to me. Are you so idle? I could send you to the Imperial Academy. Is idleness your preference? And as for that cage door, you carelessly left it ajar. Try to open the door to the study now. Father, it was I who took the fifth prince along after our discussion. I was the one who opened the cage door. It is my fault, and I lied out of fear of your wrath. I beseech you for your forgiveness. And what more do you have to say? The Emperor pressed. You have spent this time merely acknowledging your carelessness, but have you given a thought to the consequences of your reckless behavior? The precious collection of the Academy's library has been utterly destroyed due to your folly. How much scorn and ridicule will that young lady endure because of your misdeeds? What fate do you envision for her in the latter part of her life? Pray tell, what shall you offer in recompense? The wise consort stood to the side, her mouth agape as she absorbed the unfolding narrative. Is it indeed true that you are responsible for this? Why did you not speak of it yesterday? The third prince, weeping and gasping for breath, implored, Mother, I feared your wrath and thus remained silent, concealing the truth. It is my fault that the fifth prince has suffered. Father, if punishment must be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. Now you profess brotherly bonds. Where was this sentiment earlier? What purpose does your punishment serve? The rare manuscripts and cherished collections within the scholar's study are irreplaceable treasures. Now utterly destroyed. Do you comprehend the gravity of this loss? It appears you are utterly oblivious. Though young, the fifth prince, witnessing his brother's admission of guilt, steadied himself. Father, this matter does not rest solely upon my third brother's shoulders. I too played a part. As for the scholar's invaluable manuscripts and that troubled young woman, I am willing to exert every effort to make amends. Should it require me to serve the scholar as a humble laborer, I shall restore what has been lost. Hearing the fifth prince's words, Emperor de Xuan felt a flicker of solace within. And you, after all this discourse, what do you propose as your restitution? Father, I too am prepared to serve the scholar as a humble laborer. Is that all? Is there nothing more? The wise consort interjected, seeking to ease the tension. Your Majesty. Both children recognize their missteps. Allow them to rise. What has been lost cannot be reclaimed, and admonishing them now serves no purpose.
Ah.
Just as the embers of my anger were beginning to fade, you have once again stoked the flames. Truly remarkable.
Indeed.
The Emperor de Xian gazed upon this woman of ample bosom, yet scant intellect, and pondered whether such a matter could be dismissed so easily. Is this how you typically educate them? No wonder these wretched youths run amok. While my ire cannot reverse the sands of time, I can certainly alter your station. When a child errs, your failure to admonish them, coupled with your incessant indulgence, leaves them with no path for correction. To have you as a mother is indeed a stroke of misfortune beyond measure. Ha ha, though time cannot be turned back, one's rank can indeed be altered. Truly,
You are a gem.
Wang Dequan, issue a decree, demote the virtuous consort to the rank of Jowie.
From now on,
The third and fifth princes will be raised within my care, and she is forbidden from teaching them privately. Otherwise, what manner of individuals might she produce in the future? The virtuous consort, or rather, Jowie Zhou, could scarcely believe her ears. After merely uttering a few words, she had been stripped of her title and her privilege to rear the third prince. This was nothing short of a thunderclap on a clear day. Your Majesty, I understand the rules. You should now refer to yourself as a concubine. Before she could finish her protest, the Emperor's reprimand silenced her. Concubine, be quiet, commanded Wang Dequan. Take her away. Her foolishness pains my eyes. Away with her. Jowie Zhou. The Emperor pondered. You have been rather peculiar of late. Was it possible she had discerned something? Emperor. Volume 1, Chapter 26, Private Funds. No wonder I have never encountered anyone visiting your study. It turns out this is the reason. Each time I see you, your status diminishes, ha ha ha. Oh, wait. Do not depose the consort in my presence next time. Otherwise, people will associate this matter with me, and they might think I am ill-fated. I refuse to bear this blame. The Emperor cast a helpless glance at him, preparing to reprimand the third and fifth princes first. However, did you not notice that the wise consort is rather dim-witted? Surely, it cannot be obscured by that pair of assets. That insolent child. The Emperor took up the cup of water again, sipping to cleanse his mind, lest any foul thoughts take root. Warm. Why does that sound so familiar? Nevertheless, the Emperor's tolerance for warm is indeed remarkable. Oh dear, I forgot to discuss the important matter after having Zhou Jowie removed. This is all your fault. Innocent Worm received a glare from him, utterly bewildered, wondering what it had to do with her. She did not even open her mouth. Wang Dequan, go inform Zhou Jowie to fully cooperate with her father in the restoration of the rare manuscript belonging to Qin the Scholar. Additionally, half of her monthly allowance shall be allocated to compensate Qin the Scholar. Understood. As for you two, go and apologize to Qin the Scholar and compensate him for all losses incurred by the Academy. You are not permitted to deduct from the allowances I provide. You must either seek assistance from your maternal grandfather or earn it yourselves. In any case, find your own solutions. As for the solitary edition and treasured collection of Master Qin, you are to complete all the missing portions above, then transcribe them meticulously, ensuring that not a single word is omitted, nor any errors committed. Should you fail to restore it within a year, you shall devote another year. If a lifetime is insufficient, then you shall squander your entire existence on this task. I do not wish to witness future generations deprived of the privilege to engage with these texts due to your obstinacy. The content must endure through the ages, leaving a lasting legacy. This is a gift from our forebears to their descendants. Do you comprehend? I understand, my son. Furthermore, regarding the young lady entangled in your affairs, I do not desire another life lost in the capital tomorrow, provided she remains alive, should she find herself unable to marry because of you. You too shall bear the responsibility of supporting her for life. Naturally, it would be most commendable if you could dissuade her from seeking to meet with you. In light of all that has been stated, you cannot leverage your status to intimidate others. Do you grasp the course of action required? I shall remember closely. Once one of you has committed this to memory, go and receive 5 lashes before seeking Master Chin. Old times, you are quite remarkable. Your Majesty. Though your name has yet to be inscribed in the Imperial Register, is it too much to address me as Father Emperor? Said Wang Dequan, chuckling from the side. Your Highness, it is Father, not said.
You?
Why does that sound like an insult? Come, have another sip of water to cleanse your palate. Warmly, she pushed aside his hand holding the teacup, declaring, I shan't drink. What need is there to cleanse? You are quite mad. The Mu residence. Mu Sun observed Jiang Mianer cradling Mu Jiaro in front of him, finding the sight exceedingly irksome. Must you really sway her about before me? Jiang Mianer was startled by his voice, feeling a twinge of grievance. Ever since she entered the household, Mu Sun had ceased to shower her with sweet words and tender affections, often raising his voice at her, neglecting even Jiaro. She had initially believed that their mutual affection would secure her a rightful place in the family, content even with being a concubine rather than the primary wife. In hindsight, she realized that her eagerness had been misguided. With this thought, she gently patted Mu Jiaro and said, Rower, your father is in a foul mood. Why not go and cheer him up? Mu Jiaro's eyes flashed with impatience, yet she obediently toddled over to Mu Sun, clumsily wrapping her arms around his leg. Daddy. At just over a year old, her speech was still somewhat halting. Reflecting on the morning court session, where the emperor conferred the title of princess upon Mu Zhu, Jiang Zhu, Mu Sun felt a surge of anger. That was his daughter. Now that Jiang Zhu had been elevated to princess status and gained a title, capturing the emperor's favor, Mu Sun's discontent deepened. Jiang Ming had disregarded the reputation of the Mu family, insisting on a divorce, and over the past year, he had endured countless glares and mockery. In the emperor's eyes, he had become increasingly irrelevant. Whenever a matter arose, the emperor would assign his responsibilities to others, further diminishing his standing in the court. As he gazed at Jiang Mianer and Mu Jiaro, a wave of resentment washed over Mu Sun. Had it not been for their earlier upheaval in the Mu household, given the emperor's current fondness for Jiang Zhu, he might have ascended to the position of minister, instead of enduring such a dismal fate. His entire family relied on his meager salary for their livelihood, with the old matron frequently lamenting the insufficiency of their funds. Both Lu and Wen families were perpetually extending their hands for more money, and he had not sewn a garment in ages. During the time when the Jiang family resided in the Mu household, he had never fretted over finances. He had assumed that the Jiang mother and daughter would suffer in his absence, yet it was he who found himself in dire straits. He would not accept this. With that, he stormed out. Mu Jiaro was taken aback by his sudden action, falling to the ground as he left without casting a glance in her direction. His strides heavy with disdain. A flicker of resentment and scorn flashed in her eyes. Jiaro, are you all right? Jiang Miana helped her up, brushing off the dust. Do not blame your father. He is simply in a foul mood. What foul mood? He is merely envious. The Jiang mother and daughter, whom he once scorned, have now risen to the status of royal kin, while he remains in the shadows, feeling quite unsettled. As she looked at her own attire and the barren wrists, Mu Jiaro felt a surge of impatience. She shrugged off Jiang Mianu as support and stood tall, angrily taking a seat. The few pieces of modest furniture in the room had never caught her eye in her previous life. Jiang Miana, mistaking her anger for frustration with Mu Sun, attempted to console her, saying, Your father must be facing some difficult issues. Do not let your temper flare with him. If those 2 concubines find out, they will not stop their incessant chatter. With your mother currently in the residence, it would be even worse if it were not for your grandmother. Please behave and do not add to your mother's troubles, all right? Musun stormed out of the residence, unknowingly wandering past the general's estate. Fearing discovery, he hurried to a shop front, feigning interest in purchasing goods. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a man loitering at the entrance. After a moment, the gates of the general's residence swung open, revealing Jiang Ming and Lady Zhao, arm in arm, accompanied by a maid. He witnessed the loitering man approach and strike up a conversation with Lady Zhao, his gaze unmistakably lingering on Jiang. Mu Sun's face darkened with rage. This woman, so brazenly disregarding her marital duties. Are you still going to buy it? You're about to break this hairpin. The voice drew the attention of those around. And as the Jiang family turned to look, Mu Sun swiftly tossed a silver ingot and departed, his back a picture of disarray. They noticed nothing amiss. Jiang Ming also turned her head. Romji glanced at Mu Sun's vanishing figure and smiled brightly. My lady, perhaps a mouse has scurried away unnoticed. No need to pay it any mind. My mother mentioned she hasn't seen you in ages. We should arrange a time to catch up. Lady Zhao, along with the Jiang ladies, intended to visit several shops. Upon stepping outside, they encountered Rongji from the Duke's residence, exchanging pleasantries. What a delightful connection. I shall find a suitable time to pay a visit. Rongji felt a twinge of impatience, but refrained from being overly forward, thus offering a courteous bow, saying, I shall await your favorable response. Patience, it seemed, bore fruit, as Zhao soon found herself reflecting on Rongji's retreating figure with a sigh. What troubles you, mother? Jiang Ming remained unfazed, pondering the urgency of the matter. It is indeed a rarity to find someone with whom one can share a lifetime until that fateful encounter occurs. Any wait is worthwhile. Perhaps, just around the corner, that special someone awaits, for one cannot force such connections. Unlike myself, who married early, only to find myself amidst a flurry of trivialities. Upon hearing this, Zhao sighed, patting her hand in agreement. Today, dear, your mother has brought you out to enjoy the sights and clear your mind. With warmth having been summoned to the palace by the emperor, you need not worry about her. Feel free to indulge in whatever catches your fancy. I shall gladly procure it for you. Jiang Ming felt a flutter of excitement at her words. Oh, splendid. Today, I shall ensure that I exhaust every last coin given by my dear mother. Zhao chuckled softly. Fear not, I have discreetly uncovered your father's hidden stash in both his study and bedroom, and I've taken it all without a sound. Today we have ample funds. She mused, by the time your father discovers it, he may very well shed tears. But who cares? He hoards his silver for no good reason. Perhaps he intends to squander it on drink. Once I have spent it all, let us see how he manages to replenish his supply. Meanwhile, outside, Jiang Hongzhi suddenly sneezed. What is this? He mused. I've barely sipped 2 cups, and already I feel the effects? Surely, it must be my granddaughter's musings about me. He proclaimed, Let it be known, whoever fails to finish this jug of wine today shall be deemed a grandson. He urged, down it in one, as if feeding fish. As the last drops of 3 jugs of wine were consumed, leaving not a trace behind, Jiang Hongzhi gazed at the 2 individuals who had succumbed to slumber upon the table. With a chuckle, he reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve the payment. However, after a prolonged search, he found nothing at all. As my mind struggled to grasp the situation, I finally noticed Jiang Yan standing nearby, his face a picture of dismay. I slapped my hand down and exclaimed, What are you staring at? Do not regard me with that shoehorn-like visage of yours. It is repugnant enough to make me retch. Go settle the bill. Jiang Yan hesitated, his hand poised to retrieve the coin. Ugly Jiang Yan, father, you might as well pay this yourself. I am at a loss. I cannot bring myself to part with my money. Your hideous son shall not settle this account. Jiang Hongzhi took a moment to comprehend the situation before delivering another slap. It is one thing to be ugly, but to be so miserly is quite another. What hope do you have of ever finding a bride? Jiang Yan fell silent, reminding himself that he had been married for several years and had children of his own. Jiang Hongzhi paused, then responded, Oh, that is good, that is good.
Come.
Let us see your offspring. I wonder if they are as unappealing as you. Father, you still haven't settled the payment. Meanwhile, the innkeeper stifled his amusement, stealing a glance at Jiang Yan, who shot him a look that made him suppress a laugh. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself. Turning away, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Though Jiang Yan bore a more rugged appearance than his family members, it hardly warranted the label of ugly. He embodied a bold demeanor, sporting a beard and towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, standing out distinctly in a crowd. His temperament, which merged an air of scholarly elegance with a martial spirit, perhaps led Jiang Hongzhe to continually lament his son's looks. Nevertheless, Jiang Yan was resolute in his decision not to pay for his father today. Father, the bill has been settled. Jiang Hongzhe raised his head, his cheeks displaying 2 conspicuous flushes indicative of excessive drinking. What of it if I paid for your father? He retorted, penny pincher. Jiang Yan crossed his arms, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. I refuse. If you won't pay, then I shall, he asserted, rummaging through his clothing in search of money, yet to no avail. What will you do if you find none? Jiang Yan, unwilling to relent after being subjected to prolonged ridicule, firmly resolved not to cover his expenses today. Hey, you little rascal, another voice interjected, perhaps General Jiang. Let me handle it. My family elder has become quite inebriated. Another individual echoed the sentiment, offering to pay himself. Jiang Hongzhe, however, was resolute. It had been agreed that the victor would treat, and since he was coherent, it indicated his triumph. You shall not touch a thing. Left with no alternative, Jiang Yan reluctantly retrieved the funds from his pocket and handed them to the still chuckling innkeeper, assisting Jiang Hongzhe out of the door. Father, do not slumber just yet. Let us first return home, so I may reclaim my silver. Volume 1, Chapter 27. Su Lang. Jiang Yan followed behind, exasperated. Observing the disarray, he questioned, could it be that you have misremembered? Impossible. I distinctly recall placing it here, came the confident reply. Just a moment. After fruitlessly searching, he dashed to the bedroom only to find nothing there either. Jiang Yan pinched the bridge of his nose, sensing he had been duped, and instructed the steward to escort him to rest. Behind him, the maidservants and young attendants carried numerous bundles. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Ming cradled the warm child in the courtyard, spotting Jiang Hong seated in a grand chair, massaging his temples, his expression one of profound distress. Father,
What has happened to you?
the steward chuckled beside him. The master just had a drink outside and fell asleep for a while. Now he has a headache. Did you sleep too long? Not at all, just for a quarter of an hour. He was mumbling something about silver, and then woke up. Warm lifted her head upon hearing this, patting her pocket. Money. My money is lost. The money my grandfather gave me is gone. That simply cannot be. Hurry and find it. Find it. It's all mine. Jiang Ming. That money was spent by her and her mother. And now Warm has found out about it. What to do? Warm anxiously turned around in her embrace, searching. Jiang Hongzhe took Warm in his arms. Let us go. Let us search together with your grandfather. Warm caught a whiff of his alcohol-laden scent and scrunched her nose in discomfort. Ugh. Jiang Hongzhe. His steps abruptly halted. Jiang Ming handed the child over to Baiji. Father, you should go wash up to rid yourself of that odor. Warm, I will go check on your grandmother. You be good. Warm. What about the promise to find the money?
Zhao.
No. Wasn't he that money meant for the old man drinking? How did it come to the attention of this little money grubber? My head is in a sweat. Carrying this money is exhausting, truly. After bathing, Jiang Hongzhe held Warm and made another trip to the study and bedroom, retrieving his hidden stash of money, delighting in his good fortune. It appears I had indulged a bit too much earlier. The money is clearly right here. Wan, allow your grandfather to share half with you, while I shall keep the remainder for my own libations.
What did you say?
Zhao's family has seized the opportune moment and caught us red-handed. Buying liquor? Do not even entertain the thought. Wan has witnessed it all. It is entirely hers. Subsequently, all the money was placed into Wan's purse, causing her to beam with delight, her mouth agape in joyous laughter, her gums positively gleaming. Jiang Hongzhe. Has this money ever truly passed through his hands? It feels as though it would have been better off lost. The steward, having witnessed everything, mused. A lady remains a lady, and the master's myriad of precautions proves futile. The only victor is the little miss. She is practically swimming in triumph. In the blink of an eye, the person before her vanished. Have we discovered the source of the medicine used by concubine Ning last night? Urge them to expedite their efforts. To dare extend their hands towards me is a bold move indeed. Very well. Wang Dequan accepted the command and swiftly departed. In Kuan Ning Palace, the Empress reclined on the favored couch, enjoying a brief respite. Your Majesty, Physician Su has arrived. Let him enter. Xie guided the physician inside, adjusted the curtains, and then dismissed all the palace maids, taking her position outside to keep watch. Your Majesty. The Empress opened her eyes to find the physician gazing at her with concern. A wave of grievance swelling within her. Lenga, you have come. Su Lang set down his medicine chest, hurriedly stepping forward to grasp the Empress's delicate hand. His eyes filled with compassion and sorrow. Your Majesty has suffered. It is all my fault. I lack the ability to protect you. The Queen, her armored hand gently caressing Su Lang's face, spoke with tears glistening in her eyes. Brother Lang, please do not say such things. Were it not for you, I could not possibly survive in this cannibalistic palace. You are my sole solace during these days of despair in the depths of the palace. Now that we have a child of our own, we have even more reason to endure. Su Lang grasped her hand and pressed a kiss upon it, saying, My lady, this pregnancy is fraught with peril. For the sake of caution, it would be best not to carry it to term. Should the Emperor discover our secret, our lives would be forfeit. The Queen, incredulous that he could utter such words, abruptly withdrew her hand. What do you mean? This is our child, my only child. After so many years in the palace, I have finally borne a child, and now you wish for me to terminate it? How could you be so cruel? Su Lang quickly embraced her, pulling her close. Do not speak so. Such words pierce my heart. You know I only wish for your well-being. If the Emperor were to learn that we have muddled the royal bloodline, it would be far worse than death for both you and my family. Besides, did you not tell me that you and the Emperor have not shared a bed in quite some time? Today you fainted in the imperial study, and my heart nearly leaped from my throat. The Empress struggled incessantly in his embrace, but Su Lang's grip grew firmer, stifling her breath. You cannot say you don't want him. This is our first child. How could you utter such words? Moreover, those people are not. Su Lang, alarmed, swiftly covered her mouth. Do not speak recklessly. Be mindful that walls have ears. They are our family, relatives who have accompanied us since childhood. You cannot disregard their lives.
Listen, Honar.
The only solution to this matter is for you to find a way to share a bed with the Emperor and subsequently announce your joyful news in a legitimate manner. Do you understand? The Empress, sobbing against his shoulder, gasped for air. Brother Lang, how could you say such a thing? You know very well. How can you ask me to sleep with another? Su Lang gazed at her with profound affection. I know. It is all my fault. Yet, everything is for the future. You must make sacrifices, and I too must make choices, mustn't I? Besides, during your wedding, did you not perform splendidly? This time will be no different. He will remain oblivious afterward. Trust me, will you? It is the last thing I wish to see, you being sent to another's bed. But we have no other recourse. Su Lang's voice was like a gentle breeze in spring, a warm sun in winter, steady and compelling. The Empress's heart began to waver, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Lang. He sat beside the Queen, soothing her with gentle words while continuously kissing her cheek. Sensing her demeanor softening, Su Lang's kisses grew ever more tender, filled with affection and longing. At last, under his watchful gaze, the Queen reluctantly nodded. Brother Lang, the medicine you provide this time must be potent. For the sake of our child, should there be any disturbances, we must ensure he is unscathed. Of course. What do you take me for? He replied. Moreover, I've heard that the relationship between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager has become quite strained. This may serve as an opportunity. When you have the chance, do visit the Sinang Palace. Understood. Our Han Hai is truly obedient, a testament to why she is my favorite. With such grace and intellect, whoever marries you will be truly fortunate. The Queen blushed and lightly struck him. You are insufferable. After lulling the Queen to sleep, Su Lang took up the medicine box and opened the door, nodding at the figure of Sheila standing at the threshold before striding out of the Kuan Ning Palace. In the Jiao Tai Hall, where the Emperor dealt with state affairs, he surveyed the note in his hand, his expression darkening. How dare they muddle the royal bloodline? And yet, this is the empress of the nation? The cloaked figure kneeling on the ground remained silent. The junior physician certainly could not possess such influence alone. There must be someone backing him, possibly from the queen's maternal clan. From this day forth, monitor their every move closely and report back at once. He then summoned Wang Dequan. Go, bring Wan Wan into the palace. Wang Dequan. When will this habit of summoning the princess at every turn be amended? Today, the academy is closed for a break, and Wan Wan finally has the rare opportunity to play with her brothers. Just as she was beaming with joy, she spotted Wang Dequan entering the residence with others, which startled her into retreating indoors.
No, no.
With her little legs moving up and down, she has finally begun to walk a bit more steadily, albeit still wobbling. Wang Gonggong swiftly caught up and scooped her into his arms. Princess, why are you running away? The emperor misses you and wishes to see you. What nonsense. Those in love don't see each other as often as we do. We met yesterday, the day before that, and now again today. Is the emperor still not weaned? Jiang Ming and her brothers were drenched in sweat, bewildered by the little girl's words. Wang Gonggong. Thank you for your trouble once more, but Nwanwan's brothers are just enjoying their day off, so she is a bit reluctant. Wang Gonggong, holding the squirming Nwanwan in his embrace, smiled warmly and waved his hand. It's of no consequence. The emperor is currently overwhelmed with reviewing memorials. Allow me to escort the princess to the palace for a little chat. Your words are more melodious than a song, yet I can hardly recognize a few characters. It's as if you're reminiscing, perhaps seeking an excuse to indulge in idleness at work. The Jiang family, and Lord Wang. I must tell you, without 2 pieces of gold today, I shall not go anywhere. Do not even think of taking me away. After saying this, she urged Lord Wang once more. It is tiring for you to carry Nwanwan. Once you have finished your affairs in the palace, please send someone to inform me. I shall come to fetch her. Lord Wang nodded, cradling Nwanwan as he turned to leave. Nwanwan. Mother said I am your precious darling. How can you dismiss me for just a few pieces of silver? I refuse to enter the palace. After Jiang Yao emerged from the room, his formidable general's demeanor faded into the courtyard, leaving no trace of his sister. He searched around, peering intently beneath the trees, wondering where could his large sister have gone. Jiang Luo regarded him with a look akin to that of a fool. Brother, no matter how capable Nwanwan is, she cannot possibly hide beneath the tree. Where has my sister gone? My formidable general has arrived. How could she leave? Jiang Su glanced disdainfully at the cage in his hand. Nwanwan has been taken by the palace's people. What do you intend to do with that cricket? Be careful, or Nwanwan might just crush it beneath her foot. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao, displeased, tossed the cage aside and sulked, his little face contorted with anger as he sat beside Jiang Luo. After finally having some leisure time to play with his sister, she had been snatched away. It was truly unfair. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in alarm, cautioning in his speech. If someone overhears us, do you wish to lose your head? Jiang Yao blinked his big eyes, his chubby little hands propping up his cheeks as he sighed. And what is there to fear? Nwanwan is a princess. She would never harm me, for I am destined to bask in her glory. Besides, my crickets have already met their demise at her hands several times. Surely, she cannot be that petty. At such a tender age. Already contemplating a life of reliance on others, what a rascal you are. Jiang Luo's focus was notably different. Your crickets have perished, yet this one still bears the title of valiant general? Jiang Yao wore an expression that seemed to say, what do you know? A steadfast general may have a procession of crickets. This particular cricket I acquired at the academy, boasting a commendable record. It is formidable, and I am confident it will not fall victim to Nwanwan's whims so easily. Jiang Su murmured from the side. Do you truly believe Nwanwan would accidentally crush it? Jiang Luo playfully nudged him. You've made someone cry. Now you must console them. Hianshu, undeteret. Seized the cricket from Xiao Xiang's hands, feigning nonchalance as he stood to reach for the fruit platter on the table. With a sudden forceful step, the cricket and its cage met their untimely fate. Then, feigning ignorance, he prepared to leave, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh dear, the cage has fallen. I accidentally stepped on it. Brother Yao, you wouldn't blame me, would you?" Jiang Yao, still engulfed in the sorrow of Nwanwan entering the palace, sprang to his feet at this remark. causing the flesh on his small face to jiggle. Upon witnessing the cage flattened, I could not help but cry out, overwhelmed by sorrow, as tears flowed like a river. Volume 1, Chapter 28, The Insufferable Third Brother. Jiang Rong silently lifted her teacup and took a sip, succinctly summarizing, "You are utterly shameless." Jiang Luo nodded vigorously, resonating with her sentiment. Indeed, so disgraceful. My cricket, my valiant general, this marks the 6th noble general I have lost to such valorous sacrifice. Third brother.
You must compensate me. Sobe.
Tears streamed down my cheeks in torrents, leaving Jiang Su dumbfounded beside me. Wait. Why do you not blame Nuan for stepping on your cricket, and yet praise her for doing so well? Why do you suddenly change your demeanor with me? The chubby boy charged towards Jiang Su like a cannonball, vociferously rallying support. Jiang Su felt his eyelids twitching and hastily dodged. If this little one collided with him, he would surely bear the mark of a bruise upon his abdomen. Do not be impulsive. I can compensate you with another. It's a trivial matter. Besides, how do you know it was a year old? To be on the verge of a beating yet still brimming with curiosity, truly, what a shameless character. Jiang Luo shook her head from the sidelines, exchanging cups of tea with her elder brother as they sat in the courtyard, observing the antics of the monkeys. Within the house, Su heard the commotion outside and, accustomed to it, chuckled as she shared with Zhao. It seems the third brother is once again provoking that mischievous monkey.
Yower.
Jiang Ming entered, remarking, "Indeed, they are fighting over a cricket. How embarrassing. Such antics occur every few days. They are so used to mischief." Who sat nearby, engrossed in her embroidery. Has Nuan been taken away by the palace attendants again? Jiang Ming sighed, her tone tinged with melancholy. Indeed, it seems like every few days. The palace steward comes personally to escort her. It gives me the impression that Nuan must attend court daily. Alas. Who chuckled, covering her mouth. Why the long face? Dear sister-in-law, others yearn for such attention. Yet here you are, fretting. I would prefer if fewer people noticed Nuan, as long as she remains safe and sound. That is all that matters. With the current circumstances, I can only wonder what the future holds. Zhao reassured her, "Do not worry about future events. We shall address them when the time comes. Nuan is astute. Her destiny is bound to be extraordinary. That fool from the Mu family has truly discarded a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. He will reap the consequences later." Indeed. Tomorrow, Nuan will ascend the jade tablet, yet preparations are still incomplete. I must check on that. This child, always in such a rush. Nuan stormed into the Jiao Tai Hall, visibly fuming. Wang Dequan had tried to placate her along the way, but to no avail. Upon encountering Emperor Dixuan, she glared defiantly. Humph. The emperor took her in hand. What else with the huffing?
Such a little frame.
Nuan was well aware that he would not utter anything pleasant, so she promptly covered his mouth. Startled, Wang Dequan quickly removed her hand, exclaiming, "Oh dear princess. That is quite improper. Every time we meet, there's always a fuss about my weight, and I can only cover my face with my hands to shield myself. Today's tasks remain unfinished. I must first earn my gold." Suddenly, she burst into tears, startling the emperor so much that he had to distance himself from her. "Enough of this," he exclaimed. "My ears nearly rang with your cries." Wang Dequan, in a fluster, hurriedly cradled Nuan, wiping away her tears. "My princess, why are you crying so?" The emperor, exasperated, produced a gold coin and slipped it into her purse, pondering why she was crying. It was surely because the hush money had not been sufficiently provided. As Nuan sobbed, she peered into her purse, discovering only one coin. "Today, one will not suffice. I need two to be consoled." The emperor's lips twitched as he retrieved another gold piece and placed it in her purse. "Is this satisfactory now?" This peculiar habit of requiring gold to soothe her tears is utterly baffling. "Your Majesty," Wang Dequan timidly interjected, "isn't this what you taught her?" The emperor shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. Once she ceased her crying, he gathered her back into his embrace, only to witness her gnawing on the gold. "What are you doing? Do you think I possess any counterfeit gold? Who knows if you are deceiving the child? One must try it oneself to feel at ease." Reflecting on the purpose of summoning her today, Emperor Dishwan took out the confidential report and carelessly remarked, "The Empress surely possesses a remarkable audacity." Feigning unconsciousness in the imperial study to evade punishment, displaying a complete lack of responsibility befitting her station. Wan absent-mindedly gnawed on a piece of gold, glancing at the densely packed note in his hand, which caused her eyes to ache, prompting her to swiftly turn away. Feigning unconsciousness? Could it not be that she is with child? The emperor casually addressed Wang Dequan. Is that physician not aligned with the empress? A mere physician, deceiving both above and below, undoubtedly possesses hidden complexities. Wang Dequan, playing the role of the jester, chimed in, Indeed. Are these two not of sound mind? Spewing forth nonsense. That physician lied before your very eyes, indicating someone must be orchestrating from behind. Who is it, pray tell? The emperor, in a state of desperate agitation, yet unable to inquire directly, resorted to indirect questioning. Wang Gonggong. Who might that person be lurking in the shadows? If he were to know, what need would there be for you as emperor? The emperor. This unfortunate child could not utter a single word of utility. Yet, has the empress truly fallen pregnant, or is she genuinely unwell? Her inability to articulate clearly only serves to deepen this unjust humiliation. Wang Dequan, sweating profusely at the side, urged, Your Highness, do exercise caution in your words. The emperor took a deep breath, granting her one final opportunity. I have already dispatched individuals to closely monitor the physician. Once I receive news, I shall ensure this treacherous scoundrel meets a fitting end to vent my wrath. Let us sever his head and display it atop the city gate as a warning to others. Warmth exclaimed, Do you suffer from some grave malady? It was you who summoned me here, and now you are the one in a fit of rage. Perhaps a physician should examine you. Oh, and I must mention, the Empress has plans to drug you. It may serve to quell your fiery temper. Honestly, you bring me here only to hastily dismiss me? As the Emperor, you ought not to be so capricious. Beware, or I may choose to withdraw from our playful exchanges. In a fit of anger, the Emperor confiscated all the gold from her pouch. What use is this to you? You have divulged nothing. Warmth was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Money. The palace steward, Wang Dequan, nearly stumbled as he hurriedly escorted her from the hall, aware that if the Emperor caught wind of her words, it could cost them dearly. Your Highness, the Emperor is, after all, the Son of Heaven. You must choose your words with care. What have I said? Warmth retorted. But Wang Dequan grew increasingly anxious. But when you do learn to speak, I hope you won't be more vexing. Before departing, he subtly advised Miss Jiang Ming. Miss Jiang, the princess requires gentle guidance in her speech. Warmth, feeling aggrieved, pouted before bursting into tears, lamenting, The tyrannical emperor has taken all my money. Woe is me. Having been given 2 pieces of gold, I had yet to warm them in my hands when he took them all away, not only dismissing me, but also expressing disdain. Jiang Ming, she finally comprehended the unspoken words of the eunuch Wang just before his departure. Frightened, she rushed into the house, clutching Nuan. Father, Nuan has caused trouble. Nuan, crying inconsolably, protested, Nonsense, what trouble have I caused? Upon hearing Jiang Ming's words, the Jiang family collectively cast a glance at Nuan, who was joyfully playing with Jiang Yao in the courtyard, and sighed in unison. If this continues, our several hundred shadow guards will barely manage to protect Nuan before they have even been properly trained. Father, shall we go to the palace now to apologize to the emperor? Suggested Jiang Zhao. Henceforth, everyone must remain tight-lipped and avoid making a fuss. Look at Brother Yao. He is quite astute, having never uttered a word about it to others. Jiang Yan was still unaware of his son's peculiar nature. He surely believed that he alone was privy to this secret, feeling a burden of responsibility, as if it were a small secret shared between him and Nuan, perhaps harboring a youthful sense of importance. At the residence of Duke Rong, the family of 3 rarely gathered for a reunion dinner. Duke Rong, now in his 50s, picked up a chopstick full of food and glanced at his son, who was engrossed in his meal, his lips twitching as if he had been starved for 20 meals. Son, Duke Rong began. What are you up to now? Look at me. Is there anything different? Replied Rong Yang, raising his head to meet his father's gaze. Rong Yang swallowed his food and stole a glance at his father. Father, you haven't wiped your nose clean. Your nasal hair is nearly poking someone. Although you and mother share a loving bond, it's essential to maintain a proper appearance. Do remember to clean your nose after the meal, alright? Rong Guogong, at a loss for words, was taken aback as he seized the mirror handed to him by the maid and scrutinized his reflection. It was immaculate, devoid of any blemish. Frustrated, he brought his palm down upon Rong Yang's head, catching him unawares, leading him to plunge face first into his bowl. Rong Yang? He had anticipated this meal to be a trap. As Rong Guogong endured the reprimand, he observed his wife's hand pressing down on their son's nape, forcefully nudging him further into the bowl, causing his brows to knit in concern. Rong Yang. Mother, do you not wish to consider the appropriateness of your actions? Is this truly the right thing to say? Rong Yang vigorously shrugged off his mother's hand, extracting his head from the bowl, and wiped the grains of rice lodged in his nostrils. He dabbed at the grease on his face with a cloth. Father and mother, we've had our fill. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. As he attempted to rise, he was swiftly pulled back down by the quick hand of Madame Rong. What do you think you're doing? The moment I scold you, you wish to flee? You unfilial child. Can't you see your mother and father have yet to finish?
Sit down.
With a resigned sigh, Rong Yang returned to his seat. Look at how your bowl is larger than others. No wonder your face can bury itself in it. If your bowl is bigger than others, why is it that the daughter-in-law's bowl is not larger than the rest? Truly useless. Rong Yang, fully aware of this inevitable shift in conversation, retorted, Mother, my bowl is the same size as father's. Why do you not chide him? Moreover, are you not also relying on such a bowl for sustenance? Why is it that I cannot? Lady Rong Guogong wore a stern expression, stating, Your father has me, and your mother has your father. What do you possess? Speak up. Who is yours? Why do you require 2 chopsticks to eat? I suggest you forgo your meal altogether. Rong Yang interjected, I can use a spoon to eat. It is not imperative to use chopsticks. With that, he scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to his lips, witnessing the twitch of Lady Rong Guogong's mouth. In a swift motion, she seized the spoon and cast it aside, challenging, if you possess the skill, use chopsticks to ladle this soup for me. Should you manage to serve me a bowl without a spoon, I shall cease to urge you to marry. What say you?
Rong Yang smirket, really?
Mother.
Do not deceive me.
Once the words were spoken, he rose from his seat. Under the puzzled gazes of his parents, he lifted the soup pot and poured a bowl for his mother, consuming the entirety of its contents in one gulp, afterward displaying the empty bowl to her. The implication was clear. Not only could he serve her a bowl, but he could also drink all the soup himself.
How about that?
Is a spoon truly necessary? In the end, he departed under the withering glare of his mother, who seemed ready to commit murder. Observing her son's retreating figure, Lady Rong Guogong felt a pang of melancholy, pondering, Oh, my dear husband, do you believe our ancestors truly bless our family? It appears rather as though we are under a curse. After speaking, she began to doubt herself, abruptly pulling the self-absorbed Duke Rong from his meal and grasping his collar. You must be a child picked up by your parents, which is why they do not bless us. Duke Rong nearly choked on a morsel of food, struggling to breathe. Madam. Cough, please let me go. Cough. His wife, with a disdainful look, released him, muttering about his uselessness, akin to their rebellious son. Despite her sharp tongue, her hand gently patted his back. Once he regained his breath, Duke Rong, now composed, protested, Do not pat me anymore. If you continue,
my lungs may very well be dislodged. You know how strong your hands are.
Duke Rong's wife detested any mention of her strength, her anger flaring. Nonsense. How strong could I possibly be? I spend my days stitching flowers and playing with cats, doing nothing of consequence. You two, father and son, are both so ungrateful about my strength. What, have I dislocated your arm? In chapter 29 of volume 1, Duke Rong's expression twisted in agony. Madam, my arm is dislocated. Did you not hear that crack? Quickly, let me go. Realizing she was still holding his arm, his wife hastily released him, then, when he was distracted, skillfully set his arm back in place. It's no big deal. I can fix it easily. There, stop your wailing, she said, her tone softening, revealing a hint of guilt. After Lord Rong finished his lament, he was drenched in cold sweat. The once vibrant figure now hunched his back, moving slowly and wearing a face marked by the weight of the world, as though a malevolent spirit had drained him of all his vitality. Lady Rome sat at the dining table, seemingly at a loss, gazing at her hands, which had been pampered and bore no calluses. Could my strength truly be so formidable? She mused. The room was filled with maids and the steward, who nearly burst into laughter, stifling their amusement behind their hands, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. If you wish to laugh, then do so. Do not let yourselves be constrained. Observing their reactions, Lady Rome retorted with irritation. Your Majesty, the hour has come. The Emperor rose, cradling the warm figure of Nuanyuan as he proceeded toward the ceremony of bestowal. The civil and military officials had already taken their places, while the Jiang family stood below the platform, watching as Emperor Dixuan ascended the steps, gently holding Nuanyuan and inscribing her name upon the jade register. The ladies of the harem were also present, witnessing the sole princess, Zhaoyang, being held by the emperor himself, occasionally lowering his head to whisper to her. This was a side of the emperor they had never encountered, nor had the princes and princesses ever known their father to be so gentle and approachable. Yet, he had never shown such tenderness towards them. The expressions of the concubines were a complex mix of emotions. While some princes and princesses felt envy, others simmered with resentment. Jiang Hongzhi stood before the gathered officials, letting out a melancholic sigh, which prompted laughter from those nearby. What is there to sigh about in the face of such immense fortune? Indeed, this is the first princess officially conferred by our great Xia, a figure of unparalleled honor. Your Jiang family's ancestral grave lacks such auspicious smoke. It must be that you have usurped the feng shui of another's resting place. The undercurrents are tumultuous, with congratulations, mockery, and envy all intertwining. Behind the vice minister, Mu Sun stands, his gaze filled with jealousy, wishing he were the one in the spotlight. Is that not Dr. Mu? Congratulations are in order. This child has been bestowed the title of princess by the emperor, granted the name Zhaoyang. At last, boundless wealth has come to your Mu family. Do ensure you look after me in the future, dear sir. Oh, dear Zheng, have you forgotten? This Minister Mu was personally dismissed by the Miss Jiang, and thus he has no ties to Princess Zhaoyang. She bears the surname Jiang, not Mu. Pray, refrain from such careless remarks. We would not want to hurt Minister Mu's sentiments, would we? The two of them engaged in their banter, inciting Mu Sun's fury to the point of trembling. Zheng, the vice minister, holds a particular disdain for those who favor concubines over their wives. Clearly unable to discern the weight of his words. I must apologize. It was my oversight to forget that Minister Mu holds a special affection for his paramour, who has borne him a pair of daughters, now attending the Imperial Academy. He seems to have little regard for Princess Zhaoyang, perhaps hoping his concubine's offspring will replace her. Surely, he harbors great expectations for that pair. Indeed, it appears we are short-sighted, focused solely on the present, while Minister Mu gazes toward the future. His daughter must possess extraordinary qualities. My sincerest apologies, Minister. Allow me to extend my congratulations on your daughter's inevitable rise to prominence, akin to that of Princess Zhaoyang, nay, surpassing her even. Mu Sun was demoted to the position of Longzhong, facing a perilous future in his career, utterly incapable of contending with the two ministers. He could only swallow his grievances, a fire igniting within his chest, growing increasingly intense. Eventually, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Oh dear, Lord Mu has collapsed. Quickly summon the imperial physician. Someone exclaimed. What need is there for a physician? Replied Minister Zheng coolly. Lord Mu is likely overcome by the heat. Let him cool off on the ground. Besides, the Emperor and Empress Dowager are watching. Keep your voices down, or we risk delaying Princess Zhaoyang's conferral. The Empress Dowager, with drooping eyes and a lack of interest, surveyed the scene before her, glancing at the commotion behind her and gesturing for someone nearby to investigate. Empress Lu observed the Emperor cradling Wan, inscribing her name in the jade register. Silently, she caressed her abdomen, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Wan, disinterested, watched as the Dacian Emperor carefully wrote her name, her attention diverted to several platters of food nearby. Seizing the moment while the Emperor was distracted, Wan took a couple of steps forward, her stride somewhat exaggerated. Fortunately, she grasped the tablecloth to steady herself, wobbling momentarily before regaining her balance. In a swift motion, she reached for a duck leg atop the table. Unexpectedly, the duck leg was not properly sliced by the chef, and in her attempt, she inadvertently pulled down the entire roasted duck, which crashed onto the Xian Emperor's foot with a loud thud. The commotion drew the emperor's gaze downward, and their eyes met. After a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, "What are you doing?" Nuan pointed at the duck resting on his foot, urging him to eat. He cast a silent glance at her, wishing to remove the duck from his foot, yet the greasy sight of it made him hesitate. Wang Dequan stood at the lower end, oblivious to the scene. After a prolonged internal struggle, he still could not muster the resolve to act. Unable to bear it any longer, Nuan seized his garment, grasped the duck leg, and lifted it up, presenting it to him. Now, not only were his shoes soiled, but the dragon robe was sullied as well. The somewhat fastidious Emperor de Xuan pinched his brow and finally summoned Wang Dequan. Startled, Wang Dequan exclaimed and hurriedly reached for the roasted duck, intending to place it on the plate. However, he was intercepted by the emperor, who questioned, "Do you intend to offer this dirty roasted duck to our ancestors?" Wang Dequan was nearly frightened into dropping the duck. Caught in a dilemma, neither knowing where to set it down nor daring to let it go. Unfazed, Nuan tore off a duck leg and stuffed it into her mouth. Since there was no clear place for the duck, she deemed it fitting to consume it herself, as it was still clean. Having barely brushed against the emperor's shoes and hanging for no more than 3 seconds, the emperor was at a loss for words. Glancing at the ancestral tablet and then at Nuan, who was voraciously gnawing on the duck meat. In his heart he pondered, "Father, do you truly believe this little one can foresee the future and aid me in establishing a prosperous era for the great Xia? Please bless me, for I hope my gamble proves correct this time." If the national master of Nanzhao were present, he would undoubtedly assure the emperor that not only was he right in his wager, but that he would also assist in expanding territories, ushering in a flourishing age, unifying the realm, and bringing peace to all corners of the world. Perhaps an even greater surprise awaits him, but for now, she remains a mere child, blissfully unaware as she savors the roasted duck picked from the ground, likely tainted with the scent of his feet. Sighing deeply, Emperor de Xuan gazed at her greasy face, covered in duck fat and meat shavings, and despite her filthy appearance, he cradled the little imp in his arms. Here you go, filthy as you are." Oblivious to his discomfort, Nuan continued to relish her meal, indifferent to being passed around. Lord Wang observed her expression and sighed, "Your Highness, all the civil and military officials are present. Might you not exercise a bit of restraint? At your age, you ought not to be devouring food with such abandon, leaving your face drenched in drool. Is it truly necessary?" Indeed, as long as you are happy, that is what matters." Wang Dequan wiped the sweat from his brow, noting that the little princess's temper seemed to grow fiercer by the day. After the meal, the Empress Dowager approached the emperor, inquiring, "Is this your newly adopted daughter? She is rather charming. Come, let me hold her. It has been quite some time since I encountered a child with such vitality." Nuan glanced at her greasy hands, puzzled by the notion of vitality. Is this the Empress Dowager, who plays so whimsically at her age? I wonder if she would feel embarrassed if the former emperor were to witness her antics now. Is it merely a coincidence that this palace seems to harbor ill fortune? The Empress adorned the emperor with a green hat, and the Dowager did the same to the late emperor. Is your family perhaps a collector of such hats? As if participating in a misguided postal game, the emperor was nearly driven to exasperation by the girl's provocative remarks, as she seemed to delight in rubbing salt into old wounds. "Your Majesty, this is my daughter, Xiao Shi, named Jiangzhu, who has just turned 1. She is the granddaughter of General Jiang." The Empress Dowager, having embraced the little one, was about to speak when she noticed the child smearing her greasy hands and mouth across her own garments, causing her brow to furrow with displeasure. "It is simply that I have an affection for her, nothing more. Zhaoyang's mother has already divorced Physician Mu. She is not a legitimate daughter of the Mu family." "Mother, your information seems somewhat outdated. A woman divorcing her husband is a rarity in this world. Your Majesty, your generosity towards the Mu family may be excessive. First, you allow a woman to enter marriage, then you demote a minister, followed by bestowing honors upon the granddaughter of the Jiang family. Are you not concerned about provoking dissent among others? In these times, it is considered normal for men to have multiple wives. And the Jiang daughter lacks the grace to accommodate others, thus she cannot be deemed a virtuous wife or mother. Are you? Mother. The inner palace must not interfere in state affairs. The Empress Dowager's countenance darkened, her words caught in her throat by his assertion. I do not seek to meddle in governance. Rather, I am merely reminding you that the Emperor's favor should ideally be equitably distributed. Your bias is excessive and may inevitably foster discontent among others. However, Zhaoyong has now entered the royal records, and it is too late. It would be prudent for you to still show some regard for the Mu family. Otherwise, the harmony between sovereign and subject may be jeopardized, which would be ill-advised. This old crone cannot bear to see you prosper. The facts are evident, and her arguments are mere sophistry. Could this be her revenge against you? Old friend, did you not disturb their romantic reverie last time? Your Majesty. Wang Dequan. Although your words may be harsh, there is likely a measure of truth within them. Your Majesty, in the face of obscured truths, it is prudent to refrain from making ill-timed remarks. You are unaware of the intricate entanglements at play, so it is wise to hold your tongue regarding matters you do not understand. That Dr. Mu lacks discernment, dismissing the rightful consort, has led to his own misfortune. The Empress Dowager felt a twinge of displeasure. The Emperor increasingly disregarded her counsel. Emperor, I earnestly advise you are not a biological son, and therein lies a distinction. Alas, you too are a pitiable soul, a child not of one's own blood, a mother not of one's true kin, and even I, this little darling, was painstakingly chosen by you. It is a tale that brings tears to one's eyes. What did you say? The Emperor struggled to contain his voice. This was utterly bewildering. The Empress Dowager was not his biological mother. How could he, after 30 years, remain oblivious to the identity of his true mother? Wan, lifting her head in confusion, gazed at him, bewildered. What was said? She had uttered nothing. The Emperor placed her into the arms of Lord Wang and hurriedly made his way to the imperial study. This cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. All along, he had been raised by his mother, who during his childhood was merely an inconspicuous consort in the harem. He had envied the children of the favored consorts, adorned in splendid garments and indulged with exquisite food, often held by his father. Though his mother may not have shown him sufficient affection and sometimes bore a temper, she had never struck him. The most severe reprimand was a slap, which was always a consequence of his own misdeeds. Over the years, while their bond may not have been intensely close, there remained a semblance of affection in his heart. Even though the Empress had committed a transgression against the Emperor, he merely dealt with those involved and did not take action against her. Now, upon learning that none of this is true, and that his mother is not his biological parent, he is left to ponder. Who is his true mother? Could it be that he is not the Emperor's child, but rather a child taken in by the Empress from elsewhere? Striding into the imperial study, the Emperor sat heavily upon the dragon throne, foreboding clouds gathering on the horizon. Wang Dequan carefully followed behind, cradling the little princess, his heart laden with dread. This little princess certainly had a penchant for startling revelations. Every utterance seemed to bring forth calamity. Oh, princess, perhaps you should speak less. If you do not temper your words, you might find yourself in trouble. Wan, what did she say? Didn't she keep her mouth shut? Oh, right. Having just eaten duck, her throat felt parched, and she desired water. Struggling to the ground, Wan dashed to where the teapot was placed, pointing at the cup, water. The Emperor's mind was in turmoil. He glanced at Wang Dequan, who was about to pour water for Wan. Bring the water to me. Come here. The Emperor pulled her closer, taking the cup to feed her. Zhaoyong, that was your great-grandmother just now. Do you like her? Like her? Not at all. Just look at the disdain on her face. I certainly do not admire her. She even makes excuses for that scoundrel Mu Sun. Both of them are fickle. Perhaps she is infatuated with his handsome appearance. Wan shook her head, obediently finishing the water. She was about to commence her daily tasks when the Emperor abruptly covered her mouth. After listening intently, he noted the silence. Volume 1, Chapter 30, Clues. Must one truly encounter a person to unleash extraordinary effects? However, she did not see Consort Ning last time and was aware of her intentions to administer medicine.
Come.
Let us stroll through the imperial garden. Wan twisted her body, attempting to free herself from his grasp to explore on her own. Yet the emperor refused to relinquish his hold. If you say the princess shall depart, I shall go, she insisted. The emperor was rendered speechless by her antics. What is this absurdity? Accompany me for a walk, and I shall grant you this. How does that sound? My worth has increased, and from now on, I demand 2 gold ingots, along with the condition that the princess must accompany me. Otherwise, I shan't go, she replied. The emperor felt a surge of frustration rising to his throat. If she did not comply, he would surely erupt. Yet, upon witnessing her innocent, glistening eyes and her cherubic cheeks, his anger dissipated. He begrudgingly handed her the gold, before turning to Wang Dequan.
Princess, please follow me.
Delighted, Wan cradled the gold and trailed behind him. The emperor, in a state of urgency, lifted her and hastened towards Jingyang Palace, where consort Ning resided. My lady, the emperor has arrived, a eunuch hurriedly announced upon entering, only to find consort Ning in disheveled attire. Oh dear, my lady, the emperor is at the door. Why are you still reclining here? The palace maids quickly assisted consort Ning to her feet. My lady, do wash the sleep from your eyes and adorn yourself with a more presentable hairpin. You have been up all night, engrossed in tales. What shall we do about these dark circles? The maids rushed to apply powder, while others busily helped her change into finer garments. The noble consort, adorned with 2 deep, inky circles beneath her eyes, remained engrossed in her reading, seemingly oblivious to their chatter. Upon encountering the passage regarding the administering of poison, she forcefully slapped her thigh, exclaiming internally that the account was inaccurate. It was evident that she had indeed poisoned the emperor that day, yet the narrative contradicted her experience. The emperor had not lunged at her with fervor, but had rather perceived her intentions beforehand. Such deceit! Why are you all so eager? Do not smear that on my face. It is utterly vexing. The emperor has yet to arrive, so who are you preparing me for? Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a figure clad in imperial yellow, cradling a small child, which startled her to the point of leaping from her seat. The maidservant, who had been tending to her hair, nearly yanked it all out in the process. Release me. It hurts terribly, she exclaimed, wincing in pain. As she rubbed her scalp, she managed to perform a rather casual bow. This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty. The child appears rather dim-witted. Why are you so raucous? Dressed in a nightgown with a cotton coat hastily thrown over it, her attire had just been adjusted by the maidservants, remaining unfastened, her hair in disarray. She knelt on the ground, resembling a hen that had just suffered a crushing defeat, her clothing and hair in utter disarray. It seems even in such a foolish state, she was still able to deceive the emperor. Perhaps he is not as astute as one might presume. Your Majesty.
Ah?
Those dark circles suggest she is quite the night owl, a kindred spirit indeed. Zhaoyang, what do you call her? Wan, why are you suddenly drawing attention to me? Auntie? Ningfei lifted her gaze towards the child nestled in the arms of Emperor Dexian, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes. Is this the esteemed Princess Zhaoyang? She is truly exquisite. Your Majesty, may I cradle the little princess? With that, she attempted to rise from the ground to embrace the precious child. Did I grant you permission to stand? The emperor reprimanded. As the head of a palace, you present yourself in such disarray, appearing utterly unkempt. What sort of conduct is this? Is she to be demoted once again? Did you journey all this way merely for this? Previously, it was offered to you on a platter, and now you chase it into the inner palace? You are quite unabashed in your intentions. The emperor extracted gold coins from her pocket and placed them in her hand, motioning for her to remain silent. Wan shot him a glance of disdain before resuming her nibbling on the gold. Ningfei instructed a maid to serve tea to Emperor Dexian, then retreated to the inner chambers for a brief moment. When she emerged, she was breathtakingly radiant, nearly causing Wan's eyes to bulge in astonishment. The contrast is staggering. How can one transform so dramatically in such a short span of time? Did 10 hands work on her? No wonder she possesses such capabilities. She must have procured aphrodisiacs from that old witch, the Empress Dowager, for the Emperor. TSK. The Empress Dowager never anticipated that the very aphrodisiacs she intended for herself would end up benefiting him instead. Your Majesty, This is a parcel sent from my family. Your Majesty, are you leaving so soon? Having acquired the desired information, would he linger merely to sip tea? What if there are more concoctions within? Wanwan remains here. The Emperor de Xian felt a slight headache from the words spoken to him. Must you be so verbose? Perhaps it would be prudent to speak less, he mused, though he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing that silence would only leave him bereft of the desired discourse.
Come.
Let us pay a visit to your grandmother. I wonder what my mother is occupied with at present. What could she possibly be doing? Either engaged in clandestine meetings or devising ways to vex you. Perhaps soon you shall find yourself with yet another sibling. How delightful, indeed. Why do you hesitate? Given your agitated demeanor, do you wish to cast me into this lotus pond? I must inform you that the water is quite frigid and I am not proficient in swimming. Should I fall in, the consequences would be dire.
Oh.
Dear Lao Shi, do test the waters. If I were to survive, you might just retrieve me. What then? Currently, there is nothing left. Upon your demise, all would be confiscated and your ashes scattered to the winds. The Emperor de Xian pondered the sudden silence, glancing down at the little one in his arms, who was pouting and on the verge of tears, before bursting into a wail. What troubles you? I merely paused for a moment as respite. I had no intention of tossing you into the lotus pond. Why are you crying? Suddenly, he felt a warmth spreading on his arm and, in a flurry, lifted her up to inspect, only to find a wet patch on his sleeve.
Zhao Yang.
He bellowed in fury. How dare you relieve yourself upon my person? Wan cried even louder, her wails intermingling with fierce shouts. The distant palace attendants, hearing the commotion, mistakenly believed the emperor was in a fit of rage. Reprimanding a child, they hurriedly lowered their heads, their ears perked up. Wang Dequan swiftly took Wan and handed her over to Granny Gui, urging her to take the little princess to change into a clean garment, as the cries still persisted. Your Majesty, this situation. This was the first time Emperor de Xuan had been urinated on by a small child, leaving him both exasperated and amused. Gazing at the damp cuffs of his robes, he found himself momentarily speechless, before retrieving a pristine garment. Wang Dequan hastily instructed someone to fetch the clothing, then cautiously glanced at Emperor de Xuan, tentatively remarking, Your Majesty, the little princess is still very young. It is quite normal for her to wet herself. It is, after all, your first experience of being soiled by a child. Emperor de Xuan twitched his lips, walking over to the pavilion by the lotus pond and taking a seat. This was indeed a novel experience for him. He had fathered many sons and daughters, yet none had ever dared to soil him. It was ironically his adopted daughter who displayed such audacity. In the harem, any concubine would have prostrated themselves in abject apology under similar circumstances. Do not look as if I intend to settle scores with her. She is merely a child. Am I truly so petty? Wang Dequan quickly smiled in agreement, knowing that His Majesty was exceedingly considerate and magnanimous towards the little princess. Certainly not one to hold a grudge against an infant still nursing. The fact remained that the little princess had indeed taken the gold from him. He mused silently. It was uncertain whether she cried over her lost wealth or felt ashamed for having embarrassed herself by soiling the emperor. Either way, he had certainly gained leverage over her, and there would undoubtedly be repercussions in the future. Indeed, when it comes to the prowess of canines, none can rival Emperor de Xuan. Zhao Yang, if you dare to soil yourself, what do you propose we do about it? Wang Dequan was left dumbfounded, as his previous flattery seemed to strike him like a slap to the face. Had he not promised not to take offense? Wan feigned deafness, but tears streamed down her cheeks, and she began to wail once more. Cease your lamentations. In any case, you are at fault first. You shall owe me for now, and I shall inform you of the conditions when I have considered them.
Come.
Let us proceed to the Sinang Palace. Upon the emperor's arrival, the empress was engaged in idle conversation with the empress dowager. Noticing the emperor's presence, she hastily rose to pay her respects. I pay my respects to your majesty. Be at ease, mother. The empress dowager gazed at the emperor in astonishment. What wind has blown you to my humble abode? I assure you, there is no one here that you seek. Wan sniffled, casting a glance at the old crone. That may not be the case. Old lady, did you see that young eunuch outside the hall? He is not merely a eunuch. Last night the Empress Dowager summoned this youthful lad and praised his hands, noting their elegance and length, then selected him to attend to her. Mother, you need not say such things. As a son, it is only natural for me to take time from my busy duties to visit you. Your words are more melodious than a song. Yet, how come you did not mention your busy affairs while idling in the imperial study? Cough, cough, cough. Does Muan know about this? Where could she have learned such things? What is it? Does the tea here not suit your majesty's palate? No. It is merely that my throat feels somewhat uncomfortable. The Empress, seated beside him, recalled the words exchanged between Su Lang and herself, and thus spoke. Your Majesty, I have recently acquired a new type of tea. Would you care to have a look? A flicker of discontent crossed the Dowager Empress's eyes. The Empress was brazenly enticing the Emperor within her own palace, showing little regard for her presence. Just as she was about to reprimand her, she heard the Emperor decline the offer. Since Mother is here as well, why not bring your tea for her to sample? The Empress. If the Emperor would not venture to her quarters, how could she proceed with her schemes? She feigned a look of distress and said, Your Majesty, that tea has a slightly bitter taste and Mother prefers sweetness. It may not suit her palate. Perhaps it would be more considerate for you to taste it first on behalf of the Dowager Empress? The Emperor nodded. Then go fetch the tea. I shall taste it for you. The Empress, exasperated by the Emperor's obstinacy, thought to herself, does he not grasp the implications of her words? She was nearly driven to the brink of fury. There is no need for such formality, Empress. Just bring the tea, and I shall taste it myself. It is I who shall determine whether I like it or not. Others cannot decide for me. The Emperor cast a glance at the obedient child nestled in his embrace, pondering if she could contribute something of substance. After all this time, she merely offered complaints, without addressing any pressing matters. The Empress, left with no alternative, dispatched someone to retrieve the tea. Go ahead, who could possibly outdrink the two of you? The Emperor cast a glance at the eunuch outside the door and signaled to Wang Dequan with a subtle gesture. Mother, I have observed that the individuals here possess a greater allure than those in my court. Take that young eunuch by the entrance, for instance. He is quite striking. Even Zhao Yang seems utterly captivated, her eyes transfixed. Nuanyuan interjected. What are you implying? Are you too embarrassed to admit your interest in him? So, you lay the blame on me? Do you think me incapable of speaking and thus easily manipulated? Let me make it clear. That eunuch has had the audacity to touch the Empress Dowager. You must not allow him to embrace me. The Emperor, exasperated, nearly struck the insolent child but restrained himself, his hand hovering in the air before gently descending. Zhao Yang, there appears to be a mosquito on your face. Allow your father to eliminate it. Remain still. He then pinched the flesh of Nuanyuan's cheek, as if the very morsel were a treasure worth seizing. Are you suffering from some ailment? Do you dare to speak? It is still somewhat chilly in spring. Where would a mosquito come from? Do you not see that I am clad in a padded coat? How idle you must be to come here and inquire about the appearance of eunuchs. One might think you have taken a fancy to him and wish for his company at night. Oh dear, Zhao Yang, there is yet another mosquito on your right cheek. Do not move. I shall assist you in exterminating it. He proceeded to employ the same technique, pinching the flesh of her right cheek. Now both sides bore the same hue, perfectly symmetrical. Furious, Nuanyuan seized his hand and began to gnaw at it. I shall bite you. Let me put an end to your face pinching. You are no longer human, specially bullying the little ones. I curse you to be visited by the queen tonight. Oh, Zhao Yang, look, the little eunuch you were just staring at has arrived. Should we let him embrace you? This remark was made by the Emperor in a hushed tone to Nuanyuan, to the Queen and the Empress Dowager. It appeared as though the Emperor and his newly adopted daughter shared a tender, affectionate bond, engrossed in whispered conversations. Nuanyuan paused her hand-biting, and upon seeing the little eunuch led in by Eunuch Wang, she ceased her habit. Father, I was wrong. I promise not to bite your hand again. Please don't let him hold me. This little eunuch has a connection with your mother. According to the hierarchy, he is of equal standing with your father. How can you? Volume 1, Chapter 31, Foes. Let us not speak of it. Otherwise, this stingy child will become upset again. The Emperor's anger flared on both sides. If that wretched child dared to suggest that the little eunuch was his stepfather, he would eliminate everyone present, including that wretched child. Your Majesty, why do you seem so distracted and angry?
Who has offended you?
The queen feigned concern as she gazed at him. It's nothing, mother. This child is causing a ruckus. I am merely pacifying him. Children often misbehave. A good spanking will suffice. This provided a stage for the Empress Dowager and the Queen to display their sentiments. Your Majesty, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but after all, she is merely an adopted daughter. She cannot compare to your own children, and yet you insist on holding her close every day. If you have a fondness for children, then surely the young ones, Lao Ba and Lao Jiu, are still at that tender age of 3 or 4, a time characterized by their playful exuberance. You could personally remain by their side to impart guidance. Moreover, the Empress is still present. You could cultivate a deeper bond with her and aspire to bear a legitimate heir sooner rather than later, rather than clinging to another's child. The Empress, with a bashful demeanor, cast a glance at the Empress Dowager, saying, Mother, there is a child here. How can we speak of such matters? What is there to fear? You are husband and wife, united as one. The sooner you have a legitimate heir, the sooner you can stabilize the hearts of the people. Empress, after so many years in the palace, you cannot still be outshone by the other consorts. The Empress hastily knelt to plead for forgiveness, saying, Mother, please forgive me.
It is my fault.
I shall strive harder in the future, hoping to reassure you. The Empress Dowager, with a casual demeanor, glanced at her own beauty and noted its dimness. Rise. Do not kneel at every opportunity. You are the Empress, after all. If you kneel too often, others might think this old woman is unreasonable. I dare not. It is not a matter of daring, but rather of ability. Emperor, you and the Empress must also put forth effort. What shall become of the mother of the great Xia if there are no children?
Ah.
How audacious to speak of children. Finally, the moment has arrived. The Emperor perked up his ears, determined not to miss a single detail. 3 seconds passed. Half a tea's worth of time elapsed. Yet, there was not the slightest sound. The Emperor waited, as did the Empress Dowager, and for a moment, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. The Emperor was filled with indignation. Yet he was at a loss as to whom he should direct it and could only swallow his resentment, offering an excuse. I acknowledge my transgression. I was engrossed in reviewing documents late into the night and found myself somewhat fatigued. Mother, what was it you just mentioned? The Empress Dowager cast him a sidelong glance, her belief in his words uncertain. I was suggesting that you and the Empress should consider having a child. The Emperor pointed towards Nuan, asserting, Mother, this is indeed my child, recognized in the imperial register and acknowledged by my father. How could one claim that this is not my child? Surely, it cannot be said that I brought her here without anyone's consent. The Empress Dowager. This statement seemed to carry an implicit reproach. How would you know that you were not brought here? The Dacian Emperor felt utterly exasperated, wishing to retort, but she took her time, eventually articulating a lengthy discourse without pause. Sooner or later, this unfilial daughter would drive him to his demise. What nonsense you speak! I am referring to you and the Empress, not to this child you have adopted.
Adopted?
The Emperor likely emphasized the word, raising his tone in an attempt to capture the attention of this wayward child. Yes, adopted. You were brought here by her. How shameless to usurp another's child as your own. Were it not for the conflict between the Empress and the concubine, leaving them both incapacitated, and the Emperor's waning influence, it would be a marvel for this fool to ascend to the status of Empress Dowager. This singular instance of audacity, unexpectedly resulting in success, truly seems like a stroke of luck. The author proves to be quite unreliable, akin to a mantis preying on a cicada, while a yellow bird lurks behind. It is likely that the writer intended to surprise the readers, bestowing a convoluted identity upon Emperor Deshuan, culminating in such a dramatic conclusion. After expressing this, one added, Isn't this child one you adopted? Why the fuss? Although she is listed in the royal genealogical records, she still bears the surname Jiang, not sure. This person is quite impolite. I have a name, you know? Referring to me as she is infuriating. Old Sure. Go and give her a thrashing. Her arrogance has likely caused her to forget the name Chunhua.
Who is Chunhua?
The Empress Dowager inquired. This child is called Xiaoyang. You are her imperial grandmother. And in time, she will remember your kindness. I merely wish to remind you to maintain decorum. Among the many children in the harem, why do you particularly concern yourself with one of a different surname? What must my grandson think? Rest assured, old Sure, by the time I grow up, she likely won't even notice me. The emperor, puzzled, wondered aloud. What is the matter? Has she perhaps foreseen the early demise of the Empress Dowager? She shouldn't have such longevity. With those dark circles under her eyes, she seems to spend her nights frolicking with youthful companions, nearly turning into an owl. The emperor took a deep breath, casting a glance at the young eunuch dutifully pouring tea beside Wang Dequan. Hold her for a moment. I am weary. This child has been growing so swiftly of late. She has become rather heavy. The youthful eunuch, filled with trepidation, awkwardly took the child into his arms. As though cradling a ticking bomb, his gaze implored Grand Eunuch Wang for assistance. Wang Gonggong, this. Oh, you, the embodiment of a green-hatted spirit, had promised not to let him hold me. How could you abandon me so easily? And now you find me too plump? Ah, you. The emperor, taking a sip of tea, cast an especially displeased glance at the empress. With a sudden thud on the table, he exclaimed, Empress, how long must I wait for this tea? Have you grown too indulgent with those lowly servants? At last, he found an outlet for his frustration, feeling relieved. Warmth finally wriggled free from the youthful eunuch's embrace and rushed to clutch the emperor's leg, pinching him with determination. Her innocent expression and bright, clear eyes conveyed her message in a childlike voice. No, don't. Wang Dequan, eager to please, hastily assumed the role of translator. Your Majesty, the princess is merely concerned that you might become unwell from anger and is attempting to comfort you. The Daxian emperor glanced at the back of his hand, which throbbed painfully, and replied coolly, Is that so? Indeed, Wang Dequan's comforting words faltered as he beheld the turbulent scene unfolding before him. He obediently stood still, refraining from further comment. It was wise for him, a eunuch, to remain silent amidst the quarrel between father and daughter, lest he inadvertently harm the innocent. The queen, feeling utterly constrained, quickly offered her apologies, regretting once again her decision to visit Sinang Palace today. Would it not have been better to come a day earlier or later? Being the outlet for both their frustrations was truly an unbearable task. Warmly leaning against the emperor's leg, Nuan observed the queen's distressed demeanor and couldn't help but giggle. Her mouth agape in amusement, nearly drooling as Wang Dequan wiped her chin with a cloth. The Empress Dowager noticed that since the emperor's arrival, the little eunuch at the door had been incessantly chattering, tightening her heart. You were instructed to hold the princess. How have you managed to make a mess of it? Kneel before me. The Empress Dowager's reprimand was abruptly interrupted by the emperor. Initially, she aimed to dismiss the eunuch, but now the emperor commanded him to kneel, causing her eyes to ache from the strain. After much effort to select a pleasing attendant from the throng of eunuchs, the emperor's interference was unwelcome. Was it possible that she had an informant in her midst? Your Majesty, this young Xia is still quite young. It is only natural for her to struggle with the child. Your anger seems unwarranted. The emperor appeared somewhat taken aback by the Empress Dowager's concern. Evidently, the servant had been attentive enough for her to speak in defense of the girl. You are adept at sarcasm, but really, how inappropriate is this? Both have entangled themselves. A fine young lad has unfortunately fallen into the hands of an older woman, which is utterly unjust. Who exactly is this older woman? Why does the conversation always elude the crux of the matter? It seems a little more fuel is needed for the fire. After all, he is merely a child. The emperor should not stoop to his level. If he appears nearly 20, yet is still a child, what am I at my age? A wicked old witch? Such blatant double standards. You disdain me, yet you also harbor disdain for the old one. In your eyes, he is scarcely better than a eunuch. Why then did you so brazenly snatch the old one from Chunhua? Were you envious of her bearing a prince while you suffered a stillbirth? The emperor's hand trembled, causing tea to spill from his cup. He cast a perplexed glance at the innocent child nestled against his leg, gnawing on her fingers, exuding a purity and naivety that stood in stark contrast to the avaricious and scheming gazes within the palace. Was Chunhua truly his biological mother? Had the Empress Dowager indeed given birth to a stillborn? Had he himself been taken away? This narrative bore an uncanny resemblance to the origins of the little one.
Who?
Then, was Chunhua? He had never encountered that name within the palace walls.
No, no, no.
The Empress Dowager would not dare to commit such an act. Surely all who knew of it had been silenced, and his biological mother had long since departed. The very person who raised him was his mother's murderer? A tempest of emotions surged within the emperor, yet his exterior remained composed. However, the veins in his hand, still clutching the cup, throbbed ominously, and he struggled to contain his breath, the tension in his neck palpable. He glanced around the furnishings of the Sinang Palace. In one corner stood an intricately carved rosewood display, adorned with a plethora of exquisite porcelain and jewels. Sunlight filtered through, causing the gems to refract a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of a richly woven tapestry. Each year, on the Empress Dowager's birthday, he commanded the gathering of these treasures, and from that once fair display, it had now filled 5 tiers. Every detail here was a testament to his painstaking efforts over the years. However, now someone has informed him that the person seated above has slain his own mother, rendering him, for over 30 years of his existence, never to have laid eyes upon her, unaware of her name, her lineage, her appearance, or her preferences. Even the last time he witnessed the Empress consorting with others, he merely regarded it as a momentary lapse on her part, and in his anger, he had only executed those palace attendants. For all these years, he had honored the murderer of his mother with the title of Empress, bestowing upon this woman the glory that rightfully belonged to his biological mother. At this moment, it seemed as though the countless treasures within the hall were silently mocking him, ridiculing his ignorance regarding his true mother, his lineage, and his enemy. The Emperor de Xian could not bear this reality. He felt as though he were a jest, his filial piety misplaced. After a moment's contemplation regarding his choice of words, he raised his gaze, his slightly reddened eyes meticulously scrutinizing every fleeting expression on the Empress's face. "Mother, do you know Chunhua?" The Empress had sensed something amiss in the Emperor's demeanor since a while ago, her face shifting from pale to flushed. Had he uncovered her secret once more? Suddenly hearing the name Chunhua sent her into a momentary daze, causing her to inadvertently knock over the cup beside her. After a brief period, she regained her composure and looked at him, feigning ignorance.
What Chunhua?
Is that someone's name? Observing the Empress's reaction, the Emperor de Xian realized that his years of ruling had indeed been in vain. Her flustered expression, with her first response being a name rather than anything else, was telling enough. The Empress, bewildered, gazed at the pair of mother and son, utterly perplexed by their cryptic exchange, unable to comprehend a single word they uttered. "Your Majesty, I have sent someone to bring the tea. Will you not taste it?" The Emperor, cradling the warm child, abruptly turned, his icy gaze fixed upon the Empress, as if he wished to rend her asunder. "You cannot even manage this simple task. Guards, take this eunuch and maid away and execute them."
Xia,
having knelt on the ground, was so frightened by these words that she lost control of herself, her first instinct to plead for mercy from the Empress Dowager. "Your Highness, spare me." The Dowager had no inclination to respond. The Emperor delivered a swift kick to Xia's chest, draining the color from her face. "You wretched servant. Why do you stand there in shock? Take her away." Wang Dequan promptly dispatched men to see Xia, along with the maidservant attending the Empress. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my fault. Please do not be angry." The Empress could not fathom why simply retrieving tea at a leisurely pace warranted such a dire consequence. Her expression was one of sheer panic, an absurdity washing over her as she realized the Emperor had discovered her misstep. "Your Majesty, should anyone dare to intercede again, I shall eradicate their entire lineage." Everyone knelt, observing the Emperor's furious departure, utterly bewildered. Truly, the capriciousness of a sovereign renders one as if treading on thin ice. The Empress, laden with grievances, listened to the harrowing cries for mercy and the dull thuds of punishment from outside. In a state of turmoil, she turned to the Dowager. "Mother, why has His Majesty suddenly erupted in such wrath?" "Mother." In that instant, the Dowager's once stalwart posture crumbled as the Emperor stepped beyond the palace doors. At this moment, reclining awkwardly on the couch, his expression was vacant, murmuring to himself. He realized that it could not be true. Spring blossoms had long since perished, Everyone was gone and no one knew. It must be because of Xia. Volume 1, Chapter 32. Terrified to tears, Mother. Mother, what has happened to you? The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively. The Emperor bears discontent towards me, and you have become entangled in it. Be cautious in your service. I am feeling rather fatigued. You may retire now. The Empress, bewildered, departed. Upon reaching the palace gates, she beheld two individuals, bloodied and battered, their flesh mangled, the remnants of their bodies mingling with the wooden benches. The board was drenched in blood, droplets falling onto the floor, coalescing into a small pool.
Ugh.
The Empress could not restrain herself, retching audibly. Your Highness, if the Daxian Emperor learns of her affair with Su Lang, summon physician Su at once. I am feeling unwell. Yes. Nuan gazed at the Daxian Emperor, who sat in silence upon the dragon throne, his gaze distant and somewhat lost, as if on the verge of tears. Wang Dequan observed her closely, signaling her to refrain from disturbing the Emperor, who was in a moment of sorrow. One must tread carefully to avoid incurring his wrath. Melancholy in the changing seasons? Oh dear, you have suddenly grown so profound, it leaves me quite disoriented. If this continues, I fear the Emperor may succumb to despair. Where has that black bear monster vanished to? It just appeared and then disappeared again after hearing Emperor Deshuan's command, Wang Dequan exclaimed. That is no mere black bear monster. It is the Emperor's Qianlong Guard, a force that stands alone against 100, instilling terror in all who hear of them. The formidable Qianlong Guard of the Great Xia, established since the time of the Supreme Emperor, was specifically trained by the royal family to protect the Emperor's safety and to uncover hidden truths. The Qianlong Guard has never suffered defeat. Such is their fearsome reputation. Yet, they seldom reveal themselves. The Emperor's deployment of the Qianlong Guard highlights the gravity of the current situation. In the southern Zhao Kingdom, the Crown Prince was advised, Your Highness, it is unwise for you to go now. The Master of the Ziwei Star is still young. Your presence would not only be futile, but would also attract the attention of various national powers. Do you wish to see the Divine Master embroiled in peril before they have even had the chance to grow? Is your primary objective in visiting the Divine Master? The advisor inquired, his expression revealing that he saw through the Crown Prince's intentions, prompting Rongjin to respond with a disgruntled huff. What do you know? The longer I delay, the less chance I have to clarify things with her. If I do not go now, when will I? You will arrive too late. The moment will have passed. The time that separates you is not merely days, but lifetimes. Even if you were to fly directly to the Great Xia right now, it would be too late. It would be wiser to steadily develop your own power, ensuring the Divine Master's protection when the time comes. As for your love, in the grand scheme of countless lives, it is trivial. I do not believe it. With a furious expression, Rongjin seized his fan and, amidst the cries of his counterpart, tore it asunder into two pieces. It is utterly unreasonable that I have undertaken all this, and Jiang will fulfill the wishes of countless souls, yet cannot satisfy my own long-held desire. From beginning to end, from the past to the present, all I seek is but one person. The National Master picked up the tattered remnants of the fan from the ground, on the verge of tears. Your Highness, this fan, the mysterious celestial cloud fan, cost me 50 taels of silver. Now it is worthless. Such extravagant behavior is the mark of a solitary existence. Oh, foolish child. Let go of this. Rongjin could not bear to hear such words, and yanked the remains of the fan back into his possession, flinging it to the ground and stamping on it several times to vent his fury. You used to comfort me, saying she would one day understand my suffering. Now you tell me to give up. I deserve to be deceived. This worthless fan, worth 50 taels? I wouldn't even spare it a glance if it were given to me. National Master, you shall never hope for divine favor in this lifetime. Continue to dwell in your grand dreams of spring and autumn. Observing the fire nearly erupting from Rongjin's eyes, the National Master took a step back. Your Highness, I must warn you, though you possess a noble status, I am still somewhat of a mentor to you. Do not presume that your youth will intimidate me. The surrounding palace attendants had long since been dismissed, leaving only the two of them, unrestrained. No longer maintaining the facade of decorum and grace, they became embroiled in a scuffle on the ground. The national master felt his hair thinning as a lock was tightly grasped in Rong Jin's hand. With the slightest exertion from Rong Jin, he could easily attain a balding Mediterranean look. Your Highness, let us deliberate on this matter with care. The body and hair we possess are bestowed upon us by our parents, and considering the significant power you hold, my entire ancestral lineage rests in your hands. Therefore, I urge you to be gentle. I am of advanced age and not in the best of health. Please do not hold my frailty against me. As Rong Jin observed the shifting demeanor, he grasped the corners of the elder's hair and presented two choices. First, divulge the specific date. Second, relinquish those precious tufts of hair. The pain in the elder's hair imparted a feeling akin to a delicate tug, forcing him to raise his head in accordance with the other's grip. I choose the first option. Please be gentle. Release your hold for now. I must consult the stars, as I cannot speak without forethought. Your Highness, as the esteemed Prince of Nanzhao, your slightest misfortune could have far-reaching consequences. If something were to befall you, I would be left with naught but 9 heads to lose. The elder's words had exhausted him, yet the grip on his hair remained unyielding, intensifying instead. He ceased his jest and swiftly began to calculate, revealing that a significant event awaited in a year's time. That occasion would be the birthday of the Empress Dowager of Daxia, coinciding with the discussions among the 4 nations regarding the next decade's pact. It would present a perfect opportunity for you to pay homage to the divine and furnish those ancient souls with a legitimate cause for your visit. Upon receiving this definitive answer, Rong Jin finally relinquished his grasp on the elder's precious strands. In that case, I shall begin my preparations. The elder exhaled, rolling his eyes at the proclamation. There remains a full year. Why commence preparations now? I shall take my leave, Your Highness. Indeed. Arranging the somewhat crumpled garments, Rong Jin restored his enigmatic demeanor and prepared to leave. As he took a few steps, just as he was about to exit the grand hall, a swift figure darted past him, tugging at his temple hairpin, causing him to yelp in pain, which shattered the carefully crafted expression he had just donned. The national master, in a remarkable sprint, fled the scene. The palace attendants, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but exclaim that the national master seemed on the verge of transcending into immortality, his movements as graceful as a startled swan. Before departing the imperial palace, Nuan cast a glance at Emperor de Xian's face, which appeared to be shrouded in ominous clouds, as if a storm were imminent. Was it possible that her earlier misstep had provoked his ire? Contemplating this, she retrieved a gold ingot from her pouch and, with a playful gait, approached him to place it in his hand, signaling for him to smile as she did. This was a significant offering. It required careful handling, as sustainable relations were paramount. "Oh, dear Emperor," she exclaimed, "the princess has presented you with the gold you bestowed upon her, hoping to bring a smile to your face. How thoughtful." As she spoke, her voice quivered on the verge of tears, and she discreetly dabbed at the corner of her eye with her sleeve. The emperor looked in astonishment at the gold in his hand. Just moments ago, Wang Dequan had been boasting about the gold piece the little one had given him, and now he found himself in possession of one as well, a rather curious turn of events. Did he realize how much this gold could procure? Perhaps the little one was unaware of the significance of the ingot she held. This gold piece weighed 10 taels, equivalent to 80 taels of silver. A typical peasant requires approximately 8 taels of silver for a year, and what you possess is equivalent to a decade's worth of sustenance for a family. Now that you comprehend the intrinsic value of this gold, will you still offer it to me? Wang Dequan gazed longingly at the deposit, imploring, "Your Majesty, if you do not wish to keep it, may it be bestowed upon me? Is that truly gold?" That embodies the conscience of the little princess. Given her childhood fondness for wealth, if it is not accepted now, it is likely you shall never pry a single coin from the princess's grasp in the future. Observing that Nuan appeared to be still processing this, the Emperor of Dexian altered his approach, stating, "With this deposit, you could procure countless chicken legs." Indeed, upon hearing the mention of chicken legs, the little one's eyes sparkled, and her small hand reached out once more. The Emperor opened his palm, continuing to observe her reaction. "You do not want it?" He quirked an eyebrow. "If I give it to you, then it is yours. Quickly take it before I change my mind." It was quite a rarity for a miser to exhibit such generosity. Ultimately, as Nuan departed, 2 eunuchs trailed behind, each cradling a box brimming with silver ingots. Wang Dequan embraced her, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your bargaining skills are truly remarkable. One must relinquish something to gain. Without sacrifice, one cannot ensnare the wolf." Wang Dequan.
Ding.
Sweetheart, your task progress is as follows. Successfully extricate yourself from the Mu residence within 3 months, earning 10 points and the reward of photographic memory. Now, I present Task 2, attend the Guozijian for 3 days. Upon successful completion of this task, 10 points will be awarded, along with the gift of effortless writing. By practicing for half an hour daily for a year, one may acquire excellent calligraphy skills. A delay in completion will result in a deduction of 5 points. Failure to complete the task on time will incur a total deduction of 10 points and cancellation of rewards from the subsequent task. Task 3. Literacy. One must recognize a minimum of 10 characters each day, achieving at least 50 characters within a month. After every 3-month period, there will be a surprise test. Successfully identifying 10 consecutive characters will grant the ability to recognize over 30,000 characters, resulting in 10 points awarded and the acquisition of extraordinary reading skills, enabling one to read a plethora of books in a short time. A delay in completion will result in a deduction of 5 points. Failure to complete the task on time will incur a total deduction of 10 points and cancellation of rewards from the subsequent task. Task 4. Commence the study of medical principles, to begin after 3 months. Successful completion of this task will yield 30 points and reward one with a set of golden needles, comprising 108 needles crafted from pure gold, forged through the flames of the red lotus, possessing a certain spirituality and capable of recognizing its master. Furthermore, it serves as a lethal weapon, its efficacy comparable to that of the rainfall pear flower needle. Failure to complete the task on time will result in a total deduction of 10 points and cancellation of rewards from the subsequent task. This task can be subdivided into 1. Daily recognition of a medicinal herb, including but not limited to its characteristics, types, and usage knowledge. Successful completion will yield 10 points. 2. Memorization of 108 acupoints, including but not limited to the classification, effects, stimulation methods, and selection principles. Successful completion will yield 10 points. 3. Practice acupuncture techniques, encompassing, but not limited to, foundational skills, methodologies, and practical applications. Successful completion of this task will yield a reward of 10 points. There is no time constraint for this endeavor. However, it will be integrated into the daily routine. Given the host's age limitations, the entire learning process will be presented through animated formats. The system will produce a daily check-in calendar, so let the host and the system collaborate diligently. The 2 tasks may proceed concurrently, with the system overseeing their completion each day. Once all tasks are successfully accomplished, the system will present a meticulously crafted medicinal elixir required for the healing of Jiangsheng. For the well-being of the beloved uncle, the host is encouraged to persevere. Now, please select a style of calligraphy. 1. Cursive 2. Running script 3. Regular script 4.
Cellscript vs.
Clerical script. The exterior is crispy while the interior remains tender. All the silver just acquired has fallen to the ground. What did you say? I can't hear you, I'm deaf. Nuan began to wail inconsolably, catching everyone by surprise without any prior indication. What's wrong, Nuan? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Rongli, who was nearest, hurriedly picked her up to inspect her and called for the imperial physician. Hearing the cries, Jiang Hongzhe emerged from inside, thoroughly checking her over and finding nothing amiss. I shall personally summon him. You all keep an eye on Nuan. Jiang Ming was flustered and at a loss, wondering how she could suddenly be in tears when just moments ago she had been so joyful that her eyes could barely remain open. Volume 1, Chapter 33. The display the entire family gathered around, observing as Nuan cried for a prolonged period, her voice hoarse from the effort. She wept inconsolably, her demeanor suggesting genuine sorrow. The system, aware of its misstep, fell silent, refraining from uttering a word. When the royal physician finally arrived and examined her pulse meticulously, he found no discernible ailment. Instead, he noted that the child was rather robust, perhaps slightly overweight. Casting a glance at the anxious Jiang family, The physician struggled to articulate the word overweight, ultimately stammering, "The princess may be, well."
Come on, just say it.
"You're driving me to distraction," Jiang Yen urged. "The princess is fine. It's just her weight, which is somewhat." Before he could finish, he was met with the family's collective glare. This boisterous clan was truly unreasonable. "It is not merely for the sake of examining the princess's tears that we summoned you, Dr. Shui. She was perfectly well just moments ago. We cannot fathom what has caused this sudden distress. Perhaps she was startled?" Dr. Shui shook his head. If she were startled, her pulse would exhibit temporary anomalies, such as an accelerated heartbeat or irregular rhythms. However, the young princess's pulse is taut, akin to a tightly strung bowstring, strong and tense, indicating her discontent. Who has upset her? Jiang Yao was the first to object. "That is impossible. We did not seize her money. Why would she be angry?" "Doctor, surely you must have misinterpreted." Jiang Yen waved dismissively, asserting that it was inconceivable for Dr. Shui to be mistaken. "The child speaks without restraint. I kindly ask for Dr. Shui's understanding. There is no cause for concern. The little princess is in excellent health, even better than most children. However, it is advisable for you to pay attention to her diet, as too much indulgence may lead to difficulties. This implies it is time to consider a reduction in weight." Wan's recently calmed cries began to rise again in pitch. Dr. Shui. It was evident to all that he had provoked the little princess's ire. Aware of his own shortcomings, Dr. Shui took his medicine box and discreetly departed. Jiang Sheng was originally resting in the Hengwu courtyard, but was soon brought over by Xiao Xiangzi. Wan. His voice was gentle and warm. Yet this only caused Wan to weep more sorrowfully. "Uncle, they want me to attend the Guozijian. I refuse to go, sob. What kind of family sends a 1-year-old to the Guozijian, expecting me to learn characters? I do not wish to recognize them. Sob. I am so pitiful. I still need Bai Ji to help me with my potty. Now, they want me to go to school. What if I wet my pants? Uncle, please help me."
Indeed.
She was crying out of frustration. Jiang Yao scratched his head, chuckling without knowing the reason. Jiang Ming was at a loss, finding the child utterly distressing. Wan, do not cry. Look at this little flower face. It is a mess. Let uncle clean you up." Jiang Sheng lifted her up, causing a slight wobble, while Jiang Ming quickly supported his arm. Thus, in this brief moment, uncle demonstrated with undeniable evidence that Wan had indeed gained weight. It was not her fault. Rather, it was the uncle's shortcoming, as he was unwell and needed to exercise. Soon, uncle will head to the courtyard to engage in some weightlifting. How about letting Wan ride on his shoulders like a knight? Wan gently patted his leg, feeling its softness and lifelessness, and suddenly realized that her previous actions might have been inappropriate. Her uncle's life and fortune rested solely upon her shoulders, while her mind was merely preoccupied with play. Jiang Hongzhi sat on a stone bench, quietly discussing with his 2 sons. "Do you know whom Wan is referring to?" Both shook their heads. "Father, it seems Wan has someone extraordinary behind her, perhaps someone who can hear her innermost thoughts intentionally. But where is this extraordinary being? Wan had just cried without warning. Could it be that someone was conversing with her in her mind?" Jiang Zhao spoke succinctly. Jiang Hongzhi gazed at the now calmed Wan, realizing that apart from their family, only the emperor could hear her. It seemed that previously, Musun's family could not hear her either, indicating that a certain criterion must be met to access Wan's thoughts, particularly those beneficial to her. Jiang Yen speculated. Perhaps only those who genuinely care for Wan can hear her voice, regardless of the conditions. As long as it is confirmed that they mean no harm to Wan, it suffices. However, she is merely 1-year-old. Would the Imperial Academy even accept her? This is simple. Just let Wan visit the palace, and the emperor will assist in resolving it. Jiang Hongzhi slapped his palm down, exclaiming, "What are you saying? As her uncle, you should be the one to advocate for her instead of relying on others. What a lack of ambition." Jiang Yen swiftly dodged, realizing who the other person was. None other than the beloved Emperor of Warmth. Such a young child. What opinions could anyone possibly have? They merely assumed that Warmth was off to the Imperial Academy for a drink of milk. Speaking of which, father, you still owe me the silver from that last drinking spree. What's silver? What's silver? I have painstakingly raised you, enduring all manner of toil. Jiang Yan dashed away quickly. Father, keep it for yourself. I have no need for it. But why was Warmth crying so sorrowfully? Could she confide in her uncle? Leaning languidly against him, Warmth remained silent, idly toying with Jiang Sheng's hair, twisting it about. Jiang Ming feared he might falter. Warmth, come to mother. Sister, I am fine. Let Warmth stay. He had a premonition that Warmth's impending visit to the Imperial Academy was surely connected to him. Dear child, look how much your uncle adores you, for his sake. You must hold on. Seizing the moment while Warmth was finally quiet, the system began its relentless persuasion. Your uncle was once a candidate for the top scholar. Would you truly wish to see him spending his life confined to a wheelchair? I have configured the optimal options for your tasks. You now possess an extraordinary ability to remember everything at a glance. Once you successfully complete the next task, you shall acquire a reading speed that surpasses that of others. Each skill you gain has been meticulously selected and tailored for you, all to ensure your success in forthcoming endeavors. The system incessantly enumerated its arguments from various angles to persuade the charming individual to undertake the task, fearing a lack of submission. However, Nuan remained utterly unmoved, as though she had ascended to another realm. Faced with such indifference, the system could only retreat temporarily to seek solace in the company of Chasing Qi. The first task issued by the system was to enter the Guozijian within 3 days. As the second evening approached, Nuan still appeared sullen, showing no intention of visiting the Guozijian. The Jiang family, anxious in silence, observed Nuan transforming her sorrow into sustenance at the dining table, sighing in resignation. Alas! It was only during meals that they could witness their sister brimming with vitality. After uttering this thought, Zhang Yao bit into a chicken leg with fervor. One couldn't help but wonder if this child would develop some peculiarities. It was indeed my first encounter with someone daring enough to openly defy a royal decree and enter the palace. What a rare sight. Jiang Su sighed, only to be met with a sharp glare from Jiang Luo. Nuan had not only fallen silent, but even her inner thoughts had ceased.
Now,
the others could only speculate about her feelings. Nuan, if you are truly unhappy, perhaps it would be best to relinquish the endeavor. Nothing is more important than the happiness of Nuan, is it not? Jiang Sheng sat beside her, feeding her while offering words of comfort. Nuan glanced at him without uttering a word, her pace of eating unwavering. The Jiang family was only aware that she was to attend the Guozijian. They remained oblivious to the underlying connections, believing it was merely a formality. No one considered what a 1-year-old child could truly learn, despite Nuan's uniqueness. She was still just a child. Our primary task now is to grow up peacefully and to be joyful every day, is it not, Nuan? After the last bite of food was fed, Jiang Xing planted a kiss on her cheek and said, Go play now, Baiji. Take good care of the princess.
Yes.
Baiji prepared to lift her off the stool, but Nuan pushed her away. Uncle, if you knew that I was going to the Guozijian to heal your leg,
Would you still say that?
Nuan gazed intently into his eyes, her hand resting on his leg, as if attempting to sense the strength within. Alas! There was nothing. His leg felt as soft as rubber, save for its warmth. Everyone was momentarily stunned by her words, rendered speechless. Jiang Yao, gnawing on a piece of meat, finally noticed the astonishment on his family's faces. They had heard it too? Initially, it was only this revelation that shocked him, but now another had joined. So, he was not the chosen one after all. His sister. Jiang Yan swiftly covered his son's mouth, admonishing, Do not speak. Your breathing is distracting me. Jiang Yao seized the opportunity to rub his greasy lips against Jiang Yan's hand, provoking a look of disdain that caused the latter to withdraw his hand, only for Jiang Yao to smear it against his clothing. The clinking of the spoon against the porcelain bowl produced a crisp sound, and Jiang Sheng could hardly suppress a tremor. A certain suspicion had already taken root in his heart, yet he was unprepared for the warmth of the acknowledgement from Nuan, which sent shivers coursing through him. He had initially thought he could wait another 10 or 8 years. After all, he had already endured 3. The prospect of hope was indeed a welcome change. But Nuan was merely 1 year old. Had she truly shackled herself to such a fate? She could hardly articulate her thoughts. How could she bear such a burden? Nuan, he murmured softly, his tone laden with uncertainty. He found himself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, without her explicit confirmation, he could have easily voiced his thoughts. Yet, now that he had received that affirmation, it was as if a floodgate of anticipation had been opened, overwhelming him with feelings of resentment, joy, and hope that made it difficult to breathe. Uncle Xiao now feels like a man in the desert on the brink of death from thirst, who has suddenly encountered a bowl of water. Anyone would grasp it tightly. Fear not, Uncle Xiao, I shall save you. After feeling downcast for 2 days, Nuan finally resolved to take a deep breath. It was merely a matter of studying. She could manage that, even if her mind felt somewhat inadequate at the moment. She extended her hand, allowing Bai Ji to carry her away. She wanted to revel in the moment before descending into the depths of despair. When the family finished their meal and went to look for Nuan, they found her sleeping soundly, with her head tilted. The time for celebration was indeed fleeting. Today marks your first day reporting to the Guozijian, my dear. Do your best. Your adorable attendant will keep you updated in real time. Another beautiful day has dawned. As Nuan opened her eyes, a pained expression crossed her face. How could she have succumbed to a moment of weakness? Thus began her descent into a hellish existence, starting with insults. Get lost.
All right.
The system, startled by her fierce yet childlike tone, promptly retreated. My princess, you are awake so early. Allow me to assist you with your attire. Bai Ji and Grandma Fu helped her dress and wash up, taming her tousled hair into a charming bun adorned with a colorful satin ribbon cascading down her back. A touch of rouge graced her forehead, rendering her a fresh and lovely doll. Oh my, who is this beautiful little sister? Jiang Yao exclaimed joyfully. Upon learning that Nuan was to attend the Guozijian, she had danced with excitement the previous day and couldn't wait to visit her this morning. It is indeed my little sister, but alas, it is a pity that such a young child must attend school. This clearly indicates one undeniable truth. Jiang Yao paused dramatically, shaking her head before continuing. No matter how beautiful one may be, one cannot escape the fate of schooling. Ahaha. After her laughter subsided, no one paid her any mind. Jiang Yao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, touched her nose and sat beside Nuan. Sister, I shall accompany you to the Guozijian shortly. Young master, you should head to the Guozijian first. It would be unfortunate to arrive late. The palace will send someone to escort the princess to the Guozijian soon. Jiang Yao was taken aback. Someone from the palace? Nuan, you won't require a grand procession to attend school, will you? Let me tell you, Master Yan despises nothing more than students who misuse their family backgrounds to bully others in the academy. You. Oh, dear. Your Highness, you're tugging at your ears again this early in the morning. Su Shi hurried over, hearing her son rambling. You little rascal, what do you know? Hurry along now. If you're late, just wait and see how Master punishes you. With a face full of resentment, Jiang Yao departed.
Now.
He had boasted to his classmates about bringing his sister along to broaden their horizons, but now that plan had fallen through, and he was bound to be mocked. Wang Dequan arrived at the Jiang residence, accompanied by palace maids and guards, and the Jiang family quickly came to greet him. They were accustomed to having Wang Gonggong sent by Emperor de Xian whenever there was a matter to attend to. He must be here for Nuan, right? Wang Dequan nodded, explaining that he carried a few messages from the emperor for the princess and inquired whether she had awakened. Jiang Ming glanced at the people behind him. Yes, she has awoken. The little one got up by herself this morning without needing us to call her. She is currently having her meal. It seems the princess is indeed somewhat different now that she is set to attend school. However, at such a young age, it seems a bit burdensome. Nevertheless, Miss Jiang need not worry. The emperor is very considerate and has arranged a special palanquin and guards to escort the princess to the Guozijian. Moreover, those accompanying him are all carefully selected by the emperor, dedicated to serving her and will exclusively be by her side from now on. Volume 1, Chapter 34. A Close Call. I am grateful for your majesty's kind intentions. Initially, I harbored concerns regarding the child's tender age, but with the arrangement of dedicated caretakers, my worries have considerably diminished. Upon encountering Wang Dequan bowed respectfully. Princess, before we proceed to the Imperial Academy today, shall we first summon Ping and for a pulse check? The royal physician stepped forward, took the pulse, and departed promptly. Nuan extended her small hand with a frosty demeanor, remaining silent and unsmiling. Wang Dequan glanced at Jiang Ming, puzzled. It appears the child is somewhat reluctant, but no matter, she will acclimate in due time. Wang Dequan nodded, placing the box, which had been held by a palace maid, upon the table. Your Highness, this is your allowance from the Emperor. On your first day of school, feel free to purchase whatever you desire. One cannot help but admire the Emperor's generosity. Nuan's expression softened slightly as she beheld the contents, a bounty of silver coins, along with a 100-tael silver note. The system stood by, astounded. She truly is a treasure, with generosity bestowed upon her at every turn. One could envision the princess evolving towards a path of opulence, never to return. Your Highness, these are your maidservants, Chun Nong and Xiao Wan, identical twins. One excels in medicine, while the other is skilled in martial arts. Additionally, there are Wang Mama and Du Mama, dedicated to attending to your meals. Moreover, His Majesty has dispatched 10 guards to escort you to and from school. They await you outside. Greetings, Your Highness. Zhao and Su, upon hearing this, were left speechless, with those in the know realizing Wan was merely attending school, while others might mistakenly believe she was plotting a rebellion. Jiang Ming wore a worried expression. Esteemed Master Wang, isn't this a bit too ostentatious? The young princess is still so small, and with so many people around, it may attract unwanted attention. In essence, she feared the envy of others could lead to unforeseen calamities. Miss Jiang, this is the result of His Majesty's understated approach. The young princess, despite her tender age, is entitled to her title. Such is the established protocol. Moreover, aside from the 8th prince and the 9th princess, all other princes and princesses are currently attending the Guozijian, and there are plenty of attendants to oversee matters at home. You needn't worry. Baiji stood by, feeling at a loss. Since the birth of the young princess, she had been in her service, but now it seemed her presence was no longer necessary. Miss Wang Dequan's eyes sparkled with the wisdom akin to that of a sage. Serving before the Emperor, he must possess a high emotional intelligence. He quickly discerned the underlying issue. These maids and the princess were still unfamiliar with one another. Let Miss Jiang's maid accompany them for now, he suggested, demonstrating his thoughtful consideration. After finishing their meal, they were finally ready to depart. Aside from a few members of the Jiang family who were attending court or school, the rest accompanied Nuan to the gates of the Guozijian. Wang Dequan followed closely, awaiting the moment to introduce Nuan to her mentor. Nuan cast a glance at the stern-faced Chen Jizhou, obediently performing a respectful bow, uncertain of the proper etiquette, but knowing a bow was appropriate. She had met her mentor. Chen Jizhou, also known as Chen Xiaoyang, was the man whose collection of books had been ruined by the mischief of the 3rd and 5th princes. At that moment, he stroked his beard, his expression as grave as ever. Your Highness, having entered the Imperial Academy, one must adhere to strict discipline and remember the school motto, to follow the regulations of the Academy and engage in studies aimed at enlightenment and practical application. The foundation lies in filial piety, brotherly love, propriety, righteousness, loyalty, trustworthiness, integrity, and a sense of shame, with the 6 classics and various histories as the subjects of study. The disciples shall bear this in mind. After imparting their concerns, the Jiang family departed with expressions of anxiety, leaving Baiji, Chun Nong, and Xiao Wan behind. Once settled in the academy, Nuan was given guidance. Princess, take some time to acclimatize here. This lesson is taught by Master Yan, who is known for his seriousness. Please behave, and do not provoke his ire. Nuan, on her very first lesson, found herself in Master Yan's class. Did she wish for me to retreat in the face of difficulty?
Retreat was not an option, alas.
Princess, Master Yan achieved the top 3 degrees and possesses profound knowledge. He once taught the Emperor when he was still the crown prince. Now, having aged, he has come to the Imperial Academy. Although Master Yan is somewhat strict, you need not worry, as you are still young. Top 3 degrees, crown prince's tutor. My goodness. He is the very best in the nation. How remarkable. Was this arrangement made by the Emperor specifically for Nuan, or was it merely her good fortune? Meanwhile, Nuan was led into the classroom and sought a corner to seat herself, only to be interrupted by a voice nearby. Your Highness, your place is here. Turning towards the voice, She beheld a young gentleman with almond-shaped eyes and a delicate complexion, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor, though his trembling hands betrayed him. Baiji glanced at the desk, pondering how he could ascertain that this was indeed the princess's designated spot. Chun Nong whispered, "Princess, each desk has a name inscribed upon it, and yours is at the front." Worm glanced at that spot, the front row, right in the center. Who on earth would want to sit there? Whoever wishes to, may do so, sitting beneath the watchful gaze of the teacher. So close that one cannot even catch a moment's rest, and risk being showered with spit in the process. Observing the little princess's reluctance, the young master bit his lip, his eyes glistening with urgency, his voice nearly breaking into tears. "Princess, don't you want to sit here?" His eyes brimmed with tears. Worm widened her eyes at him. Was this a threat? Surely it was. He had resorted to a tearful assault. "Do not presume that your handsome looks would soften my heart." She was not so superficial. Upon the entrance of Master Yen, he raised an eyebrow at the obediently seated Worm in the front row, surprised by her compliance. Worm, disheartened, laid her head on the desk, while the young master, amused by her plight, turned his head in annoyance. Never again would she judge by appearances. Outside the classroom, Baiji and Chun Nong listened to the childish sounds of reading from within, sighing softly. What if the princess were to wet her pants? The inexperienced Chun Nong, yet untouched by life's adversities, remarked, "The princess is still young, isn't it quite normal?" Baiji regarded her with an expression that suggested her ignorance. Though the princess was indeed young, her pride was exceptionally strong. It may be acceptable to wet her pants in private. But consider this. There are at least 6 children inside, including the teacher, 17 in total. With so many present, the princess would inevitably shut herself away in anger afterward. In the midst of spring's abundance, it is only natural to experience the bodily functions of defecation, flatulence, and belching. Baiji, you ought to counsel the princess, a Chiao stated with utmost seriousness. Suddenly remembering her own status as a princess, she patted her chest and declared, "Leave such matters to me henceforth." Baiji responded, "Where did such a foolish person come from?" Spring Gnome nudged her, wearing an expression of incredulity, and added, "My apologies. A Chiao has been practicing dance since childhood and is accustomed to being carefree. Please do not take offense." Baiji shook her head dismissively and scrutinized a Chiao, pondering how her name clashed so starkly with her character. "Esteemed scholars, I am Master Yen, and you shall learn from me in the future," he began, only to be interrupted by the princess. "Zhao Yang, is there something you wish to discuss?" Master Yen, clad in a white long robe, exuded an air of sternness, his hair a striking blend of blue and white, presenting himself as a serious and austere figure, especially with his long beard, which lent him the demeanor of a learned sage. In modern times, he would resemble a living repository of knowledge, appearing only during graduation season, when the esteemed figures, often cloaked in red or black academic regalia, would grace the graduation ceremonies. "Master," Nuan stammered. Her mind clouded as she realized not even she understood her own words. "Master Yen, this child can hardly articulate her thoughts. Which thoughtless individual devised such a heartless plan, sending such a young child here?" A nearby young gentleman regarded her with a look of confusion. Nuan was nearing desperation. If she did not find a way out soon, she would surely embarrass herself. The young girl on the right of Nuan, noticing her flushed face, softly leaned in and asked, "Do you need to use the restroom?" Nuan vigorously nodded her head, feeling a wave of relief that someone finally understood her plight. The little girl quickly comprehended the situation and hurried over to the teacher, whispering something before dashing back to scoop up Nuan and rush toward the door. Baiji and the others had already been aware of the commotion inside. Had it not been for the teacher's presence, she would have stormed in long ago.
Now.
Seeing the little girl struggling to carry Nuan, Baiji swiftly took her from her arms and rushed toward the restroom, barely having time to express her gratitude. The teacher observed this relay-like scene with a helpless sigh, nearly spilling his tea on his own beard. He realized he needed to speak with the emperor, for the child was far too young. Sending her here without being able to relieve herself was unnecessary haste in nurturing her potential. Initially somewhat reluctant, the teacher now felt a twinge of sympathy for Nuan. "Grandfather, why do you look as though the sky is falling?" he scoffed, glaring at the boy. "Address me as teacher. not grandfather. That is utterly inappropriate. The young boy, Hong Yi, pouted slightly. Yes, teacher. The little girl beside them stifled her laughter. Seizing the moment while the little princess was away, the teacher took a moment to appraise the 7 children before him, the legitimate grandson of Minister Li, the grandson of Director Zhang, and the heir of the Earl of England, all ranging in age from 4 to 7. These individuals are the rising stars of the Great Xia, the future pillars of strength. Has the emperor summoned these children solely to accompany the young princess in her studies? What is the emperor truly plotting? On her first day at the Imperial Academy, Nuan nearly wet her pants. Fortunately, someone came to her aid, sparing her from such embarrassment. As for the task of learning 10 characters each day, Nuan declared it to be exceedingly simple. In the inaugural lesson, Master Yan opened the book and began to shake his head while teaching the 3-character classic. Nuan opened her mouth, struggling with the pronunciation, and eventually decided against attempting to read aloud. Instead, she observed the form of each character, mentally reviewing them, and discovered that she could memorize them with remarkable ease. Although the characters were vastly different from those in her modern life, this new mind of hers was remarkably adept. New things were always useful, operating at lightning speed without any hindrance. She mused that it might not be as difficult as she initially thought. No one could resist the charm of a sweet, youthful voice. No one. As she approached Nuan, she heard no sound at all. Your Highness, what are you doing? Nuan lay sprawled on the specially designed cushion, which was perfectly elevated for her to rest upon, resembling a small glutinous rice dumpling. Upon hearing Master Yan's words, she innocently widened her eyes and looked up. Why aren't you reciting along? She thought. What the? Master Yan, puzzled, was about to reprimand her, but hesitated, thinking he might have misheard. Given that the little one struggled with articulation, clearing his throat, he urged, recite along. What the? Master Yan turned to glance at her before continuing on his way. Little darling, children must not use foul language. He does not understand. I was speaking in English. The system. After a span of 1 hour, Nuan successfully dozed off on the table. Wasn't it supposed to be easy to persist? As for the remaining children, their thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. The sound of reading had transformed from a booming resonance to a mere whisper. Master Yan sighed once more. This child was too young, lacking any sense of stability. No matter how strict he was, he could not contend with their inherent nature. He resolved to propose to the emperor that the daily study time be reduced from 1 hour to half an hour. After all, the little princess looked utterly exhausted. When Zhang Yao excitedly brought his friends to find his sister, he discovered her peacefully asleep on the table. The very Master Yan who had previously struck his palm had draped a cloak over her to keep her warm. Zhang Yao, wearing a face of utter despair, nervously tugged at Bai Ji's sleeve. This cannot be Master Yan, right? He must have been possessed. How could he cover my sleeping sister with a cloak to prevent her from catching a chill while I was punished for dozing off in class? Upon meeting the gaze of the old man within, he shuddered. It was indeed Master Yan, without a doubt. How is it that as fellow students, I am reprimanded for sleeping in class, while my sister enjoys such care? He lamented, feeling the weight of unfairness. Zhang Yao, Master Yan's voice echoed, causing Zhang Yao to stand at attention immediately. Greetings, Master. I must attend to some matters, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, Master. The crowd. The companions who followed could only catch a glimpse of the back of Zhang Yao's head before he was whisked away. They also encountered the elusive Gui Jianchou. Hurry. Hurry. Master Yan is looking this way. Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle. Master, allow me to take care of the princess. Very well. Yan Hongye trailed closely behind Master Yan. Grandfather, you truly lack principles. Wasn't it agreed that one should strive for diligence and progress? And yet, you're leaving so soon after arriving? Master Yan took his hand and gently tapped his head with a book. Be quiet. At an age where you can't even hold your bladder, do you expect to sit attentively for an entire lesson? Don't think I didn't notice you daydreaming just now. Volume 1, Chapter 35. Envy Yan Hongye was caught off guard and dared not utter a word, yet he had already mastered the 3-character classic long ago. And now you want me to learn it again? When he awoke once more, it was already past lunchtime. Princess, it is time to dine. Nuan nodded slightly. Stifling a yawn. Learning is truly exhausting. My brain cells feel utterly depleted. After an hour of class, I managed to listen for merely 20 minutes. While the remainder of the time was spent in slumber, how dare you utter such words? You understand nothing. My 20 minutes of attention span equates to several hours for others. Furthermore, it is unreasonable for you to hold such lofty expectations of me. It is a considerable achievement for me to rise from bed without soiling myself. You must realize that my sphincter and kidneys currently operate beyond the control of my brain, making your demands rather excessive. Alas, my tasks are meticulously tailored to your physical condition. The only issue lies in the early commencement of these tasks. There is no other fault to be found. Once you become accustomed to my presence in your mind, you will come to accept all of this seamlessly. Nuan focused intently on her meal, disregarding the commotion. The others had finished eating, watching her with a mix of sympathy and concern. Our little princess appears utterly weary after such a long journey and prolonged hours of study. Her face has visibly thinned. The system sighed and departed. In the Nanzhao kingdom, Rongjin listened to Zhu Qi as she reported on Nuan's recent circumstances, a broad smile adorning his face. She has endured quite a bit. She has always detested studying. Zhu Qi, it is all the same narrative. It's only the first day at the Guozi Academy. Is it really that significant? After the meal, the system urged Nuan to commence her daily attendance check. The task of attending the Guozijian has been accomplished within 3 days, earning 10 points and the reward of an extraordinary skill in writing. With dedication to practicing for half an hour each day, one can master the art of calligraphy within a year. However, this is not a typical endeavor. For most, it might take a decade or more. The system guarantees excellence in its offerings. Nevertheless, I find myself disinterested in this reward, as I struggle to handle even a spoon deftly, let alone wield a brush. Please, allow me to pass on this. Very well. I shall set this reward aside for you. Should you find a need for it in the future, simply call upon me. For now, let us proceed to the next task. Begin your daily check-in with just 10 characters. 10 characters? How about this? I shall complete the tasks for tomorrow and the day after in one go, and you can let me rest for 2 days. Goodness. It's only the first day, and you already wish to take a break. What, then, is the purpose of the daily check-in? The system firmly states that there must be a check-in every day, with an increasing character count. What a useless system you are. From the perspective of onlookers. After finishing her meal, Nuan sat there, silent and motionless, seemingly lost in thought. What has happened to the princess? She was just joyful moments ago. Jiangming shook her little bird, asking Nuan, "Look, this is the silver your grandmother rewarded you for your obedience in attending the Guozijian on the first day. Would you like it?" In the next moment, the silver in her hand was suddenly snatched away. Jiangming, well, this child is simply daydreaming. Let us disperse now. Dear one, what must I do to fulfill the task? Should today's endeavor fail, you shall forfeit your next reward, and all rewards henceforth. If I must practice alone to earn a reward, can it truly be called a reward? I would rather do without. If you continue to press me, I shall rescind your previous reward, and you shall toil like everyone else, memorizing a character every 10 minutes. Future tasks will only grow more arduous, demanding ever more of your time, leaving behind the ease of today. She then collapsed onto the chaise longue. Warmth. Did you enjoy your visit to the Imperial Academy today? Jiang Sheng, pushed over by Xiao Xiangzi, observed her sprawled form and gently shook her. What troubles you, dear? Speak to your uncle. I shall assist you. Hit him. She suddenly blurted out. Jiang Sheng, puzzled, inquired, Strike whom? Who has wronged you? He glanced at Bai Ji. Did someone bully you today, Warmth? The tension in her posture suggested she was ready to cleave her adversary in two at any moment. Jiang Sheng, take a look at your little uncle's legs. Are you truly willing to give up? Warmth. Damn it, he had struck a nerve. Little uncle, I have sacrificed so much for you. Once you have an aunt, you must not forget me. Jiang Sheng was both amused and exasperated. What a peculiar situation. It seemed the burden of her studies was once again the culprit. After a moment of distraction, she suddenly revitalized, lifting herself up and preparing to slide off the chaise. Slow down, where are you off to? Jiang Sheng supported her gently, for the temperament of a child can change swiftly. Let us go, let us go. After completing the check-in, it was only natural to indulge in a little escapade. Congratulations to the adorable one for completing today's check-in. Let us drive together again tomorrow at the same time. See you then. Leave me be. All right then. She was no longer a bother here.
Mingya.
Last time the heir of Duke Rome mentioned a reunion, and since I have not visited in days, the invitation has been rescinded. I shall pay a visit shortly.
Come with me.
Jiang Ming hesitated due to her status as a single mother. Mother, you go ahead. I shall not accompany you. I hardly know them. It would be inappropriate for me to attend. What could possibly be inappropriate? When you were a child, they even held you in their arms. And the heir, did you not enjoy playing with him in the past? Jiang Ming could not recall. I don't remember that. Mother, could it be that you are mistaken? Zhao chuckled. Oh, dear child, you were merely 5 or 6 years old then. It is only natural to forget. Come, accompany me. Staying in the manor is of no use. But Nuan is not crying and is quite happy playing with her uncle. There is no need for concern. Jiang Ming glanced at the hairpin adorning her head and the elegant red silk gown she wore, a thought flickering through her mind. Mother, you wouldn't be suggesting. What? Is it not fitting for my daughter, who is so beautifully grown, to adorn herself and uplift her spirits?
Besides,
the heir of Rome is quite handsome. Perhaps you two are fated to meet. No, mother, as long as I have Nuan, that's sufficient. Besides, the identity of the young master is indeed precious. As a woman who has been married before, you need not harbor such thoughts. Observing her daughter's resolute resistance, Zhao sighed. If you choose not to consider it, then so be it. Remaining at home is quite pleasant as well, with your parents by your side to ensure you are not wronged. However, Ming'er, this does not imply any deficiency on your part. Do not feel ashamed. It is that scoundrel Mu Sun who lacks fortune. My daughter deserves the very best. Thank you, mother. Jiang Ming's eyes glistened with tears as she playfully leaned against her mother, feeling a warmth in her heart. Why had she ever contemplated marrying that fool? Nuan played joyfully in the courtyard, or rather, she was delighted with the food. Upon seeing her grandmother and mother adorned in splendid attire, the little one immediately scampered over, chanting, "Let us go, let us go." With her short legs moving swiftly, she began to dash outside. Jiang Ming swiftly grasped her. Do you even know where we are heading before you run off? Yet, unperturbed, she insisted on moving forward. Clutching her mother's hand and putting all her effort into stepping outside, stubbornly resilient as an ox. Let her go if she wishes, Jiang Ming thought. Zhao instructed a maid to fetch a cloak, and she carried Nuan into the carriage. Indeed, her brother-in-law seemed more lively, yet the atmosphere within felt even colder. Su assisted the maid into the inner room, pondering, Isn't it true? He only appears when Nuan is at home. Since we moved to Hengwu Courtyard, we have exchanged a mere 2 sentences, both on the day of our reunion dinner. Alas, every day Nuan is burdened with tasks. Mother, have you not yet witnessed how that plump little girl carries herself with such arrogance? She has an entourage accompanying her to the Imperial Academy, and His Majesty has even assigned 2 matrons and maids to attend to her, along with dedicated escorts. When I was studying, I had nothing of the sort. The second princess, Shiryu, was infuriated, hurling her teacup in anger. Wan Zhaoi swiftly intervened, admonishing her to refrain from such outbursts. I am now Wan Zhaoi, and you must not refer to me as mother, lest you attract blame and further punishment from the emperor. I care not. I too attend the Imperial Academy. Why does father not send Master Yen to instruct me? She seethed. How dare they from the humble general's residence presume to overshadow me? They shall pay dearly for their insolence. Wan Zhaoi cast her a disapproving glance. How have I raised you? You must learn to maintain your composure in the face of adversity. How will you manage in the future? That girl is currently in the emperor's favor, and you cannot openly oppose her. Your 8th sister and 9th brother are of similar stature. You should go and observe them. In her fury, Shiryu retorted, I shall not go. However, upon catching the significant look from Wan Zhaoi, she quickly understood and dashed off to seek out her siblings. Let the outsiders bask in their fleeting glory for now. I shall elevate them only to let them fall heavily, for that expression will be most delightful, will it not? Chen Tao, your highness speaks most wisely. Father, today I encountered Princess Zhaoyang at the Imperial Academy. My classmates mentioned that the emperor has specifically dispatched people to escort her, with maids and matrons attending to her every need. Mu Sun cast a glance at Mu Jinghui, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. Had he known that his daughter would capture the emperor's favor to such an extent, he would have been less inclined to acquiesce so readily. After all, she is his own flesh and blood. Their son would certainly have his thoughts on the matter. Mu Jiaro stole a glance at Mu Sun, seeking to draw his attention. It seemed illogical that, as a child of the same age, she could attract the emperor's eye while she herself could not. After all, she possessed the gift of foresight. Mu Sun looked at her with growing impatience. What was once his precious darling had now become a source of annoyance. It was merely a meal. There was no need for such exclamations. Observing the table laden with verdant vegetables while her bowl was filled only with leafy greens, Mu Jiaro wrinkled her nose in distaste. This household truly faltered without the presence of the Jiang family, with only a meager meat dish every 3 days, and being in the midst of her growth. She could hardly thrive on a diet solely of vegetables. At this rate, when would she ever rise to prominence? Father. Mu Sun's patience began to wear thin. Just as he was about to reprimand her, a sudden thought crossed his mind upon seeing Mu Jiaro's cheerful face. This child was indeed quite lovely, having inherited his features. Perhaps. With this notion, he seized the spoon from the maid who was feeding her, a calculating smile spreading across his face. Jiaro, dear, make sure to eat well. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare more meat for you later. Growing plump and fair will only enhance your charm. Do you understand? Mu Jiaro swallowed her mouthful and said, Thank you, father. What scheme was this old man concocting now? Be good, my dear Jiaro. You must also practice speaking diligently. If you perform well, father will take you out to play. Eat heartily, yes, just like that. With a heaping spoonful, Mu Jiaro's cheeks bulged, her mouth still full of rice. When Mu Sun offered her another spoonful, was he intent on making her burst? Jiang Mianer watched anxiously, her heart aching at the sight of Jiaro's struggle to swallow. Hesitantly, she suggested, Brother Sun, allow me to take over. Mu Sun shot her a frosty glare. What do you mean, take over? Look at how thin the child has become. Where have you been all this time? Now you come before me to show off. Is it to impress the old lady? Jiang Mianer cast a pitiful glance at the old lady seated silently beside them. Brother Sun, I did not mean it that way. Jiaro is quite healthy. The doctor said children at this age often look like this. My child, Mu Sun's child, cannot be compared to others. Doctor.
Are you listening to me or to the doctor?
I say she is thin, and that is what matters. Can't you be gentle and virtuous like Ming'er? Must you always contend with me? This was the first time Jiang Mianer had heard him extol that woman, who he had previously belittled. With one praise came another, and she found it increasingly intolerable. Now that she is no longer here, you begin to reminisce about her goodness? Brother Sun, that's not what I meant. I do not wish to hear your incessant chatter. Remember this. From now on, ensure the child eats well. We adults may manage, but the child is still growing. How can she thrive on nothing but these vegetables and pumpkins? Is it merely a matter of vegetables and pumpkins? It is all a reflection of your own ineptitude, and now you cast blame upon others. Furthermore, every morsel of meat in the bowl has either been consumed by him or offered to the old matron. The lofty words spoken now are but a facade. It is he who has orchestrated this situation. Does he seek something aesthetically pleasing? What could he possibly desire? Is he nostalgic for the daughter born of his legitimate wife? No, it cannot be that simple. He likely yearns for the wealth and grandeur that daughter could bestow upon him. Mu Jiaro also sensed something amiss when he still possessed a modicum of silver. He was notoriously stingy. Now that his source of fortune has vanished, what chance is there to derive any benefit from him? Unless there exists an even greater opportunity awaiting him. All right, Sunner, why unleash such a tempest over a simple meal? The child is watching after all. Jiaro is managing quite well. If she cannot eat, there is no need to force her. Otherwise, the child may soon be ill. Mu Sun gazed at the remnants of congee at the bottom of the bowl, furrowing his brow. How little has been consumed, and so much remains. It must all be finished. Mother, this is clearly insufficient. She appears a tad too slender, lacking the desired plumpness. Ideally, she should resemble that cherubic figure of Nuan Nuan. as it would significantly increase her chances. Mu Jero noticed the spoon being thrust towards her, let out a contented belch, and then began to cry inconsolably. Jiang Mianer took the child into her arms, wiped her mouth, and gently coaxed her, casting a glance at Mu Sun, where a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes, before she quickly averted her gaze. Such misfortune. Mu Sun, incensed, slammed down the spoon and cast a glance at the old matriarch. Speaking for the first time in a somewhat stern tone, "Mother, with this woman around, spare me the invitations for dinner. Merely seeing her fills me with disdain. I have official duties to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he swept out in a flourish. She cast a glance at his receding figure and sighed, "Do not persist in your weeping. It is precisely your incessant tears that drove him away. Henceforth, it would be best for you to dine in your own courtyard, since Sunner will no longer grace us with his presence. I can avoid further vexation and preserve the bond between us mother and son. After assisting you for so long, you cannot even retain a man. How lamentable." With that, she supported the old woman and retreated into the inner chamber, leaving Jiang Mianer to gently comfort the two children. Mu Jinghuai wiped the tears from his mother's face and embraced her waist. "Mother, please do not cry. I shall protect you from now on." Good child, good child," Jiang Mianer murmured, caressing his cheek, her tears flowing even more fervently. Initially, she had harbored ulterior motives and entered the gates of the Mu residence with great joy, oblivious to the inferno that awaited her. Indeed, he had ensnared her with a web of lies. And it was her own folly in misjudging his character that led to her plight. Even the daughter of a great general had been deceived by him, and for years he had exhibited a heart of a wolf and the disposition of a dog. How could she harbor such expectations for a man so fickle? Yet, the children are innocent. He ought not to treat them in such a manner. Mu Jero leaned against her mother's embrace, surprised by her brother's words, casting him a puzzled glance, before a flicker of irony crossed her eyes. Protection? In a previous life, this so-called good brother wielded his power to oppress both men and women, committing countless misdeeds, yet now claims to protect others? Merely refraining from bullying others is considered commendable. At the residence of Duke Rome, you require me to invite you repeatedly, and only after sending an official notice do you finally arrive, causing me immense distress. The Duchess of Rome grasped Lady Zhao's hand tightly, her excitement evident as she shook it vigorously. Muan watched in astonishment as her grandmother's hand turned from pale to crimson, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. How could this person possess such strength? She felt compelled to test it. Leaning out from Jiang Ming's embrace, she lunged directly into the arms of the Duchess, startling everyone present and causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Muan matched her grandfather's strength, who was a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. The strength of the women in this household was indeed remarkable. While still pondering this, she scrutinized the scene intently. Meanwhile, Lady Zhao and Jiang Ming, exasperated, patted her back, chiding her for her mischief. "You nearly frightened me to death." The bright red mark on Lady Zhao's hand was particularly conspicuous, drawing the attention of nearby maids. "Madam, your hand." Only then did the Duchess of Rome realize, offering an awkward smile. "Ah, my dear sister, I apologize." Lady Zhao reassured her, "It's nothing, sister. You remain as robust as ever." "Robust?" Muan giggled. "I have met the madam." Jiang Ming performed a respectful greeting, following her mother as they entered the flower hall to enjoy tea. "This must be your youngest daughter, truly a vision of beauty, and such an exquisite child. A reflection of your fine countenance. Were it not for the fact that that talented young man acted first back in the day, who knows? We might have been in-laws by now, ha ha ha." This person speaks quite amusingly, referring to it as acting first, as if her mother were a paragon of virtue. The unfilial child, Nuan, secretly scoffed to herself. "Your words are misguided. Your mother is not. No, never mind. I shall take my leave." "Are you insinuating that my mother is not a good person?" "She is a splendid, individual. Begone, who invited you here?" "Mother, how could you say such a thing? The term acting first is poorly chosen." Suddenly, a male voice intruded. A figure clad in a dark long robe entered gracefully, a fan in hand, exuding an air of elegance. Jiang Ming's immediate thought was, "Is this person unwell?" while everyone else is dressed in cotton clothing. He wields a fan as if he were some sort of peacock. As he approached, Jiang Ming noticed the damp strands of hair at his temples, his entire being radiating moisture. Had he just bathed? Or washed his hair? No, that thought was leading her astray. Mother, what are you saying? I have been in the residence all along. A guest has arrived, and I ought to greet them. Rong Yang, having met the general's wife, addressed the young lady. This charming little one must be Princess Zhaoyang, truly a paragon of intelligence and grace. Here, take this trinket I fortuitously acquired. Play with it. As he spoke, he presented Nuan with a gem, a cat's eye of a vibrant green, lush and vivid. Nuan instantly took a liking to it. This handsome gentleman is indeed generous, gifting a complete set of a house upon their first meeting, a rather overwhelming gesture. However, considering the compliment he bestowed upon my intelligence, I graciously accepted his offering. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? That childlike voice, so innocent and tender, seemed to emanate from the little one before him, despite her not uttering a word. As he pondered this perplexity, his mother abruptly struck him on the back of the head, questioning his ostentatious attire and the necessity of a fan in such weather. Mother, you have truly obliterated much of my gentility, he lamented. After all, he had gone to great lengths to present himself well, even indulging in a fragrant petal bath, all in hopes of leaving a favorable impression. Yet, her single slap had rendered all his efforts moot. Nuan, this object is far too precious. Perhaps you should. Jiang Ming. Zhao family. Such an embarrassing trinket should never have been brought forth. Upon hearing that voice, he was finally convinced it belonged to the child. It mattered not. It was merely a childish whim, not worth much, and since Princess Zhaoyang adored it, he thought it best to let her keep it. After all, he had plenty more at home. Madame Yunhua, your son possesses an abundance. How could she be unaware? They appear to be of fine quality. If he has so many, why does he not bring them forth to honor his dear mother, that unfilial child? Let the child enjoy them. She seems quite fond of it, does she not, Nuan? Nuan nodded affirmatively. Laughter filled the air as a few individuals chuckled heartily, while Zhao wore an expression of mild embarrassment. Thank you, my lord and sister. This child, Nuan, becomes utterly enchanted by anything that sparkles. There is simply no contending with her. She sighed. Oh, my dear mother, perhaps you could refrain from speaking so much. Did she forget to wash her face before leaving home? Observing the awkwardness that enveloped her, she boldly inquired, Is there something on my face? Rong Yang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for her directness, but soon regained his composure.
No.
It's merely that Miss Jiang bears a striking resemblance to Princess Zhaoyang. I apologize if I have offended. Age is but a number. I am several years your senior. So it is rather inappropriate for you to speak thus in my presence. Had it not been for that rascal of mine, who suddenly petitioned the emperor to travel abroad years ago, Nuan might very well have been my granddaughter. Don't you think, Nuan? Although she directed her question at Nuan, her peripheral gaze fell upon Rong Yang, where she indeed detected a hint of amusement on the young man's face. Ah, so there is someone special in your heart. No wonder you have been reluctant to marry. It seems you have your sights set on someone else's mother. This revelation had her fretting over whether her son was impotent or perhaps inclined towards unconventional preferences. Thank goodness he favors women, and admiration for another's mother is permissible as well. What a fortunate turn of events. Had she discovered her son's affection for this Miss Jiang years ago, she would have swiftly dealt with that scoundrel Mu Sun, snatching her son's beloved away rather than languishing in indecision until now. It is impossible. If my mother had married this fool back then, who knows what kind of child would have been born, certainly not me. Rong Yang. A fool? Does this child disdain his appearance? Although he is a few years her senior, surely he cannot be so lacking in comparison. Observing Nuan engrossed in playing with her gemstone, Rong Yang extended his hand and said, Princess Zhaoyang, allow me to take you on a tour of the residence. We happen to have 2 small animals there that I believe you would adore. Then, as if casually inquiring, he added, Miss Jiang, would you care to join us? It would be a splendid opportunity for me to introduce you. After all, once you move in, it will feel less foreign. Jiang Ming shook her head and replied, Thank you for your kind offer. "Young master, but I shall remain here to converse with my mother." The wife of the duke observed her son's demeanor, noticing that his tail seemed to droop, and she could hardly suppress a smile. She placed Nwan on the ground and gently caressed her smiling face, beaming with maternal affection. "Oh, you shall be the little princess of our household, my granddaughter. How delightful. Nwan, go play outside with this rascal. Staying here might bore you." With a knowing glance at her son, she added, "Take good care of her, or I shall have your ears for dinner." Rongyang lifted Nwan and looked at his mother, puzzled. "Mother, are your eyes discomfort? Should we summon the physician?" The Duchess waved her hand dismissively. "Go on. Take care of the child. Do not let a single hair fall from her head, or you shall pay dearly." Rongyang? What a distant and indifferent residence this is. Once the two departed, the wife of the Duke of Rong approached Jiangming, sitting beside her and affectionately grasping her hand, showering her with praises. Jiangming responded with confusion. "Zhao, I am equally perplexed. Don't inquire of me, for I too am unaware. Regardless, this family possesses such a temperament. You might as well endure it, for they are not overly astute and pose no real threat." Jiangming, while awkwardly smiling an apology, joined in the flattery, engaging in mutual compliments. Meanwhile, Rongyang ambled through the estate, cradling Nwan, and began to subtly inquire, "Does the princess find this place agreeable? Is it not beautiful? Now that you've expressed your sentiments, what more is there to say? Call me whatever you fancy. If you prefer mother, I would have no objections. Though I fear you might hesitate. Is this child truly so wild at heart? At such a tender age, aspiring to be someone else's mother? What do you think of me as your father? If that pleases you, I could also refer to you as mother." Volume 1, Chapter 37, The Zoo. The young attendant trailed behind, drenched in cold sweat, pondering, "Dear heavens, must we entertain such conversations? The crux of the matter is, you ought to persuade your mother to wed me, to become the minister's wife. What say you? Not only are you beautiful, but your thoughts are equally fanciful. Your speech is nonsensical, quite unseemly. I shall call you father, and you may attempt to call me mother. Ha! Enough of this frivolity. Come, I shall show you something splendid. You know you are merely spouting nonsense, utterly unreliable, and yet you still wish to marry my mother. If only you had consumed some peanuts earlier, you wouldn't be in such a drunken state." Rongyang, this child, deliberately piercing his heart. Holding Nwan, they traversed through the winding corridors, past the rockeries and floral stones, until they finally arrived at a grove of bamboo. What is the purpose of such a grand estate? If one wishes to go anywhere, it would take at least half an hour to begin. With that time, I could have finished my lunch. Do not be hasty. You shall come to adore it. I assure you, once you see it, you will be unable to move. My sister has asked me for it several times, but I have reserved it solely for you. Reserved? Did this fellow know I was coming all along? Old roan, your thoughts are far from innocent. Suppress your covetous intentions towards my mother. I must say, I permit you to pursue my mother now. Plump as a bear, round-headed and short-tailed, with a white body, head, and tail, while the ears, limbs, and nose are black. Is this not a panda? Nwan struggled in his arms, eager to reach out and touch its plush fur, utterly enchanted. Two little glutinous rice balls were energetically clasping the bamboo, utterly indifferent to the presence of others, sitting obediently in place. Nearby, there were caretakers specifically assigned to feed them. Do not move. Although these two appear small, they are considerably larger than you, and a careless moment could lead to a couple of swipes. Approach slowly. An elderly caretaker approached, bowed respectfully, and then scooped them up entirely, allowing Nwan to reach out and stroke them. Rongyang initially believed she was frightened and was about to offer her comfort, only to discover that this little creature had buried her head into the bear's fur, swaying her head back and forth, exuding sheer delight. This child possesses a spiritedness reminiscent of his lineage. More accurately, she bears a striking resemblance to her mother. Just moments ago, he had fancifully mused about her aspirations, yet upon encountering the bear, her resolve wavered completely. Nevertheless, Emperor Dushuan had resolutely chosen to bestow the title of princess upon the little one, undoubtedly for reasons beyond mere whim. Those of royal blood are typically motivated by self-interest. And while she currently enjoys unparalleled prestige, the future remains uncertain in terms of what she may have to barter for it. Rong, despite not yet assuming the role of father, found himself preoccupied with concerns for Nuan's future. He presently held the esteemed title of Minister of Justice, along with an inheritance from the Duke's estate, yet the honor of being a princess inevitably entailed that her marriage would not be under her own control. Should the emperor take an interest in arranging her nuptials, he might find himself in a precarious position. This predicament was somewhat disconcerting, especially as the child's mother was still a stranger to him. It was all his fault for having learned of her betrothal to another and, in a fit of anger, retreating to a distant land. The road ahead is indeed fraught with challenges. Nuan nestled her head deep into the panda's belly and inhaled deeply, inadvertently interrupting its mealtime, which prompted her to struggle vigorously in the old man's embrace. Sir, the little one is becoming increasingly restless. Rongyang lifted her gently, observing her expression of regret, and could not help but chuckle. All right, your breath still feels unfamiliar, but in time, it will become familiar. Come now, I shall take you to see something else. As he lifted Nuan and continued deeper into the woods, his mind wandered, pondering the child's fondness for furry creatures. Could it be that Jiangming shared this affection? If he were to bring someone here, perhaps his own chances would increase. After navigating through the bamboo grove, they arrived at a tree hollow. To touch it, one must cultivate a bond, and once familiarized, it might allow a gentle caress. Rongyang set Nuan down and approached the hollow's entrance, retrieving a morsel from a nearby box and placing it at the opening, patiently awaiting the tiny head to emerge. He seized it and brought it over to Nuan, asking if she wished to stroke it. It recognizes my scent, making it more amenable to being touched. Nuan glanced at the little fox, engrossed in its meal. Only slightly larger than Rongyang's palm, it seemed quite familiar, showing no signs of fear. They continued onward. Do you keep an entire zoo at home? If he had a daughter, he would undoubtedly worry about her getting hurt or bullied. Thus, today was of utmost importance. Following Rongyang's gaze, she spotted a silver wolf surveying his territory, its sleek coat glistening, eyes sharp as it regarded Nuan as prey. In the next moment, as if sensing a familiar presence, it leaped forward with its two small companions, nearly scaring Nuan out of her wits. Ah, the wolf is after the child. A light laugh resonated nearby, and when Nuan opened her eyes again, she beheld the imposing silver wolf affectionately rubbing against Rongyang's leg. While the two little ones mimicked its behavior, circling around him, gently soothing Nuan, he crouched down while holding her, allowing the wolf to sniff her a couple of times. He then lifted the two cubs, letting them inhale their scents. This is your master. You must follow her diligently and protect her, understood? Whether the wolf comprehended his words remained uncertain. Rongyang continued his instructions, stroking the wolf's fur, resembling a parent cautioning a child before a long journey. You're not planning to keep your children, are you?
What will happen to them if you give them to me?
Rongyang cast a knowing glance at Nuan, a playful smirk gracing his lips. We agreed that I would be your father. Once I have accepted your gifts, there can be no turning back. Nuan pondered when, where, and who witnessed this agreement. However, it seemed that in the original narrative, this individual had never married or had children. He was not a main character. It was merely mentioned that he had once rescued Jiangming and later, during an investigation, fell victim to revenge from enemies who led to his demise. Looking at the present situation, could it be that he refrained from marrying for her mother's sake? How delightful! It appears that her mother is about to embrace a second spring. Observing the little one hesitate, Rongyang initially thought he had frightened her. Just as he was about to clarify that it was a jest, he heard her respond, "That depends on your sincerity. I cannot unilaterally decide to marry my mother to you, though your dowry is indeed quite generous. A whole garden of wild animals. How could it not be generous? Dowry? Who is marrying whom? If your mother does not wish to wed me, I wouldn't mind being the one to enter her household. But then again, I wonder if my father would approve. Nuan. I understand that your desire for marriage is quite fervent, yet it is still early. Moreover, my mother was deceived by that scoundrel father of mine, and she is unlikely to accept you so readily. It would be best for you to take your time. As for the dowry, I shall accept it for now. Ha ha ha. Very well then, should they prove disobedient later, you may come to seek my assistance. There are also many little creatures in this garden waiting for you. You may visit whenever you wish. Delighted, Nwan cradled a wolf cub in her arms, traversing ahead with a mix of confidence and clumsiness, humming cheerfully. The young wolf and its mother trailed behind Rongyang. After only a few steps, she turned to face him. I'm so tired. You should carry me. This journey feels as arduous as the pilgrimage of Tang Sung. Though he was unsure of her reference, Rongyang complied and lifted her up. You truly refuse to walk even a single step. Ridiculous. Did I not just walk 3 steps? I've exhausted my energy. Although he was a robust man, carrying such a modest weight was hardly a burden. Yet, as he assessed her, he noted that this child was rather solidly built. Is he silently critiquing my weight? If he dares to voice such thoughts, I shall firmly oppose this marriage. Rongyang remarked, My dear child, you are surprisingly light. You ought to eat more. You are in a crucial growth phase. Do not restrict yourself to a mere taste for the sake of appearances. Feeling a kinship, she acknowledged that she had indeed been eating less of late, nodding vigorously in agreement, and then added a couple of affirmations for good measure. Nestled warmly in his embrace atop the horse, the wolf mother carried her young one. Trailing behind the palanquin, the terrified townsfolk hastily stepped aside. My heavens, is that a wolf? Look at those fangs, one bite, and it's all over for you. Step aside. Why do you use me as an example? This wolf must belong to someone of the Rong family, but where are they headed? Can't you see? That's the General's palanquin. Perhaps the wolf is being delivered to someone. Only those from the General's household would have such audacity. Who else would dare to keep a wolf? From a nearby tailor shop, a maid called out loudly, Miss, it's young Master Rong. Look quickly. A resplendently dressed and stunningly beautiful woman emerged. Upon witnessing the scene, she was about to summon assistance when she noticed a child cradled in his arms, with the wolf obediently following behind. Whose palanquin is this? Whose child is he holding? And what of the wolf? Has it been sent away? Miss, this is the General's palanquin. That wolf must be a gift to the infant from the young master. Impossible. He keeps so many beasts at his residence. He wouldn't part with even one, claiming it was for his daughter. How could he now give it to someone else? No, I must inquire with my aunt. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Rongyang gently set Nwan down. Little one, if you need anything, come to the manor. Do not forget our promise. Nwan blinked back at him, acknowledging. After he departed, Jiang Ming gazed at the 3 wolves in the courtyard, feeling a slight headache coming on. Warm. Your visit to the Rong residence resembled an act of robbery. Nonsense. Warm retorted. Jiang Ming inquired. What was that you just said? I didn't catch it. Please repeat. Warm shook her head, indicating that good words need not be spoken twice. This child. Warm, did you make any agreements with others? Could you share them with your mother? Warm continued to shake her head, declaring it a secret. It's nothing much. He is just like my father and I agreed.
Zhao.
Jiang Ming. She nearly lost her composure and caused someone to tumble, but Qiu Wan, quick-witted, managed to steady her.
What did you say?
Her voice rose, filled with disbelief. Zhao looked at her, equally stunned. What did she say? She didn't say anything at all. Henceforth, he would no longer have to hide in the shadows. Upon entering the courtyard and catching sight of that woman, her expression shifted dramatically, and her good spirits dissipated instantaneously. What brings you here, cousin? Zhao, upon seeing the pastries just brought from the Duke of Rong's residence, felt a sudden heat in her hands. Earlier, in the flower hall, she had casually remarked that the pastries were delightful. So that was the intention behind it. The inebriated man's purpose lies not in the wine. Jiang Ming's anger flared as she observed warm nibbling on the pastries. Was it for these mere bites and 3 wolves that she sold her mother out? What a disgrace. Warm, please explain to your mother what you were up to at the Rong residence just now. The bear called out, Lang, Nwan chattered on, and they only caught the word bear. Just as they were about to inquire further, this fellow wandered off to nibble on some snacks. Zhao consoled, Do not be anxious. The matter has not even begun to take shape, and Nwan is still not articulate. Asking is futile. I previously mentioned that this child is good, yet you were quite resistant. Now, it is not my idea. It is she who has taken a liking to you. With that, Zhao chuckled. It truly is a case of thoughts manifesting. And it dawned on her why the Madam of the Duke of Rome constantly brought up matters from his childhood. Not even a trace, mother. Do not dwell on it. There isn't even a character to consider. Nuan Nuan. I dropped my snack, mother. In the imperial study, the emperor regarded the commander of the Qianlong Guard. What progress has been made in the investigation? Your Majesty, I have not been able to uncover any evidence regarding the exchange of children from years ago. The only one who consistently accompanied the Empress Dowager has passed away. Passed away? Wang Dequan interjected, Your Majesty, it must be Rong Mama, whom you ordered to be executed last time in the Sinang Palace. She died too soon, the emperor lamented. Are there any other leads? According to the elders in the palace, when the late emperor was still alive, there indeed was a palace made by the name of Chunhua, who was left behind during the last selection of candidates and was remarkably beautiful. As for why she did not make the cut, I will require more time to investigate. Chunhua was a maid at the Empress Dowager's side? How could a maid bear the air? Since the beautiful lady was not selected, why did she end up in the less favored palace of the Empress Dowager? The emperor could not comprehend this and insisted on further investigation, deeming the matter of utmost importance. At any cost, you must uncover the truth for me. It is imperative that no word of this leaks out. Understood. And what of the other matter? Chapter 38. Unable to comprehend human speech, the child within the Empress's womb indeed belongs to Su Lang. The two have known each other since childhood. It was Su Lang who facilitated the Empress's reluctant entry into the palace. Preposterous. Everyone knelt down, imploring the emperor to quell his fury. The Dacian emperor, enraged, swept all the memorials from the table to the floor. I have been made a fool of by them. Since they have known each other from a young age, why did she enter the palace against her will? Who recommended Lu Yahan as the empress? I demand their head. Your Majesty, Wang Dequan interjected. It was the empress who inadvertently saved the Dowager Empress, which led to her entry into the palace. Later, due to her meritorious service in saving the emperor, she was recommended for the title of empress by the ministers. Upon hearing this, the emperor was momentarily taken aback. Thus, this affair also bore its own merit. Who cares that she saved someone? I would have preferred to drink that cup of poison and perish rather than let this woman touch me. Meng Sheng refrained from speaking further. The emperor was indeed in a furious state, cursing even himself in his anger. After the emperor spoke, he felt a sense of unease. How could the empress possess such extraordinary capabilities, rescuing both the Empress Dowager and himself in such quick succession? Was it mere coincidence, or had it been premeditated? The emperor took a deep breath to compose himself. How had Su Lang managed to persuade the empress to enter the palace, and when had they become entangled? Had they been conspiring together prior to her entry, deceiving him, or had they succumbed to the solitude of the inner chambers after her arrival? Clarify this matter for me. The emperor's gaze was piercing as he fixed it upon the commander, his eyes ablaze with intensity. The emperor found it hard to fathom how this scandal could escalate. His expression turned somewhat unnatural, yet the location of the affair was too concealed for him to ascertain. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. How could he not recall? Had he been in a stupor during the empress's visits? Emperor Deshuan massaged his temples, contemplating further. Not there. Wang Dequan whispered, Your Majesty, judging by Commander Wei's expression, it must be on the inner thigh. Are you here solely to infuriate me? I am already aware that the Empress has betrayed me, and yet you choose to highlight the intimacy between these two, particularly in such a hidden spot? Depart at once. You wretched fool. Commander Wei. He cautiously raised his gaze to the emperor, his mouth opening as if to clarify his intent, but he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the emperor was too enraged to comprehend. Perhaps it would be prudent to address this matter another time. In a flash, he vanished from sight. A long sigh echoed within the room. The emperor, in his current state, truly felt a sense of humiliation. Your Majesty. There is no need for further words. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Wang Dequan, filled with concern, gently closed the door behind him. At that moment, he pondered how comforting it would be if the little princess were present. At least, she could offer solace to the emperor. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling that it was Princess Zhaoyang who brought the distressing news. Her arrival might only deepen the emperor's sorrow. Rongyang evaded her outstretched hand, instinctively retreating a step. What are you doing? Speak your mind, but do not lean on me. Be mindful of your position. Zheng Rong, feeling a pang of sadness, wiped her tears with a handkerchief. A cousin, how can you speak to me in such a manner? I am your sister, destined to be your bride, devoted entirely to you. Why must you wound my heart so? The maidservant, supporting her mistress, defended her. Young master, my lady is wholly devoted to you. How can you be so cruel to her? If the madam were to learn of this, she would be displeased. You speak on her behalf? If you possess such capabilities, then marry her yourself. A mere maid has the audacity to confront the heir. How does your aunt manage her servants? There is no decorum whatsoever. The maid was taken aback by the complete lack of regard shown by young Master Rong, realizing that any humiliation directed at her was ultimately an affront to her mistress. She tugged at Zheng Rong's sleeve, exclaiming, "Miss, this young master is excessively fierce. I simply cannot abide his treatment of you." However, Rongyang rolled his eyes, finding the duo's theatrics utterly tiresome. What a farce! Do you truly think this residence of the Rong Duke is a stage for your dramatics? If Nguyen Nguyen were present, she would undoubtedly applaud your performance, for you are both masters at playing the victim. Zheng Rong's countenance fell, genuinely hurt by his words. Cousin, how could you speak to me thus? My feelings for you are well known, yet you dismiss me so cruelly. Must I endure your scorn simply because I cannot return your affections? Rongyang was unyielding. Like me? Do not presume I am ignorant of your entanglements with that paramour of yours. Do you wish me to expose it before everyone? And yet you dare accuse me of lacking consideration for you? Both were taken aback. What paramour? Cousin, what do you mean? I am the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Personnel, with a reputation untarnished. You cannot slander me thus. How shall I find a suitable match in the future? Rongyang, considering his father's reputation, reluctantly allowed a modicum of dignity for her sake. With an air of impatience, he dismissed her. Begone. Unless you have business here. Your presence is a strain on my eyes. Zheng Rong ceased her tears, recognizing his reluctance to continue on that subject. It was wise to refrain from further dialogue, lest she deepen her own misfortune. Who is the child you are holding? You seem quite fond of her. I never imagined my cousin would have such an affinity for children. Rest assured, once we are wed, I shall dutifully fulfill my responsibilities as the heir's wife. And we will surely be blessed with delightful daughters and sons. Speaking of this made her slightly bashful, as she covered her face with a handkerchief. Rongyang, does this deranged woman truly fail to comprehend human speech? If you continue to entangle yourself with me recklessly, tarnishing my reputation, do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart? Rongyang glared at her with a fierce gaze, his fists clenched, clearly exercising considerable restraint. Zheng Rong was taken aback by the murderous intent in his eyes and took a few steps back, stammering, "Cousin." Communicating with someone who cannot understand human language is exceedingly laborious. If the Jiang family were to believe this madwoman's nonsensical ramblings, I fear I would find myself cast into the cold palace. Without further ado, he directed his voice toward the pair of them. Butler. The butler hurried over. How may I serve you, young master? Who allowed these two to enter? Do they not realize this is the residence of the Duke of Rong, not the Zheng estate? In the future, without my explicit permission, this woman is not to be allowed entry. Do you understand? The Duchess of Rong approached and slapped him rather irritably. Why are you so furious? This is your sister, not your enemy. Zheng Rong appeared to have found a glimmer of hope. Aunt. He grasped her arm, preparing to plead for mercy, only to be choked by her subsequent words. Dear Rong, neither our Yang has taken a wife, nor have you been wed. Frequent visits to our residence may invite criticism. Heed your aunt's counsel. Remain within the confines of our home and prepare your dowry. I shall speak with your mother, ensuring she selects your items with care. Your aunt cannot assist you. Is this perhaps related to the individual who just arrived in the palanquin from the Jiang residence? Aunt, you are aware of my sentiments. I have long harbored admiration for my cousin. Please, lend me your support. Rong, you are already 20 years old. How can you remain unmarried? If you and Yang were truly fond of each other, as your aunt, I would surely facilitate your union. However, you have waited for years. and Yang's feelings remain unchanged. If you continue to delay, you risk becoming an old maid. Trust me, your aunt has no intention of causing you harm. A forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. Zheng Rong expressed her dissent. Aunt, how can you determine sweetness when I have yet to pluck it? How can one know its flavor in advance? I care not. My mother has declared that I shall marry no one but my cousin. If you object, I might as well find a rope and end it all, for it seems no one desires me. With tears streaming down her face, she fled. Mother, please allow her to visit our home less frequently. Her mere presence gives me a headache. She speaks without understanding, rambling on without a shred of modesty. Did you hear her? That foolish girl even mentioned future children. It is utterly terrifying. Very well, I understand. I shall ensure that she is not allowed to enter uninvited in the future. Yet, I recall that you were not always so averse to her. Has something changed? Perhaps a newfound affection? Lady Rong looked at him with a teasing expression and said, Quickly tell your mother, do you have someone you fancy or not? Otherwise, I will go find your aunt and arrange for your cousin to marry you. Rong Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, No, no, no. Are you not pushing your son into the fire pit? Knowing full well that she has her eyes set on the position of our family's heir's wife, her intentions are practically written all over her face. Do not change the subject. Speak. Do you have feelings for Wanwan's mother? Oh, young man, you are trying to outsmart your mother, but you are still too green. Why choose someone so troublesome? You fancy a married man who already has children. If you delay for another year or two, I would not be surprised if you told me you were planning to marry a man. Rongyang. Mother, do you not like her? Are you repulsed by the fact that she has been married before? Consider it from another perspective. Look, as long as I marry her, you will immediately have a beautiful and adorable granddaughter, freshly minted and ready to go. Can you really refuse such a delightful prospect? Wanwan is so charming. Be serious. Is there any need to describe a child in such a manner? I have no disdain for her. Do not slander my reputation. What does it matter that she has been married? You are 30 and still unmarried. What more can I ask of you? And what is the outcome?
Well,
I had a beautiful dream for only 3 days, and then came the harsh reality of you being 30 and still without a wife.
now,
Do not even mention Wanwan's mother. If you were to marry someone just a year or two younger than me, I would accept it. What is there to be picky about? Rongyang was at a loss for words. The reaction was utterly exaggerated. Just as he was about to defend himself, he heard his mother say, This is my greatest concession. You cannot marry someone older than me. It would create a problem with how to address her. If she is older than me and still calls me mother, I fear I shall feel like a relic of the past. Rongyang covered his forehead. A look of despair etched on his face. Mother, I am in the prime of my youth, exuding charm and elegance. While I may not rival the beauty of Panen, I am certainly not inferior to that warm-hearted father of mine by much. So, why do you portray me so pitifully? The wife of Duke Rong scrutinized him intently. Although Mu Sun, that warm-hearted father, was of questionable character, his appearance was once the epitome of attractiveness, so much so that the emperor personally conferred upon him the title of the flower of the examination. Otherwise, Jiang Ming would never have taken notice of him. You? Just a little less? I dare say the difference is far greater than you imagine. Enough of this. I shall not engage further. It is self-humiliation. The wife of Duke Rong shouted after him. Where are you running off to? I had prepared 36 strategies for you to pursue your bride. Are you in such a hurry to meet your fate? As he watched him leave, she turned to the maid, contemplating whether her words had been too harsh. Have I discouraged him too severely? He has fallen silent. Is he angry? The maid hesitantly replied, Madam, do you not fear that your harshness might sap the heir's confidence, causing him to abandon his pursuit of the young lady from the Jiang family? It seemed she had just come to this realization. What shall we do? He has concealed matters from his mother for years. If I do not challenge him, I feel stifled. If he is so terrified that he dares not pursue, when the time comes for me to step in, playing the role of a mother to this extent, even chasing after a daughter-in-law for my son, it would indeed be a remarkable tale for the ages. In the study of the Jiang residence, the dark guard knelt on the floor, reporting, My lord. We have uncovered leads regarding the incident from years ago where the young master fell from his horse. Jiang Hongjia's expression grew grave. Indeed, there were hidden truths behind his son's equestrian mishap. He continued, according to the clues I have gathered. I visited the racetrack where the young master participated and found a servant responsible for overseeing the horses. On the eve of the race, this individual exhibited strange behavior, inviting several others to indulge in revelry at a brothel, claiming he had recently come into a windfall and wanted to show them the world. A sudden influx of wealth? Yet, when they pressed him for details, he remained tight-lipped. After the young master's accident, this man vanished without a trace. They even searched his home, only to find it deserted and in disarray, with bloodstains on the floor. And there was such a person? When I conducted my investigation, initially, he seemed to be in good health. Could he not be the same individual? He is a crucial witness, undoubtedly silenced, and his entire family has suffered. Jiang Hongzhi sighed deeply. 3 years have passed. The time lapse has surely hindered the collection of evidence significantly. However, I have learned that the coachman had a friend who, in their leisure time, enjoyed indulging in drinks. It was said that the coachman disclosed to him that a peculiar man, who spoke in a sinister manner, approached him and handed over a considerable amount of silver, urging him to add something to the feed. A sinister manner? What does that imply? According to their description, the man was clean-shaven, yet his voice had a strained quality, and he adorned his face with powder. A eunuch? Jiang Hongzhi rose to glance at him. Is he from the palace? Is it someone from the palace who seeks to harm my son? Who is it? At that time, Shen was merely 16 and had never entered the palace. Why would someone from the palace be involved? Jiang Zhao restrained him. Father, please remain calm and allow him to finish his account. The coachman was curious about the man's peculiar appearance and followed him to take a glance, only to witness the effeminate figure conversing with a gentleman, speaking courteously and addressing him as young Master Qian. Palace personnel, young Master Qian? After the dark guards withdrew, the study fell into a contemplative silence as the others processed the information. After a while, Zhang Yan could no longer contain himself. Father, do you think it could be the current emperor? Do not speak such nonsense. Father, Jiang Yan exclaimed anxiously. At that time, my brother was the foremost candidate for the top scholar. The Jiang family had 3 prominent figures. You held military power. My elder brother was the Grand General of Huaihua, and I am the General of Yunhui. To outsiders, this was already the Jiang family army, a force to be reckoned with. And with the emergence of another literary top scholar, it is only natural that the emperor would harbor apprehensions. Jiang Chao interjected, Father, my second brother's words hold a semblance of truth. The intentions of the sovereign are inscrutable, and none can fathom what lies within his mind. If that were indeed the case, then Nuan. If Emperor Deshuan truly harbors apprehensions towards the Jiang family, crippling Jiangsheng to dampen their spirit, then Nuan, now bestowed the title of Princess Zhaoyang by the emperor, would become a potent tool in his hands. Jiang Hongzhi shook his head, asserting that if the emperor were behind such actions, he would employ far more discreet and secure methods, avoiding such overt cruelty. Furthermore, the emperor is not of that ilk. He is a sagacious ruler, deeply concerned with the affairs of his court, and a monarch who values talent. Just observe Nuan, and you will understand. One cannot hastily conclude that the emergence of eunuchs indicates the emperor's involvement. There are several lords named Qian in the court, yet only one, the young Master Qian, maintains ties to the palace, which likely points to the consorts. In the imperial harem, the maternal family of consort Zhuang bears the surname Qian, being the mother of the crown prince. Upon hearing Jiang Hongzhi's conjecture, the 2 brothers fell into contemplation. Father, whether this Qian is genuine or merely a pseudonym employed by that person remains uncertain. Lacking both a visage and identification, it is premature to reach a definitive conclusion. We must continue our investigation. They will inevitably reveal their true intentions. Jiang Yan disagreed, expressing frustration at the prolonged wait of 3 years, questioning how much longer they could endure this uncertainty. Observing the state of his third brother, he doubted his ability to persist any further. Were it not for Nuan's presence, his brother would have long since faltered, though he appeared more cheerful in recent days. This facade of optimism only masked a deeply troubled heart, which was far more alarming. I am apprehensive that further delays may lead to unforeseen complications. Currently, we are unable to uncover vital clues while lingering between 2 factions. However, we have Nuan, Upon encountering them, she might inadvertently reveal everything with her incessant chatter. How ridiculous it is to rely on a child when grown men in their 30s prove unreliable. Would you not feel ashamed to voice such a notion? What shall we do if we can no longer hear Nuan's heartfelt words? What then shall we become? Jiang Yan let out a dismissive sound, visibly repulsed. Nuan does not have any parasitic worms. If anyone does, it must be that little rascal of mine, who devours everything in sight. If Jiang Hongzhe, Jiang Zhao, or Jiang Yao were to discover the schemes concocted against them by their father, one could only imagine the uproar that would ensue. Returning to the matter at hand, it is puzzling that, given our lack of direct dealings with the royal consort or her family, we should find ourselves ensnared in such a convoluted plot to harm our third brother. Jiang Zhao expressed his bewilderment. When envy takes root in a person's heart, considerations of grievances or affiliations become irrelevant. The desire to cause harm prevails, and discontent itself serves as justification. You are overly optimistic in your estimation of their motives. Dear brother, in discussing Nuan, it seems we have overlooked a crucial element. The two brothers turn their gazes toward him, inquiring what? Does Xing Er treat Nuan well? Jiang Zhao and Jiang Hongzhe are truly remarkable. Whatever they say, they manage to divert the conversation to entirely different matters, oblivious to their deviation from the main topic, speaking with great fervor.
Be quiet.
You go on endlessly. When asked about Xing Er's attitude towards Nuan, you ramble on about a broken fan. Go away. Jiang Yan, having endured the scolding, silently huddled his tall frame into a compact ball on the chair, muttering to himself, "He really won to let me touch her. I can't even mention it." His tone bore a hint of regret. What I mean is, Nuan and Xing Er share a good relationship. She made such a significant sacrifice for her uncle. If Xing Er's leg truly was harmed by that instigator, could Nuan so calmly enter and exit the palace? Upon hearing this, both men suddenly grasped the crucial point they had overlooked.
Indeed.
We have forgotten the most critical aspect. Concern leads to confusion. Jiang Hongzhe snorted coldly. You worry about that person's character, yet blindly trust a mere child. What a lack of discernment. Father, you are no different. How dare you criticize us? The brothers chimed in unison. Get lost. That is merely your father's foresight. Unlike the two of you, whose wits are tragically lacking and hopelessly foolish. I shall go see Nuan to cleanse my eyes and purify my spirit. The two brothers. We shall accompany you. At that moment, Nuan was joyfully playing with 3 wolf cubs, 2 of which scampered about her legs, nuzzling against her and eliciting peals of laughter. The mother wolf lay on the ground, watching patiently. The servants stood at a distance, fearing that the she-wolf might take a bite out of them. They urged the princess to step back. Princess, do come over quickly. If the she-wolf becomes enraged, you would be but a morsel. Indeed, princess. The teeth of the wolf cubs are exceedingly sharp. A moment's inattention could render you their next meal. Warm pouted, her words somewhat garbled. Bai Ji and Chun Nong exchanged glances, wondering if the princess had just uttered an expletive. Mother hen, I did not comprehend. You must swiftly bring the princess over. What if that wolf decides to bite? Bai Ji. Furthermore, Chun Nong whispered to her, given the princess's stature, that wolf might just burst. It could serve 3 meals. Bai Ji shot her a glance, bemused by the eccentricity of the new arrivals. One was a coarse and clumsy talker, while the other dared to speak anything. Only Chiao Wan remained beside the princess, her sword at the ready, prepared to strike should the wolf charge. Without hesitation, Bai Ji betrayed her companion, cupping her hands to her mouth. Princess, hasten here. Chun Nong claims you are too plump. That she-wolf might choke. Warm's hand froze mid-stroke, her broad smile vanishing instantly as she turned with a huff, her glare directed at Chun Nong like a laser beam. As the spring air thickened, Chun Nong frantically waved her hands, mentally cursing repeatedly while attempting to clarify. Princess, do not heed Bai Ji's nonsense. She merely wishes to lure you away from that she-wolf. I assure you, I did not utter such words. I swear by the heavens, if I did, my parents would never bear another son. Nuan appeared to be convinced, and turned her attention back to grooming. Bai Ji gazed incredulously at the audacious Chun Nong. How could you dare to make such a vile oath? Have you lost your humanity? Chun Nong shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. It's not as if I will be the one unable to bear children. Besides, look at how we, as sisters, ended up in the palace, merely because we were deemed undesirable for our gender and sold off by our parents. Why would I wish for them to have sons? It would be preferable if they only bore daughters, a whole brood of daughters. A brood? How vulgar your insults are. Bai Ji marveled at her, utterly impressed. Truly, these sisters were a pair of remarkable oddities. One could only wonder where the emperor had found them. Dearest, a gentle reminder from the system. Today's check-in has been successfully completed. We hope you continue to strive tomorrow. Leave me be. Very well. Wishing you sweet dreams. Having successfully navigated the first day of the system's check-in, Nuan drifted into a delightful slumber amidst the system's warm notifications and her own mutterings. The following day, Bai Ji extracted Nuan from her cozy bed. After getting dressed and washed, they made their way to the Guozi Academy, escorted by Captain Wu Hao and his team of 10 guards. Upon reaching the gates of the Guozijian, Bai Ji, cradling Nuan who had just disembarked from the sedan chair, beheld an even grander and more ornate carriage arriving at the entrance. Quite fortuitously, it obstructed Nuan's path. The second princess, Shiryu, alighted with her child and upon spotting Nuan, exclaimed, "Oh dear! Is this not the little girl that our esteemed father has recently acknowledged as his goddaughter? To think she has come to the Guozijian so early in the morning. How very commendable of you. Have you donned your diaper properly? I would hate for you to embarrass yourself during the master's lecture. Is this woman insulting me?" Referring to the 10th princess as a little girl. Upon hearing these words, Bai Ji's expression shifted dramatically. The princess detested any mention of her potential accidents, especially given how close such an incident had come to occurring just yesterday. "Your Highness, my princess is still quite young. Such occurrences are entirely natural. Time is of the essence, second princess. May I kindly request you to step aside and allow my princess to enter?" Shiryu retorted, "You insolent wench. This princess is conversing with my younger sister. How dare you interject? Guards, silence this impertinent creature." The attendants trailing behind Shiryu immediately prepared to advance and administer punishment. But Nuan swiftly embraced Bai Ji's neck, positioning herself protectively in front. With a determined expression, she declared, "Get lost, you ruffian." Nuan opened her mouth to unleash a tirade, yet her words came out jumbled, leaving only ruffian and get lost discernible. Such audacity to strike before her very eyes. The palace maidens hesitated, uncertain about how to proceed given the presence of the Princess Zhaoyang. Shiryu, sensing a flicker of doubt, questioned, "Are you attempting to insult me?" At such a tender age, having learned nothing virtuous, she has resorted to cursing, undoubtedly taught by that vile maid. "Someone, bring forth a punishment for her insolence." Wu Hao stepped in front of Bai Ji, asserting, "Your Highness, it is unwise. Who are you to interfere? I shall discipline my sister's maidservant as I see fit. If you obstruct me, I shall deal with you as well." Repeatedly interrupted, Shiryu found herself increasingly frustrated. When did it become unacceptable for her to chastise a mere maid? A crowd of students from the Guozijian had gathered, and with each passing moment, her position grew more precarious. "Step aside. Your Highness, I am the royal guard captain personally appointed by the emperor, tasked with safeguarding Princess Zhaoyang. I beseech you, do not make things difficult for my subordinate. I am merely reprimanding a maid. When did I ever make things difficult for her? You are in my way. If I do not teach this disrespectful servant a lesson on behalf of my 10th sister, how will they ever learn not to bully her? I act for her own good." Wu Hao stood resolutely in front, leaving Nuan unable to see anything, only able to hear her piercing tirade. Engaging in reason with the rude is futile. A more audacious response is the only viable strategy. Nuan requested Bai Ji to lower her, and cautiously peered into the palanquin. Cui Hua, the formidable matriarch, emerged from the palanquin with an imposing air, exuding an aura of authority. The sound of gasps echoed around her, reinforcing her sense of grandeur. "The name is indeed quite unsatisfactory. Is it possible to change it?" Bai Ji shifted backward slightly and remarked, "Princess, having it bite someone may not be the best idea." Nuan shot her a disapproving glance and retorted, "Being bullied right in front of us is hardly acceptable, is it? What's wrong with that? It's perfectly fine. In the first volume, Chapter 40, Peeing and Crying, she mused, if I don't make her wet her pants today, it would be a waste of my efforts. It irked her to be called the Princess of Feces. She could hear them all too well. They think I can't speak up against them, don't they? Today, I'll make them cry until they can't express themselves. Cui Hua circled around Wu Hao and approached the crowd, initially asserting dominance with a thunderous roar, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a ferocious beast being unleashed. She shook her fur to showcase her robust physique, then bare her teeth, fixing a predatory gaze on Shiryu, emitting a fierce growl before the hunt. Muan mimicked her actions from behind, opening her mouth wide and letting out a babyish roar, though it lacked any intimidation. Baishi pulled Muan back and covered her mouth, saying, Princess, that is not appropriate. The 8th princess, who had been an observer for quite some time, suddenly found herself thrust into the spotlight as a target, confronted by a wolf taller than herself, which sent her into a wailing fit. Mother, mother, the wolf is going to eat me, wah wah wah. Muan noticed how the 8th princess positioned herself in front of her, seeking a semblance of safety. And with a childish huff, she stepped forward, attempting to pull the child closer. The 8th princess, utterly terrified, found herself at a loss, mechanically following Nuanyuan's lead as she held her hand. Shiryu, unwilling to relinquish her grip, mustered her resolve and declared, What do you intend to do? The 8th sister is still young. You cannot use her to feed the wolves. Sister, remain still. Your elder sister will protect you. Nuanyuan, though possessing a voice, struggled to articulate her thoughts, and with all her might, she clung to the 8th princess, stifling a single word, fool. It was evident who was safeguarding whom now. She then summoned Sui Hua to frighten her. Shiryu, in her fear, loosened her grip, allowing a palace maid to shield her, while she threatened Nuanyuan with her words. Nuanyuan pulled the 8th princess closer, playfully patting Sui Hua's backside, urging her on. Scare her to death. Make her wet herself with fright. At the sound of the command, Sui Hua lunged toward Shiryu. Wu Hao, concerned that the situation might escalate, attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Nuanyuan, who pushed him back. Your Highness, he hesitated, aware that the conflict would only bring suffering to those beneath them, and particularly since this was a wolf at the helm. He had no idea when this wolf might take the throne. Maidens and eunuchs rushed forward to assist, their fear palpable as they shouted for help. Princess, run. The wolf is closing in. Left, right, left. The wolf is upon us. Shiryu, panting, dashed into the Guozijian, while Nuanyuan urged Wu Hao to carry her. Trailing closely behind. Hurry, hurry. Nuanyuan led the wolf, which in turn pursued the 2nd princess with relentless fervor. Notably, as Sui Hua sprinted, she would glance back at Nuanyuan, only to receive fresh instructions before continuing the chase, perpetually tormenting Shiryu. Throughout the journey, numerous students were encountered, and Shiryu, in a state of panic, cried out for help while grasping her skirt. Those around her recognized her identity and rushed to assist, only to recoil in fear upon noticing the wolf behind her. They huddled together in terror, exclaiming, Where did this wolf come from? Not a single soul came to her aid. Infuriated, Shiryu unleashed a torrent of curses, tears streaming down her face, and the sound of warm laughter only fueled her anger further. Damn it! Aha! Wu Hao wore a sorrowful expression, while Muan beamed with delight, laughing heartily. The frightened face of the 2nd princess left an indelible impression on the minds of countless students. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and Zhang Rong were hastening towards the scene upon receiving the news.
No.
The commotion had escalated significantly. Why should she fear it growing even larger? As a victim, there was no reason to yield to the perpetrator. Nuan, with her keen eyes, spotted Qin Jijiang and the scholars approaching, and sighed. With more people around, the fun would diminish. It was time for a swift resolution. Pounce! This was a lesson from Rongyang, indicating pursuit, while tackle signified to bring down. Sui Hua had been trained and understood the commands. Thus, while Shiryu continued to scream for help, she suddenly felt a tremendous force above her head and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Instinctively, she feared that the wolf was devouring her, her heart racing in terror as if she were witnessing her great-grandmother. Unable to endure the fear any longer, her skirt gradually became damp. Nuan, seeing her plan succeed, observed Shiryu sprawled on the ground, too humiliated and furious to rise, leaving a wet patch beneath her. She burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Now, let's see who has wet their pants." After a brief tea session in the imperial study, Wan sat on the stool, swaying her head, while Wang Dequan beside her wore a sorrowful expression, repeatedly sighing. "Oh, my ancestors," and Wan cast him an exasperated glance. "What are you lamenting about so early in the morning? Such bad luck." De Xian Emperor glanced at the disheveled Shiryu, who knelt on the ground, and at Chun Jizhao, who stood beside him with a troubled face, recounting the grievances. Wan, swinging her little feet, munched on snacks, her lips twitching slightly. Chun Jizhao spoke with fervent indignation, as if the incident of being chased by wolves pertained to him. Meanwhile, Princess Zhaoyang, seemingly indifferent, continued to enjoy her treats, showing no sign of remorse, prompting a deep sigh from him. When he first observed the princess's youthful exuberance, he had assumed her mischief would be harmless. Little did he know that his negligence would tarnish the reputation of the National University. After years of serving as a Jizhao, witnessing the scene of being pursued by wolves was a first for him. Tomorrow, during court, he would likely be the subject of ridicule among the old scholars of the Hanlin Academy. "Your Majesty, the young Princess Zhaoyang is so unruly at such a tender age. What are we to do?" Wan, feeling innocent, thought she had merely allowed the wolf to chase her for a brief moment. Her tone suggested that she was beyond remedy, which was rather vexing. Had it not been for the second princess seeking her misfortunes so early in the day, would she have allowed the wolf to pursue her? Did they think her small and unable to speak for herself? She felt as if she had been wronged, her frustration evident as she pouted her lips in annoyance. Shiryu knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, an unpleasant odor emanating from her. "Father." The emperor waved his hand in front of his nose, detecting a foul scent. "Hurry and change your clothes. Tidy yourself up. At 14, still wetting your pants. What a disgrace." Shiryu wished fervently to find a place to hide, acutely aware of her embarrassment. It was infuriating that her father would bring this up, clearly favoring that little chubby one. Upon hearing the commotion, concubine Wan rushed in. Seeing Shiryu in tears, she quickly instructed someone to help her change, and then knelt down to plead, "Your Majesty, look at Shiryu's current state. She has been wronged by Princess Zhaoyang. You must stand up for her. If word of this spreads, how will she ever marry?" The emperor cast a bemused glance at her. "Do you even know what transpired, Wan?" Taken aback, Wan thought it was obvious. Her daughter was terrified to such an extent.
What more was there to ask?
"Minister Chen, are you aware of the situation?" At least he wasn't entirely foolish. He had grasped the sequence of events. "Zhaoyang, apologize to the teacher for your misconduct at the National Academy. This was your fault. Bow respectfully, and, considering your youth, I trust the minister will not hold it against you." Minister Chen was taken aback. Was this an attempt to flatter him? Did he have the option to decline? Would this incident simply be glossed over? Meanwhile, Wan pretended to dismount from her seat, crumbs from the pastries falling like rain, making Minister Chen's eyes twitch in annoyance. "Forgive me for my small stature," said Zhaoyang. "I have made amends, and you may take your leave for now."
"Yes."
Wan Zhao sensed that the emperor's heart had strayed towards the Nanzhao kingdom. "Your Majesty, the second princess. Here she comes again. Is this woman courting her own demise? Every woman who enters this place ultimately faces demotion. Are we to relive this scene once more?" The emperor cast a resigned glance at her, settling himself in his seat with a firm directive to remain silent. Warmth. "I shall not bear this burden. I shall not utter a word. Your Majesty, the second princess has been subjected to such immense fright. Will you merely brush it aside so lightly?"
Princess Zhaoyang,
Relying on the power you bestowed upon her, disregards everyone. If this continues, it will be detrimental to the child's future. You claim to consider the child's welfare and to educate her, yet look at Shiryu, who brings others to bully a 1-year-old. Do you truly believe your teachings have been successful, and that this bodes well for her future? Wan Zhao found herself at a loss for words. As a consort, I certainly do not dare to compare myself with your Majesty. However, aside from her youth and a touch of stubbornness, the second princess possesses many admirable qualities. I may be ineffectual, yet I have done all that I can as a consort. Then, the child you have raised is now 14, nearing the age of betrothal, and still deemed too young, yet she bullies her 1-year-old sister? In that regard, Wan Zhao Yi, you are indeed lacking. Your Majesty. Even if the second princess is headstrong, she remains your own flesh and blood. How can you show favoritism towards others while neglecting your own daughter? How heartbroken must the second princess be? Rather than fretting over her potential sorrow, it would be more prudent to concern oneself with her embarrassing predicament of wetting her trousers in front of so many onlookers. At the age of 14, it is rather unbecoming to chastise her as a child before someone who is still struggling to articulate their thoughts and cannot even control their bladder. It is a disgrace to my dignity. As for the offspring of the court ladies, regardless of their rank, I have shown leniency, allowing you the privilege to raise and educate your children, considering the hardships of pregnancy. Yet, it appears I have overestimated your capabilities. For all you seem to do is indulge in jealousy and pettiness, leaving much to be desired in terms of nurturing the royal children. Just look at the state to which you have guided the princes and princesses. Wan, assist her if you must, but refrain from mixing personal grievances into your words. Is it not beneath her dignity to be reminded of her inability to hold her bladder? And as for Xiaoba, at merely 4 years of age, your daughter has been sent to the National Academy. What is the intention behind this? To emulate Zhao Yang? If she possessed Zhao Yang's brilliance, I would indeed be in a state of gratitude. Should Hui Fei come seeking retribution later, I shall not intercede on your behalf. As for Wan Zhaoyi, the 8th princess was clearly frightened to tears by a wolf. What involvement does the second princess have in this matter? As fate would have it, Wang Dequan stands by to report, Your Majesty, the Empress Hui Fei has arrived. The Emperor pinched the bridge of his nose, pondering whether this is a venue dedicated to resolving women's disputes. Wan Zhaoyi, you shall provide an explanation. Do not frequent my presence unnecessarily. If there is a matter at hand, it is better to engage in study, perhaps consume some walnuts to sharpen your mind.
You may leave now.
The Emperor increasingly resembles a nagging matron, one who is transformed from speaking merely 3 sentences to an incessant 30. You and he are equally matched. Neither should disdain the other. Is it not due to you that the situation has come to this? If you had obediently followed, would I have had to exert myself so? The Emperor's current demeanor is merely his way of tidying up the mess left behind by you. Wan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. Enough. The system continued its incessant chatter. At this moment, you disregard me, but in the future, you shall find me unattainable. Do say something. My soliloquy only serves to make me appear foolish. Darling, look at me. Am I still your beloved ruler? Hello? Are you still there? Wan puffed her cheeks, wishing to excavate her brain and crush that troublesome system into fine dust. What is it? I have already avenged you. Should you not be content? With her cheeks puffed out, did I treat you poorly? The Emperor pinched her inflated cheeks, finding the sensation unexpectedly delightful, and he used both hands to tug at them. In an instant, Wan's face turned crimson. What nonsense! The Emperor raised an eyebrow, questioning where she had learned such audacity to scold him. With an impatient swat of his hand, she spread her small palm forward. What do you mean? Your Majesty, the princess is requesting her meeting gift for today. Another demand for gold? I have just assisted you, and you cannot even offer a word of gratitude before asking for riches? This is simply unreasonable. One cannot expect a pie to fall from the sky. Worm pointed at her own face, pinched it, and attempted to take advantage without cost. Such audacity would not be tolerated. She then began to pout, opening her mouth in an exaggerated display of distress. Are you threatening me? The Emperor retorted. Let it be known that I am the supreme sovereign, impervious to threats. How dare you? Worm rolled her eyes. Supreme sovereign? The true supreme warrior is a limited edition. Unlike you, merely worth a couple of hundred. Your value is not that high. At least your lineage is not pure. Who knows if your mother is spring flower? How can you even compare yourself to a limited edition? You fall short. Limited edition? Your Majesty, this child must have come to the palace solely to pierce your heart, and thankfully, he has grasped the situation. I am but an impostor. The first wife lies in another's embrace. The child is not yours, and the concubine busies herself with causing you trouble, each child proving to be a source of concern. Ah, upon reflection, old times, you are indeed unfortunate. Were it not for my presence, you might very well have found yourself in a coffin, oblivious. This family would crumble without me. Volume 1, Chapter 41. Bribery, forget it. Given your pitiful state, let us forego today's greeting gift. Consider it a deed of kindness on my part. Your Majesty, I truly thank you for your concern. Wang Dequan wished fervently to bury himself. Knowing so many royal secrets could lead to a grim fate. Wang Dequan, escort her away. Her presence is bothersome. I wish to see her no more. The emperor's visage darkened as he commanded that worm be taken away. Still seething with indignation, he overturned the documents on the table. What business do I have with these decrees? Commander Wei, come forth at once. How long has this investigation been underway? Yet still, there is not a shred of news. Have they grown complacent? What do you know? Pray, enlighten me. The shadowy guard, hastily summoned to fill the role, remains utterly uninformed. A prolonged silence ensues. Begone. You worthless wretch, the emperor gestures dismissively, and the figure immediately retreats. Wang Dequan escorted Nuan to the Imperial Academy. Princess, you must dedicate yourself to your studies henceforth. I implore you, do not expose His Majesty's vulnerabilities before him, and try to think a little less on such matters. Nuan observed his furrowed brow, filled with worry, as if he bore the weight of existence itself. With a reluctant nod, she acquiesced. Was it truly necessary? She had not been neglecting her studies. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. By the time they arrived at the academy, it was nearly the hour of the snake. The designated reporting time was 1/4 the hour of the dragon, and Nuan was tardy by an entire hour. Facing the prospect of being reprimanded by Master Yen, 1 hour of standing against the wall in contemplation. This duration exceeded her total school hours. Half an hour of lessons, followed by 2 hours of reflection. Nuan stood in the corner, her head resting against the wall, glancing at her pouch. Bored. She opened it to find the pocket money bestowed upon her by the emperor the previous day. She pinched it with her small fingers, casting a glance at Master Yen, who was engrossed in his reading, reflecting on the enticing spicy ribs mentioned by Granny Du before her departure. She pondered whether standing for 2 hours would leave her any share of the ribs. Zhuang alone could devour 2 plates. They would not taste as good once they cooled. Spotting a handsome young boy beside Master Yen, Nuan tilted her head with a smile and beckoned him over. Yen Hongye gazed at Nuan, observing her joyous laughter, and inquired with perplexity, Grandfather, how can this princess be so cheerful even while being punished? Could she possibly be a fool? Yen Fuzi lightly tapped his forehead, admonishing, do not speak frivolously. Be mindful of your manners. The princess may unleash her wolves upon you. I must warn you in advance, as your grandfather, I am but an old man and cannot save you from such folly. Yen Hongye. Why did he have to speak out of turn? As he noticed Nuan beckoning him, he cautiously glanced at his grandfather, finding no immediate reaction, and stealthily approached her side. What matter does the princess seek from me? His scholarly tone diminished his appeal significantly. Nevertheless, he pressed on, taking out silver and placing it in her hand, then gesturing towards Yen Fuzi. Are you suggesting I give this to grandfather? Yen Hongye's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded her. His grandfather was notoriously stern and unyielding. How could the little princess be proposing a bribe? No. This cannot be. If you proceed in this manner, not only will grandfather refuse to let you go, but he will also serve you noodles. Noodles? Do you mean with a stick? Nuan was skeptical of such superstitions. After all, no one could resist silver. If she were to decline, it could only imply one thing, a lack of funds. However, she had not brought any gold today, as the miserly old man had not provided her with any, leaving her with nothing extra. The matrons were still awaiting her. Yen Hongye appeared troubled, his face contorted in dismay. Princess, this truly cannot be given. How could one offer silver for an apology? You should keep it for yourself. He attempted to place the silver into her purse, but hesitated, ultimately gazing at her with a look of pitiful longing. The old stickler has spawned a younger stickler. Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Does he disdain me for not giving him anything? Nuan mused, her fingers brushing against her attire as she untied the silken ribbon and handed it to Yen Hongye. She pointed to the money attached, asserting that it too held value, considering it as a token for his errand. Yen Hongya clutched the ribbon in one hand while the other held the silver, utterly perplexed. The princess seemed to believe that her lack of monetary offering was the reason for his reluctance to assist her. Your Highness, it is not as you think. Yen Hongya felt a profound frustration. How could she, who had found the boy's appearance appealing for a fleeting 3 seconds, now regard his looks as inconsequential in the face of wealth? What good is beauty when it yields no advantage? What are you doing? Yen Hongya disregarded decorum, hastily attempting to stuff the silver into Wanwan's pouch. What is this behavior? How have you been taught by your grandfather to place your hands in such a manner upon a lady? Is this how you seek to amuse the princess with silver? Upon noticing Wanwan's hair, which had come undone, he realized something was amiss. Are you pilfering the princess's money? Yen Hongya. He was indeed more wronged than Do-e. Grandfather, this silver belongs to the princess. He cried out in despair, lamenting that he had yet to complete his 3-character classic and now had to copy the Analects. Princess, please take me away. I cannot bear to live with this old man any longer. It is too miserable. Wanwan gently patted his small hand, empathizing with his plight of being born into the household of this elderly man. Master Yen took the silver back and returned it to Wanwan, advising her. A princess must not display her wealth indiscriminately. One must understand this principle, for if one encounters ill-intentioned individuals, what then? The elderly often seize opportunities to expound on their wisdom, relishing the art of storytelling. I have already encountered the illustrious strategist, and I am curious to see which young talents will indulge in tales in the future. Wanwan retrieved the silver coins from the pouch and placed them in Master Yan's hands. Casting a glance at the tearful young boy, she handed him a ribbon. Having soothed both the elder and the child, Wanwan felt her task was accomplished and turned to leave. The 3 maidservants outside exchanged glances, their eyes twitching in disbelief. Who could be responsible for imparting such lessons to the princess? Bring the midday meal for Master Yen and his companion as well, one of them suggested. Wan volunteered. Allow me to go. My pace is swift, lest the princess grows impatient and begins to weep. She is undoubtedly yearning for those spicy ribs today. Once they had departed, Baiji remarked to Chun Nong, one would not expect such astuteness from Wan. She observes quite keenly, even discerning the princess's little whims. Had she been too dull-witted, the emperor would not have entrusted her with this task. This was indeed a substantial truth. Those sent by the emperor were meticulously selected, and only the sharp-witted would be chosen. Master Yen, scrutinizing the silver coins in his hand, furrowed his brow and called out to Wanwan, questioning her intent. Is it not apparent? She replied, turning back to face him. This is your reward. Take it, and be on your way. Yet, before she could depart again, Master Yen detained her, inquiring about her previous conversation with the princess. What was the significance of a silver coin? Yen Hongya glanced at Wanwan, whose innocent wide-eyed expression elicited a sense of exasperation as he replied, Grandfather, this is the pocket money that the princess has bestowed upon you. Mr. Yen was almost amused to the point of laughter by this statement. At nearly 60 years of age, it was indeed a first for him to receive pocket money from a 1-year-old child. You little rascal. His beard quivered with indignation. He yearned to utter a curse, but deemed it rather unrefined. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Jiangzhu, stand still. You will add 2 more hours to your reflections on where you have gone astray. How dare you attempt to bribe an elderly woman? It is utterly absurd. Yes, absurd indeed. Mr. Yen could only find this term suitable to describe the situation. A mere infant, barely a year old, had the audacity to comprehend bribery as a means to evade punishment. In the next moment, he seized the ruler and addressed Yen Hongya. Speak honestly. Did you teach him this? The recently sobbing Yen Hongya was now dumbfounded. How could this possibly be his fault? He was a victim too. Grandfather. This was the princess's own idea. It has nothing to do with me. I am merely the messenger. You cannot bully me just because I am your grandson and she is a princess. This is a blatant distortion of right and wrong. I shall not accept this. A man does not shed tears lightly, but only when deeply wounded. Wanwan sniffled. Why was this child crying again? Truly, he was a weepy little fellow. Observing the ruler in Mr. Yan's hand, Wanwan felt a twinge of fear. Yet she bravely stepped in front of Yan Hongya, declaring that one must bear the consequences of their actions. Although she did not comprehend why Mr. Yan, despite his wealth, was displeased, she knew this was ultimately her responsibility. With a resolute gaze, she looked at Mr. Yan, silently conveying her willingness to take the heat. Yan Hongya gazed at Nuan with a heart full of emotion, wiping away a tear as he embraced her fervently. "Princess, you are truly remarkable for standing by my side. Please take me away. I wish to flee from this home, which is far too dreadful. Woe is me." Nuan, with the demeanor of a little adult, gently patted his head, cooing, "There, there." Yan Fuji looked at his somewhat dim-witted grandson with a sense of exasperation, lamenting his lack of memory. "Princess, are you admitting to this? Do you intend to bribe with this silver?" Nuan nodded, only to receive a sharp rap on her palm, causing her to wail in pain. "This wretched old man truly has the heart to strike me. How utterly devoid of compassion. And I even paid for this." Yan Hongya was not deceived. Indeed, he had tasted the bitterness of the rod. Observing Nuan's reddened palm and then the ruler grasped by his grandfather, he shivered in fright, stuttering, "Grandfather, why are you so fierce? Are you not afraid the princess will set the wolves upon you?" Meanwhile, he discreetly concealed his own hand behind his back. "Princess, this is the first lesson I impart to you. One must conduct oneself with integrity and refrain from such foolishness. Do you understand? Cheese? Where is the cheese?" Nuan sobbed uncontrollably, barely registering the two words before sinking deeper into her sorrow. A whole tea's worth of time passed, and she continued to weep. Yan Hongya, feeling a pang of hunger, remarked, "Grandfather, this princess cries excessively. When shall we partake in our midday meal?" Yan Fuji, observing Nuan's nose redden from weeping, felt a headache coming on. "Did you not declare your intent to run away? Do you still wish to have lunch?" One must first satiate their hunger to possess the strength to embark on a journey away from home. Lunchtime is fast approaching, so I shall persuade the princess to partake in a meal before resuming her tears. Nuan leaned her head against the wall, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yan Hongya approached, mimicking her posture against the wall. "Princess, are you hungry? Let us dine together." Upon hearing the mention of food, Nuan peered outside and noticed her three maidens anxiously gazing at her from the window. When she lifted her head, Chiowan waved the food box in her hand. Hastily wiping her tears, Nuan took Yan Hongya's hand and walked towards Yan Fuji, pointing at her stomach to indicate her hunger. Yan Fuji glanced at the sun. "Princess, you have only spent half an hour in contemplation. There are still 2.5 hours remaining." Seeing Nuan's expression as if struck by a thunderbolt, pouting and on the verge of tears, Yan Fuji relented. "Do not cry, do not cry. Let us dine first and then continue." Truly, he found himself bested by her. "Yan Fuji, this is the princess's sincere intention. It is commendable of you to dedicate your time to instruct her meticulously. This dish has been prepared by the palace's cooks and is absolutely exquisite. Do indulge." Nuan assisted in arranging the tableware for Yan Fuji, respectfully holding the chopsticks above her head, a gesture that even Jiang Hongzhe had never experienced. Yan Fuji took the chopsticks. "There is no need for such formality, princess. If you behave well in the future, I shall not strike your palms. Flattery is of no use with me." Nuan. Alas, her flattery fell flat. Truly unfortunate. Opening her mouth, she took the dish offered by Baiji and bit into it with fervor, as if venting her frustrations. After finishing her meal, Nuan began to sulk and reflect in solitude. "Dear little one, you have yet to complete today's check-in. Since it is rather dull, let us commence our studies." The system played animated clips in her mind, repeatedly instructing her on reading aloud and writing strokes. Observing Nuan's complete lack of response, the system resorted to a continuous loop, playing the material over and over again. "Go away, are you a recording machine?" After obediently facing the wall for an hour, Nuan shifted from standing to sitting, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion, her little feet aching unbearably. As long as she faced the wall, the task at hand was fulfilled. Master Yan turned a blind eye, intending to let the matter pass. Yan Hongya, meanwhile, was diligently copying the three-character classic, persistently tugging at his sleeve. "Grandfather, the princess has sat down. Grandfather, the princess has lain down. Grandfather, The princess has fallen asleep. In Chapter 42, The Flower Viewing Banquet 1, noticing Master Yan's indifference. Yan Hongya set down his brush. Grandfather, aren't you going to intervene? Is it because you just helped the princess and were wronged? Oh dear. His little thoughts had been uncovered. Grandfather, I have not. I am merely reporting the situation. I am your third eye, have you forgotten? Flattery and pettiness are unworthy of a gentleman. Let us recite the three-character classic 2 more times. Thus, after spending several days at the Guozijian, completing her daily check-ins, Nuan gradually acclimated to her routine. The system no longer required Herculean efforts. A mere blend of threats and coaxing sufficed. For the time being, both parties reached a delicate equilibrium. Mother, why would the esteemed concubine Hui send an invitation to the general's mansion? Zhao Shi pondered, glancing at the invitation on the table. Indeed, the concubine's family had seldom interacted with the general's household. What could have prompted this sudden correspondence? Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was beside Nuan, engaging in a game of whack-a-mole. Jiang Yao was tasked with dodging while Nuan wielded a cat teaser, eagerly awaiting the perfect moment to strike his head. Laughter erupted from the side as she succeeded once more. After being struck again, Jiang Yao cast a disgruntled glance at the invitation on the table, contemplating that perhaps it bore his sister's name. After all, Nuan had become the palace's darling, so much so that even the emperor would likely turn a blind eye to her mischief. Suddenly, Su Shi pinched his ear, reprimanding him for his nonsense. That mischievous boy has led your sister astray. Nonsense. Nuan pouted in indignation. Who is so uncouth? The cat teaser struck Jiang Yao's head once more. Look. Nuan has indeed been led astray by you, you little rascal. I ought to pull your ears off and serve them to Tsuehua. Not fair. Nuan waved her hand in disdain. Tsuehua wouldn't know what to do with pig ears. Jiang Yao cried out, Mother, it was she who brought this upon herself. You cannot blame me just because she learned bad habits. I haven't said a word. Last time, Nuan bribed Master Yan and was punished by standing. If it weren't for being in the Guozijian, would you have framed me, Mother? This person brought it up again today.
Quiwa, come fort.
Unable to retaliate, Nuan asked the nearby Tsuehua to advocate for her. Zhuang, the villain, was infuriated, hands on her hips, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Yao pried Su Shi's hand away and embraced Nuan, saying, Sister, do not be angry, I was wrong. I was merely praising your intelligence and boldness. If I had 800 lives, I would never dare to bribe Master Yan. You are the most formidable. Humph. In an effort to divert the conversation, Jiang Yao hastily retrieved the invitation from the table and opened it, exclaiming, Look. I told you this invitation is for my sister. It says Princess Zhaoyang. Sister, you have achieved great things. Receiving an invitation at just 1 year old is far more impressive than Zhuang. Su Shi could hardly bear to watch. This was truly a case of sibling favoritism. Previously, he had used a chicken leg to provoke Nuan, but now, upon seeing Nuan with her ally Tsuehua, he decisively switched sides to join the praise brigade. But who will take Nuan along? Perhaps they are simply being polite due to the emperor's favor. After all, Nuan is still nursing. I will go. They look down on others. Not only will she attend, but she also wishes to witness how the imperial concubines vie for attention.
Mingya.
You should take Nuan with you. The flower appreciation banquet will surely invite all the esteemed families of Deqin. And it will be a perfect opportunity for her to relax and make a couple of friends instead of languishing at home all day. Jiang Ming nodded. How could she possibly stay cooped up at home? The moment she stepped out, she encountered a peacock displaying its feathers, its predatory gaze instilling fear within her. The following day, Jiang Ming entered the palace with a letter and a warm token, first seeking an audience with Emperor Dixuan. I have arrived. Old friend, is my gold prepared? Nuan trod into the study, while Jiang Ming waited outside. Even before her arrival, Emperor Dixuan had already sensed the presence of his little nemesis. Raising an eyebrow in anticipation. Beep. Detection of target's emotional value decreasing. Beep. Detection of target's emotional value increasing. Beep. Detection of target's emotional value decreasing. Beep. Detection of target's emotional value increasing. Nuan paused, puzzled by the fluctuations. This was the second occurrence, coinciding with the eve of the emperor's decree to bestow a title upon a princess, while she had been at home enjoying her mother's care. Now, in the imperial study, the target was Emperor Dishwan. What strategy was she to employ? Moreover, she had noted several times the distinction between these beeps and pings. Was the emperor displeased because she sought monetary gifts? Why was she leaving so soon after her arrival? Emperor Dishwan observed the little one as she sulkily made her way toward the exit and called out to her. Wait, what does that eye roll signify? Are you unhappy today? He gestured for Wang Dequan to bring her back, pinching her chubby cheek. What is the matter? What is the matter? And you still have the audacity to ask. Is it not simply that I requested a token of meeting? As for unhappiness and emotional fluctuations, your queen's infidelity did not evoke such pronounced feelings in you. How did she perceive the changes in her own emotions? After observing her for a while, I attempted to reach into her purse, only to be met with a sharp slap. If you do not intend to give, why seek silver from my pouch? The emperor was left speechless. He had merely contemplated the upcoming flower banquet, anticipating some momentous event, as she had never brought good tidings since her arrival. He bestowed upon her a certain amount of gold and suggested, You shall attend the flower banquet at Lady Huey's with eunuch Wang, who wishes to join you, for some merriment. Wang Dequan. Warmly accepting the gold, she nodded and departed. Wang Dequan exchanged a glance with the emperor, instantly comprehending, and promptly followed. He embraced warm, saying, Miss Jiang, it appears that once again it is the servant carrying the princess. After such a long journey, you must be weary. Being old acquaintances, Jiang Ming did not stand on ceremony, replying, I am most grateful to eunuch Wang. Salutations to Princess Zhaoyang, the crowd greeted. Noticing eunuch Wang accompanying warm and exchanging glances. Was the emperor's princess Zhaoyang being mistreated at the banquet? Warm maintained a stern expression, striving to project an air of authority. Yet the chubbiness of her cheeks belied any semblance of majesty. Your Highness, your presence here is truly delightful. Last time, you saved the 8th princess, and I have yet to express my gratitude in person. Now, Xiaoyan, why don't you promptly thank your sister? The 8th princess, Shi Yan, approached and bowed to Nuan Nuan, saying thank you, sister. Such familiarity in addressing her as sister. Yet, one cannot help but feel that this person is rather stingy. Should there not be some token of appreciation for saving your daughter, rather than merely dismissing it with words? Nuan Nuan nodded, accepting her apology for the moment. Upon witnessing Nuan Nuan's nod, Huifei's smile deepened as she glanced at Shuang Fei and then discreetly scolded the 8th princess. Had it not been for my sister's wolf, I wouldn't have been frightened at all. Mother, why must I apologize to a villain? Shi Yan retorted. Huifei, sensing the gazes of those present, scolded the 8th princess in irritation. Little 8, what nonsense are you spouting? Were it not for Princess Zhaoyang, you would have been terrified to the point of wetting your trousers. Quickly, apologize to the princess. Shi Yan, feeling defiant, replied, I am also a princess. Why should I bow to her? I refuse. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she looked utterly aggrieved. These two are putting on quite the performance before me. Do they think I am easy to bully? Nuan Nuan tugged at the sleeve of Grand Eunuch Wang. Just as Jiang Ming was about to speak, Grand Eunuch Wang silenced him with a glance. Indeed, the emperor's considerations are thorough. Your Highness Huifei. It may not be wise to bring up the incident of the second princess wetting herself in front of everyone. It seems that Lady Wanzhao's expression is rather displeased. Perhaps it would be best not to reopen old wounds. Shifting the focus, Nuan Nuan smiled, and Grand Eunuch Wang earned a point. To her surprise, Huifei did not anticipate the bickering among the children. Wang Gonggong interjected, remarking that such sorrowful matters ought not to be raised. Today, the empress was absent due to ill health. Wang Gonggong, a busy man in the emperor's service, hardly had the leisure to visit the palace. Was it fair to accuse him of meddling? The emperor, concerned that the young princess might feel out of place, had dispatched a servant to attend to her needs. As you know, the princess held a prestigious status, comparable to that of the eldest princess, and there was always a fear that she might be inadvertently harmed, which would surely cause the emperor distress. To use status as a means of oppression? Huifei harbored thoughts of punishing the old eunuch. For her yener had not been granted a title. What right did an outsider have to such privileges? It was she who had appropriated what rightfully belonged to Yenner. Initially, she believed the arrival of this child would keep their conversations less candid, as the child was unlikely to comprehend. However, to her dismay, the emperor had sent Wang Gonggong over. Wang Gonggong reassured her, stating that he was accustomed to accompanying Yenner as the child's needs were simple and not overly complicated. After all, these were matters pertaining to children. What authority did one have to impose superiority? Jiang Ming felt a twinge of regret for bringing Wan here, as she had anticipated a simple flower-viewing banquet, only to find that these women seemed intent on devouring her Wan instead. Was this truly a flower-viewing banquet, or rather a banquet of treachery, akin to a gathering of avengers? Amidst the crowd, aside from Wan Zhaoi, the second Princess Shiryu, and Mu Jiaro had also been invited.
Jiang Mian'er sat uncomfortably beside her.
Was it truly appropriate for the concubine of a minister to be present in such a gathering? Had she lost her senses, or had Hui Fei conferred a title upon her? As Warm was about to reach for a grape, she was halted by Wang Dequan. Princess, allow Chun Nong to test for poison. Warm mused to herself, surely they cannot be so foolish as to poison the very banquet they arranged. Observing Chun Nong solemnly extracting silver needles to test each delicacy one by one, Warm could only muster patience. Zhuang Fei and Hui Fei exchanged glances before speaking. Princess, these dishes have been meticulously prepared and inspected by Hui Fei herself. There is no poison, as you can see. Everyone is enjoying them. Warm pursed her lips, perceiving the double entendre in their words. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?
Just wait and see.
Wang Gonggong reiterated that this was protocol, as instructed by the emperor, causing the two women to grudgingly fall silent. Warm glanced at the array of dishes on the table, selected a piece of meat, and savored its delightful flavor. Swallowing, she observed Hui Fei engaging in cheerful conversation with the wives and daughters of various ministers. Daughters? Upon closer inspection, she noticed a plethora of young maidens in attendance, each adorned in resplendent attire, gracefully moving about, truly a sight to behold. Warm couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Could this possibly be a matchmaking banquet? Am I here to be selected? She shook her head and stuffed another piece of meat into her mouth, cheeks puffed with food. Princess, this is Zhuang Fei, the mother of the first prince, whom you have undoubtedly not met before. The Empress Dowager appeared significantly older than the concubine Hui, her laughter revealing fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Princess, I had the opportunity to meet you briefly during the enthronement ceremony, and I have been thinking of you ever since. I am fortunate to finally see you. You are just as beautiful as the legends suggest. I sense she intends to convey something more akin to pleasantly plump. Oh, dear, you possess a modicum of self-awareness. The system remarked mischievously. Go away. I may speak of myself, but you cannot insult me. The system. Such a hypocritical little darling. Wan nodded and quickly moved on, for she had more pressing matters to attend to, namely her meal, and had no time to engage further. Seemingly provoked by Wan's demeanor, the Empress Dowager had a servant bring a chair beside her and sat down, adopting an air of intimacy. Wan, may I call you that? Your elder brother has been speaking of you for several days, eager to meet his little sister. Unfortunately, he has been burdened with state affairs and has only now found the time. You two shall have a delightful conversation. The prince has been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the emperor. No matter how formidable this lady may be, she remains merely a princess. In the future, will there still be room for her arrogance? Moreover, the Jiang family is but an ineffective entity, having uncovered nothing relevant over the years. They are not to be feared. Wan babbled on, a torrent of words that no one could comprehend, not even herself. Wang Dequan stood by as a translator, clarifying. What the princess means is that she struggles to articulate her thoughts. Your Highness, are you suggesting that the crown prince should converse with the princess as a form of mockery?
Talent.
It was unexpected that there existed someone in this world who understood her better. Jiang Ming nearly burst into laughter. Truly, this individual was sent by the emperor. The Zhuang concubine cast a puzzled glance at Eunuch Wang. Did Wan just say so much? Volume 1, Chapter 43, The Flower Appreciation Banquet. 2. Wang Dequan nodded with an air of certainty. The princess has misunderstood. This palace merely wishes for the crown prince and the princess to deepen their sibling bond. After all, there is quite an age gap between you, and it would be beneficial to engage in some exchanges to foster your relationship. The crown prince, Shi Hong, age 16, was the emperor's first child, a source of pride for the Zhuang concubine, who nearly ascended to the position of empress due to her son. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, and she narrowly missed the title when Liu Yanhui intervened twice to rescue the emperor. From that moment on, the Zhuang concubine and the empress became sworn enemies. People cannot withstand incessant chatter. Nuan, look, your elder brother is here. Big Bumblebee. Nuan followed her gaze. The newcomer donned a robe of pale moonlight, bearing a resemblance to the emperor, possessing shrewd, upturned eyes and long eyebrows that met his hairline, exuding an aura of intimidation, especially when he was not smiling. Akin to a serpent poised to strike. Was this the father's 10th daughter? After paying his respects to the Zhuang concubine, Shi Hong stood before Nuan, his demeanor haughty. One might mistake him for a proud rooster adorned with peacock feathers. He appeared rather foolish, lacking any remarkable qualities. The crown prince pouted and sidled away to sit by himself, shaking his head and sighing deeply, his expression rife with regret. Nuan, who had just been lost in thoughts of the charming gentleman, now recognized that beneath that shrewd exterior lay a dullard, utterly useless. He was far inferior to Master Yan's young protege. It seemed that Consort Zhuang had not heard His Highness's earlier remark. Honger, this is the 10th princess. You may play with her in due course, fostering a bond of sibling affection. Mother, you are well aware that father assigns me new tasks daily, alongside the assignments from my teacher. I truly lack the time to engage with children. Please find someone else. Honger, you mustn't speak thus. Regardless, Princess Zhaoyang is a royal bestowed by the emperor himself. You should seize the opportunity to communicate with your royal sister. It would surely please the emperor. Jiang Ming could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "What do these people take Nuan for?" Tossing her about as if she were a mere pawn, hoping to curry favor with the emperor. How naive. Your Highness, my Nuan is still quite young, and the crown prince is burdened with his official duties. It would be inappropriate to disturb her. Perhaps we should revisit this matter when she is a few years older. Presumptuous. Who are you to interject while my mother speaks with the princess? It is clear you lack proper decorum. The crown prince's face darkened, hinting at his rising anger. Consort Zhuang's countenance soured slightly. However, she wished to avoid escalating the situation. Honger, you must not be disrespectful. This is the legitimate daughter of the Grand General and the mother of the princess. Wang Dequan observed anxiously as these individuals bullied the princess. What could be done? Warm. Small hands slapped the table. How dare you behave so audaciously, raising your voice at my mother? The warm-hearted youth glared at the crown prince and Lady Zhuang, exclaiming, "You wicked people! Where is my stormy pear blossom needle? I demand it at once. I shall make them pay for bullying both me and my mother. It infuriates me. Dear one, your stormy pear blossom needle is still far from reach. Perhaps you should consider an alternative approach," came the reply. "What use are you? In times of crisis, you are utterly useless." System. It turned out to be the younger sister of the emperor. I truly mistook her for a mere maid from another household. My apologies. It seems this prince's eyes are lacking in discernment. Madam, my oversight. Please forgive me. What kind of madam is she? At present, she is solely responsible for the care of Princess Zhaoyang. Crown Prince, this is Miss Jiang from the Jiang family, Jiang Mianer said, leading Mu Jiaro over and performing a curtsy. Your Highness, it is an honor to meet Princess Zhaoyang and Lady Zhuang and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Since when could an outsider enter the palace? Aren't you ashamed to bring disgrace upon Lord Mu? For a fleeting moment, Jiang Mianer's expression faltered. Miss Jiang, thanks to the kindness of Lady Hui and Lady Zhuang, I have the privilege of being here. However, as Princess Zhaoyang and Jiaro share the same father, I kindly ask you to show some restraint in your words. This was the first encounter between Jiang Ming and Mu Sun since their divorce.
And it was no trivial matter.
Yet, despite her profound thoughts, she could not escape her humble origins, as evidenced by her garish outfit, red paired with green. Was it that old lady who taught her? The clothes appear somewhat worn, the patterns reminiscent of 2 or 3 years past. It seems the Mu residence is enduring a rather dismal existence, which brings her a sense of satisfaction. Miss Jiang, however, is quite magnanimous. What does she intend to achieve by bringing along the daughter who once sought to usurp her position? The initial plan has faltered, prompting new intentions, perhaps? Nuan wishes to applaud, infuriated by her mother's audacity to come here and obstruct her. It truly seems she has lived long enough. She dares to refer to herself as Miss Jiang. Is she denying her own identity? Miss Jiang, could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? Before she could finish her words, tears began to flow, making it seem as though she were the one being wronged. It is not a misunderstanding, Miss Jiang. This matter has escalated to His Majesty, who has personally adjudicated it. Are you insinuating that the Emperor has failed to ascertain the truth, that he is biased? Jiang Mianer was taken aback to find that even Lord Wang was advocating for them, causing her to kneel in fear. I do not dare. That was not my intention. I beg for your forgiveness, Lord Wang. Wang Dequan quickly retreated, fearing for his own safety. If this were to reach the Emperor's ears, he would be in grave peril. Miss Jiang, please do not act this way. Others may think I am bullying you. Kindly rise. The affair concerning Lord Mu has been settled in the eyes of His Majesty. The entire capital is aware, so please refrain from referring to it as a misunderstanding. Indeed. Jiang Mianer, humiliated and kneeling, responded repeatedly, Sister. Since entering the imperial palace, Mu Jiao's eyes have darted about restlessly. It feels as though she has resided here in a past life, a place so familiar. Yet, she now finds herself kneeling like a stray dog. In her previous life, she had painstakingly leveraged the knowledge from her past to secure a promising future for herself. A sense of unwillingness filled Mu Jiao's gaze as she looked at Jiang Ming and Nuan, realizing that the seat they occupied rightfully belonged to her, while Jiang Zhu should be the one kneeling beneath her scorn. Miss Mu, please refrain from calling out indiscriminately. This is Princess Zhaoyang. We are not in the Mu residence, so I kindly ask you to exercise discretion. Nuan fervently nodded beside her, finally encountering the legendary female protagonist. She observed the ambition glimmering in Mu Jiao's eyes, akin to a predator ready to pounce. What kind of protagonist is this? This appears to be a specter released from the depths of hell. Terrifying, indeed. And then there is the male lead, the fifth prince. It has been so long that she is nearly forgetting him. Ever since being punished to assist Qin Jizhao with transcribing texts, he has been so busy that he is almost invisible. Surely, this delay will not hinder their meeting. Will it? What time was it mentioned for their meeting again? In their childhood. Nuan was at a loss for words. Why didn't you inform me they were meeting at an older age, you useless thing? Leave. Another day of being scorned, as usual. While Nuan was lost in her thoughts, the commotion nearby began to escalate. Master Wang, since she is the child of Lord Mu, must we be so stringent? Jiao appears to be quite well behaved. She will undoubtedly grow into a great beauty. Wouldn't it be better for Nuan to have such a sister to cherish her? Your Highness, we, Nuan, cannot dare to regard such a person as a sister. What if one day, Nuan were to suffer harm? I would have no place to weep. Moreover, this child is burdened with such parents. What if they lead her astray? Nuan is genuinely kind-hearted and surely cannot contend with them. Jiang Mianer stood by, her eyes brimming with tears, hoping that someone nearby would speak on her behalf. Yet, none present were anything but the legitimate daughters of esteemed households, all of whom looked down upon her. Having heard numerous tales about the Mu family, each filled with varying accounts, they wished to distance themselves from such individuals, leaving her without allies. Mu Jiao approached, intending to tug at Nuan's sleeve to garner attention, only to be obstructed by Wang Dequan, who cautioned against offending the princess. Princess, all are daughters of Mu Sun, yet who among them is truly more noble? Mu Jiao began to flounder, her eyes growing moist as she extended her small hand towards Nuan, a visage caught between tears and restraint, calling out, Sister. The concubine Hui and the concubine Zhuang seemed unable to bear this any longer. Nuan, even if Jiao's mother has countless faults, what does that have to do with the child? She merely wishes to play with you. With so many of us watching, there will be no harm. Nuan should quickly take her sister's hand. Indeed, Miss Jiang, the innocent child, chimed in the first prince, who had been standing nearby. I cannot fathom how someone so petty could have caught the emperor's eye to be bestowed the title of princess. I find this little girl quite delightful. If not, why not let her be my sister? This prince shall also cherish his sister.
Zhuang fez gaz silenced Xiong.
Their words were an affront to the stature of the Jiang family, yet a concubine would always remain a concubine. And Shi Hong's remarks only served to elevate the status of Mu Jiaro and her daughter. Jiang Ming trembled with rage, confronting those who stood unscathed, effortlessly criticizing others while ignoring the sting of their own words. Mu Jiaro's eyes sparkled at this exchange, yet she restrained herself, maintaining a facade of helplessness as she gazed at Wan. Jiang Mianer, on the verge of tears, dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. You should stow away that woeful expression. There are no men present, and your theatrics will not sway us. Do you think everyone is like Mu Sun, so entranced by your pitiful demeanor that they are rendered immobile? Look around at the ladies here. Each one is dignified and graceful, far from your beguiling antics.
Xiong,
bewildered, glanced downward. No men? Then what am I? Jiang Ming continued to admonish, and at that moment, it was as if everyone beheld Jiang Hongzhe, embodying a valor that rendered him invincible. You, who have never felt the blade sting, cannot possibly understand the pain. Now you expect me to accept an illegitimate child as my sister, Wan? Do you think Jiang Ming is dead? If you are so magnanimous, why not swap your own children for those of a mistress and raise them instead? Only then can you come to persuade me, but as of now, you lack the standing. Wan, enjoying her fruit, wiped her mouth as she noted that her beloved mother had finally taken a stand. It is time for one to take the stage.
Poisoned?
Both Consort Hui and Consort Zhuang abruptly rose from their seats, bewildered by the notion of poisoning. As they attempted to approach and ascertain the princess's condition, they were obstructed by Jiang Ming and Eunuch Wang, leaving them unable to glimpse Nuanyuan's state. Eunuch Wang, could you be mistaken? The princess may simply have an upset stomach. How could it be poisoning? I have had all these items meticulously inspected. There is no possibility of poisoning, they insisted, still striving to peer inside. Eunuch Wang, his countenance grave, stood resolutely before them. Your Highnesses, the princess's lips are turning purple, and she lies unconscious. If that is not poisoning, then what is it? Perhaps it would be wise for you both to refrain from crowding here and await the emperor's judgment. Shi Hong had initially been engrossed in admiring the beauties, casting flirtatious glances, but now found himself devoid of interest. He could disdain this nominal sister in the presence of others, yet he could not do so in front of the emperor. Step aside. I must ascertain whether my sister is indeed poisoned. Wang Dequan, clear the way for this prince. Wang Dequan, with an expression of selfless duty, obstructed his path. Your Highness, please remain calm. You are not a physician and cannot determine whether the princess has been poisoned. I am here under the emperor's orders to ensure the princess's well-being, and now that she is in distress, I hope you will not make things difficult for me. This splendid selection banquet has now been utterly disrupted. I had not even had the opportunity to enjoy it before it was spoiled, and I have become a suspect. Just now, he spoke at length. If the emperor were to discover that he had been bullying others, what would become of him? Shi Hong finally grew anxious and approached the Empress Dowager. Mother, do not fret. Remember, you are always the emperor's firstborn. No matter the gravity of the situation, your father will remain on your side. This reassurance seemed less directed at Shi Hong and more a consolation for herself. The emperor had never treated his children with the same closeness as he did the Princess Zhaoyang, bestowing upon her an exceedingly high title, which filled her with some trepidation. And what of your uncle and brother? They will be fine. At worst, it's merely a case of children misbehaving. Shi Hong expressed his dissatisfaction, grumbling. What was the point of hosting such a grand selection banquet if it were to end up like this? Mother, why invite her in the first place? You fool! Did you not see how well she gets along with your father? Children are easily swayed. If you flatter her a little and make a good impression before the emperor, combined with your uncle and brother's connections in court, who knows, the position of crown prince may very well be yours in the future. Is she truly that formidable? Shi Hong, feeling somewhat guilty, touched his nose. Why was everyone targeting her earlier? I thought. Without giving her a taste of her own medicine, how could she possibly regard you with any respect? The Jiang family wields military power. Remember, if you cannot possess it, then destroy it. Do not let the Jiang family fall into the hands of another. Volume 1, Chapter 44. What poison? Your son understands. The Empress Dowager gently patted his shoulder, cautioning him to brace himself, for it seemed the Jiang family would no longer support him. Just then, the Emperor arrived. The Empress Dowager promptly fell silent, casting him a warning glance before kneeling down in reverence. Your Majesty, she proclaimed. The Emperor, without even glancing at those present, hastened to the curled-up figure of Nuan, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhaoyang, what troubles you? Where does it hurt? Where is the imperial physician? Has he vanished, unable to see the princess in such distress? Your Majesty, the physician is already on his way, came the reply. Observing Zhaoyang's slightly bruised lips, the Emperor's heart sank with concern. He feared that the poison might be too potent, potentially extinguishing his ability to hear her thoughts. He had already informed the late Emperor of this predicament. Should she become incapacitated, what would become of their communication? Although the words exchanged were far from comforting, it was preferable to be ensnared in ignorance than to face the repercussions of the truth. The intelligence network must remain unscathed. Furthermore, with the passage of time, she ought to eventually address him as Father Emperor. Gazing at those kneeling before him, the Emperor's expression darkened. How could a delightful flower banquet lead to such poisoning? Concubine Hui, Empress Dowager, how have you managed this? Shi Hong, what are you doing amidst these women? The Emperor's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly. Shi Hong exchanged a glance with the Empress Dowager, about to respond when the Emperor's furious reprimand rained down upon them. The Empress Dowager had not anticipated the Emperor's harsh words. He offered no regard for their dignity in front of so many onlookers. Your Majesty, I merely invited the sisters to gather here with Sister Hui out of sheer idleness. The Crown Prince's presence was merely coincidental. Your Majesty, you are unjustly accusing me, Qi. Indeed, the meals here are personally arranged by me, and there is absolutely no intention to harm the princess. Perhaps the princess consumed something unwholesome before entering the palace. After all, children are often frail. Your Majesty, please discern wisely. These individuals harbor ill intentions, and now they blame Nuan for consuming something tainted at home?
Lady Hui.
Nuan had her breakfast at home before entering the palace. Are you implying that the people in our household wish to harm their own child? Lady Hui raised her head, and the posture felt somewhat humiliating to Jiangming, as the Emperor allowed them to remain seated while being lenient towards the Jiang family. With even her, Yan still kneeling on the ground. Miss Jiang, I did not mean it that way. Naturally, our own would never harbor malice towards the princess. However, with so many eyes, one cannot rule out the possibility that someone from the kitchen might have ill intentions, leaving you in ignorance. The Emperor cast her a glance, his eyes growing ever more inscrutable, prompting all to lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. His voice was icy and devoid of emotion. Are you implying that I am to be blamed? Lady Hui hastily bowed her head. I do not dare to suggest that. I merely refer to the cooks or outsiders. With no intention of implicating your Majesty. Consort Zhuang sighed quietly to herself, pondering how truly dim-witted Lady Hui was. The chefs of Zhaoyang were personally selected by me. To suggest that there is a problem with the chefs is to indirectly accuse me, is it not? The imperial physician has yet to arrive, and everything remains uncertain. Why the haste to cast blame? Is it a sign of guilt or some ulterior motive? I am wronged. I had no knowledge that the princess's cook was personally chosen by His Majesty. Even with 100 lives, I would not dare to doubt the Emperor. Your Majesty, the princess and I are both mothers with small children. How could I possibly harbor such malice towards an innocent child? Your Majesty, please see with discerning eyes. The Emperor, observing the pale visage of concubine Hui, fell into a contemplative silence. Your Majesty, the physician has arrived. The Emperor turned briefly, raising an eyebrow, before proceeding to check on the princess. Indeed, a faint sliver of warmth flickered open in Nuan's eyes. Alas! How could you entrust your pulse to one who has wronged you? What a generous spirit you possess. The Emperor's furrowed brow relaxed, finally able to hear the heart's whispers of Zhaoyang. Moments ago, he had held his breath, fearing the child had fallen silent. Jiangming shot a disapproving glance at Nuan, momentarily believing her to be poisoned. She herself had consumed the same dishes without incident. Chun Nong, having held her breath for what seemed an eternity, finally exhaled in relief, knowing this little prince was quite the clever one. She had meticulously inspected everything. There was no possibility of poisoning. Your Majesty, why does this child not cooperate? Look at those well-fed arms, so solid. Such a robust child. I refuse to allow him to touch me. He has just come from the Queen, and I cannot fathom where his hands have wandered without washing them. The Emperor nearly choked on his tea, astonished that these two dared to meet in such a brazen manner in broad daylight, especially in the presence of so many. In the middle of the day, they ventured into the Queen's chamber, engaged in whispers unknown to us. If you do not strike him today, you are no man at all. The Emperor thought to himself, whether he is a man or not is irrelevant for this little brat. Regardless, you must still refer to him as Father Emperor. Zhaoyong, be obedient and extend your hand for the physician to examine. Otherwise, how can he prescribe the right treatment? If we delay any longer, your dim-witted mind may well succumb to poison. You are the dim-witted one. Your entire family is dim-witted. Allowing someone to sleep with your wife right before your eyes, and you still have the audacity to call me dim-witted. The Emperor's temples throbbed with anger, and he snapped at Su the physician. Why are you still dawdling? If anything happens to the princess, I shall have your head. Jiang Ming wished to cover the child's mouth, wondering why this little one spoke so freely. While internally critiquing, she subtly raised her gaze to the Emperor. Wang Dequan noticed Jiang Ming's actions and was utterly mortified. Clearly, they shared the same focus, mother and daughter alike. Miss Jiang, what is it that you are observing? Under the Emperor's scrutiny, Jiang Ming hastily lowered her head. She is constantly bullied by me. She must be admiring the hat upon your head. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming covered her eyes, pleading silently. Must you be so honest? Must you sell out your own mother like this? The Empress Dowager and her entourage knelt upon the ground, perplexed by the Emperor's sudden shift in demeanor. Where had the earlier urgency vanished?
Now.
He appeared to be filled with a certain ire. What could be the cause of his anger? Was it the child's poisoning that elicited such a reaction? What was it about this child that captivated the Emperor's attention? It seemed that the child's significance in the Emperor's heart far exceeded their expectations. Su Lang grasped Nuanwan's hand, feeling for her pulse, which was surprisingly strong. The Emperor gently wiped the fruit pulp and juice from the corner of Nuanwan's mouth. Glancing at the purple residue in his hand, his expression shifting. This troublesome child, who had imparted such lessons to her. He worried that her offering had been consumed by a dog. Your Majesty, the princess appears to be in no evident distress, not resembling someone who has been poisoned. After tidying the scene, the Emperor even wiped Nuanwan's hands, demonstrating to all present the affection he held for the child. Mu Jero felt a tumult of jealousy and resentment. This should have all been hers. How outrageous. What sort of physician are you? Did you not see the princess in such agony? Her lips are already turning blue, and yet you dare to speak such nonsense?
Guards.
Take Su Lang away and administer 20 heavy strikes. He is such a fool to still be in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Wang Dequan, send someone to investigate the Imperial Medical Bureau and ascertain how Su Lang's physician came to hold his position. Su Lang, caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, was bewildered. He had merely checked the Empress's pulse for peace and had encountered a eunuch on his way, offering his services. Now he found himself inexplicably punished. Had he known such complications would arise, he would have preferred to linger a moment longer with the Empress. Your Majesty, the princess. Woo-woo. He was silenced, unable to utter a word, his pleas for mercy swallowed within him. If we summon the imperial physician again, and no one can discern the poison afflicting the princess, then the imperial hospital should be deemed unnecessary. Indeed. Meng Sheng understood that the emperor intended to use this incident to his advantage, and promptly dispatched someone to summon the physician, requesting several to attend. Otherwise, they would all be left here today. Old Shi, although you are a pitiful man, your instincts remain sharp, as you immediately perceived the issue with this Su Lang. The physician, using such a feeble excuse to strike someone, enacting revenge on the spot. At the very least, you shouldn't allow your wife to suffer in vain. Right? A true man, I respect that. The emperor felt a jolt of surprise. Had this been exposed? Whoa, mother, My knees ache terribly. I wish to sit rather than kneel. Shi Yan, with a pitiful demeanor, leaned against concubine Hui's leg, tears brimming in her eyes, her small legs struggling to endure. The weight of her presence nearly caused concubine Hui's already numbed legs to succumb, and after a wave of tingling passed, she managed to speak. Your Majesty. Yener is on the verge of collapse. She is still so young. Should we not allow her to rise? The bones of a child are still tender and not fully developed. The emperor gestured. Yener, come to father. Mu Jiaro also recalled the prolonged kneeling of these individuals. Was this blind emperor oblivious to their plight? Mother, my legs have gone numb as well. Woe is me. Mu Jiaro began to weep softly. Her voice reminiscent of a mewling kitten, yet she refrained from expressing any desire to rise, appearing both sensible and obedient. Wiping away her tears, Mu Jiaro cast a sidelong glance towards the emperor, observing as he allowed the 8th princess to take a seat on her own, with the eunuchs attending to her. However, there was no indication that he intended to embrace her. In her heart, Mu Jiaro held contempt. The 8th princess seemed to lack favor. She recalled from her past life how this emperor was never particularly affectionate with his offspring, instilling both reverence and fear in the princes and princesses. What merit did Jiangzhu possess to receive such special treatment from the emperor? If only she could capture the emperor's attention, perhaps she might also have a chance. Whose child are you? The emperor's gaze fell upon her, and Mu Jiaro's heart soared with joy. She hastily removed her hand from her face, revealing a pitiful expression with a quivering lip, hoping to showcase her features. Did not the emperor favor this type of child? Surely, she also stood a chance. The concubines lacked the privilege to converse with the emperor, yet consort Hui, with a smile that belied her own discomfort, spoke up, even as her legs threatened to lose sensation. The emperor echoed the words spoken by the Jiang family earlier. What had been mere humiliation before now felt akin to drowning. As the last vestiges of color drained from Jiang Mianir's face, consort Hui had not anticipated that her remarks would provoke the emperor. Was he deliberately targeting her today? Your Majesty, I assure you I did not mean it that way. I merely considered that Princess Zhaoyang and Jiaro share the same father. No matter how tumultuous their relationship may become, their bloodline remains intact. Thus, the noble consort sighed inwardly, realizing that today's move was a grave misstep. Is there no discernment between right and wrong? No clarity in black and white? Is this how you have instructed Shiyan, noble consort Hui? If you cannot fulfill your role as a mother, I shall find someone else to guide her. Noble consort Hui's heart nearly leapt from her chest at the thought of losing her guardianship. No, your Majesty. I shall surely educate the 8th princess properly from now on. Please do not take Yan away from me. Your Majesty, my sister Hui was merely careless. Do not hold it against her. In my leisure time, I will assist her in guiding the 8th princess, for the child is still young and cannot be separated from her mother. Qian Heng was the top scholar of his time, renowned alongside Jiang Sheng. I trust that as her aunt, you will not fall short. Therefore, keep a vigilant watch over her, ensuring she does not lead Shiyan astray. Wan Zhaoi serves as a cautionary tale for you. Suddenly summoned, Wan Zhaoi could only seethe in silence. Uncle? Why have you suddenly mentioned my uncle?
Wait.
Renowned alongside my uncle? He is Qian, the one who seized the title of top scholar from my little uncle. Old Shi, punish him. Jiang Ming, cradling Nuanyuan, felt a jolt in her heart. The title of top scholar was indeed taken from Jiang Sheng, as his brother had fallen from his horse and was unable to participate in the palace examination, resulting in Qian Heng claiming the honor that year. Upon mentioning her nephew, Empress Zhuang felt a sense of pride. The concubine dutifully complied. But what was this matter? Had the child's passive demeanor once again borne fruit? Were there hidden circumstances surrounding the champion of that year? The emperor, troubled, pinched the bridge of his nose. Mu Jiaro felt discontent. Surely, the emperor had not beheld her countenance. What concern was it of hers if Jiang Mian neglected her wifely duties? The imperial physicians arrived tardily. The emperor hastily instructed them to take the princess's pulse, insisting that even in the absence of illness, they must discern some ailment. 3 physicians, including an elderly gentleman with a white beard, took turns checking the pulse of Warmuan and, upon glancing at the emperor's expression and recalling the eunuch's words from the journey, promptly declared, "Your Majesty." The princess exhibits signs of poisoning. Her lips are purple, her body trembles, and her mind is clouded. The emperor nodded, relieved to encounter someone with discernment. He pressed on with questions. What poison is this? What remedy is required? Might it cause harm to Zhaoyang? What poison? They had yet to reach a consensus. What could they possibly name it? The notion of a fat poison emerged. The first volume, Chapter 45, Was She Poisoned or Not? The physicians exchanged glances, gauging the emperor's demeanor. What poison? That foolishness crept in again, as Wang Dequan gestured frantically from the side.
No.
They must concoct a tale today. Empress Zhuang sensed something amiss. This felt somewhat like coercion. Had she truly been poisoned or not? Your Majesty, it is possible the princess is not poisoned. Perhaps she merely feels unwell or has overindulged in grapes. I noticed she consumed a large platter of them. Under the emperor's stern gaze, Empress Zhuang fell silent. Physicians, can one be poisoned by consuming too many grapes? Not at all. Is it true that the consort possesses such remarkable skills, nearly rivaling those of the imperial physicians? Should I permit you to study at the Imperial Medical Institute for a few years, so you may later attend to the pulse of the palace's consorts? I dare not. It is presumptuous of me to speculate. I beseech your Majesty for forgiveness. Physicians, ensure you examine the princess thoroughly and guarantee her recovery. She must not be delayed in attending the Imperial Academy. Nuan, who had contemplated evading her responsibilities and avoiding the academy, felt a pang of anxiety. The emperor truly wished to administer a bitter dose to silence her complaints. Wang Dequan, on the other hand, felt compelled to interject. Physicians, have you not heard His Majesty's decree regarding the princess's attendance at the academy? How much time do you require? Are you certain that the poison she has endured is indeed so rare and severe? Is there still hope for her recovery? The severity of his inquiry left the physicians trembling. Then do not delay. If you continue with your unfounded claims, I shall take your life. The physicians, recognizing the gravity of the threat, nodded vigorously, understanding that they were to keep their lips sealed. We comprehend. The poison affecting the princess is truly unprecedented. Mu Jiaro was on the verge of tears. Her legs felt as though they no longer belonged to her. Seizing the opportunity, when no one was watching, she crouched down, contemplating collapsing to the ground. Mother. Boo-hoo. Why had the emperor not yet noticed her plight? Her legs were nearing the point of failure. Just as I intended to draw attention with tears, the emperor seemed to suddenly wish to reclaim his humanity. Everyone, please rise. I am concerned for Zhaoyang. I have been remiss in my considerations. You may rest for a moment. As the assembly rose, preparing to pay their respects, the act of standing and kneeling left them utterly fatigued. They were all pampered individuals, and as they stood, the attendants exerted all their strength to assist their respective masters. Shi Hong grimaced as he rose from the ground, pounding his legs, casting a glance at his father, his eyes betraying the distress for that adopted daughter. Yet, he quickly masked his emotions and took a seat. Mu Jiaro finally managed to stand, her legs feeling as though they were no longer her own. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she burst into tears, her sobs echoing in the otherwise hushed atmosphere. What are you crying about? The emperor inquired, somewhat displeased. Zhaoyang was poisoned and did not weep, yet you, after merely kneeling, are wailing. Is this how Mu Sun educates her children? Chastised in public. Jiang Mianer trembled as she knelt again, realizing that the ruthless imperial palace was far from her naive expectations. Initially, she had felt a sense of pride, but now she was thoroughly frightened. The grandest scene she had ever witnessed was at the Mu residence, where the matriarch had hosted a meal with Mu Sun's concubines alongside her. Entering the palace for the first time, her ambitions had just begun to stir, only to plummet to despair. At this moment, should the emperor choose to execute her, no one would dare utter a word of dissent. She truly felt a sense of panic. Upon encountering the post from Imperial concubine Hui, I should not have recklessly barged in. Just as I believed my life was at stake, I was suddenly graced by a heavenly melody. Why must the emperor quarrel with a mere child? I perceive that this little one is unwell, hence the tears. Is it not so, dear child? I have met the Empress Dowager. Please rise. The Empress Dowager. supporting herself with the hand of a matron, approached with a retinue of attendants. "What brings you here, mother? You have never been fond of such youthful revelries, have you?" It is not that she dislikes it. Rather, she relishes frolicking with youthful, handsome lads, finding it far more delightful. Jiang Ming was astounded, nearly unable to close her mouth upon hearing such sensational news. What exactly has Wanwan been up to since entering the palace? As one ages, they tend to seek out merriment. I merely wished to witness the flourishing blossoms and escape the confines of the palace, lest my old bones rust away. You spend your days frolicking more than the emperor does, yet you claim to be resting? Are you not capable of performing the splits? How could one rest? The emperor cast a glance at Wanwan, who was feigning sleep rather poorly. Her participation was excessively pronounced, as she felt compelled to engage in every conversation. The Empress Dowager looked at Mujaro and beckoned her over. "This child is truly adorable, plump and cherubic. Look at those large eyes, nearly overwhelmed by chub.
Pray, tell me, how old are you?"
"Only 1 year old, so small. Look at this demeanor. You carry yourself quite well. Come sit beside me." The emperor observed Mujaro's etiquette. Though her gestures were modest, they were executed with precision, exhibiting a decorum not typically expected from a child of her age, who had imparted such courtly manners upon her. At that moment, the royal physician finally completed the concoction for Wanwan. Wang Dequan presented it, saying, "Your Majesty, the princess's medicine is ready." The emperor glanced at the dark, pungent liquid, an amused smile creeping upon his face. These old fellows truly lacked any sense of adaptability. It seemed that Zhaoyang was destined to make a scene. "What on earth is this? Why does it smell so overpowering? I cooperated with you all for nothing. And this is how you repay me?" Jiang Ming took the medicine bowl with some hesitation. Wanwan was not poisoned. Would it be detrimental to her health if she drank the medicine without caution? No matter, he reassured himself. This remedy is tailored to Zhaoyang's condition. Those old geezers have spent decades in the Imperial Medical Institution. They should have some grasp of moderation. Moderation, indeed, but not in abundance. It was surely a digestive aid, designed to soothe the bowels. Judging by its concentration, he could guarantee that Zhaoyang and those 3 old men would soon become adversaries. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ming felt a sense of relief. He dipped a spoon into the mixture, tasting it, bitter beyond measure. How much dried bitter herb had they included? "Wanwan, it's time for your medicine. Open your mouth, mother will feed you." Mujaro leaned against the Empress Dowager's leg, relishing the moment with a glint of mockery in her eyes. "Drink your medicine." Dear the Empress Dowager held Mujaro's small hand, smiling softly. "Look at this child, so considerate, even encouraging others. Help me. I can't drink something so bitter."
Ugh.
The emperor coughed helplessly and said, "Zhaoyang, quickly drink this. I have prepared some candy for you to change the flavor." "I don't want it." "If you want to drink it, you drink it yourself. Hurry and take this bowl of medicine away, or I will be angry, humph." The emperor placed gold in her palm, stating, "Drink it, and this gold shall be yours." "I don't want this right now, mother. Please save me. This medicine is so bitter. If I drink it, I will die, woo-woo." Her protests were in vain. With so many witnesses present, she had already committed to the charade. Refusing to drink would only lead to embarrassment. The emperor held her close and personally fed her 3 spoonfuls, yet Wanwan stubbornly refused to open her mouth.
Ugh.
"Just wait for me. A gentleman takes revenge. I shall repay this later." The Empress Dowager sighed, remarking, "Your Majesty, you are indulging this child too much. You even feed her yourself. Look at her, so plump and adorable. I intend to adopt her as my goddaughter. What do you think?" Upon hearing this absurd proposal, everyone present turned their heads in unison, gazing at the Empress Dowager in shock. The emperor wiped Wanwan's mouth and asked, "Mother, what do you mean by that?" The Empress Dowager feigned ignorance, replying, "If you adopt a goddaughter, I shall do the same." "What is wrong with that?" "Old times, your retribution has arrived. You forced me to drink the medicine, and now there is a younger sister over a year old. Are you pleased?" The emperor suppressed his fury, fearing to insult the Empress Dowager directly by berating her for her unrealistic aspirations at such an advanced age. Mujaro felt a surge of joy within. But soon her heart wavered. If she were to become the Empress Dowager's adopted daughter, would she not then be a maternal figure to the princes, complicating the hierarchy? The most prudent course would be to have her accepted as a granddaughter, which would be more advantageous. The emperor perceived the ambition brimming in Mujero's eyes and felt a momentary pause. How could this child, so young, harbor such aspirations? Mother. This child is the daughter of physician Mu's concubine, lacking both merit and blood relation. How can she be worthy of such a status? Moreover, she belongs to the Zhaoyang lineage. Do you not fear the ridicule of others should you adopt her? Emperor. The Empress Dowager retorted, her displeasure evident. I merely wish to have a child by my side for companionship. Is that not permissible? Mother. To adopt a child born of a concubine as your own could lead to a prevalence of favoring concubines over legitimate wives in the Great Xia. How am I to face my subjects? The emperor was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's diminishing boundaries. It seemed she could not bear to see him show kindness to Zhaoyang and was intent on finding reasons to provoke him. Or perhaps his previous mention of Chunhua had displeased her? The Empress Dowager's gaze trembled slightly. Her prolonged anxiety had led her to scour for any traces left by Chunhua. Yet, to no avail. Was the emperor truly toying with her, or was there indeed a coincidental appearance of another Chunhua? The original Chunhua had long since passed away, leaving no other in her stead. At this moment, she could not afford to lower her head, for the emperor might genuinely suspect some hidden intrigue. What was this Chunhua? Merely a lowly maid. What nonsense was the emperor spouting? Regaining her composure so swiftly suggested she had made some progress. A lowly maid? Had the Empress Dowager encountered her? Suddenly, she rose, her gaze scrutinizing the emperor. What riddle were you attempting to weave, Your Majesty? This name, upon hearing it, clearly belonged to someone of no significance. Why do you repeatedly invoke it before me? Does she possess some extraordinary quality? The initiative lay firmly with the emperor, who had gained the upper hand. Mother. Chunhua is the daughter of a minister, not a mere maid. The designation of minister's daughter struck the Empress Dowager's concealed heart deeply, her nails digging into her flesh without her realizing it. A minister's daughter? Her voice quivered slightly. There had been some advancement, albeit minimal. He would know it upon a mere eruption. Indeed, a minister's daughter, yet it was only natural that one in the palace, devoid of political power, would remain unaware of such intricacies. It was plausible that the Empress Dowager understood. This minister's daughter must have been among those eliminated from the selection of palace beauties, and with the passage of 3 years, she was destined to leave the palace. The onlookers listened in confusion as the emperor and the Empress Dowager engaged in their cryptic exchange. Mujiro felt a pang of anxiety. Was this not a matter of rescuing a righteous daughter? Why did she suddenly fall silent after speaking only halfway? She feigned innocence, tugging at the Empress Dowager's sleeve and gazing up with wide eyes. The Dowager suddenly grasped her flesh with surprising strength, as if clutching a lifeline. The harem held no power in political affairs. Whether it was spring blossom or autumn flower, she had no interest in either. As for this child, if the emperor disagreed, she would simply keep her by her side as a little maid to command, deferring further discussion for later. With that, she took Mujiro's hand and walked away, leaving Jiang Mianer dumbfounded behind her. The emperor must have sensed something. Otherwise, he would not have brought up the name Spring Blossom repeatedly. Since he refused to grant her peace, adding to her troubles, she might as well keep the one he detested the most close at hand, including Mu Sun. During the recent conferment ceremony at Zhaoyang, she had stolen a glance from afar. He was indeed the esteemed scholar of past years, and she could certainly make good use of him. What have you discovered, old friend? Pray tell me, how do you know about Spring Blossom? And that she is the illegitimate daughter of Minister Wang? What have you been secretly doing behind my back? Well then, it seems that to uncover more secrets, she must first pique her interest. Jiang Ming's mood today resembled a tumultuous roller coaster, rising and falling. Having learned royal secrets, would she be able to leave the palace without a clouded heart? If this child could speak in the future, would she not become quite the blabbermouth? Jiang Ming fell into a deep state of worry. Your Majesty, is the poison of this princess curable? The Empress Hui felt a surge of anxiety. An incident had occurred at the flower appreciation banquet she organized, leaving her in a state of constant unease. Just moments ago, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor nearly quarreled, and she dared not inquire further. The emperor cast a glance at the now-awake Nuan, seemingly reassured that all was well. However, given the gravity of this oversight, a thorough investigation was warranted. The Princess Zhaoyang had been treated with such disregard, confined for a month to contemplate her actions. As Empress Hui knelt to receive the decree, she was startled to hear the Daishian Emperor express that such gatherings were quite enjoyable and should be held more frequently. Could it be that he was speaking in jest? Confused by the emperor's intentions, Empress Hui could only respond with a respectful acknowledgement. As for the others, who had so brazenly allowed Princess Zhaoyang to suffer such indignity, Zhuang Fei, what do you propose? Zhuang Fei glanced at the tearful Nuan and felt a twinge of sympathy. Your Majesty, this time it was both my sister and I who were negligent. With the first prince present, perhaps he could comfort his sister, fostering their sibling bond. As for who is orchestrating this behind the scenes, I assure you, I will ascertain the truth and provide the princess with a satisfactory explanation. Such lofty aspirations, yet after all this talk, what tangible benefit is there? What is your offering of gold? Just a moment ago, you looked down upon me. Now, upon seeing the elder, your demeanor has shifted. If you possess such prowess, why not pursue the art of Sichuan opera? The emperor found amusement in her disgruntled expression and inquired, Zhaoyang, Zhuang Fei wishes for the first prince to bond with you as siblings. Would you consent? Warmly turned her head, the back of her head facing her. Shi Hong and Empress Zhuang's expressions instantly soured, and with some awkwardness, she inquired, Weren't you just willing to play with the crown prince? Why this sudden reluctance? Even Zhuang herself felt a twinge of guilt. The child had shown no signs of timidity before such a large audience. Was she shy? The emperor seemed amused, as if hearing such a humorous joke for the first time. Worm felt as if she were seated on a vibrating chair, her entire body trembling. She was indeed shy, which was why she had tried so hard to cover it up. Since Zhaoyang had suffered an injustice, as their father, the emperor could not remain indifferent. Zhuang and Hui, both of you shall each contribute 50 taels of gold. Young girls have an affinity for shiny treasures. Once you are prepared, present them to me, and I shall deliver them to her on your behalf. Zhuang and Hui were momentarily speechless. Where could they possibly procure such a vast sum of gold? Their monthly allowances were fixed, though substantial. They could not simply produce 50 taels on the spot. The emperor was essentially demanding a pound of flesh. Worm beamed with delight, nearly shouting her status as a little wealthy lady.
Ha ha ha.
Isn't the crown prince fond of Mujero? Conveniently, she is now his sister. Let them play together. Shi Hong, catching Zhuang's glance, took a deep breath and approached, feeling the emperor's regard for this 10th princess more profoundly than any rumors could convey. In their presence, the emperor had never been so amiable. Sister, may I call you Worm? Just now, it was my brother who spoke inappropriately. Please forgive him. In his residence, there are many delightful novelties, and if you are willing, I would be pleased to take you to see them. Worm glanced at him, noticing that his gaze resembled that of the 2 little cubs of Tsuehua, who eagerly awaited food whenever she munched on chicken legs, jumping about and gazing at her with longing. Adults take their time, and the world is indeed full of changes. Just moments ago, he displayed an entirely different demeanor. With a cold huff, Worm pushed the crown prince away with a slap, finding his large, unattractive face too close for comfort. Unable to entice her, the crown prince feigned a bitter smile, saying, Father, it seems that my sister does not hold affection for me. Then you must change. You are no longer a child who cannot manage such trivial matters. There is still ample time ahead, and you must focus on your studies. The concubine Zhang understood the emperor's intention. He was subtly indicating that there was no rush to select a bride for the crown prince.
It is my oversight,
and I shall demand strictness from Honger in the future. The princess is still young. There will be plenty of time ahead, so there is no need for haste. As for Shi Hong, I have heard that you fancy that little girl from earlier. If you believe her to be superior to your sister, then pursue her and cultivate your sibling bond. Concubine Zhang was taken aback. Did this imply that Honger would no longer be permitted to seek the princess? Just as she was about to intercede, the emperor declared, Enough. This matter ends here. Trivialities have delayed us long enough. Zhaoyang requires careful nurturing due to his poisoning.
So you may all withdraw.
Reluctantly, Concubine Zhang fell silent. The elegantly adorned noblewomen were left utterly dumbfounded as they observed the turn of events unfold today. Despite their exquisite appearances, it seemed as if they were confronting a blind adversary. After performing for so long, was this the outcome? It appeared that I was the only one left nursing wounds in this realm. 50 taels of gold is no trifling sum. Are you greedy wretch, still unsatisfied? The Empress Dowager and Consort Hui each owe you 50 taels of gold. As an intermediary, I have even defended your interests. So, how about we split this 100 taels of gold equally? What did you say? You frivolously penalized them a few taels of silver. And now you shamelessly seek to share in the spoils, having already taken half for yourself. After all my toil and pretense today, this meager compensation is all I receive? So you have gained so much without lifting a finger? You heartless middleman, this is not how the profit margin is meant to be earned. Wang Dequan interjected, Your Highness. The monthly allowances for the Empress Dowager and Consort Hui are 500 and 300 taels respectively. In the Great Xia, 1 tael of gold can be exchanged for 5 taels of silver. Therefore, Your Highness, you now possess 250 taels of silver, a considerable fortune indeed. Nuanyuan's mouth gaped as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Is the gold here truly so undervalued? Then the ingots she previously acquired must also be worth little. Exchanging merely 1 or 2 taels of gold for 5 taels of silver, and yet you scrutinize each transaction as though a piece of your flesh were being severed. She lamented. After toiling tirelessly to perform, it all amounts to a pittance, a deplorable loss. It seems I even aided you in dealing with that scoundrel who dared to betray you, only to receive this meager recompense. The Emperor found her exasperating. Her enthusiasm for silver was unparalleled, and her calculations were astoundingly vivid. Her lips were pursed in discontent, reminiscent of a bottle hung from a ledge. It appears I shall have to take the reins myself, embracing the role of the oppressor to extract what is rightfully mine. Unlike the gentle Lady Yuan, Consort Zhuang's lineage was illustrious. Her nephew had achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations and currently served in the Hanlin Academy. Her father, the loyal Duke of Yong, was also the first consort to bear the emperor a son. The current suppression was already at its limits. Any further transgressions might provoke a backlash. Being young and unaware of these intricacies, she could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. The emperor was acutely aware that every action he took was scrutinized by countless eyes. Otherwise, he would have had the queen and Su Lang executed, along with the dowager empress. Seeking justification for your grievances only reveals your own frailty. Once I mature, any grudges shall be avenged promptly, without delay until the following dawn. She vowed. The emperor chuckled, recognizing her youthful naivety. Her thoughts lacked the depth of experience. She was merely concerned with immediate retribution, seeking solace in the moment. Wang Dequan listened quietly, pondering whether the emperor was elucidating matters to the young princess. The emperor's demeanor seemed to have shifted, hinting at a burgeoning affection amidst their interactions. Jiang Ming departed the palace alongside the others. Miss Jiang, how delightful it is that Princess Zhaoyang enjoys such favor. Jiang Ming smiled, acknowledging that the emperor's favor is indeed a blessing for Nuanyuan. Oh, why must Miss Jiang be so modest? The princess is your child. Her elevation in status naturally reflects upon you as her mother. You ought to lend more support to our lord in the future. The minister's wife jested. Yet Nuanyuan is merely a child, still struggling with her words. Patience, patience. The princess's good fortune lies ahead.
Why?
You were nowhere to be seen when Miss Jiang needed support. You showed no concern when the princess was poisoned, yet now you come to seek advantage. What business is it of yours? Why did you not speak up for her then? Now you wish to parade yourself. The wife of Minister Zheng shot her a disdainful glance, her boisterous demeanor eliciting a smile from Jiang Ming, finding her quite amusing. But I am not shamelessly begging for assistance for my lord. How embarrassing. Is it that your lord cannot resolve matters in the official realm without the aid of a mere 1-year-old child? If that is the case, perhaps he should resign to avoid further ridicule. What nonsense are you spouting? Seeing her anger drive someone away, Jiang Ming turned to her, expressing gratitude for her support. It was nothing. I simply cannot abide her insincere demeanor. I am Zhou Wei. My husband is a minister in the Ministry of Personnel. You likely haven't seen me before. Indeed, it's best not to dwell on it. Your character mirrors mine quite closely. Is that so?
Indeed.
What a stroke of fate. Before I could finish my words, Jiang Sheng had already departed. This is truly a double standard. After all, I am his sister. Yet his thoughts are consumed by Nuan Nuan, treating me as if I were invisible. It is infuriating. Bai Ji chuckled beside me. Miss, the young master currently perceives only two types of individuals, princesses and everyone else. So I belong to the latter category, do I? Alas, it is truly disheartening. The obedient younger brother I once knew has vanished, and those wretched members of the Qian family, if only they knew their involvement in this matter, I would be compelled to render him incapable. Bai Ji gasped, Miss. What a shameful thing to say. You are gradually revealing your true nature. Shame? I am not some innocent maiden, easily mortified by mere words. If they have harmed my brother, they too shall experience the consequences. Quickly, send someone to inform father. I have urgent business with him. It is of utmost importance. In the palace of Empress Shuang, a resounding slap echoed, leaving 5 finger marks on Shi Hong's face. Kneel before me, mother. Shi Hong, taken aback by the sudden blow, looked at her with confusion and anger. Kneel. Empress Zhuang's expression was grave as she fixed her gaze upon him.
Reluctantly, Xiong knelt.
Do you understand where you have erred? I do not know, your highness. Empress Zhuang approached the couch and sat down, suppressing her inner fury, her voice steady. Then you shall remain kneeling until you realize your mistake and can rise. Mother, I have spoken but a handful of words today. How could any of them have provoked your wrath? You have not provoked me. Rather, you have incited the wrath of His Majesty. Such disgraceful behavior demands that you kneel and reflect upon your missteps. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences. Shi Hong shuddered at the thought, recalling the penalties he had previously incurred for his errors, rendering him utterly mute. Had he truly angered the emperor? Throughout the entire episode, the emperor's gaze remained fixated on that little chubby boy, not sparing him even a fleeting glance. When had he ever roused the emperor's ire? Perplexed, Shi Hong turned to the side, seeking assistance from Granny Zhang. Granny Zhang, feeling a pang of sympathy, was about to speak when she was swiftly interrupted. Should you dare to utter a word, you may well lose that very tongue. Immediately, Granny Zhang fell silent, signaling her inability to assist him. Shi Hong felt utterly deflated. After 3 hours had elapsed, he remained kneeling, gazing longingly at noble consort Zhuang as she dined in his presence, savoring fruits while he had not tasted a drop of water for several hours. His lips now parched and cracked. Mother, I truly do not comprehend where I have erred. Please, enlighten me. Noble consort Zhuang cast him a disapproving glance, her voice laced with contempt. How could I have given birth to such a blockhead? Look at your elder brother, the top scholar. I know. Cousin has achieved the highest honor, a rising star of the Qian family, a role model for me. Spare me the lecture and simply tell me where I have offended the emperor. You have knelt for hours, and what have you gained but thirst and hunger? Is there nothing else? After all these years of nurturing you, and the tutors I procured for your benefit, have you learned nothing? Has your intellect not yet awakened? Shi Hong was mercilessly berated, yet remained oblivious to his faults, inciting the wrath of the empress, who punished him with 5 strikes. Today, I intended to select a concubine for you, to lend you support, perhaps even facilitate your growth. However, the emperor, upon witnessing your ineptitude, has decreed that you must undergo further training for several more years. It is now impossible. You squandered this splendid opportunity and dared to claim that Princess Zhaoyang, bestowed by the emperor, is inferior to a daughter born of a concubine. Are you not slapping the emperor's face? Before so many witnesses, you asserted your inability to discern anything remarkable about her. Pray tell, with your wooden intellect, what could you possibly perceive? Diminishing your status and failing to grasp the circumstances, especially now that the Empress Dowager has taken that child away, are you attempting to convey that you are aligned with her? Shi Hong, I must inform you, if you wish to avoid a fate of utter annihilation, you must tighten your resolve and adhere to my counsel. Your uncle and cousin will assist you.
Xiong,
feeling aggrieved, responded, I understand, mother. As per the usual protocol, he was to be taken to the dark chamber. Nurse Zhang gasped, Your Majesty. The crown prince has already been injured. To go there now. Silence. The empress commanded. You constantly think of aiding him. Look at what he has become. It seems that in the future, he will be unable to vie for anything. Xian Tai, I require a regimen to restore my health. Volume 1. Chapter 47. Midnight Assassin's Father. What shall we do? The Qian family must have plotted this in advance, leading to my younger brother's downfall. I fear that the horse racing event is merely a ruse. Their true intention is to prevent our younger brother from participating in the palace examination and to suppress the Jiang family. Observing my father's hands tremble with fury, I hastily reassured him, Father, given the circumstances, our anger serves no purpose. We should swiftly consult with our elder brother and second brother on how to proceed with this matter. I am resolute in ensuring they bear the consequences. I have already dispatched someone to investigate, and the leads point directly to the Qian family. It seems my previous suspicions were correct. The Qian family is indeed the true culprit behind Xing's misfortunes. With consort Zhuang in the inner palace and the loyal and brave marquis having a son achieve the highest honor, their ambitions are evidently grand. Consort Zhuang harbors considerable aspirations, yet it appears unlikely for the first prince to succeed. During today's selection banquet for consorts, she attempted to consolidate power for the first prince, only to have her efforts thwarted by Nuan. She is likely to harbor resentment over the setback. At the witching hour, 3 figures clad in black and masked scaled the walls of the loyal and brave marquis's residence. Hurry up, you are so heavy. I already said it would suffice for the 2 of us. You insisted on joining, and now you struggle to climb the wall. At your age, you should know your limits. Brat, be silent. One retorted angrily. If you bring anyone here, I shall sever your head. Jiang Yan crouched on the ground while Jiang Hongzhe stood atop his shoulders, straining to ascend. Jiang Yan grimaced, Father, steady yourself. I am rising now. Take it slow. Or if you drop me, your hair will surely be at stake. Could you not grasp a different part? Using my hair as a handhold, it's all but gone. Jiang Zhao, rendered speechless, cast a glance downward from the wall. Could you possibly hasten your pace? The hidden guards have likely already arrived, while we remain at the starting point. If we don't move soon, dawn will break. What are you urging me for? I merely have a fear of heights. At long last, they successfully infiltrated the marquis's residence. The 3 of them stealthily made their way to the study, where the hidden guards awaited them. What a disgraceful arrangement this study has. Such vulgarity. Jiang Hongzhe muttered as he pressed against the wall, failing to uncover any secret mechanisms. Father, do take it easy. Those in the know might think you are a thief, while others could mistakenly believe this is your study. Silence. I am here for an inspection, not to steal. Must you always speak so foolishly? Why is there nothing here? Could it possibly be beneath his bed? Jiang Yan was clueless about what his father was searching for amid the chaotic rummaging. What exactly are you looking for? I am, of course, in pursuit of his little secrets, to ascertain whether he has engaged in any disreputable dealings. Then why not send the hidden guards to do it? Why must you come personally? The issue lies in the noise. One would fear they might not awaken. Jiang Hongzhe, engrossed in his search, paid no heed to him. The 3 commenced their exploration from the study, systematically searching through the rooms. Upon reaching the 4th chamber, a message from the hidden guards arrived. They had been discovered. In an instant, the once dark marquis's residence was ablaze with light, as servants brandished torches, encircling the courtyard, while guards rushed forth. Jiang Hongzhe was swiftly propelled over the wall by his 2 sons, with the hidden guards clearing the path ahead and behind them. A group of individuals swiftly arrived outside the city. The 10 cloaked figures were now fully assembled. Jiang Hongzhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. Tonight marks my surprise inspection of your abilities. It appears you are still rather inexperienced. You have taken far too long to manage a mere marquis's residence. Your capabilities are woefully inadequate. You are among the top 10 out of 300, yet you perform at this level. What of those ranked behind you? Surely, they would struggle to achieve even a fraction of your time. From this moment forth, training will be intensified and extended. I require a team proficient in both offense and defense, not merely a collection of inept layabouts. Jiang Yan leaned in to whisper to Jiang Zhao. I suspect Father is incensed due to the recent discovery. Jiang Zhao jabbed him with an elbow, urging him to silence. Jiang Yan pouted and was about to retort when he saw his father's fist coming toward him. He dodged swiftly. "Father, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly striking me? I have done nothing wrong." Experience is a formidable teacher. Jiang Hongzhe, with decades of military prowess, was not to be underestimated. Jiang Yan stood no chance against him and was swiftly subdued in mere 3 moves. With his hands captured, Jiang Yan, fearing he might inadvertently injure the elder, resorted to verbal victory. "Father, this is an unfair contest. I refuse to accept defeat. Whether you accept it or not matters not to me. I have long found your incessant complaints irksome. How dare you boast when you cannot even conquer a marquis's residence after 3 months of training? What use are you?" Jiang Yan lamented. "Father, I am on duty during the day and only have the opportunity to train them at night, and I must do so in secrecy. I am so fatigued that I can hardly keep my eyes open, yet you remain unsatisfied. Achieving this level of progress in just 3 months is quite commendable. The fact that our nighttime raid on the Ho residence was discovered demonstrates the challenges we face. Do you wish to have a band of half-hearted individuals protect Nwanwan?" Jiang Yan chuckled softly. "Father, you misunderstand. These 10 individuals are merely the weakest of my group, the very bottom tier. Even if it means exhausting myself, I would never entrust someone of such low caliber with Nwanwan's safety." "Take heed." Jiang Hongzhe responded with another slap. "What is this? Whether I succeed or fail, I face your wrath. Are you perhaps experiencing a midlife crisis? I jested about being first, and yet several people looked at me with such odd expressions that I was embarrassed in public. A single slap is a mere trifle for that indignity." In the dead of night, Nwan awoke parched. She clumsily rose, only to step on Suehua, who lay beneath the bed. The impact nearly crushed Suehua's belly, leading to an exaggerated yelp of distress.
Ow!
Simamasai, Simamasai. Nwan gently patted its head in a gesture of consolation. Sleep. Suehua, upon hearing her mutterings, cast a sidelong glance, its green eyes gleaming with an eerie glow in the darkness. Noticing Chun Nong still sleeping soundly nearby, Nwan crawled over, grasped a teacup, and took a sip. Observing the outside world bathed in a light reminiscent of day, she boldly ventured out. 2 little cubs swayed behind her as they ventured outside. Suehua opened her eyes, sighed helplessly, and then got up to follow. This was her first time acting alone in the dead of night, and she felt a thrill of excitement, with curiosity sparkling in Nwan's eyes. Upon reaching the courtyard and stepping out of the warm room, she shivered slightly in the chill of the night air. Nwan covered her mouth and continued forward, intending to sneak into the kitchen for some snacks. Suddenly, a shadow darted before her, and in an instant, it vanished into the house. "Oh no, a villain!" she exclaimed, frantically grabbing Suehua by the neck, urging her to help, to bite him. She hurriedly chased after the shadow. Suehua, alert for a moment, bared her teeth in readiness to give chase, but soon abandoned the idea, flicking her tail and continuing her leisurely stroll. Nwan was anxious, wondering why she wouldn't pursue. The villain had entered the estate. Quickly, Xiaowan, possessing a strong sense of vigilance, was startled awake by the commotion and quickly checked her bed, only to find it empty. "Oh no, the princess is missing." Chun Nong, wake up. Chun Nong, still half asleep, was jolted awake, her hands instinctively reaching out to the empty bed. "Where is she?"
The strings in her mind snapped.
The commotion stirred the general's residence, and the guards rushed in. "Princess, what happened?" Nwan pointed toward the direction from which the shadow had entered. "What did you say?" The guards responded, bewildered. "Is this encrypted? We can't understand a word." Reluctantly, they rushed in the direction indicated by the princess, fearing that if the master and mistress were harmed, even 10 heads would not suffice as retribution. Jiang Ming and the Zhao family were also startled, hastily donning their garments to investigate the commotion, only to find guards scouring the courtyard in confusion. What transpired? Jiang Yan, with his clothes barely fastened, emerged wielding a sword, demanding to know who dared to intrude. "Second young master." The princess pointed in this direction, claiming someone has entered. Chun Nong, breathless, hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss, the princess is missing."
"What?
"Who possesses such audacity to abduct someone from my general's residence?" Instantly, the crowd began a frantic search, nearly rushing to the palace to inform the emperor, scouring the entire city. Zhao Shi grasped her, urging, "Do not panic. First, check in the warm room. There may be clues. By the way, what of Qiu Wan? She is also unaccounted for." A group of ladies hastily proceeded to the warm pavilion to investigate. Meanwhile, the subject of concern, Nuan, was currently riding on Cui Hua, playing the detective, resolute in uncovering the identity of the cloaked intruder. Just emerging from the study, Jiang Hongzhe observed the chaos within the residence, instantly tensing as he seized a guard, demanding, "What has occurred?" "There has been an assassin in the residence. We are searching everywhere." "An assassin? Has someone been injured? Do we know which direction he fled?" The princess indicated that the assassin headed towards Junzi Xian. "I have led the search 3 times in this area, yet have seen no sign of anyone." "What of Nuan? She is unharmed, I hope?" They encountered Jiang Ming directly. "Why are you all here? Is Nuan hurt?" "Father, Nuan is missing. She must have been taken by an assassin. Who has the audacity to abduct someone from the general's residence? She's just a child, my Nuan." Jiang Ming was in a state of frantic despair, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Hongzhe was bewildered. Hadn't the guards just said that Nuan had seen the assassin heading towards Jiang Yan's courtyard? How could it now be that she had been captured? "No, just moments ago the guards said Nuan spotted the assassin, and now you claim she has been taken? Which information is accurate?" As Jiang Hongzhe listened, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. He repeatedly reassured them not to panic and suggested they search for her. Perhaps that mischievous little girl was merely wandering about somewhere. Thus, Jiang Hongzhe led a search throughout the residence for Nuan. Alongside him were Jiang Yan with a contingent of people and a group of guards, totaling 3 parties scouring the courtyard. The general's residence was not vast. It was only a matter of time before they would cross paths. After an agonizing search, just when they were about to dig 3 feet deep, Nuan finally appeared before the 3 groups, riding her horse, with 2 nearly exhausted wolf cubs in tow. Confused, she called out, "Father." Her little face was flushed from the cold, her nose nearly frozen. Upon seeing her in such thin clothing, wandering the residence at night, with her nose bright red, Jiang Hongzhe felt a surge of anger. He knew it, this little one was up to no good. "Nuan, where have you been?" Jiang Hongzhe removed his cloak and wrapped it around her, noticing her runny nose. He disdainfully turned his gaze away. Qiu Wan, panting, followed closely behind. The 2 wolf cubs on the ground lay sprawled, breathing heavily, utterly exhausted. "How warm it is!" Nuan blissfully squinted her eyes, rubbing against her cloak. "Where is the assassin?" With so many people around, where could the assassin have gone? "Nuan," Jiang Ming exclaimed upon seeing her, hurriedly embracing her to check for any injuries. Relieved to find none, he sighed. "Father, where did you find Nuan? And what about the assassin?"
Indeed.
"Where is the assassin? If I find him, I shall have Cui Hua tear him apart." Jiang Hongzhe sighed again. "You need to behave. It's late at night, and instead of resting in your room, you are running about?" Jiang Ming replied, "Why are you scolding me for not capturing the assassin?" Nuan pouted in displeasure. Glancing outside at the darkening sky, she realized that with only an hour left until court, sleep was a distant hope. Suddenly, Jiang Yan, who had been unexpectedly called out, murmured, "This is quite baffling. Father, I was merely—" A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be? "I just came over the wall." His voice dwindled, filled with guilt, as he realized that the night's chaos stemmed from his own failure to enter through the front door and change his clothes, leading Nuan to mistakenly identify him as the assassin. Now, the entire household was thrown into disarray. "You wretched child." Jiang Hongzhe, infuriated, kicked at him. "You troublemaker." In Chapter 48 of Volume 1, the crowd was perplexed. An assassin had infiltrated, yet Jiang Yan was being reprimanded? What connection could there possibly be between the assassin and Jiang Yan? Why do you not use the grand entrance, but instead choose to scale the wall at midnight? Are you intent on driving me to despair? The entire household is in disarray because of your antics. That shadow I just saw was Uncle. It makes sense now that he entered the gentleman's quarters without a second thought. Oh, Uncle, you truly are something else. Typically, this is how he behaves, but who would have thought that tonight it would be witnessed by Nuan? This is utterly absurd. Enough is enough. Let's disperse. For what kind of nonsense is this at such an hour? Hurry and leave. I do not wish to see that large face of yours. It infuriates me. Nwan chuckled softly, Mother. Do not call me mother. You are my daughter. We have been worried sick about you, searching high and low. Yet here you are, gallivanting around the estate with Suehua, neglecting to inform me of your whereabouts. What were you thinking, acting so recklessly? What if there truly were assassins? Do you believe you could withstand their blades? Nwan felt as though her ears might burst. Mother, please, do not be angry. This was such an opportune moment for heroism. How could I possibly let it slip away? Perhaps if I catch a cold, I could avoid going to the Imperial Academy tomorrow.
Hee.
Just look at her rosy cheeks, with snot running down her nose. Now you have gone and gotten yourself chilled. You must still attend the Imperial Academy tomorrow. Nwan's little scheme had been uncovered, and she pouted in reluctance before sneezing. After being forced to drink a large bowl of ginger soup, she begrudgingly lay down to sleep. In her dreams, she envisioned capturing the thief, garnering praise for her bravery, and miraculously avoiding the need to attend the Imperial Academy. In a moment of joy, she was suddenly interrupted by the system's insistent voice. Dear one, today is yet another day brimming with vitality. It is time to rise. Go away. Such a strong aversion to waking up. I shall take my leave now. But do not forget to clock in today. With great difficulty, she opened her eyes, and Chun Nong gently lifted her to dress her. For the princess had just dreamt of something delightful, eliciting a smile. Warm touched her forehead with her small hand, finding no fever. Alas! It seems that good health can also be a burden. What had happened? She had been so cheerful just moments ago. Observing Warm's listlessness, Chun Nong could not help but express her concern. Princess, are you unwell? It is no wonder, considering you were exposed to the cold wind for so long last night. As Warm paused mid-slurp of her porridge, a brilliant idea struck her. She quickly gulped down the porridge, resting her head on the table, murmuring, The male lead does not have to attend the Guizi Academy anymore, ha ha ha. Jiangming arrived with the imperial physician to check on Warm's well-being. Is she ill? Chun Nong nodded. Miss, the princess seems devoid of energy upon rising and has only consumed a bowl of porridge. Her appetite is rather poor. Jiangming approached, gently caressing her little face, and with a smile inquired, Are you feeling unwell? Warm? The little one nodded, snuggling closer to her mother. Perfect timing. The physician is here to examine you. Warm, this illness cannot be feigned. Watching Warm being assisted into the carriage, Jiangming snorted softly. Such a naive attempt to deceive me. You still have much to learn. Princess, do not slumber any longer. The teacher has arrived, Yan Hongya hastily reminded her. Yet, unaware of her impending fate of consuming plain noodles again, Nwan remained lost in her dreams. The little girl seated beside her tugged insistently at Nwan's sleeve, urging her to awaken. In her fervor, she exerted too much force, causing Nwan, who had been resting on her side, to lose her balance and tumble onto the floor. Upon opening her eyes, Nwan was met with the sight of a pair of boots directly in front of her. Did you sleep well? It was decent. The commotion lasted until midnight, and this morning I simply could not rise. I managed to doze off for a brief moment. As her mind gradually cleared, she suddenly recalled her surroundings and, with a burst of cleverness, sprang to her feet, anxiously glancing at the teacher, who appeared displeased. She then obediently faced the wall for reflection. Laughter erupted in the room. Nwan leaned her head against the wall, chuckling quietly to herself. How was it that no one called her? Now she found herself the center of embarrassment. As she observed teacher Yan approaching with a ruler in hand, Nwan instinctively withdrew her hands behind her. But I was merely standing in the wrong place. Do I truly deserve punishment? Teacher Yan regarded her with a stern expression. Princess, extend your hand. Nwan shook her head vigorously. No. In just 3 days of school, you have engaged in fights, arrived late, and slept during class. Your attitude towards learning is truly disheartening to me. Now, extend your hand obediently. Moments later, with her palms stinging from the reprimand, Nwan began to pout, tears welling in her eyes as she bit her lip to stifle her cries. Corporal punishment of students is illegal. I must ensure the teacher faces justice. Woe is me. Such notions are unfounded. You ought to accept your fate gracefully. As he guided the individuals to their seats, Master Yen surveyed the still chuckling assembly and remarked, "Do not mock the princess. At her age, many of you are still in your homes, drinking milk and unable to recognize a single character. For the princess, being here is already a formidable challenge. As her classmates, should you not offer her support instead of ridicule? Dear one, this old gentleman's highest expectation of you is merely that you attend the Imperial Academy punctually." He chuckled heartily. "Do not underestimate others. You shall see." After half an hour, Master Yen excused himself. The classmates gathered around Wan, offering her comfort. "Princess, do not weep. Come to the Imperial Academy early tomorrow, and I shall bring you my favorite beef pie, which is simply delightful. I can eat 2 at once. I will bring you pastries, too. The chef in my household makes them exquisitely." The group huddled together, and upon hearing several offers of food, Wan wiped her tears and said, "I want too." Of course. Yen Hongye and the young princess of the Wu and Marquis stood to the side, listening to the banter of their peers. The princess is easily appeased. A mere morsel can win her over. "Did you bring silver?" She favors that even more.
Xia Yan,
Momentarily puzzled, suddenly recalled the incident when the princess had given Master Yen silver last time, leading to a moment of clarity. "Allow me. Let me show you something. He. Princess, look at this." Wan's eyes sparkled as she beheld a stunning piece of amber, radiating an exquisite icy blue hue, within which nestled a delicate white flower, seemingly alive in its encapsulation. Envy stirred within her as she reached out to touch it, exclaiming, "How lovely."
you don't want it?
One should not covet what others cherish. Seeing how you treasure it, how could I possibly take it for myself? Oh, dear. What a delightful revelation. You possess a sense of propriety, little one, the system chimed mischievously. Go away. Your presence is ubiquitous. Will silence bring about your demise? Not at all, but it would be quite stifling. My vast knowledge goes unappreciated, which would be a lamentable waste. Left to rot, even a dog would turn its nose up at it. Step aside, Xia Yan retorted as she handed the amber back to Wan. This is for you, princess. With this in your possession, surely you shall not weep. Wan replied, this trinket isn't that remarkable. It can merely alleviate pain. Upon being rejected, Xia Yan hung her head, lamenting, your unappreciated idea has displeased the princess. I thought. Yen Hongye, emulating his grandfather, clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of elderly wisdom.
Nay.
Did you not observe the sparkle in the princess's eyes just now? She was captivated by your precious stone, hence her refusal. Such a rarity. My grandfather often sighs, lamenting that the princess is too young to comprehend anything, yet she clearly understands much. Is that so? The princess is truly remarkable. I hold her in great admiration. Unlike other princes and princesses, she covets everything she desires for herself. Do you like it? What kind of liking is that? In the cunning palace, Su Lang is examining the Empress's pulse. Your pulse is perfectly normal, Your Majesty. However, as the months progress, if you continue to delay, it will soon be too late. The Empress clings to his waist. Brother Lang, I understand, yet I find it difficult to take this step. Do you not sense it? The child within me resists the approach of others. You are the child's father. How can you bear to witness the mother of your child grow close to another man? Su Lang gently adjusts her hair. I understand, but if you do not act, you, I, and countless others will perish because of us. Can you bear such a fate? Have you forgotten that your sister is still waiting for your rescue? Pregnant women are particularly sensitive, and before Su Lang could say much more, tears were already streaming down the Empress's face. But I am struggling to protect myself. I cannot think of anything else. Brother Lang, may I? Su Lang's patience is wearing thin with her. Once or twice was bearable, but how much longer must this drag on? After kissing the Empress's forehead, Su Lang delivered a harsh remedy. If you do not wish to keep this child, you need not proceed with this. No one else is aware of it. You understand. We have no other choice. Either we keep the child and spend a night with the Emperor, or we abandon it. The choice is yours. Upon hearing Su Lang's merciless words, the Empress could not contain her grief, and wept uncontrollably. How can you be so heartless? He is your own flesh and blood, a scion of the Zhou royal family. How can you utter such words? Silence. Su Lang forcefully pushed her away. Your Majesty, I implore you to refrain from speaking so recklessly. This is Xia. Be wary, for calamity often arises from careless words. The Empress momentarily froze, as if just grasping the gravity of the situation. I merely misspoke. Brother Lang, you understand my... Su Lang's anger surged within him, but he took a deep breath to regain his composure, grasping her shoulders firmly. I comprehend, Honor. This is our child, and I too am reluctant to part with him. However, the Emperor has not visited you in quite some time. Your sudden pregnancy will inevitably raise suspicions among others. This is the safest course of action. Once the child is safely born, we can choose a suitable time to have you care for him in the inner palace. Thus, even if the child's appearance differs, it will go unnoticed. Trust my words. Today is the 15th. By tradition, the Emperor is expected to visit you, but the Emperor has not been here for ages. Then you must seek him out. You may not usually have the opportunity, but today presents the perfect excuse. If he fails to come, it would be a public affront to the Empress, and the censors would never allow it. The Empress hesitated for a moment, but ultimately resolved, very well then. I must devise a plan. Dezhou? Su Lang is of Dezhou? Are you certain of this? The diligent guard knelt upon the ground, listening intently as the Emperor spoke. It was the Empress herself who had uttered the words, yet. Speak. The guard recounted his previous mention of the Empress and the intricate patterns upon the inner thigh of Physician Su, which resembled the blossoms of the gesang flower. Wang Dequan felt a chill run through him at the mention of the gesang flower. The Emperor, incensed, cast the memorials to the floor. The people of the northern How dare they infiltrate my harem? The Empress bears no resemblance to those barbaric tribes. Why then the gesang flower? Has the great Zhou conspired with the northern Upon hearing the Empress declare that Physician Su was the 8th prince of Great Zhou, the guard had already conducted an inquiry, revealing that the 8th prince had not departed from Great Zhou. Furthermore, I demand to know the Empress's true origins. Yes. Additionally, Your Majesty, the Empress intends to administer a potion to you this evening. Enough, I am aware. Wang Dequan silently mused. Summon Princess Zhaoyang. 3, 2, 1. Summon Princess Zhaoyang. Wang Dequan. He anticipated that in times of trouble, the princess would be sought, a steadfast rule. Ah, how envious I am of Princess Zhaoyang, who enters the palace as if indulging in a delightful game. I long to partake as well, remarked Zhang Wei, the legitimate son of Deputy Minister Zhang, with envy. Do not indulge in fanciful dreams. My mother has already stated that Princess Zhaoyang's curvaceous figure is unattainable by others. You are as slender as a mantis. Perhaps focus on gaining some weight instead. It is said that the daughter of the Mu family was taken by the Empress Dowager precisely because she resembled Princess Zhaoyang's ample form.
Li chanchues legitimat sans spoker nestli.
Xia Yan listened in silence as they debated. With such small eyes and a flat nose, you are ill-suited to maintain a figure befitting a princess. In the end, your eyes will hardly be visible and your entire face will resemble a pancake. It would be best to refrain from such aspirations and simply embrace your unique characteristics. Zhang Wei, how audacious of you, criticizing my figure, while your face is as large as a basin, and I have said nothing about it. You dare to disdain me? Truly, your malice is more plentiful than the spots on a Dalmatian. Volume 1, Chapter 49. The Empress's Morning Sickness. How does this little chubby one speak? Xia Yan shot him a glare and turned away, leaving in high spirits. The Emperor drew him closer. Zhaoyang. It has been several days since we last met, and yet you have not come to see me. How ungrateful, considering the generous allowance I have bestowed upon you. Nuan rolled her eyes. I am but a student now. How could I possibly spend my days running to your side? Unlike you, who idles away time playing with cats and dogs. De Xian Emperor, the dignified sovereign reduced to a mere plaything in her words. How absurd. Wang Dequan. The princess has been poisoned and is somewhat delirious. Her mind is not functioning properly. Go to the Imperial Medical Institute and find the 3 physicians who previously examined her. and have them brew another dose of medicine. Wang Dequan chuckled to himself. The child's misadventures were about to begin anew. Your mind is clouded. Refrain from seeking me. I acknowledge my mistakes. Truly, earning money is arduous, and life is fraught with difficulties. Oh, Your Majesty, I observe that the princess appears much improved. Perhaps we ought to forego our meal, as it seems she has not dined. Shall we discuss this further after our repast? Warmth tugged at her sleeves and gently patted her small belly, contemplating the meal. The emperor inhaled deeply, deciding to endure the matter at hand for her sake, and with a grand gesture commanded, "Serve the meal." As Warmth's gaze fell upon the succulent chicken leg on the table, she was eager to partake. However, the emperor abruptly changed his mind, scooping her up instead. "Come, I shall take you to a different place for our meal. Is there something amiss? The table is laden with steaming dishes. Where else could one possibly go without dining? My legs." Watching helplessly as the distance between her and the table grew, Warmth stretched her hands in despair, exclaiming, "Oh, dear." In Jingren Palace, the empress sat at the table, her mood soured as she stared at the food before her. Lacking any appetite, just as she contemplated having the dishes removed, a loud announcement pierced the air. "The emperor has arrived." The empress was taken aback, surprised by his timely entrance. Before she could act, the emperor had already made his presence known. Everyone hurried to welcome him, and the empress adjusted her attire, striving to conceal her discontent. "At ease, Empress. Today is the 15th. I have come to share this meal with you." As the empress rose to speak, she caught sight of the emperor cradling a chubby child in his arms. Anger surged within her. Why must he carry her everywhere? Were they so inseparable that parting would bring calamity? "Why do you appear displeased at my arrival? Just look at that long face of yours, longer than a donkey's. If you're unhappy, then I too am not pleased." Just then, I was about to partake in my meal. "Your Majesty, your timing is impeccable," observed the Princess Zhaoyang. "The bond between you and Princess Fong is truly commendable." The emperor laughed heartily, casting a subtle glance at the empress's abdomen, and casually remarked, "Empress, you seem to have lost some weight lately. Wang Dequan, please instruct the kitchen to prepare some hearty dishes for the empress to replenish her strength." The dishes on the table were quite bland, as the empress was experiencing morning sickness and could not bear the smell of meat. Upon hearing this, she immediately attempted to decline. "Your Majesty, there is no need. I have little appetite these days, and these dishes suit me just fine." "Not suitable at all. Just look at this plate, so green and devoid of meat. Bring forth a large pork knuckle and a roasted chicken, so that she can truly nourish herself." "That simply will not do. These dishes do not appear appetizing. The emperor and Zhaoyang are waiting, and it is not worth the delay. You are the empress of our great Xia. How can you settle for this? Is it that those serving you are negligent? Someone, punish the empress's attendants with 10 strikes. Let us see if they dare to be remiss in the future." The 4 attendants were forcibly taken away by the eunuchs, crying out in protest, "Your Majesty, forgive us." The empress was taken aback. How did things escalate to such punishment? "Your Majesty, they have all served diligently. It is merely that I feel unwell, prompting their actions." "Your Majesty." The emperor feigned anger, declaring that this was utterly unacceptable. "The empress is unwell. Yet these palace attendants have not summoned the imperial physician to attend to her. Such disregard for rank must be met with consequences. Increase their punishment by 5 strokes." The empress observed with growing anxiety as the emperor spoke sweetly of his concern for her, leaving her no room to retort. You are once again settling personal scores." These close attendants have always been watchful for the empress, ensuring that Su Lang and the empress can meet in secrecy. "I wondered why the meal was laid out yet you did not partake. It appears you sought to bring misfortune upon the empress. How amusing." The emperor stuffed a leaf of vegetables into Nuan Nuan's mouth, silencing her protests. "Where does the empress feel unwell?" Wang Dequan hastened to summon physician Su. "It is unwise to conceal illness. Are you feeding a rabbit? I do not eat vegetable leaves. Why summon the paramour? You are truly seeking trouble today." Upon hearing this, the empress panicked at the thought of calling the physician, especially Su Lang. "What shall I do?" "Your Majesty, there is no need to summon the physician. I may simply have caught a chill, leading to a poor appetite, and I shall recover in due course. Surely it is unnecessary to call for the physician." The Empress felt anxious, fearing discovery by the Emperor, her voice wavering as she pleaded. Yet the Emperor would not relent. A strong, pungent odor assaulted the Empress's senses, causing her stomach to churn violently. Her complexion turned ashen, and she quickly covered her nose with a handkerchief to suppress the urge to vomit. In my later years, I realized you had succumbed to vice. Are you aware that the Queen has been unfaithful? To subject a pregnant woman to a daily feast of pig knuckles reveals your true cruelty. Do you not fear the consequences of her distress? The Emperor's smile failed to reach his eyes as he continually urged the Queen to partake in her meal. Why do you refuse to eat? Is it not to your liking? Why cover your mouth with a cloth? Consume it while it is warm. Once it cools, the flavor diminishes. Wang Dequan, struggling to suppress laughter, feared for his own head should the Queen discover his amusement, and hurried outside to check if physician Su had arrived. The Emperor himself did not take a single bite, focusing intently on serving the Queen rich, savory dishes. Hurry and eat. Look at this roasted chicken. Crispy on the outside and tender within. Even Zhao Yang is salivating. If you do not act soon, she will devour it all. Nuan Nuan, gnawing on a chicken leg, retorted, Are you blind? That chicken is larger than my face. How could I possibly finish it? The Queen does not favor roasted chicken. She prefers lamb. The Emperor paused, his chopsticks frozen midair. What did Zhao Yang just say? Lamb? The people of the Yi tribe are known for their affinity for lamb, as they are a nomadic people whose diet predominantly consists of beef and mutton. Had he been mistaken in his assumptions? The Queen, enduring wave after wave of nausea, finally succumbed as her bowl overflowed. Unable to hold back, she retched. The Emperor, alarmed, questioned why the physician had yet to arrive. How could you allow the Queen to suffer in such a manner? Just as another unfortunate circumstance was about to unfold, Su Leng arrived, albeit tardily. Before he could even bow in respect, the Emperor waved his hand, urging him to attend to the Queen immediately. The couple's deep affection for one another is evident, and one might mistakenly believe that the Empress is your cherished muse, when in fact she is merely a blemish upon the canvas of your life. It has become clear to me that your intent in summoning me to the palace today was to allow me to witness your misfortune. Observing your paramour taking your wife's pulse while flaunting their affection before you, only for you to surreptitiously chastise them, what does this signify? In a fit of anger, the Emperor seized the chicken leg from her hand, wiping her fingers clean and admonishing her not to indulge, reminding her of her weight loss aspirations, and suggesting she consume the bowl of vegetable soup instead. He summoned her to provide him with insights, not to mock him with her words, which were laced with disdain. Warmly, she pushed aside the vegetable soup, reaching once again for the chicken leg, only to be thwarted by the Emperor, which incited her to splatter grease from her mouth onto his dragon robe. What is the meaning of this? You cannot let your anger deprive me of my meal. The Empress intends for you to become a father tonight, and yet you remain so displeased? Another child is on the horizon, so cheer up. Allow me to enjoy this chicken leg, will you? As the meat was once more pushed away by the Emperor, she felt a surge of frustration. Very well. You may disregard this child, as it is not yours anyway. Surely, you covet the offspring of concubine Ning and concubine Zhuang, 3 vying for your attention. You would suffer no loss, would you? She gently patted his hand, conveying her consolation, and gestured for the Emperor to hand her the chicken leg. Indeed, it seems that both Empress Zhuang and Empress Ning aspire to elevate their status through their offspring. Alongside the Empress, these 3 have recently conspired to entice you, indicating a surge in your romantic prospects. The system, with its characteristic mischief, interjects. Oh, darling, this is not merely a stroke of fortune, it is a calamity of romance. Empress Zhuang aims to seize the man all at once, and she is preparing to practice her skills. When the time comes, the Emperor, will surely be exhausted. Warmth fills her as she imagines the scene of Empress Zhuang, Empress Ning, and the Empress embroiled in a fierce altercation, while the Emperor stands perplexed in the midst, unsure of whom to choose. Unbeknownst to the Emperor, who is oblivious to Warmth's thoughts, he observes the 2 women feigning unfamiliarity, which aggravates him. Dr. Su, how fares the Empress? Su Leng, puzzled by the Emperor's intentions, was just departing from Jingren Palace when he was summoned again, his heart racing with apprehension. Quackery leads to peril. The familiar tone of the emperor's voice only intensified his anxiety. The empress cannot swallow her food, nor can she discern flavors. What insidious motive drives you to treat her with such uncertainty? Seize Dr. Su and administer 30 strokes as a warning to others. The empress's attendants and eunuchs are deeply distressed, which explains her illness. We shall replace your staff with new personnel from the imperial household. Su Lang struggled as he was dragged away, and as the punishment landed on his not yet fully healed backside, a thought flashed through his mind. Is the emperor summoning me solely for the purpose of punishment? Cursed fate. The queen bears her sorrows in silence. The emperor. Su Tai's medical skills are indeed commendable, yet, what can he do? The emperor retorts, he misdiagnosed Zhao Yang last time. And now you appear pale, while he claims there is no serious issue, attempting to placate me. Such a parasite, if allowed to remain, will inevitably lead to catastrophe. This statement threatens Su Lang's position, causing the queen to gasp in horror. Your Majesty, Su Tai merely made an occasional error. He was the one who cured the numerous red spots on my arm last time. Please allow him some time to observe. After all, he is still young and in need of experience. Her words seemed to clash with her previous self, the foolish queen of yore. The emperor scrutinized her for a moment, contemplating, before he finally relented. The queen exhaled in relief and resumed her seat. Thinking of Su Lang, she took a deep breath, picked up her chopsticks, and savored a piece of elbow meat, forcing a smile despite the greasiness. Your Majesty, this elbow is indeed tender and delectable. I no longer feel nauseous. It seems there is no serious concern. If it pleases you, indulge further, the emperor replied with an increasingly warm smile, though internally, he felt a rising anger. True love is invincible. Just moments ago, she couldn't bear to eat a bite, yet now, for her illicit lover, she feasts without a hint of discomfort. How disrespectful. The queen endured a most uncomfortable meal. The emperor, in a furious mood, barely touched his food, while only warm, happily gnawing on a chicken leg, enjoyed her meal alongside the drama. Once they finished, the queen noticed the emperor had yet to depart, leaving her utterly disheartened. If the emperor did not leave, when could she finally express her grievances? Gulping down a large bowl of cold tea, the queen felt a modicum of relief within her, temporarily suppressing the nauseating sensation that had been churning in her stomach. The palace maid beside her hesitated to speak, having just consumed greasy dishes. The addition of cold tea might not bode well for her. Let us go, Wan tugged at the emperor, eager to escape. However, the emperor had yet to hear the news he longed for and was reluctant to depart. Why was it so difficult for her to share a piece of information?
Queen.
How long has it been since you last saw your mother? Was he attempting to engage in casual conversation? The emperor nodded. Do you miss them? Wan cast him a puzzled glance, wondering if he intended to discuss intimate matters with the queen. She was ready to leave. Fortunately, when she first entered the palace, her parents had already prepared for her absence. The concubines of the harem could not easily venture beyond the palace walls, which spared her from such concerns. As the queen, she felt a responsibility to set an example for her sisters in the harem. Her implication was clear. She did not wish to leave the palace, for they were not her biological parents. She urged him not to take such liberties. The emperor's lips twitched. It matters not. I can permit them to visit you.
What are your thoughts on this?
The queen shook her head. Your Majesty, the harem is filled with many sisters. It would be unwise to set this precedent for me, lest it cause discord among us. Her mother had passed long ago. Did he wish for her to meet her in the underworld? The queen's father was still alive, but he resided among the people, beyond the emperor's reach, so there was no need for his undue attentiveness. If he did not leave, she would take her leave first, ensuring their procreation was not hindered, and he could relish the prospect of fatherhood. However, the queen was still with child, so he ought to tread carefully. Volume 1, Chapter 50. The Peach Blossom Curse. The Galsing flower is the national flower of the people, cherished by all, from emperors to common folk, who take great delight in adorning themselves with its likeness and displaying it in their homes. Has the prince of the great Zhou allied himself with the people? Indeed, the empress hails from the clan. How infuriating! Do the people of the great Zhou and the consider his palace a mere vegetable garden? Upon hearing such news, the emperor cradled Wan and thought, Since the Empress wishes to set an example, she should remain in the palace to nurture her health. Observing the Emperor's intent to depart and recalling Brother Lang's plan, the Empress implored, "Your Majesty, today is the 15th. Will you return tonight?" The Emperor retorted, "We shall discuss it this evening. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty." It is you who is not in a hurry, yet it is you who appears anxious. How fickle a man can be. Nuan shook her head, looking at him with an expression of exasperation. The Emperor covered her eyes and suggested, "Jiayong, how about we pay a visit to your eldest royal brother? Do you have no memorials to review? Idly jesting instead? The eldest prince is clearly at odds with me. Why would I visit him?" While the Emperor was engaged in this one-sided banter, he unexpectedly encountered concubine Ning. Oh dear, what a coincidence to meet the Emperor and the princess here. It is indeed fate. I have the honor of greeting Your Majesty. A voice emerged from behind, and as the Emperor turned with Nuan in his arms, concubine Zhuang also approached. Look. These two women are nearly ready to contend for your favor. Old sir, whom will you choose? One desires a second child to practice with a younger sibling, while the other wishes for her firstborn to solidify her position. Old sir, you barely had enough of that pig knuckle earlier. What a loss. Wang Dequan truly finds himself in a predicament. This little princess seems to divulge everything without restraint. To dare question the Emperor, she is bound to face repercussions. As expected, Nuan received 2 sharp reprimands, her forehead echoing with the sound of strikes. Zhaoyang, I sense you are speaking ill of me. Should you continue your reckless chatter, I shall inform Master Yen to serve you a bowl of noodles. Nuan, with tears welling in her eyes, covered her forehead in silence, finally subdued. Zhuang Fei and Ning Fei, what brings you here? Zhuang Fei cast a sidelong glance at Ning Fei, smiling graciously. I thought to visit my dear sister in her palace. And what a coincidence it is to encounter the Emperor and the princess. Ning Fei, unwilling to indulge her, replied, Ah, dear sister Zhuang, how unfortunate that you wish to visit, for at this very moment, my sister intends to seek the Emperor in the imperial study. I just happened to prepare some pig trotter soup. Considering the Emperor's diligent efforts, he surely deserves a nourishing treat. The Emperor glanced at the food container held by the maid behind Ning Fei, tightening his embrace around Nuan. Zhaoyang, why not remain in the palace today to keep me company? No, that is not appropriate. You have more pressing matters to attend to, matters that concern the future of the great Xia. Why do you persist in clinging to me? With the Empress, Ning Fei, and Zhuang Fei all present, your fortunes in romance seem particularly prosperous today. The Emperor shot her a sidelong glance, remarking on her perceptiveness. Ning Fei, as it happens, the Empress is feeling unwell today and desires some pig trotter soup. Please take this to her. Zhuang Fei, did you not wish to visit Ning Fei? Now that she has arrived, you two may engage in conversation while I attend to some official documents. Ah, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The two women watched as the Emperor departed with the princess, lamenting the missed opportunity. They exchanged an impatient glance, each acutely aware of the underlying sentiments harbored within their hearts. Sister, how could one be unaware of the close bond between you and me? It is curious that I have never seen you grace my presence until now, particularly upon the Emperor's arrival. Zhuang Fei glanced at her, nonchalantly remarking, Now you have come to realize that today is the 15th. The Emperor has just visited the Empress and brought your hoof flower soup as a token of appreciation. Sister, you are indeed fortunate, for the Empress will surely extend her gratitude towards you. Ning Fei scoffed inwardly, mocking the Emperor's apparent disdain for her soup. This is merely my duty, she mused, uncertain if the Empress would even partake of the soup upon seeing her sister. Zhuang Fei and the Empress have never shared a cordial relationship, a fact well known throughout the palace. The Emperor's intention in sending her to deliver soup to the Empress remains a mystery. Zhuang Fei cast her a disapproving glance, asserting that whether the Empress drank the soup or not would not alter her standing. Yet for you, dear sister, having spent several years in the palace without a child to your name, lacking a prince, and merely possessing a princess, it seems you are preoccupied with tales and now seek to curry favor with the Emperor. One wonders if your health can withstand such endeavors. Ning Fei offered a serene smile, retorting, Regardless of my health, I am still young, unlike you, dear sister, who harbors hopes of bearing pearls from an old clam. It is essential to recognize that this individual is not perpetually favored by fortune. The two of them bickered their way to the palace of Ning. Just as the empress had finished retching, she heard that consort Zhuang and consort Ning had arrived, bearing a decree to deliver a bowl of pig's trotter soup. Infuriated to the point of nearly fainting, she declared, "This palace is not in attendance." However, before she could finish her sentence, consort Zhuang barged in. "Your Majesty, my sister and I heard His Majesty mention your desire for pig's trotter soup today. By a stroke of luck, my sister Ning is quite adept in the kitchen and has prepared a bowl for you.
Please do sample it."
The empress, incensed, rebuked, "Is there no decorum? You enter without announcement? Guards, punish her." Consort Zhuang, with a charming smile, dismissed the empress's ire, saying, "Why should your Majesty be so enraged? Such agitation can be detrimental to your health. My sister Ning has been sent to present this soup to you. One must consider the greater picture." Noticing the empress's pallid complexion, consort Zhuang took delight in her discomfort, determined to compel her to drink it. "Your Majesty, you should partake while it is warm." I am eagerly awaiting to provide His Majesty with a response. Consort Ning, witnessing the tense interaction between the empress and consort Zhuang for the first time, felt an ominous premonition as if blood were about to be spilled. She reflected on her audacity to confront the empress so boldly earlier, calling her an old clam giving birth to pearls. It was a grave mistake. The empress gazed at the greasy bowl of pig's trotter soup before her, a layer of clear fat glistening on top, and the queasy sensation returned. She exerted all her strength to restrain herself, casting a glance at the malevolent-eyed consort Zhuang. Anger surged within her. This woman had always been at odds with her. If Zhuang were to uncover her secret, the consequences would be dire. The only course of action was to hastily dismiss her. The longer this dragged on, the more precarious the situation would become. The empress, akin to a warrior severing her own flesh, grasped the bowl, holding her breath, determined to swallow before her stomach churned any further. A flicker of doubt crossed consort Zhuang's mind. Why had the empress capitulated so swiftly today? Hadn't the emperor claimed that the empress adored drinking? What could explain her current demeanor? Before she could ponder the matter further, the empress downed the contents of the bowl and smashed it, ordering, "Get out. Why are you running so hastily? 3 exquisite beauties await you. Although the child is not yours, the wife certainly is. Can you not learn from the Empress Dowager and possess a more accommodating spirit? They are all about captivating young men, performing acrobatics with grace, and only need a backflip to complete their repertoire. Why are you so rigid? With 3,000 concubines at your beck and call, you still have to provide them with monthly allowances and support an entire family from the previous dynasty.
Oh,
How foolish you are. Your mother would gladly gather all the charming youths and experienced men for herself. Why would you push them away?" Hearing her tone, which resembled that of a grandmother admonishing her grandson, the emperor felt a mix of frustration and exasperation. He pinched her cheek, declaring, "Zhaoyang, I warn you. If you dare emulate the Empress Dowager when you grow up, I shall end you right now." Warmly, she embraced his neck, puffing up her cheeks in indignation, exclaiming, "Nonsense. How could I, a paragon of virtue and talent, a graceful beauty of unparalleled charm, ever emulate the frivolous antics of the Empress Dowager, concealing my intentions? I shall undoubtedly follow in your footsteps, commanding a harem of 3,000, a benevolent consort who bestows equal favor upon all. Yet I must avoid the fate of having discord in my own courtyard. The emperor must not adopt the clandestine methods of the Empress Dowager. Thus, she chooses to be overt in her nurturing, does she? Such cleverness, if applied to her studies, would surely yield excellent results." Wang Dequan mused inwardly, "Princess, you are a woman. How can you assume the role of a husband? Is this not a reversal of roles?" Today marked the moment of their animosity. Concubine Zhuang and concubine Ning, with audacity, approached the imperial study. Upon discovering that Princess Zhaoyang had finally departed, they instinctively exhaled in relief, for now, they could act without concern for the presence of the child. The emperor, observing these two predatory women, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. "What do you seek this time?" Concubine Zhuang composed herself, then brazenly pushed concubine Ning aside. "Your Majesty, I have come to report back. Did you not request that I deliver the soup to Her Majesty the Empress? I witnessed her consume it with my own eyes. Concubine Ning looked at concubine Zhuang, who, despite her advanced age, still attempted to cast flirtatious glances at the emperor, an utterly embarrassing sight. Indeed, the tales often spoke truth. Even in maturity, one may still feign youth. Mimicking the tones of the younger generation with exaggerated gestures, she appeared utterly ridiculous to outsiders. A shiver of distaste ran through her, and as she observed the emperor, who paid her no heed, she silently reveled in her amusement, casting flirtatious looks at a blind man. Utterly futile. Wang Dequan had long since exited, firmly closing the door behind him. This particular setting was decidedly unsuitable for a eunuch such as himself. Upon noticing the emperor's complete lack of reaction, Zhuang Fei caught a glimpse of Ning Fei laughing, her composure visibly faltering. "Your Majesty, do take a look at your humble servant," she implored. Ning Fei, hearing this affected tone, found it even more exasperating than before. Truly, it was akin to a dagger to the rear, an eye-opener indeed. The reality before her was far more captivating than the tales she had previously indulged in. How had she not noticed this before? She resolved to observe reality more often, for it offered a wealth of knowledge. The emperor felt that perhaps he had sent the child away too soon. Otherwise, he might have been able to curb this woman's antics, her voice becoming increasingly syrupy. Overwhelmed by the cloying nature of her tone, the emperor could no longer contain himself. "Is your throat caught by a chicken feather?" he retorted. Ning Fei struggled to maintain her composure, but the emperor's remark shattered her restraint, prompting her to burst into hearty laughter. "Forgive me. I simply cannot help it. Please continue." Zhuang Fei shot her a fierce glare, and the atmosphere grew tense. She felt compelled to stand silently to the side, adhering to decorum. Sensing the shift in mood, Ning Fei finally managed to quiet her laughter, biting down on her lip and lowering her head. Suddenly, she noticed a crack in the door, through which a pair of eyes darted about.
"Princess!"
Ning Fei exclaimed in surprise. At the sound of her voice, Zhuang Fei's reaction was akin to a machine glitching. It took her a moment to turn her neck, and one could faintly hear a crisp crack. Thankfully, Zhuang Fei merely called out a few times in a strained voice, not yet descending into madness, by shedding her garments. Wang Dequan entered, rubbing his arms. "Your Majesty, when did Zhao Yang arrive?" Wang Dequan cast a discreet glance at Emperor Dixuan, witnessing what should not have been seen. "Your Majesty, perhaps it is best if you refrain from inquiring further. Just moments ago, he had attempted to intervene, yet Qiuwan had nearly dislocated the servant's arm, leaving him powerless." Observing Qiuwan outside the door, and then noticing the tremor in Wang Dequan's arm, the emperor erupted in fury. "Zhao Yang, it appears you are not simply reserved. Rather, you feel embarrassed in my presence." I understand. Old friend, after all these years, why conceal anything? I would never mock you. Were you not just eager to play a game of blindfolded touch with the consort? I see you have learned. I wish to join in as well. Hee. The emperor nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not a lesson to be learned. He turned his gaze upon the instigator, Consort Zhuang, demanding, "Please explain to the princess what you were just doing." His eyes conveyed a singular message. "Utter a single word of discontent, and I shall have your head." Consort Zhuang wished desperately for a hole to swallow her whole, stammering, This humble servant. What is there to explain? An explanation is merely a facade. A facade conceals the truth, and the truth reveals insincerity, which deserves punishment. Old friend, you may deal with this at your leisure. I merely forgot my purse. Please continue. Nuan wriggled free from her embrace, retrieving her purse from the ground, marred by the imprint of Consort Zhuang's foot. She grimaced at the sight, feeling a twinge of sorrow. It was soiled. The emperor was beside himself, attempting to articulate an explanation, only to find the situation growing more dire. The crux of the matter was that this was still a child. She had not uttered a single word. How to address this? She did not explain. And yet she misinterpreted once more, spiraling deeper into a nonsensical cycle. Despite their apparent innocence, why did he feel like a lecherous old man? Just as the Empress Zhuang was on the verge of humiliation and fury, she suddenly heard a divine melody, as if a ghost were pursuing her, prompting her to flee in relief. Volume 1, Chapter 51. The yellow sparrow lurks behind singing. The emperor cradled her, fixing her gaze upon him. Moments before, Empress Zhuang had demonstrated her newly acquired theatrical skills. Was her singing not rather unpleasant? It had long been said that she lacked talent, yet she refused to heed the warnings. And now she found herself embarrassed. Muan regarded him with skepticism, dismissively uttering a single word. Nonsense. If you don't believe me, ask concubine Ning, she added, who was nodding vigorously beside them, struggling to contain her laughter, feeling as though her abdomen might cramp from the effort. Singing? A tale of lingering spirits? Such words could deceive only a child of 3, no more. The emperor instructed Wang Dequan to pour a generous cup of water for Nuan, suggesting, after such a long journey, you must be thirsty. Drink up to cleanse yourself of impurities. Nuan took a sip, indicating her disinterest. Yet, the Daxian emperor continued to chatter incessantly beside her. Be obedient, dear. This water is a marvelous elixir, capable of purifying all. Drink more, and you shall become a pristine little princess. Ultimately, Nuan consumed a bellyful of water, letting out a burp, her expression one of bewilderment as she stepped out the grand doors. I have been feeling rather queasy lately. Burp as I exited the palace. My stomach felt bloated, and upon patting it with my small hand, I sensed the water sloshing around inside. Warm disdainfully placed her arm against her belly, pushing outward. If she pressed any further, she would surely become a fountain. When she awoke the next day, she touched the damp quilt in bewilderment. Currently, 5 individuals have ascended to her blacklist, with Mu Sun at the top, followed by the 3 elderly court physicians and finally, Emperor Dexian. However, she now intends to swap the positions of Mu Sun and Emperor Dexian, the culprit behind her unfortunate predicament. One day, she will ensure he suffers public humiliation. The noble consort Zhuang and consort Ning had just been expelled by the empress, and they were now retching into a spittoon, expelling the pig's trotter's soup from their stomachs in a chaotic rush. It felt as though someone was stirring recklessly within her, making her bile rise. Your Highness, are you well? The empress struggled to speak, choking as scallions emerged from her nostrils, coughing violently. The maidservant, holding the spittoon, leaned back, the odor quite unbearable. This palace shall, cough, ensure their demise. Finally regaining her composure, the empress took a cup of tea to rinse her mouth. Wiping the corners of her lips, her gaze dark and menacing as she fixed it upon the maidservant. If you dare utter a single word about today's events, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. I would not dare, Your Highness. You had better not. The queen let out a cold hum, caressing her belly, reflecting on the audacious behavior of consorts Zhuang and the others. She could not swallow her indignation and commanded, prepare my bath. Now that she was with child, she intended to make the most of it. Once the night had passed, her position as the mother of the heir would grant her immunity from peril. At that moment, she would relish the sight of those insolent women brought low. After indulging in a meticulous petal bath, the maidservant brought forth a special ointment from the imperial physician to nourish her skin. Feeling the delicate sheen of her complexion, the queen smiled in satisfaction. Send word. I wish to see His Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. Once the emperor had personally escorted the gentle warmth away, consort Ning paused for a moment. Your Majesty, will you be visiting my chambers tonight? It has been ages since we shared a drink together, why not? Silence. The emperor, still haunted by his fears, glanced around, feeling as though Princess Zhaoyang lingered nearby. In public, as a consort of the harem, you must be mindful of your words. What a disgrace. Watching the emperor leave in a huff, consort Ning wrung her handkerchief in distress. What is this, mother? I merely wish to bear a child. Why must it be so difficult? With Princess Zhaoyang absent, why this pretense of propriety? Come, let us visit my sister. I am feeling disheartened and wish to share a few drinks with her for solace. The maidservant hesitated. Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate. The emperor has not gone far. You should exercise some caution. I am saddened. I simply wish to confide in my sister. What do you understand? Be silent. The palace maid bore a somewhat peculiar expression. Upon noticing the displeased countenance of noble consort Ning, she promptly fell silent. The Empress, having adorned herself with great care, stepped outside only to feel a fleeting discomfort in her abdomen. She paid it little heed, furrowing her brow for a moment before turning to leave. However, this instinctive oversight would exact an unbearable toll upon her. Emperor Deshuan received a signal from the hidden guards and waved his hand to indicate his understanding. Shortly thereafter, the Empress gracefully entered, her demeanor warm and inviting as she playfully called out, "Your Majesty." Her voice, melodious and winding, startled Emperor Deshuan, who had prepared himself for this encounter. This particular place cast a deep shadow over him, prompting a decisive change of heart. "Why has the Empress come? I was just about to seek you in Kunning Palace. Come, let us change our location." Wang Dequan endeavored to diminish his presence, opting to become an invisible spectator. The Empress, bewildered, pondered why they were to depart so soon after arriving. Meanwhile, concubine Zhuang, incensed, swept all the teacups from the table to the ground, exclaiming, "Wretched woman! That accursed wretch!" Having lost all dignity, she realized the emperor showed no inclination towards her as he turned to head to Kunning Palace, leaving her in a state of despair. At that moment, noble consort Ning was nestled beside a beautiful companion, sharing drinks that flushed her cheeks crimson as she recounted her sorrows. "My dear, you have no idea." Hic. Her hand had slipped beneath her companion's garments. The palace maid, observing the scene, wore an odd expression. "Noble consort, are you truly all right with this?" "Your Majesty, the dishes are ready, and we may commence our meal." A eunuch nodded to the emperor before silently leading the way. The emperor entered with an air of calmness. "Your Majesty, please try this newly brewed plum wine. Its flavor is exquisite, and I am certain you will enjoy it." The emperor, delighted, accepted the cup and drank heartily. He then poured a glass for the empress, affirming its delightful taste. "You should have some as well. Today is the 15th, a splendid day for us to celebrate." The empress tightened her grip on her handkerchief for a moment before relaxing it. "Your Majesty speaks truthfully. I too feel the same." The dishes were barely touched, yet the two continued to drink cup after cup. Whenever the empress wished to refuse another drink, the emperor always found a new reason to persuade her, leaving her unable to decline. Is a pregnant woman truly foolish enough to indulge in wine? Does she not worry about the potential intelligence of her future child? Or has no one ever advised her against it? "Very well, I shall attend to the emperor's grooming. You need not follow."
Yes.
After dismissing Wang Dequan, the empress removed her garments and then took off the emperor's outer robe. As she looked at him sprawled across the bed, the realization struck her that she lay in disarray beside someone she did not favor. Anger surged within her, and she barely restrained the urge to strike him. "Damn it! You wretched emperor! After tonight, you shall be a father. Are you pleased? Alas, this child is not yours. But I shall not let you discover that. Once the child is born, I shall bring forth your offspring for you to nurture personally." Then the two brothers turned against each other, vowing to slay you, the wretched emperor, and place my son upon the throne. In the future, I shall be the most esteemed woman in this great Xia, while you shall remain oblivious until your dying breath. The emperor lay on his side, his fists clenched tightly, the veins on his arms bulging beneath the fabric. After the empress's tirade, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Just as she intended to ascend to her bed, she begrudgingly had to don her garments to relieve herself. Alas, her absence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Cursed be those pig trotters, causing this nocturnal distress. I shall ensure that wretched woman suffers a most tragic fate. Seizing the moment while the empress was away, Wang Dequan stealthily entered and whispered to the emperor, "Your Majesty." The empress consumed pig trotters and sipped a cup of cold tea during the day. She must be experiencing a bout of diarrhea now. "What do you suggest?" The initial plan was to wait until the empress fell asleep before departing, leaving a palace maid to inform her of his morning departure. The effects of the medicine would soon manifest. "Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to appear truly asleep, lest suspicions arise." The emperor, struggling with impatience, found it unbearable to wait another night. He could scarcely endure even a quarter of an hour.
"Get out,"
he commanded. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The empress's maidservants are already prepared. Rest assured, this minor inconvenience will lead to a splendid opportunity for your future vindication." Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Emperor Dishwan opened his eyes. Are you seeking a death wish? Wang Dequan knelt on the ground, feeling somewhat aggrieved. I merely intended to offer you comfort, emulating Princess Zhaoyang's approach. If the emperor is dissatisfied, I shall invite Princess Zhaoyang to compare. You may then experience what it is like to lie here. I dare not. Wang Dequan hastily retreated. At this moment, the empress felt her legs trembling, discomfort overwhelming her as she approached the bedside. Suddenly, a wave of warmth surged between her legs, a sensation starkly different from that of an upset stomach. A foreboding thought flickered in her mind as she slowly lowered her gaze, only to be met by a crimson sight before her. She inwardly cried out, "It cannot be, it must not be." Swiftly turning, she made her way towards the lavatory, hastily shedding her trousers, revealing a torrent of crimson between her legs. Oh, how could this happen? My child, my child. She recalled the emperor was still outside and could only stifle her cries, biting down on her hand, releasing low, beast-like howls. Watching the blood before her flow like a breached river, despair enveloped the empress. The child she had so desperately fought for was gone, vanished. Why did this happen? She had exerted so much effort to safeguard this child, only to see it all turn to dust in an instant. Meanwhile, the emperor lay in bed, hearing three soft sounds above him, a chill of solemnity and bloodlust coursing through him. It was still early. The main act had yet to unfold, and if she could not withstand this, it would be dire. Time slipped away, and soon, a rustling sound reached his ears, sensing that the empress had climbed into bed, silently curling up beneath the covers, not daring to make a sound. Having just lost her child, she could not afford to raise an alarm. She had to continue the pretense, lying under the blankets, waiting for the dawn to arrive. By then, the pillow should be dampened, shouldn't it? Oh, Queen, had you been an ordinary woman, loyal and dutiful, you would not have found yourself in such a predicament. For a fleeting moment, the emperor felt a pang of sorrow for this woman, yet it was but an instant, swiftly replaced by a sense of deserved retribution. The two individuals lying in bed, each lost in their own thoughts, had not slept a wink throughout the night. As the hour approached the third watch of the tiger, Wang Dequan gently reminded from outside, "Your Majesty, it is time to rise. The morning court beckons." The emperor feigned the appearance of just awakening, pinching his brow, pulling back the covers to rise. Casting a frigid glance at the queen huddled in the corner, he was acutely aware that she had not slept. Wang Dequan entered with the eunuchs in tow, attending to the emperor's dressing and ablutions. "The queen is still asleep. Please speak softly," he urged. The attendants adjusted their actions accordingly, their movements becoming more delicate. The queen, eyes shut, had been apprehensive that the emperor would summon her to assist in dressing, but upon hearing this, she felt a wave of relief. Once the emperor had finally departed, the queen struggled to rise from her bed. "Quickly, summon the imperial physician," she commanded. Her personal maid, Sheila, hurried over, asking, "Your Highness, what troubles you? Why does your complexion appear so ashen? Hurry and fetch physician Su for me. Are you deaf? Your Highness, it is still dark. Outsiders are not permitted into the inner palace at this hour. The emperor has only just left. Please bear with it a moment." "Bear with it? You all expect me to endure this. Look at my state. How can you expect me to endure?" She flung the emperor's discarded blanket to the floor, exposing her undergarments, the dried bloodstains starkly visible against the white fabric. Kneeling on the ground, Sheila's eyes widened in horror. "Your Highness, your child, he has departed. The child of this palace and Brother Lang is gone. Please, Your Highness, do not let this matter spread. The meals you consumed last night were personally prepared from the imperial study. They would never commit such an act, especially with His Majesty present. Your Highness, how could the child have vanished so suddenly? Could it be that you mistakenly took the wrong medicine last night?" The Empress instinctively shook her head, declaring impossible. "His Majesty slept soundly, like a log last night. I could not have made an error. Is it possible that you ingested something accidentally? The medicine may contain elements harmful to the child. Unless, of course, the medication provided by Su Lang was flawed from the outset." In Volume 1, Chapter 52, A Loss of Face to avoid arousing the Emperor's suspicion, Su Lang had administered 2 types of medicine to her. One was colorless and tasteless. inducing a gradual drowsiness that culminated in a deep slumber, unshakable even by thunder. This was prepared in a secluded location prior to the emperor's arrival, known only to her. The second medicine, upon consumption, would cause the cheeks to flush, emotions to intensify, and the heart to race, creating an appearance akin to one who had just engaged in intimate relations. After the emperor entered the inner chamber, she ingested one of the pills. At that moment, she was also afflicted with abdominal pain, having made several trips before finally finding relief, only to be met with unexpected bleeding. She had not touched the dishes or utensils that had been tampered with. The sole flaw lay within that very pill she had swallowed. At that moment, the queen suddenly recalled Su Lang's words about not wanting the child. Could it be? She hurriedly retrieved the remaining medicine and instructed Shi Le, "Take this and seek out an unfamiliar physician for identification. Remember, confidentiality is paramount. You must understand that your entire family's fate rests in my hands." Shi Le nodded fervently. "Your Majesty, shall I dispose of these blood-stained garments for you? Otherwise, if someone were to see..." The queen waved her hand dismissively. "Leave me be. I hope it is not the outcome I fear." As the emperor concluded his court session, a eunuch approached Wang Dequan and whispered a few words into his ear. Wang Dequan then hurried to the side of Emperor Dechuan. "Your Majesty, the fish has taken the bait. Very well. Do not interfere further. Ensure that they continue to observe." In Sinang Palace, Mu Jiaro had yet to awaken when the covers were abruptly pulled away and she was roughly dragged from her bed, her clothes tossed aside. "Miss Mu, the hour is late. The Empress Dowager awaits your service." Mu Jiaro glared at the elderly woman with a grim expression, thinking, how dare this servant of the Empress Dowager? The old matron sneered. "Oh, how frightened I am. You must hurry. If you delay even a moment longer, you will miss your breakfast." With a venomous glare directed at the retreating figure of the old matron, Mu Jiaro felt a shiver of anger from those nearby, who hastily retreated, lest they attract trouble. "This wretched old hag dares to treat me thus. Once I am in power, I shall have you chopped up and fed to the dogs." She cast a glance at the garments strewn upon the floor, their surfaces coated in dust. Disdain flickered across her features, while an unfamiliar tempest of anxiety and fury brewed within her. The Empress Dowager had summoned her to the Sinang Palace in the presence of the emperor, undoubtedly intending to use her as a pawn in a power struggle against the emperor, seeking to diminish the little fat boy's authority. As long as she remained of value, there was little to fear. With that thought, she stomped on the clothes a few more times, smeared her face with dirt, and vigorously rubbed her arms and neck until her skin flushed crimson, tears cascading down her cheeks. If they wished to make her suffer, they should not expect to enjoy their own peace. She would begin with this old hag. Stumbling towards the exit, she wept openly, and upon encountering the attendants beside the Empress Dowager, she collapsed dramatically, her voice trembling as she cried, "Do not strike me. I will be obedient. Woo-woo." Thus, she was successfully brought before the Empress Dowager. Mu Jiaro knelt on the ground, her head bowed, pleading, "Do not punish me. I will obey. Please do not harm me." The Empress Dowager's attendant remarked, "I just witnessed this child weeping and rushing outside, only to fall to the ground, her arms and neck marked with redness. It appears." Moments later, the matron responsible for Mu Jiaro's care was ushered in, her expression one of utter bewilderment upon seeing the kneeling figure. Lu Momo, perplexed, stated, "Your Majesty, I was merely following orders to awaken Miss Mu. Beyond that, I am entirely in the dark." "Impudent, are your eyes blind? Do you not see the state of this child? Send her to the cold palace. Her presence is a nuisance." The cold palace housed those who had lost their sanity. Would she have any chance of survival there? Madame Lu, visibly pale with fright, fervently kowtowed in supplication, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this old servant truly did not harm Miss Mu. I am completely unaware of any wrongdoing. I am innocent. Your Majesty." The eunuchs swiftly dragged her away. The Empress gestured for silence, yet upon catching sight of the filthy little face before her, she disdainfully turned her head aside, instructing them to take her to wash up and change into clean attire. After all, she was the granddaughter of this esteemed matriarch. She ought not to appear in such a disheveled state. Mu Jiaro kept her head bowed, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. After freshening up, the empress placed her before the table, saying, "Choose what you wish to eat."
Do not hold back.
Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Mujaro was acutely aware of the ulterior motives of this old hag. If she were to genuinely extend her arms to serve herself, she could only imagine the torment that awaited her in secret. This duplicitous individual would eventually heed her command. Having graciously expressed her gratitude to the empress, Mujaro focused on the bowl of congee before her, consuming it at a deliberate pace, cautious not to let a single drop touch her lips. She frequently dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, striving to minimize the sound of the spoon against the bowl, maintaining an air of quietude. Indeed, the empress praised her, remarking that it seemed Mu Longzhong's teachings were commendable, that she possessed the grace of a refined young lady. Though she was born of a concubine, her efforts to present herself thus were commendable. Mujaro internally scoffed at the empress's disdain for her origins, recognizing the hypocrisy in her need to associate with her. It was akin to inserting scallions into an elephant's trunk, an absurdity. A hint of embarrassment flickered across her face as she swallowed the congee and obediently rose to bow, thanking the empress for her compliments. The empress dowager smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "My dear, I adore such quiet and obedient young ladies." Indeed, Mu Longzhong was truly a remarkable scholar in his time. His current position hardly seems fitting. Obedient and sensible. Put plainly, it signifies one is easily manageable, with a hidden agenda lurking behind every word.
Mujaro smiled gently,
dutifully lowering her head to sip her porridge. Only after the bowl was entirely emptied did she set down the spoon and perform a respectful gesture. A hint of amusement finally flickered in the Empress Dowager's otherwise cold gaze, and with a cheerful demeanor, she instructed the palace maid to procure a more splendid outfit for Mujaro, even more opulent than the previous one. As Mujaro felt the luxurious fabric cascade over her, she glanced around the exquisite decor of Sinang Palace and sensed a faint echo of a past life. Once dressed, she knelt down, overwhelmed with emotion, and performed an elaborate bow. The Empress Dowager scrutinized her closely before taking her hand. "From now on, you must obediently heed my words, and your life will be filled with endless glory and wealth. Do you understand?" Mujaro nodded in agreement. The two appeared as if they were a pair of affectionate grandparents. "Jaro, you are now a person of significance by my side. Your status is incomparable. Naturally, your father should also be elevated in rank, wouldn't you agree? Why does this old witch constantly bring up Musun?" Mujaro pondered, recognizing her father's prowess. The smile in the Empress Dowager's eyes deepened once more. But alas, the harem cannot interfere in political matters, and your father lacks support. What shall we do? A jolt of surprise coursed through Mujaro. Could it be that this old witch has taken a fancy to Musun's appearance? Previously, she had witnessed a eunuch, disheveled and in disarray, exiting her residence, along with the whispers of past lives. This old crone truly despised solitude. Could it be that Emperor Deshuan remained utterly oblivious? With words lingering on her lips, Mujaro knelt again and bowed her head. The Empress Dowager, taken aback by her astute actions, grasped her small hand and inquired, "Are you imploring me to assist your father?" "Please, your majesty," she replied. The Empress Dowager hesitated. "However, your father cannot enter the palace without permission. It is quite a predicament." Mujaro hastened to express her loyalty. "I can manage it. Father will see." She bowed again in gratitude. In a brief span, she had risen and knelt repeatedly, exhausting herself to the point of weariness, her knees aching from the strain. Meanwhile, Nuanwan arrived at the Guozijian with a glum expression. After attending the Master's lecture, she felt utterly dispirited. Baiji's attempts to cheer her up were futile. Once again, the boorish Qiuwan made her entrance, declaring, "Princess, eating and relieving oneself are merely natural occurrences. At your tender age, bedwetting is entirely normal. There's no need for embarrassment." Master Yen was still awaiting Yen Hongye's arrival. This insufferable creature showed no intent to lower her voice, speaking with an air of righteousness, as though deliberating a significant matter, only to utter such crass remarks. Nuan had initially intended to cover her mouth, but being of shorter stature, her hand barely reached halfway before the vulgarity had escaped. From the very first day at the Guozijian, she had been meticulously cautious about this issue, striving to drink less water before her visits, even making a special trip to the lavatory. All her efforts, painstakingly accumulated over 50 years, seemed to evaporate in an instant. In the warmth of the atmosphere, tears flowed uncontrollably, echoing with cries of despair. The system had already reported the situation. Ever since Nuan witnessed the alluring Zhuang Fei seducing the emperor, she began to imitate her, yearning for the embrace of beauty. The system, ever vigilant, hastily contacted Zui Qi. Zui Qi, the princess has changed her heart. She now wishes to gather handsome men from across the realm and command a harem of 3,000. If you do not urge your master, she will miss her chance and be left with nothing but disappointment. My dear, do pay attention to your choice of words. Who is the fool here? The system retorted without hesitation. Of course, it is your master who is the fool. After all this time, he still hasn't arrived. No wonder pursuing a wife feels like a funeral pyre for lost love. What abysmal efficiency. Then, is your master akin to a dog? After all, you are already mine. Why must we delineate between yours and mine? Thus, your master is indeed my master. You are the true fool. Who has married you? Do you possess any proof? Have we registered our union? Do not act lewdly in broad daylight. It is bad luck. Quickly urge your master to come. If he does not arrive soon, let him not show his face again. Zui Qi wished to say more, but alas, this individual had already departed. Sighing, he lamented his undeserved misfortune. How could he be blamed for this? His beloved was slipping away. My lord, your wife is lost, came the unsettling news to Rongjin, who was preoccupied with selecting gifts. Taken aback, he inquired, what has happened to her? She is doing just fine. However, your wife may soon take a lover and create a harem, putting your position in jeopardy. If you do not reach out to her soon, you may find yourself left with nothing. Rongjin said with self-deprecation, what position do I hold? She doesn't even know I exist. I am as good as dead to her, a mere phantom. Then, why do you hesitate? Why linger here? You have already been cast aside. This life is your penance. And you must begin as the lowest of sycophants. How can you lack such awareness? Rongjin was taken aback by Zui Qi's fervor. Have you gone mad? You are more anxious than I in this pursuit of rekindling love. It's not that I do not wish to act, the timing is simply not right. Moreover, that old fool is preventing me from approaching her now. Your lack of urgency is evident. You have already been discarded. Your anxiety is futile, but I am agitated. I have a family to consider, and if I continue to waste time with you, I may end up sharing your fate. Is that not perfect? We would have each other's company, both lost souls adrift in the world. I would rather not, thank you. Your fate would be far worse than mine. One misstep, and you could lose her forever. I am still in a better position than you. Let us not speak of such matters. You are still my valuable ally. If we are to meet our end, let them bury me in the farthest south while your wife gazes longingly from the north. The system. It cannot withstand even a few challenges. Surely it can find a way to hide. At last. The surrounding silence enveloped Rongjin as she cautiously stowed away the meticulously wrapped gift into a box. Several similar boxes lay adjacent to her. Once I gather all the treasures, will you forgive me? She mused to herself. After taking a deep breath, she commanded, come forth. I shall be heading to the National Master's residence. Your Highness, I have already conveyed that the time is not yet ripe. Even if you were to inquire 100 times, my answer remains unchanged, he replied. Rongjin cast a scornful glance at him. Is this all that the esteemed National Master of Nanzhao is capable of? If you are incapable, I can always seek another. Perceiving the visitor as a nuisance, the National Master dismissed all attendants and, with an unrestrained cold laugh, retorted, am I incapable? If you truly possess the means, would you need to come to me? If force fails, then perhaps a softer approach will suffice. O National Master, consider my pitiable state and assist me, for if I do not reach the Great Xia, I shall remain lonely for the rest of my days. Is that not fortuitous? You would make a fine companion for me. How does the saying go? The world is an infinitely vast cycle. Just half an hour prior, he had uttered this phrase to the system. Indeed, fortune shifts, and now it has come to my doorstep, ha ha ha. Rongjin. Volume 1, Chapter 53, The Devious Merchant. I possess a fragrant and tender counterpart. Why would I choose to accompany a mere mortal buried in dust? The national master admonished him, saying, "Do not behave like a puppy. Whether this belongs to you is still uncertain. You have merely marked it as your own." He continued, "You present yourself so impeccably before others, yet display such crudeness in my presence. What a disgrace." In a fit of frustration, Rong Jin seized his whisk and threatened, "Will you comply? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer today, I shall. Do not hesitate. You may burn it, swallow it, or even use it to wipe your esteemed posterior. None of that would trouble me." His words were stifled by the other's nonchalance, an attitude that seemed utterly unfitting. This individual never parted with his whisk, and the servants never dared to touch it, yet now he was so dismissive. The national master wore a smug expression. "Your diminutive stature, my dear prince, will require several years before you can seize anything from me." Glancing at his own short legs and small hands, Rong Jin sighed. "Is it truly impossible?" He further lamented, "I fear that if too much time passes, she may forget me." His voice was barely above a whisper, imbued with profound helplessness. "As long as you do not forget, that is what matters. If your feelings remain, pursue her once more, this time unencumbered by any external factors. Follow your heart to rectify the regrets of your past life. Moreover, after such a prolonged entanglement, to have ultimately inflicted a wound upon her, such resoluteness is not something one easily forgets. Rong Jin, after living for so long, what purpose does it serve, if one cannot even utter a word?" "Humph. Your Highness, I have erred, and I shall never dare again. Please spare me." Xiaoan felt as though her lungs were aflame, having run for half an hour, with the princess relentlessly pursuing her on that wolf. Wan, perched upon Cui Hua's back, wore a tense expression, her eyes glinting with fury. Observing that the princess showed no sign of relenting, Xiaoan could only comply with the command and continue fleeing. Were it not for her years of martial training, she would have collapsed long ago. "Your Highness, how much longer must we chase? I feel as though my legs may break." Wan pursued for what felt like an eternity, the wind whipping against her face, yet it did nothing to extinguish the fire of rage within her. The mere thought of her impending visit to the Guozijian, where everyone would know of Princess Zhaoyang's mishap, publicly exposed by a maid, filled her with a desire to incinerate the institution. The anger within her remained unquenched, only growing fiercer. "I no longer wish to attend the Guozijian." "Oh no, my dear, you must continue to check in daily." "I have lost all face. Yet you still expect me to check in every day? Are you even human? How are you any different from those parents who demand perfect scores while neglecting their children's mental well-being? You claim to have my best interests at heart, but it seems you only wish to exploit me. I shall run away from home." "Humph." Nuan ceased the pursuit of Xiaoan. With a pat on the wolf's head, she embraced its neck, redirecting its course.
"Go on, Suehua."
Suehua glanced in the opposite direction of the general's residence, her steps faltering as she halted. The warmth was overwhelming. Even Suehua was bullying her. "Hurry up." Suehua let out a wail that startled those nearby. The chubby little girl was riding a dog. Wait, it was a wolf.
"Run."
Whose child was this, gallivanting about on a wolf in broad daylight? Wan, unwilling to relent, stood firm in the corner with her wolf, igniting a tug-of-war. At that moment, Xiaoan found a nook to catch her breath, conserving her energy for the marathon ahead. Frustrated by her inability to move the creature, Nuan tossed the rope aside and walked off on her own. Even the mighty have fallen. If Tsuehua won to listen, I shall abandon it and go my own way. Nuan felt the coins in her pocket, glanced towards Xiaoan's direction, and stealthily moved in the opposite direction. Tsuehua, in a fluster, whined and howled towards Xiaoan's direction, leading the latter to believe they were being pursued. She took off running, exclaiming, "I truly made a mistake." Spotting a pancake vendor, Nuan's eyes lit up with excitement, and she prepared to indulge. The vendor, noticing Nuan, surveyed her from head to toe with a warm smile, inquiring, "Would you like some pancakes?" Nuan gazed at the golden, sizzling pancakes, oil glistening on both sides, and tears of longing welled in her eyes as she nodded eagerly. 3 coins each. How many would you like? Nwan fished out a small piece of silver from her purse after some time and offered it to him, saying she wanted one. The vendor weighed the coin in his hand, declaring it to be 3 won, not even a single one, and insisted it was insufficient. Nwan. Does this person take me for a fool? A bystander, unable to bear the sight, interjected, the child merely wishes to purchase a pancake. Do not be unreasonable. Your own worth pales in comparison to this paltry sum. The pancake seller shot an impatient glance at him, retorting, What business is it of yours, beggar? Look at your tattered clothing, yet you dare meddle in my affairs. Begone. You. The vendor ignored him and turned to the young girl. Do you have any more? Just 2 of these would allow you to savor a delicious, greasy pancake. Nwan shook her head, indicating she had none left. The vendor observed her hand lingering on her purse, which appeared quite full. Child, I assure you, this is truly insufficient. I cannot incur a loss. Why not show me your purse? Perhaps there is more within. Look, that wretched fellow beside you cannot even afford one. Do not follow his example. Volume 1, Chapter 54, Returning Home with Someone. As the vendor approached, Nwan regarded him with a wary gaze, asserting her refusal. Oh, dear child, I am but an adult seeking to assist you. Do you not desire a pancake? Warm took a cautious step back, watching him warily, and declared, No. I won't look. You needn't be afraid. Glancing at the golden thread adorning the ribbon atop her head, a mischievous idea began to brew within her. Ah. It seems he has set his sights on my gold, intent on seizing my fortune. Such audacity cannot be tolerated. Today, I shall ensure he pays dearly for his greed. With a smile, Warm felt elated at the prospect of savoring a pancake, reaching out to remove her headpiece. However, her arms fell short, unable to grasp it. The flesh of her small belly bulged slightly, rendering her movements somewhat cumbersome. The vendor, delighted, rubbed his hands together in anticipation of a windfall. Nearby, a destitute man selling fans hurriedly intervened, exclaiming, Little girl, you mustn't give it to him. The golden threads upon your ribbon are far too precious to part with. Lest you enrich this man of ill intentions. Where are your parents? Ignoring him, Warm persisted in her efforts to tug at the ribbon. The fan seller, misinterpreting her desires as a yearning for pancakes, grew increasingly anxious as he attempted to pull her away. Oh, dear girl, don't heed his words. Pancakes are hardly worth such sacrifice. You would part with your golden threads for mere food? The vendor approached and forcefully shoved him aside, warning, Step away, or I shall set your wretched fans ablaze. The man lost his balance and fell, blood seeping from his wounds. Allow me to assist you, if I may? Please. Remain still. As the vendor reached above her head, Nwan suddenly burst into tears, crying out for help. Thief. Oh no. Her voice resounded with such intensity that it nearly deafened the vendor. In broad daylight, how dare you steal? The vendor took a few steps back. Panic etched across his face. I didn't. I merely intended to assist her. Just then, a sudden yelp escaped him. Ouch. Who bit my backside? Oh heavens! Where did that wolf come from? Help! Help! Nwan scoffed lightly to the side, then approached to take a pancake for herself, too hot to hold. She subsequently rummaged for a paper wrapper, struggling to stuff the pancake inside, and eagerly took a bite, exclaiming, So delicious! As if you could deceive me into giving you my money. Not a chance. Continuing to wander outside as twilight descended, Nwan pondered where she would spend the night. If she went to an inn, the innkeeper might refuse her entry due to her small stature, or worse, might swindle her out of her coins. At this moment, Suehua approached her. Nwan shared a pancake with him, placing it on the ground and patting his furry head. I'll take care of you. Suehua glanced at the pancake on the ground, sniffed it, and promptly devoured half of it in one bite, leaving only crumbs. Slow down. After finishing the pancake, Suehua licked his tongue and fixated on the sizable remaining portion in Nwan's hand, clearly indicating he was still hungry. Warm tightly clasped the cake and concealed it within her embrace, gently patting the wolf's belly, feeling satiated. When thoughts of her mother surfaced, she hesitated for a moment. However, the prospect of being ridiculed by others the following day steeled her resolve. I shall not heed your words. You are merely a source of trouble for me. I have diligently undertaken tasks for a considerable time. attending the Imperial Academy day in and day out, yet I have accrued not a single point. You are not only a burden but also exceedingly stingy. Humph. The system seemed at its wit's end. Dear one, you have just completed a single task. How can you possibly enter the marketplace without sufficient points? The design of the system aims to encourage your proactivity, so you may earn points sooner. My intentions are purely benevolent. Unfortunately, her words fell upon deaf ears, as Warm remained obstinate. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. You cannot make me. The first order of business upon leaving home was to ensure her basic needs were met. The second was to find a place to stay, for which she had no connections. A wave of melancholy washed over her, pondering the futility of possessing silver, yet being unable to spend it. Wait a moment. At that moment, someone approached, breathless and clutching their arm, their eyes filled with concern. Are you all right? Warm shook her head and pointed to the bleeding arm, indicating that it was the other who was in need. If that is the case, then come with me. Although my home is somewhat impoverished, it can still provide shelter from the storm. Casting a glance at the wolf beside Warm, the individual inquired, Is this yours? She shook her head once more. The other person exhaled in relief. So, it is not yours. What a situation. Warm obediently followed behind. In the end, not a single shadow could be seen. What should be done? After inquiring along the way, I finally discovered the location where the pancake vendor had been. On the ground lay a man, clutching his backside and wailing, his clothing soaked in blood. Did a child come to buy your pancakes? The vendor, mistaking her for the child's mother, grasped her leg desperately, exclaiming, Your child set a wolf upon me. You must take me to a doctor. Did Suehua bite you? Chapter 55, Restless Movements. What do you mean, it bit you? Xiaowan cast a glance at his blood-stained attire, her gaze sharp and unyielding. The vendor, feeling somewhat guilty under her fierce stare, was about to retreat when the pain in his backside reminded him of his predicament. Summoning his courage, he declared, Do not think that because you outnumber me, I am afraid. You indulge your child in raising wolves, and now a person has been harmed. Even if this reaches the authorities, I am in the right. You must take me for treatment at once. Which direction did she go? How should I know? Do not think to evade responsibility. It is ultimately on you. After a lengthy pause without clarity, Wan, growing impatient, directly seized him and began to walk away. Where are you taking me? Are you intent on silencing me? I tell you, so many people witnessed it. Silence. Miss. The princess's whereabouts are currently unknown. Perhaps she has been deceived, you see. Wan had expected to be reprimanded, but was taken aback by how indifferent the young lady from the Jiang family seemed, as if losing a child were of no concern at all. Zhao entered the room and saw Wan. Where is Wan? Wan repeated the question.
What?
Wan is missing? Hurry and send someone to find her. She is so young. Surely she hasn't been abducted, has she? Mother, please don't overreact. You know this child. She is quite clever and mischievous. If anyone were to suffer, it would be them. Besides, she is surrounded by so many people. She will be fine. Perhaps she is simply embarrassed about wetting the bed and has gone out to clear her mind. She will return after a night. Zhao looked at her disapprovingly. You speak as if you were a stepmother. Was I ever so indifferent to you? Wan is only 1 year old. And you think it's acceptable for her to spend a night away from home? Is this how a mother should behave? Jiang Ming muttered softly. When you were my age, I was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night. Why is it different when it comes to Wan? She has a silver wolf watching over her. You should relax. You insolent child, you are truly driving me to despair. Quickly go inform the old man to search for Wan. It will soon be dark. Where will she sleep tonight? Su and Hu entered, and Xiaowan explained the situation again. Their reaction was even more intense than Zhao's, and they hurried to send people to find Wan. When Jiangsheng entered and learned that Wan had run away, his face darkened like the bottom of a pot, and he ordered people to investigate her whereabouts. Jiang Ming sat calmly amidst the chaos, a large question mark hovering over her head. Was she not indeed Wan's biological mother? Why was she the only one who remained unperturbed? The vendor, cast aside on the ground, lamented. Do they treat him as if he were invisible? Is this child from the general's residence? Alas, it is time to make a hasty retreat. Seizing the moment of distraction, he began to crawl slowly towards the exit. Just as he was nearing the threshold, hope glimmered before him. He placed his hand on the doorframe when suddenly a weight descended upon him, accompanied by a sinister voice from above. "Where do you think you are going?" The brothers Jiang Hongzhe and Jiang Yan were still on duty. Upon hearing the news, they rushed off in haste. In the palace, Emperor Deshwan had also learned of the situation. There's no cause for concern. I had previously assigned 2 hidden dragon guards to accompany her, so she should be safe. Wang Dequan, ensure they remain vigilant regarding the movements within the inner palace. In the inner palace, the sentiment echoed. Has she run away from home? Perfect. We must act swiftly and cleanly. Meanwhile, another individual holding a note read its contents and snorted in disdain. What a fortuitous opportunity. No wonder I feel this way. Who instructed you to obstruct my path? At home, the family relied solely on his meager income from selling fans, while his wife occasionally took on embroidery to help make ends meet. They had a son who had just turned 5, and both parents were alive. Nuan nodded in response, perplexed by the man's incessant chatter.
How could that be?
Just look at his tattered clothes, patched repeatedly. He is merely after my wealth, and I do not fear him. Who doesn't know you are greedy and gluttonous? Is this the appropriate moment to speak such words to me? Leave. You truly lack the art of conversation. Nuan, feeling weary, decided to find a place to rest for a while. Warmly shook her head, and then climbed onto Tsuehua's back, looking down from a height at the one crouched on the ground. For some inexplicable reason, Xinling gazed up at Warm with a fleeting sensation of overwhelming pressure and authority. Moments later, he lowered his head and smiled, realizing that she was still just a child, hardly articulate. How could he possibly feel such a way? Surely, he must be exhausted and delusional. Let us proceed. It is my first encounter with such an intelligent wolf. Had I met it alone, I would have fled in terror. Unable to remain as composed as you are. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at the patches on his clothing. They are nearly stitched into a new garment. He cannot even support himself, yet he dreams of marrying a daughter-in-law. Could you refrain from viewing others through a tinted lens?
He just stood up for me.
It was unclear whether she was speaking to herself or merely bantering with the system. After their playful exchange, Warm looked up at him and offered a sweet smile. You are truly adorable. When you grow up, you will undoubtedly become a great beauty, and your children will surely be handsome as well. Warm. Do you recall what I said? One can know a person's face but not their heart. Speaking such words in your presence seems to mock your inability to comprehend. Adorable one, he is a pervert, run away. Did you not hear him complimenting my looks? To extol the ultimate secret of beauty, one must commend her genes, which are impervious to external alteration. The system has discerned that the darling is eager to indulge in revelry, crafting excuses with fervor, even resorting to absurd justifications to placate him. In Volume 1, Chapter 56, 3 years foresee the future. Upon arriving at Xinling's territory, the sky had succumbed to darkness, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of blackness, save for a faint glimmer of light emanating from a distant room. Nuan perched upon Tsuehua's back, surveying the desolate environment, where human presence was scarce, with only a solitary household nearby and a vast expanse of forest serving as a natural barrier. Is this truly a suitable locale for habitation? Is there no fear of wild beasts lurking nearby? Such desolation, where human footprints are rare, serves as an ideal setting for nefarious deeds and the concealment of evidence. Dear one, do try not to weep in fright later on.
But you are here, are you not?
Can you truly bear to witness my dismemberment? The system found this exchange rather apt, beginning to perspire in apprehension. Well, this is my home. The location may be somewhat remote, yet it is blessedly tranquil. Free from disturbances, a sanctuary of peace. Do come inside. Nuan slid down from Tsuehua's back, gazing at the earthen dwelling before her, its dilapidated door dangling precariously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Can this truly be a residence? Yet, in the next instant, Nuan was taken aback. The interior was not as decrepit as she had imagined. Rather, it was surprisingly well kept. Xinling pushed open the rickety door, revealing a courtyard beyond. The essence lies in the presence of a door in the courtyard, an entrance that stands in stark contrast to the dilapidated portal outside. This grand door, crafted from robust pine, is adorned with simple yet elegant carvings. It stands ajar, revealing a scene of flourishing vegetables and vibrant flowers within the courtyard, where the air is rich with the earthy aroma of soil. Dangling from the door are strings of red chilies and golden corn, while the brass knocker, etched with a fish motif, gleams in the light. Flanking the entrance are two imposing stone lions, exuding an air of majesty, and above, a wooden plaque bears the inscription "Harmony at home leads to prosperity." Behind the grand door lies a modest gatehouse, the abode of the gatekeeper. Though unpretentious, it is meticulously maintained. Sweetheart, there must be something amiss. If he were truly innocent, I would gladly sever my head to offer it as a ball for you to kick. Such an obvious matter does not require further elucidation, Xian Ling remarked while walking. Our family is rather large. Seeing a companion among them should alleviate your fears. My parents are quite amiable, and I trust you'll get along splendidly. Get along in the future? He likely intends to keep you all here. Oh dear, darling, you've stepped into a den of wolves. As Xian Ling spoke, footsteps echoed from within. Looking up, they beheld a woman, dressed in stark contrast to Xian Ling, emerging while holding a child. Adorned with shimmering hairpins and clad in a flowing green gown, the fabric appeared soft and luxurious, clearly beyond the means of a peasant woman, especially with its length trailing on the ground, rendering any laborious tasks cumbersome. How is there such a large dog? It is quite frightening. Father, I do not like this daughter-in-law. Please send her away. Woo-woo. Do not speak foolishly. She's your sister, Xian Ling admonished. Turning towards Nuan, he comforted her. Do not be afraid. This is my son, Xian Shi, as I mentioned before. You may reside here at ease. Mayor, where are our parents? It is getting late. Let us invite them for dinner. The woman named Mayor scrutinized Nuan for a few moments, her gaze seemingly infused with approval. Upon hearing this, she smiled. Father and mother are still in the inner room. Those little rascals are attending to them. You must be hungry, dear husband. I shall instruct someone to prepare the meal at once. Goodness, there are even servants. What sort of household is this, shrouded in mystery? Xian Shi, having been reprimanded, pouted and glared at Nuan with an unfriendly expression. Yet, moments later, he suddenly broke into a grin, his gaze making Nuan feel as if she were being eyed by a beast. Turning, she revealed Suehua's head, which successfully silenced the insufferable boy. However, his unrelenting stare remained fixed upon her. These eyes are truly detestable. I wish to gouge them out. This little darling, this fellow must undoubtedly be a pervert. There must be a reason why his family resides in such a remote location. Surrounding them is barren land, and there are no tools like hoes in the house. The corn and chili peppers hanging on the wall are covered in dust, clearly mere decorative items. Observing the furnishings within the abode, it is quite peculiar for someone who lives by selling fans to possess an armchair of such stature. This room is simply a hall. And although it is evident that this individual is attempting to feign poverty and portray a rustic lifestyle, the presence of the grand armchair and 8 immortals table is decidedly incongruous. While pondering what business Xinling is engaged in, the sudden appearance of the elderly man and woman accompanied by 7 or 8 children in the hall sparked an idea in my mind. Oh, this child is rather well-formed, plump and fair, though he appears somewhat small. Linger, from where did you bring him? Xinling rose from the grand armchair, personally assisting the elderly woman to take her seat at the head of the table. He then went on to support the elderly man as well. The old man scrutinized for a moment before nodding and saying, "Not bad. It is somewhat better than what is here. But judging by this attire, have you cleaned him up?" Xinling nodded, reassuring. "Father, rest assured, I encountered him midway. No one can connect me to him, although he is a bit small. With some care, he will do just fine. If this arrangement is settled, we can certainly send the others away. Are these people truly considering me a fool, deliberating before me with such audacity? Little darling, have you been chosen by them? Are you pleased? Humph, why would you choose me? It can only lead to misfortune. With his own son included, there are already 9 children, right? Be cautious, darling, this might be a human trafficker." "Not necessarily. What kind of trafficker would raise children together? They should have already been sold off. Please refrain from speaking as if you possess vast experience. The elderly lady shook her head. She believed one could discern a person's character from a young age. The child was still small, so there was no need to rush. Observing the child's current health, she pondered the possibility of future misfortune, lamenting the potential loss for her precious grandson. While you're busy selecting a bride, you speak of judging character from childhood. I'll twist your head off. Volume 1, Chapter 57. The overbearing matriarch, come here. Let this old woman see if you are obedient. Nwan rolled her eyes, too apathetic to respond. In an instant, she tightened her grasp on Suehua's fur, wondering what mischief the old hag was planning. Father, do not act hastily. This wolf is familiar with the child. Perhaps, once accustomed, it could assist us. Do not focus on that beast for now. Why isn't this stubborn child listening? Can't she comprehend? I've beckoned her, yet she refuses to come. The elderly lady glared at Nwan with displeasure. Mother, do not be anxious. This child cannot yet speak. She likely does not understand. Let us have our meal first. The 8 little girls stood obediently beside the old man and woman, the eldest appearing no older than 5, while the youngest was merely 3. Some squatted, others stood, either massaging the old lady's shoulders or kneading her legs. The attire worn by everyone was a dreary gray, their hair styled into small tufts, and they dared not utter a word, perpetually bowing their heads. It is no wonder they harbored disdain for Nwan, considering her diminutive stature. These beasts. Nwan's anger simmered within her heart, longing for a moment when she could unleash her fury upon them. Jin-san, do you have an inclination towards this little girl? If so, have her attend to you during the meal, inquired the elderly matriarch as she pulled aside the sullen Xian, whose lips were tightly pursed. Xian glared at Nwan with palpable discontent. She had just been scolded by her father, all because of this wild child. I do not like her. Let her serve as my maid, so I can torment her thoroughly. Very well, your father is quite unreasonable. I shall reprimand him later. Jin-san, do not be upset. Goodness, this boy is truly twisted. At such a tender age, his words are remarkably venomous. This little darling is a menace to humanity. I wish to see him vanquished. A noise echoed from the roof above. Nwan stifled her fury, casting a glance upwards before shaking her head. Very well, with this family diminished, I am eager to witness the mischief that ensues. Mother, do not coddle him. This child may indeed be a promising prospect, potentially bringing US surprises in the future. This wretched boy knows nothing. It is time to dine. On this first day, let this child join us at the table. The table had already been laid with an array of dishes, served by 2 women dressed in traditional attire, who arranged the bowls and chopsticks. Once everyone was seated, the 2 women stood behind, ready to serve. Warmly approached the table, greeted by a feast of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, each dish a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Her impression of this family diminished another notch. The door was shattered, and the children, dressed peculiarly and in odd numbers, regarded the food with cold, scrutinizing gazes. It was no wonder they resided in such a desolate area. Perhaps they feared being perceived as peculiar. Warm was permitted to sit at the table beside Xian, while an elderly woman beside them began her critical tirade. Today is the first time you've been allowed at the table. You should understand that others do not receive such privileges. Cherish it, do you understand? Xian, with a gentle demeanor, sat next to Warm and offered her a piece of meat. My dear, are you not reassured by my care? This child is well. Perhaps she is merely shy at the moment, but she will adjust soon. Look at you all, resembling creatures yet to evolve, and you dare to criticize others. Even a so possesses a cleaner mind than yours. What a bunch of dimwits. It infuriates me. Warm observed them relishing their meals, wishing fervently to sprinkle some hemlock into their dishes to send them all rushing to the privy that night. Why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? I dare not partake. What if there is mad cow disease lurking within? Eat if you wish. Do not concern yourself with her. A misbehaved child will learn through hunger. The ones at the back were once wailing incessantly, yet now they are just fine. The elderly woman gnawed rudely on her meat, spitting bits of food and saliva as she spoke, causing Warm to recoil in distaste. Beside her, Xinxi ate leisurely, occasionally casting a glance at Nuanyuan, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Nuanyuan observed the 8 girls standing behind her. noting how one or two of them occasionally looked enviously at the meat on the table, only to quickly avert their gaze, as if fearful of being discovered. Their small hands fidgeted nervously at the edges of their garments. The two women quietly stood in the background, voiceless, yet attentively monitoring the food in the bowls of the others, skillfully pouring tea and serving dishes. Have these individuals lost the use of their hands? Must they have their food served to them? Even the elderly do not require assistance while dining. This is a quintessential example of lacking the fortune befitting their station, yet suffering from ailments of privilege.
Dear child, why do you not take action?
Do you intend to linger here for the night? What is the rush? The scene of the crime still requires gathering evidence. I am merely selecting a demise befitting their status. Moreover, with so many young girls present, one must inquire as to their origins. Nguyen picked up the chicken leg from her bowl and extended it towards the girl behind her, who had her head bowed. Eat, she urged. To her dismay, the child recoiled in fright, pushing Nguyen away, causing the chicken leg to tumble to the floor. Nguyen lost her balance and fell as well. The girl, upon seeing the fallen chicken leg, turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks without a sound. Nguyen's heart sank. They have suffered abuse. This response is far too intense, damn it. The commotion caught the attention of those at the table, and with a loud clatter, chopsticks were slammed onto the surface, causing Nguyen to distinctly observe the 8 children quiver in unison. Afterwards, Chi took a step back. What are you doing? Nguyen had yet to rise when she suddenly sensed a shadow overhead. A hand, resembling a gnarled branch, was poised to strike. Chui Hua pressed against Nguyen's back, letting out a low growl. The commotion on the roof intensified, and it seemed an attack was imminent. Nguyen quickly tilted her head and shook it in refusal. The hand hovered in the air, caught in indecision. Clearly, the assailant was wary of Chui Hua, which prevented the strike from landing. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyes. Upon catching a glimpse of Nguyen's crystalline eyes, the old woman felt a fleeting pang of remorse. Failing to instill fear, she barked, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was the girl who had just pushed Nguyen aside, and upon being called, she burst into even louder tears. I'm calling you. Are you deaf? Yes, ma'am, the servant replied. What should you do with the food that has fallen to the ground? The girl trembled even more at the reprimand. Speak again, and beware for your legs. The old woman scolded fiercely. Chapter 58. Antisocial personality go to the confinement room and kneel. Why are you still dawdling? Don't you want me to escort you personally? Xiao Lu moved forward with trepidation, her demeanor resembling that of someone walking toward their doom. What could be so terrifying in a confinement room that a 5-year-old child would be so frightened? All right, mother, don't be angry. Just a lesson will suffice. We will still need them in the future. It would be a loss if they were ruined. A loss of what? These individuals are merely donning the guise of humanity. Observe these children. They are gripped by an innate fear. Linger, I suggest you hasten to send her away. If she remains here, it may well drive your mother to despair. My grandson cannot endure such torment. What value is there in mere beauty if it may hinder the birth of future heirs? That wretched old woman. I am compelled to silence her. How could she utter such cruel words to the innocent child? Why the haste? What haven I witnessed before? These few, inept ones will soon face their reckoning. Mother, please dine first. This child's attire suggests an extraordinary lineage. Perhaps they hail from a remarkable ancestry. If we retain such a treasure, it might ensure the glory of our Xian family for generations to come. For the future, mother, please bear with it a while longer. I must admit, Xian Ling possesses a remarkable intellect. He understands that selecting the right breeding stock is essential for producing exceptional offspring. How did he come by such wisdom? System. Dear child, are you speaking of yourself? Begone. Have you thrust me into this predicament? If you seek to end your existence, do inform me. I shall grant your wish. I wouldn't dare. Should I discover that this worthless creature is utterly inept, I shall not hesitate to mar her visage. Those who disobey deserve to be sold off. They have no right to stand here. To whom these words are directed remains unclear, yet the women standing behind, including Xian Ling's wife, instinctively lowered their heads in unison. Since that chicken leg fell to the ground, Nguyen has lost her chance to join the table. idly waiting by as the pigs feasted. That little pervert occasionally glanced her way, provocatively tossing meat in front of her, then looking at the old lady, who remained indifferent, before smugly directing his gaze back at Nwan. His silent display affirmed his status within the household. Competing with her? He was still too inexperienced. After the 5 pigs finished their meal, someone finally acknowledged Nwan. Xian Ling led her to a room, which contained a large communal bed, covered with a dull gray quilt, a mere thin layer that could likely freeze one to death at night. Nwan obediently nodded. She then began to wander around the room. First, she thoroughly searched the space, discovering nothing, and then, seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she quietly observed from the doorway. Aside from the dining hall where they had just eaten, there were 3 additional rooms. They retained that dilapidated air. But when Nwan entered the adjacent room, she nearly had her eyes dazzled. The room appeared to be divided into 2 distinct sections. Apart from the mahogany tables and chairs, the walls were adorned with calligraphy and paintings, alongside shelves filled with vibrant porcelain, predominantly in striking red and green, embellished with exquisite peonies and other resplendent florals. On the opposite side, the decor exuded a gaudy ostentation, with a dazzling copper mirror encrusted with gemstones and a vanity overflowing with glimmering gold jewelry. Such an appreciation for opulence mirrored that of a certain unsavory parent, whose extravagant tastes, adorned in garish hues, surely contributed to the ruin of countless families. These young girls, seemingly of little significance in their households, had suffered the loss of numerous children without a trace, or even a report to authorities. Even if such reports were made, they would likely yield no substantial consequences. Do not speak so cruelly. Being abducted is already a profound tragedy, and to face familial disdain adds to their plight. What will become of them? One might ponder. Yet, in encountering you, they have found a semblance of fortune. Please keep a watchful eye for me. I must discern what they are conspiring, she instructed. Tsuehua trailed closely behind, akin to a devoted caretaker, never straying from her side. In the enveloping darkness of the night, the dim flicker of candlelight served as their only guide. What in the world is happening? It's pitch black. Is this place haunted? My dear, I advise against venturing forth. It may leave you with haunting memories, came the warning. Intrigued by this caution, Nwan was compelled to investigate. Following the sound, she spotted a figure crouched on the ground, grappling with something, desperately struggling. However, she was acutely aware that it was blood, the blood of a kitten. Accompanied by that unyielding smile, Nwan felt a chill run down her spine. What a little pervert. Unable to contain herself, Nwan waved frantically towards the ceiling. This scene was too much for her tender spirit to bear. 2 figures descended from the rooftop, standing protectively in front of her. Princess, are you all right? Nwan leaned against Tsuehua, weakly gesturing with her hand. The sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance, prompting the occupants of the room to rush in, their faces pale with fear. Upon seeing the dark-clad figures in the courtyard, they retreated hastily. Nwan, oh, that's my grandfather's voice. He has come to fetch me. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the precarious door outside finally fell, revealing the imposing figure of Jiang Hongzhi silhouetted against the light. Seeing Nwan standing safely in the courtyard, Jiang Hongzhi let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming helplessly, Nwan, come here at once. The 4 from Xinling had remained huddled in the corner since the appearance of the dark figures, neglecting even Xianxi. Only the elderly woman persistently gestured for Xianxi to come closer, yet the latter remained utterly indifferent, fixated on Nwan, her small cat already lifeless, hanging limply in her hands. Drops of blood fell to the ground, each sound resonating painfully in the otherwise silent atmosphere. Nwan hurriedly dashed into Jiang Hongzhi's embrace. Nuzzling against his shoulder, fearful Jiang Hongzhi noticed Xianxi and gently pressed down on Nwan's head, reassuring her, there's no need to run around in a panic. My dear, a large wave of enemies is approaching. Prepare yourself. Volume 1, Chapter 59, The First Wave of Attack. What do you mean by an enemy attack? Why did you not inform me until now? The system replied helplessly, I cannot foresee the future. Moreover, the storyline has already deviated from its original course, and the characters will inevitably change. My dear, We cannot rely solely on the plot for our preparations. When have I ever depended on the storyline? I haven't even inquired about the well-being of that little pervert today. This character was unlocked by you. According to the initial narrative, he should not appear in the story. Even if you were to ask me, it would be futile. Incompetent fool, begone. Nuan hastily pulled Jiang Hongzhe. They're coming, they're coming.
Jianong exclaimed, Ah.
Grandfather, run. Assassins are here. Are you alone without any backup? What shall we do? Fear not, my dear. Your grandfather shall protect you. Soon, my troops will arrive and will surely vanquish these bullies. How long is soon? There are only 3 of us. How can we possibly contend with those assassins? I regret leaving home. Who sent these assassins to attack me? I have done no one any harm. 3 of us? That is an understatement. 2 shadow guards positioned themselves behind Jiang Hongzhe. Suehua sensed the unease and moved closer to Jiang Hongzhe, her fur bristling, baring her teeth and glaring menacingly at the figures in the courtyard. Xianling swallowed hard, mustering his courage to take a step forward and kneel. My lord, I am uncertain of the purpose of your esteemed visit. I am filled with trepidation. The 3 individuals behind him also knelt down, while the once arrogant elderly woman fell silent, rendered speechless in the presence of authority. At that moment, Jiang Hongzhe was clad in full armor, evidently having arrived in haste without the time to change. He scoffed disdainfully. You feel trepidation? You boldly abduct the Princess Xiaoyang,
personally appointed by His Majesty.
Such audacity is worthy of a fate most dire. Upon the utterance of the princess's name, the 4 individuals gazed incredulously at the child nestled in Jiang Hongzhe's arms. Xianling suspected the child's identity was extraordinary, yet he had never anticipated it to be so remarkable. Kneeling on the ground, he was drenched in cold sweat, relieved that the child was unable to speak and comprehend. For had the dialogue in the hall been overheard, his fate would have been sealed. Is this your child? Such a young one, yet capable of such cruelty, tormenting animals. This place is indeed a den of hidden talents. Before he could finish his thought, shadows emerged from all directions. A multitude of figures clad in black rushing towards Nuan. Even in the pitch darkness of the night, the glint of their swords was evident. Protect the princess. Leave one alive.
Yes.
With a single command from Jiang Hongzhe, dozens of concealed guards sprang forth from the night, engaging swiftly, dispatching foes with remarkable efficiency. Ada and Aer, who had been tasked with safeguarding Nuan, stood vigilantly by Jiang Hongzhe's side. Nuan attempted to lift her head to witness the unfolding battle, but Jiang Hongzhe gently pressed her head down, instructing, "Close your eyes. It will soon be over." The fervent scene before her was denied to Xianxi, who was seized by Ada by her collar. Her gaze fixated on the unfolding battle with an intensity that suggested a profound awakening within her. She did not so much as blink. Xianling and her companions watched anxiously, utterly at a loss. The 10 cloaked figures stood no chance against the elite guards led by Jiang Hongzhe, who dispatched them with alarming efficiency. Within mere moments, only one remained. Realizing the inevitable defeat, the leader of the black-clad men attempted to take his own life by biting his tongue, only to be thwarted by the guards who swiftly dislocated his jaw. Where have those 8 children and the 2 women gone? Why are only these 4 present? Nuan twisted and turned, finally catching a glimpse of the outside world through the gaps between Jiang Hongzhe's fingers. Several lifeless bodies lay strewn across the ground, and something dark appeared to be flowing across the pitch-black earth. A shiver ran down Nuan's spine as she shut her eyes, overwhelmed by the intensity of it all. As the black-clad men were taken away, Jiang Hongzhe ordered for Xianling's family to be secured, while he led Nuan into a room for a brief inspection. Inside a pitch-dark chamber devoid of windows, a small girl, tightly confined, lay trembling on the ground, softly whimpering. These inhumane beings have left a 5-year-old child in such a dark place, with not a single window. Are they attempting to drive her to madness? Unaware of the passage of time, ensnared in darkness devoid of companionship or light, a cruel fate was imposed upon a child, who would soon be made to experience its bitter taste. Nuan gently opened the door to its fullest extent, attempting to let the faintest glimmer of light seep in. She softly called out, "Sister." As she cautiously approached, the figure on the ground abruptly sprang up, retreating to the corner and clutching their head with trembling hands. Jiang Hongzhe, fearing for Nuan's safety, restrained her from getting closer, his complexion ashen. "Child, emerge. We have come to rescue you." He let out a resigned sigh. Nuan, this child seems beyond reach. She is likely terrified. Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach, for she cannot endure this much longer. Nuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Hongzhe cast a glance at the cramped, shadowy room, then proceeded to the entrance, forcefully dismantling the door with a few swift motions. He retrieved a fire starter from his pocket and ignited a wooden fragment. Instantly, the interior was illuminated, the flames casting flickering shadows upon the walls, dancing as if sensing a hint of warmth. At last, the little girl lifted her weary head from her frail arms, revealing eyes that were hollow and steeped in despair. Jiang Hongzhe shuddered, unable to bear the sight, and instinctively turned his head away. Nuan, too, recognized that gaze, identical to so many she had encountered during her training in that organization, where countless such eyes had surrounded her. In her 20s, she had long become accustomed to the harshest of gazes and the lifeless bodies that surrounded her. At that time, she had grown numb, her heart unable to stir even the slightest ripple of emotion. Yet now, upon returning to this place, she was confronted once more with those familiar eyes, and unexpectedly, her heart ached with a tinge of sadness. It turned out that she was not as desensitized as she had thought. Nuan, why are you crying? Startled by the voice, she touched her eyes, finding them damp. Had she been crying? This was the first time Jiang Hongzhe had seen Nuan weep over not wetting the bed, leaving him flustered and at a loss. What's wrong? Did something frighten you? It was my fault for bringing you here. I was foolish. Volume 1, Chapter 60, Nonsense. Jiang Hongzhe berated himself, recognizing that he had overlooked the child's capacity to endure. Usually, this child was remarkably astute, making him inadvertently disregard her feelings. Nuan shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and struggled to free herself, rushing over to the child beside her, forcibly pulling her along as they made their exit. Whether it was the flickering flames or something else, the little girl was easily drawn out by Nuan. Concerned about the gruesome scene in the courtyard, the dark guards ushered the remaining 7 children and the 2 women into a makeshift shelter. The 7 children huddled together on the floor, avoiding the chairs. Sitting far from the surrounding paintings and calligraphy, their heads bowed slightly as they nervously scanned the faces before them. As warmly ushered the little girl into the room, the child finally reacted, breaking free from her grasp as if she had found her long-lost kin, huddling together with 7 other little girls. The 2 women, visibly anxious, squeezed into a corner, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the unharmed Warm. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from outside, enveloping Warm in a tight embrace. "You little rascal, running away from home. You nearly gave your mother a heart attack. Are you hurt?" It was Jiang Ming, accompanied by Jiang Yan and his son, as well as Jiang Zhao and his son. Upon seeing Warm standing there unscathed, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. "Oh dear, everyone's here. Am I really that impressive? Ha ha ha." Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Jiang Ming shot her an exasperated glare. Jiang Hongzhe's expression had been grim since he spotted the other children, and at that moment, his face was as stern as ever. Jiang Yan, observing the tense atmosphere, felt as though they were on the brink of an invasion, reminiscent of the time his father had that very same expression during the campaign against the northern barbarians. "Jiang Zhao, take your men and conduct a thorough search within a 5-mile radius to identify any anomalies." Yes. Both men had brought the Jiang family soldiers with them, ensuring ample manpower as they set off. "You brothers, ensure the safety of this place." With that, Jiang Hongzhe departed. Jiang Yao approached and grasped Warm's hand. "Sister, you truly frightened me. I was so worried I couldn't even finish my lunch. Look, I'm all skin and bones now." Warm, gently caressing the flesh on Zhuang's belly, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew tense. The Xinling family knelt on the ground, their faces pale with fear upon seeing Jiang Hongzhe. As they beheld Jiang Zhao and his companions mounted on their noble steeds, accompanied by troops, they completely collapsed to the earth. Xinling seemed oblivious to their words. Staring blankly outside, where hundreds of Zhang's soldiers stood in formation, exuding an imposing aura, their eyes filled with lethal intent. His heart sank deeper with each passing moment. She gazed for a long while at the corpses on the ground, the vivid crimson blood seemingly piercing his eyes. Eventually, the reality of the situation dawned on him. He began to struggle desperately in Ada's grip, crying out and reaching for his grandmother. "Grandma, I'm so scared. Please come rescue me," yet Ada appeared deaf to his pleas, holding firm and allowing Shi to writhe in futility. The blood on his hands had dried, and he stretched out towards Xinling and the others, his mouth uttering cries of fear, though his eyes betrayed no trace of dread. Instead, they sparkled with a hint of exhilaration. His entire demeanor exuded an unsettling stiffness, as if his face were divided into two distinct halves, each belonging to a different person. The little kitten he had once held was now discarded on the ground. "Grandson, my dear grandson Shir, do not be afraid. These are all good people. Just be obedient. And soon the soldiers will leave." The old woman's voice caught in her throat. Jiang Hongzhe approached, scrutinizing Shi intently, though he cried out in terror. His countenance bore no semblance of fear, and the corners of his mouth seemed to curve upwards. Her eyes still gleamed with mirth. Yet her hands were in a continual struggle, her entire being leaning towards the Xian family. The dried blood upon her hands seemed to whisper secrets of the recent turmoil. This child exuded an air of peculiarity. She was evidently unafraid, yet feigned terror, desperately concealing her own exhilaration. At such a tender age, she had already begun to master the art of self-concealment, suggesting an awareness of her divergence from others. "Your Excellency, the child of a villain is blameless. All faults lie with the villain. I implore you, show mercy to the child." Ling, perceiving the disquiet in Jiang Hongzhe's expression, hastily bowed in supplication. Jiang Hongzhe, having scrutinized Shi, turned to face Ling, raising his head. Ling cautiously elevated her gaze, her eyes betraying her unease as they met his. Jiang Hongzhe assessed Ling with a similar intensity. "Is this child yours?" He had lived many lifetimes, yet in that moment, he found it difficult to discern whether the person before him was genuinely anxious or merely acting. "Where is the child's mother?" Ling swiftly pulled forth a woman kneeling nearby, declaring, "This is the mother of the villain's child." Jiang Hongzhe observed the woman trembling on the ground, her fists clenched, her voice quaking with fear. He thought to himself, now this is more like it. This is the true visage of terror. Yet, he mused, children sometimes act out, and villains might administer minor reprimands. He had never struck them, and he hoped the esteemed one would see reason. This was an attempt to treat him as a fool. Such utter nonsense. Volume 1, Chapter 61. A world apart, do you take me for a fool? Every word you utter seems solely for the benefit of your son. If your claims hold any truth, why have you never mentioned those 8 girls? And how could you confine a child in such a pitch-black place? Truly despicable. Moreover, your abode, shabby and dilapidated on the outside, yet concealing treasures within. Why not confess the whole truth? Ling knelt on the ground, striving to maintain his composure. My lord, I am but a small man, compelled to resort to such desperate measures. My family's finances have always been precarious, and fearing the attention of thieves, I intentionally allowed the front door to fall into disrepair to remain inconspicuous. Later, I learned a trade and managed to earn a modest income to provide for my parents in their old age. This unexpected fortune is an unjust accusation against me. I have patiently inquired with you, yet you respond with nothing but falsehoods. If that is the case, you shall proceed to the dungeon to explain yourself. Guards, take these individuals away and await further instructions. My lord, I am wronged. This is an injustice. She watched in despair as her parents were dragged away, panic enveloping her. She struggled to step forward, but remained confined in her spot. My lord, my parents are good people. I beseech you, spare them. Glancing at her own hands, she rubbed her fingers together. The kitten has something inside it and it suffers greatly. I helped it by removing what was causing the pain. Look, it no longer hurts, does it? With a look of delight, she pointed to the lifeless kitten on the ground, her tone laced with a desire for praise. Jiang Hongzhe gazed into the child's seemingly genuine eyes, a stir of emotion coursing through him. This child truly is. Yet it is now deceased. How can one claim to help it? With death comes the cessation of suffering. Is that not a form of liberation? Henceforth, it shall endure no more agony. Surely, I have aided it, have I not? The tone is both innocent and cruel, each word dripping with visceral imagery. However, you're not it. What if it desired to live? By extinguishing its life now, you disregard its own wishes. This is not assistance. You have taken its life. You're talking nonsense. The denial ignited a sudden fury within Xian Shi, his eyes reddening. My grandmother told me I am helping it. It no longer cries, which means it truly suffers no more. It is expressing gratitude towards me, not at all as you suggest. Let me go. I must seek my grandmother and father. Jiang Hongzhe was taken aback by his words, struggling to fathom that such sentiments could emanate from a child. Given time, and growing up in such an environment, he would undoubtedly become dissatisfied with mere kittens and puppies, gradually shifting his gaze towards the people around him. A chill enveloped him. This child is inherently more ruthless than others and remains impervious to counsel, tyrannical. Keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape. Understood. Let us uncover the truth before determining his fate. Sweet child, the second wave of enemies is imminent. Quickly find a place to hide. Nuan. Next time, wait until I have cooled down before informing me, so I can avoid hiding everywhere. A group of riders galloped forward, with Nuan cradled in Jiang Hongzhe's arms. Most of the Jiang family soldiers had been dispatched, leaving only a small contingent to escort them. Who could possibly be so eager to end her life? Hurry, run. Nuan urged Jiang Hongzhe, for they were surrounded by the elderly women and children, none of whom possessed the ability to fight. Jiang Hongzhe, mistaking her urgency for a desire to ride faster, wrapped her in his cloak. Do not fret. It is a bit chilly tonight and we wouldn't want you to catch a cold. You can ride when you are older. Oh no, that is not what I meant. The villains are coming. Grandfather, run. Villains? Jiang Hongzhe immediately halted his horse. Everyone, be cautious. As soon as he spoke, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air, aimed directly at Nuan, the sound piercing through the clatter of hooves. Following that, a barrage of arrows rained down upon them. With a swift motion, Jiang Hongzhe cleaved an arrow in two with his sword. Everyone, advance and leave no survivors. Nuan felt a flash before her eyes as countless figures clad in black surged towards them, only to be intercepted by yet another wave of attackers from an unknown direction. Wow. Jiang Hongzhe sheltered Nuan protectively in his embrace. What are you so amazed about? With so many foes, can you not feel even a hint of fear? He rode forth to Jiang Rong's side, gazing at Jiang Yao in his arms. Yaoer, are you afraid? Jiang Yao buried his head in his elder brother's shoulder, too fearful to lift it. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he cast a fleeting glance at Nuan, only to immediately lower his head again, terrified. Ah. Why are there so many people wanting to kill me? Though I may have a penchant for gluttony, I've never resorted to snatching others' chicken legs. There's so much blood. Nuan, seated atop her horse, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Useless. Seeing her mother already engaged in a fierce battle with the cloaked assailants, she rolled up her sleeves and shouted, Go, mother! Jiang Su and Jiang Luo rushed to assist, for not a single man of the Jiang family was unskilled in combat. From a young age, they had either been trained rigorously by Jiang Hongzhe or compelled by Jiang Yan to practice. Now, only Jiang Yao, the glutton, remained untrained, relying on his youth as an excuse. Seeing Jiang Yao so frightened ignited a surge of anger within Jiang Hongzhe. He swiftly scooped him up and nestled him into his embrace, then placed Nuan into Jiang Rong's arms, charging into the fray. Open your eyes and see clearly. How can the men of the Jiang family be so cowardly? Strike him down. Nuan. Wow. Jiang Rong found amusement in the situation, gently caressing Nuan's somewhat cold cheek. Aren't you afraid? Look at those wicked men. There are severed arms and legs, and oh, that one is missing his head. Nuan. Is this family truly all right? In comparison, even that perverse Xian, she seems less depraved. Jiang Luo and Jiang Su gradually found themselves overwhelmed, retreating in defeat. Several individuals who had previously exhibited carefree smiles now assumed a vigilant stance. It was evident that these two groups were distinctly different. Caution was paramount, and self-preservation was essential. Jiang Yao, who had earlier been terrified and cried out in panic, fell utterly silent, while Jiang Hongzhe refrained from pressuring him further, enveloping him in a cloak, rendering him completely concealed from view. As he observed the dark guards collapsing one by one, Jiang Hongzhe's heart ached profoundly. These were the reinforcements prepared for Nuan, a considerable investment of both silver and effort. Now perishing here was indeed a regrettable loss. Once he uncovered the true mastermind behind this treachery, he vowed to unearth their ancestral grave in his quest for vengeance. After a prolonged struggle that felt like an eternity, only a third of the Dark Guards remained. The leader, sensing the arduous nature of this encounter, decided to retreat, having lost the majority of his men without even laying a finger on the young child. Jiang Hongzhe, noticing the retreat, swiftly tossed the bundled figure of Jiang Yao into Jiang Su's arms and shouted, "Block his path." Nuan watched intently as the Dark Guards, receiving their orders, surged toward the leader, determined to claim his head. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, the leader found himself under immense pressure. A careless move resulted in his arm being severed. With a mighty roar, he bore the excruciating pain and thrust a subordinate forward to absorb a critical blow, attempting to break free from the encirclement, only to find Jiang Hongzhe standing resolutely in his way. "General Jiang, you privately raise troops and wield military power. Are you plotting a rebellion? Clad in black and masked, you conduct a midnight assassination of Princess Zhaoyang. Do you intend to incite chaos? Today, you shall not escape." The leader let out a cold snort, questioning whether General Jiang secretly trained his shadow guards out of fear that he would expose him. He taunted, "How long do you think your household, with its 300 souls, can survive?" Without hesitation, Jiang Hongzhe brandished his long sword and charged forward, declaring, "You need not concern yourself with my fate. You are merely a defeated foe, despised by all. Perhaps you should worry about your own life instead." The leader, having lost an arm, stood no chance against the seasoned warrior Jiang Hongzhe and soon found himself on the losing side. Just as Jiang Hongzhe was about to incapacitate the other arm of his opponent, a flash of silver caught his attention. Instinctively, he bent down, inadvertently exposing his vital point. The assailant seized the opportunity and struck down with a knife. Should the blow land true, Jiang Hongzhe would be cleaved in half, meeting his demise on the spot.
"Father." "Ah."
"Grandfather." Nuan was so terrified that her heart nearly leapt from her chest. "What should I do? Quickly, bring out your rainstorm pear blossom needle. Dear one, you have not accepted this task. Practicing your calligraphy has not been prioritized. Hence the absence of the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Is it too late for me to practice now?" Everyone watched in horror as the scene unfolded. Jiang Ming and a few others had already rushed forward, but at this moment, not a single ally remained by their side. While the two were locked in combat, the cloaked figures had stealthily diverted the shadow guards, leaving Jiang Hongzhe utterly alone and without assistance. "Dear, quickly call out to Father Emperor." Without a moment's hesitation, Nuan shouted, "Father Emperor." Instantly, two figures leaped down from the tree, and in the blink of an eye, a blade struck, causing the dagger that hung at Jiang Hongzhe's waist to clatter to the ground. The leader had been slain. The onlookers took a considerable time to regain their composure, and Jiang Ming, disregarding the identities of the two assailants, rushed forward to grasp Jiang Hongzhe, exclaiming, "Father, are you unharmed?" Jiang Hongzhe was drenched in cold sweat, utterly astounded that an ambush had been orchestrated against him. His voice was hoarse as he reassured, "I am fine, thanks to this." The figure was shrouded in black cloth, adorned with a dragon emblem intricately embroidered in golden thread at the lower right corner, and a token hung from the waist belt, with the character for guard prominently displayed in the center. The Qianlong Guard had arrived. Not merely arrived, but had been vigilantly protecting Nuan all along, a realization that dawned upon Jiang Hongzhe. The events of the night had been laid bare, including the secretive training of his own shadow guards. The Jiang brothers, Jiang Su and Jiang Xiao, approached to inspect him, relieved to find no wounds on his body. The remaining few black-clad figures had been captured by the shadow guards, rendered immobile. "Grandfather, are you all right? Were you frightened?" Jiang Yao inquired, peering from Jiang Su's embrace. Jiang Hongzhe, he was not merely startled. He felt as though he might perish from the fright. The Qianlong guard had uncovered his clandestine cultivation of so many shadow guards, casting a shadow of concern over the Jiang family. Nuan struggled to be passed to Jiang Rong, stealing a glance at Jiang Hongzhe's pallor. Why does his expression resemble that of a man mourning his father's death? Although the situation was alarming, it shouldn't warrant such a look of impending doom. Isn't it just these few blackened figures? I have seen them before at Old Shi's place. It turns out they are right beside me as well. Upon closer inspection, Old Shi is quite impressive, ha. Jiang Hongzhe felt a deep frustration, unable to articulate his grievances. Well, this is fine, but come tomorrow. Things will take a turn for the worse. Qianlong Wei paid his respects to Nuan, and with a flicker of his figure, he vanished once more. Everyone realized the prowess of the emperor's men. Witnessing such swiftness and skill made Jiang Hongzhe exclaim, "Grandfather, your secret guards are quite lacking." He playfully smacked Jiang Luo on the head. "If you are so capable, why don't you step up? You were the fastest to flee just now. Yet you still needed someone to rescue your grandfather. What a disappointment." Jiang Luo rubbed his nose, feeling guilty, and remained silent. Jiang Rong and Jiang Zhe seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions laced with concern. "My dear, this is dire. The emperor will discover your grandfather has been secretly training a large number of hidden guards. You must devise a plan quickly, for this could lead to execution. If the emperor's wrath is stirred, it could spell doom for all of you. Did you not claim you were here to assist me on my path of a counterattack? Now I am about to face misfortune. Where is this counterattack? This was never the intended path. You forcibly diverted yourself onto a different route. Would it not be better to pursue the path of Mujiaro for your counterattack, with a script to guide you? And now, look at the chaos you've created. I fear you may end up bringing your own demise." As the night grew deeper, the system was forcefully disconnected by her frustration. She held on to Nuan, pondering whether it was fair that she did not deserve a restful slumber. She had not even tasted a morsel before being hastily whisked away. Did her absence truly spell doom? To this, Jiang Hongzhe solemnly affirmed that indeed, it would be fatal. At that moment, he knelt outside the imperial study, while Nuan was being cradled inside by Wang Dequan, who catered to her every need, inquiring if she felt frightened and what had transpired. The emperor scrutinized her closely, and to soothe her, bestowed upon her a substantial gold ingot. Jiang Hongzhe knelt on the cold floor, his heart heavy with sorrow. Despite emerging from the same residence at the same time, why was there such a disparity between individuals? He knelt in solitude, surrounded by darkness, while Nuan was encircled by a throng of attentive palace maids and eunuchs, along with the emperor's generous gifts of gold. Could they not show some compassion for his weary old bones? Surely a moment of warmth would suffice, rather than the neglect of food and drink. Volume 1, Chapter 62, Infuriating Beyond Measure. It was still spring, and the chill lingered. Warm nibbled on her snack, finally recalling her grandfather kneeling outside. Conscience pricked. She tugged at Emperor Deshuan's sleeve and pointed outside. "Grandfather." The emperor cast a disdainful glance at her, noting her messy face. "Look at that cat-like visage of yours. Wipe it off quickly." Saying this, he used a handkerchief to clean the crumbs from the corners of her mouth and offered her a sip of water from his cup. Complying obediently, Warm was attended to by the emperor, before once again tugging at his sleeve. "Grandfather." Once more, the emperor employed the same tactic, feeding her snacks and water, only to seal her mouth again. Warm thought to herself, "Does he merely wish to silence me, this scheming wretch?" After her third attempt to speak yielded no success, as the emperor brought the cup to her lips again, she, in a fit of anger, spat the water onto his face. "That's what you get for feeding me. If it weren't for you making me wet the bed, I could have run away and not encountered that pervert. Would my grandfather be kneeling outside otherwise? You are the true culprit." Wang Dequan gasped, "Princess, this is most disrespectful. Your Majesty, are you unharmed?" He reached for a handkerchief to wipe the emperor's face, but was pushed away dismissively. "Zhaoyang, what are you doing? Your face appears parched." "I am merely hydrating you. Do you not feel it?" Warm thought to herself, "Was it not you who summoned me to the palace every day, only to find me bothersome now? If you possess the audacity, refrain from calling me in the future. You are the one who is annoying. Just look at that large face of yours. I have granted you my attention, have I not? Wang Dequan listened, his forehead beating with sweat, as this little ancestor began to hurl insults at the slightest provocation. The emperor's mood was far from pleasant. The Qianlong guards had just departed, and here he was, exacerbating the situation. The emperor snorted coldly. This insolent child, having just endured such an ordeal, was utterly unperturbed and dared to curse him inwardly. What audacity! He urged himself to depart swiftly, for lingering here was bothersome. Nuanyuan, incensed, turned to exit, intending to sweep away indignantly, but upon glancing at her sleeves, which were insufficiently grand, she could only glare at the Xuanda emperor before leaving with little grandeur. Then, she exchanged a look of bewilderment with Jiang Hongzhe, who knelt on the ground. Alas, she had forgotten that her maternal grandfather's leverage remained firmly in the elder's grasp. Jiang Hongzhe gazed at Nuanyuan with hopeful eyes, wondering if he would be spared from kneeling. Would the emperor finally see him? Nuanyuan, did the emperor say anything? Where are you headed? Was the strategy of accompanying Nuanyuan in vain? Nuanyuan huffed. He told me to leave. Jiang Hongzhe realized with alarm that the emperor's wrath had inadvertently been directed at Nuanyuan. What could be done? Nuanyuan, the emperor is angry. You should kneel alongside your grandfather to plead for mercy. Alas, it is a bit chilly. You might as well rest your knees upon your grandfather's lap. Nuanyuan, is this what the elder meant by telling me to leave? It certainly does not feel that way. System. The comprehension abilities of this grandparent-grandchild duo deserve a score of -100. The little darling, the emperor truly wishes for you to depart. Not merely to kneel at the door, but to gracefully exit his line of sight. Go, go, go. You are seizing the opportunity to scold me. How cunning. The system. She genuinely cannot comprehend the subtleties of conversation. Leaving her grandfather alone here is unsettling. What if the old man is bullied later? After some contemplation, Nuanyuan resolved to stay. Just as she was about to find a place to rest, she spotted the Empress Dowager, leading Mu Jiro, approaching with great pomp.
Sister.
Mu Jiro scrutinized Nuanyuan and Jiang Hongzhe, and then attempted to grasp Nuanyuan's hand, her eyes filled with concern, as if she were on the verge of demise. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. What crime has General Jiang committed to kneel here? Look at Jiro. Such a good child, still mindful of her sister. At this hour, isn't that old hag supposed to be in her bed playing her tricks? How did she end up here? Has she failed to find a suitable young eunuch recently? System. Dear, you certainly possess an abundance of knowledge. But what does this ghost oppression mean? A trick played by eunuchs and the Empress Dowager, neither human nor ghost, commonly referred to as ghost oppression. You are still young. You wouldn't understand. System. Who, I wonder, is truly the younger one? It seems yet another performance is to unfold, as if she wouldn't know how to play along. Nuanyuan coldly scoffed inwardly, complying with Mu Jiro's pull, catching her off guard. She had thought that the hefty figure would evade her grasp, but to her surprise, he stumbled into her embrace. With a sudden thud, both plump figures fell to the ground, and Mu Jiro found herself serving as a human cushion. The back of her head collided with the earth with a resounding thump, and a sharp pain shot through her arm, causing her to cry out involuntarily. Warmly broke the silence with a piercing wail, clutching her arm before gingerly touching her legs and then her head, as if every part of her body ached. Yet she could not pinpoint the exact source of her discomfort. Mu Jiro's voice was drowned out by the commotion, catching the attention of those in the imperial study. The emperor, Dexian, emerged with his retinue, his voice low and authoritative, inquiring about the disturbance. Jiang Hongzhe gently cradled Warm in his arms, soothing her with tender pats. What happened? Where are you hurt? Meanwhile, Mu Jiro remained on the ground, neglected and without assistance. Was no one going to help her up? The Empress, who had just been praising everyone moments before, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and it took a considerable amount of time before anyone helped Mu Jiro to her feet.
Jiro, what has happened to you?
Just a moment ago, you were conversing with your sister. How did you end up on the floor? It was as if she were about to point an accusatory finger at Warm, demanding, Did you push her? Mu Jiro sobbed, afraid to move her arm, the pain overwhelming.
Sister.
Did you mean to imply that Jiaoyang was the one who caused your fall? How could she have pushed you down and yet fallen herself? The emperor cast a displeased glance at the Empress Dowager, pondering her unnecessary presence in the chamber at such a late hour. The sight of her aged visage was indeed an ill omen. Jiang Hongzhe knelt upon the floor, filled with indignation, for the dowager's words seemed unjustly biased. Had it not been for her inexplicable intervention with Nuan, would the child have stumbled? At such a tender age. To utter falsehoods with open eyes, how was Mu Sun educating his offspring? The Empress Dowager carelessly drew Mu Jiaro closer, inadvertently brushing against her wound, causing the girl to wail even more pitifully. Upon hearing this, Nuan realized she might be losing the contest. This was intolerable. She raised her voice to a crescendo, nearly deafening herself in the process. It appeared that her usual meager diet had rendered her too slender, were she only stout enough to crush her opponent beneath her weight. All would be well, and she would no longer have to endure the vexatious cries of sister whenever the dowager laid eyes upon her. The emperor, Jiang Hongzhe, had initially believed the fall had truly hurt her, but it turned out to be merely the child's cunning. Enough of this wailing. Empress Dowager, why have you come to this study at such an hour? The Empress Dowager noticed that since the mention of the name Chunhua, the emperor had seldom referred to her as mother. What had he discovered? Suppressing her anxiety, she gestured for the attendants behind her to present a food box. I see the emperor has been laboring late into the night, burdened with worries. I have arranged for someone to prepare a bowl of calming soup for you. It will aid in your slumber. Drink it while it's warm. Drink it while it's warm? Isn't that the line from that Pan fellow? After drinking, one meets their demise. Oh, you mustn't drink it, my dear. The elderly woman, determined to deliver soup rather than engage in idle chatter, surely infused it with something extraordinary. The emperor, struck by her warm smile, felt an inexplicable unease. He was caught in a dilemma regarding the soup's contents. Just as he contemplated an excuse, a startling revelation reached his ears. Oh my, what is the beloved consort Zhuang doing, disguised as a palace maid? Could it be that she is attempting to entice the old man again, having sought favor from the Empress Dowager? If so, this bowl must contain a nourishing elixir. Old man, you are in for a treat tonight. The emperor. Thus, he resolved to reject the calming potion outright. Forced to confront the intricate affairs of the emperor and his consorts, he felt overwhelmed. The Empress Dowager interjected disapprovingly, asserting that no matter how significant the matters at hand, rest was imperative. Your Majesty, the affairs of the state are endless. Address them on the morrow. For now, prioritize your rest and rejuvenate your spirit. Do not neglect your health, for it is of utmost importance. Had this earnest tone been employed in the past, the emperor would have obediently consumed the tranquilizing brew. Instead, he was filled with bitter irony. The Empress Dowager, intending to persuade him further, was met with the emperor's hostile gaze directed at Mu Jiaro. This woman was under the Empress Dowager's influence, and it would be prudent for her to depart from this place. Your audacity in this court is intolerable, and should it occur again, I shall sever your hand. Mu Jiaro's sobs were stifled, trapped in her throat, unable to escape. The emperor's disdain for her was palpable, presumably instigated by that loathsome figure who had spoken ill of her. Despite being the daughter of Mu Sun, the disparity in treatment was glaringly unjust. Your Majesty, Jiaro is a person of this household. Regardless of your feelings, you should maintain some semblance of dignity. Why must we create such an embarrassing scene? Empress Dowager, you confront me over a mere physician's illegitimate daughter, and now you blame me? Should you utter another word, I shall command that her head be severed. You, as an emperor, how can you possess such a narrow-minded disposition? Your Majesty, you must open your eyes and discern whether this realm belongs to the Shi family or the Jiang family. The atmosphere grew tense, with both parties exchanging glances that seemed to ignite sparks. Nuan grasped the hand of Emperor Dixuan, offering him encouragement. Do not be angry, do not be angry. This old hag seeks to challenge you, attempting to sully your reputation. Do not fall for her tricks, dear Shi. Jiang Hongzhe knelt on the ground, his face a portrait of humiliation. Empress Dowager, my ancestors served the late emperor with unwavering loyalty, and I, too, adhere to our family's teachings. holding no divided allegiance to the great Xia. You cast such grave accusations upon me without basis. I cannot bear such a mantle. As for Nuan, it is a privilege that your majesty favors her, allowing her frequent visits to the palace. Yet, she is merely a child and poses no threat to the great Xia. Why do you speak thus, attempting to ensnare the loyal and good-hearted, casting doubt upon an old minister? The Empress Dowager found herself at a loss for words, her attempts to retort thwarted by her own ineptitude and lack of experience. Years of untroubled existence had dulled her once cautious demeanor, leaving her speechless before Jiang Hongjia's accusations. Nevertheless, Jiang Hongjia was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. With the emperor personally intervening, he knelt, determined to express his loyalty and seize the moment bestowed upon him by the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, when you first entered the palace, I was already a general of the Great Xia, and now over 3 decades have passed. I remain steadfast in my position. If I harbored any ulterior motives, would His Majesty not have discerned them over the years? You dwell within the inner palace, unaware of the affairs of the previous court. Yet it is unwise to make baseless conjectures that may wound the hearts of loyal ministers. I understand that His Majesty's affection for Warm may incite jealousy. Yet the child of the Mu family bears no connection to the Jiang family. Her father was the first to betray my daughter. I possess but one daughter, whom I cherish like a precious jewel. Your Majesty has persistently sought to forge a bond between this child and Warm. Is it because this betrayal did not befall you? You do not grieve for a daughter who is not your own, nor do you care for a betrayal that does not touch your heart. I comprehend, but I implore you not to assume the role of an unwarranted benefactor. The Mu and Jiang families shall never intertwine in this lifetime. My restraint in not exacting retribution upon him is a testament to my compassion. However, I beseech you, do not allow these 2 children to interact further. This does not reflect your magnanimity nor embody the dignity of a mother to the nation. If one were to insist, it would only reveal your obstinacy, ignorance of the situation, and ineffectiveness. Warm is even inclined to applaud her maternal grandfather, showcasing her sharp tongue, who says that military officials are inarticulate. The emperor, once stifled, finally felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the dowager's pale countenance. Well said. Given that the old man has managed to provoke the dowager to the brink, he may be permitted to kneel in her presence. The dowager, struck by these 3 idioms, staggered back, trembling as she pointed a quivering finger at her, exclaiming, "You are outrageous." Mu Jiao felt as though her arm had been shattered. She was now even more reluctant to seek help, yet the pain was unbearable. That audacious old man had truly dared to insult the Empress Dowager, the mother of the current emperor. He would surely pay for this transgression. She had half a mind to witness the emperor's wrath, perhaps even to endure a few lashes herself. At her age, she might not withstand such punishment and could very well meet her demise. However, upon lifting her gaze, she discovered the emperor stifling a laugh, a secret mirth that, despite its discretion, was discerned by her perceptive eyes. Chapter 63. The small man's triumph. Is it not said that the emperor is filial? How could he, upon witnessing such blatant disrespect towards the Empress Dowager, find amusement? The Jiang family must hold great favor. One person ascends, and all their kin thrive. What could this rotund little boy possess that so captivated the emperor, compelling him to oppose his own mother for her sake? What could this pudgy little creature accomplish? All she seemed to do was eat and cry, and she hardly knew more than Mu Jiao herself. As for Jiangzhu, though she had gained a few extra pounds, she had inherited the stunning beauty of her mother. Mu Sun's looks were undoubtedly striking, suggesting that she would not fall short in the future. Yet, after their identities had been exchanged in her previous life, Mu Jiao had never seen her again, nor did she know where she had been taken. Could it be that the emperor had taken a liking to her mother? The more Mu Jiao pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The emperor, a figure of great stature, had developed affections for a married woman. Is that why he disregarded public opinion and accepted Jiangzhu as his goddaughter? Otherwise, why would he so fervently protect a girl of an external clan? The disdain in his gaze was almost impossible to conceal. Mother and son were of the same ilk, the elder enamored with the child's father, and the younger with the child's mother. What a chaotic tangle! She had always been aware of the numerous scandals surrounding the royal family, Yet she never anticipated that matters had escalated to such an extent. Nwanwan noticed the intricate look in Mujero's eyes, sensing that she was contemplating something ominous. She pointed a finger at Mujero's eyes, warning, "If you dare to make any reckless assumptions, I'll pluck out your eyes." Unfazed, Mujero regarded the delicate finger with a sense of shared sympathy. "Your mother and my father are to be wed. What a calamity. What dark thoughts is this little rascal harboring, and why is she looking at me with such a pitiful gaze? Do I need her pity? Dear child, do you know what resides within the body of the person before you? Didn't you say she is a reincarnation? It's simply an adult soul inhabiting a child's body. Is she afraid of overwhelming her mind? And what of your own mind? Are you not concerned about it being overwhelmed?" Nwanwan clenched her fist, her expression shifting dramatically. "What did you say?" The system quickly backtracked. "It hasn't he been overwhelmed. She is a reincarnation, and the only one at risk of being overwhelmed is her. I was wrong. Dear child, what I wish to convey is that the individual before you has been reincarnated twice. This is her third life." "What on earth? 3 lives? Then she must be over 100 years old. How can she still pretend to be innocent and playful? Is she not ashamed? This ancient being, in this day and age, can anything truly be reincarnated, let alone thrice? Has the heavens lost their sight? I did not anticipate that your primary concern would be this. Are you not afraid that she is currently a high-level expert wreaking havoc in the novice village, and that you lack the ability to contend with her? If she were truly a high-level expert capable of predicting the future, she would not have ended up in such a predicament. Does she think she can rely on the advantages from her previous lives to grant herself buffs? Such delusions. As long as I am here, she is destined to meet her demise in this life. Your blind confidence is quite admirable. I find it amusing."
What do you mean by that?
"Just tell me whether this cycle of reincarnation is orchestrated by human intervention or a blessing from the heavens for this pitiful wretch."
What did you say?
"The wind is too strong. I could not hear you clearly."
Please repeat that.
Nwanwan. "Such vexing matters. Your Majesty, this is indeed a loyal subject of yours, and yet you allow them to speak of me in such a manner? Truly, you are a wonderful son. Had I known this would be the case." The Emperor's gaze sharpened. "What did you know? What does the Empress wish to convey?" She almost let slip her words, quickly silencing herself, feeling a moment of guilt, then turning her ire towards Jiang Hongzhe. "Your general shows blatant disregard for the law. Will you simply stand by and watch, Your Majesty? Wherein lies the error of Minister Zhang's words? Empress? If your child had been harmed in the past, would you still be so magnanimous as to allow the child of your enemy to call you affectionately?" The Empress was left speechless by the rebuttal. "What do you mean by my child being harmed? I have but one child, and what are you insinuating? Since you insist on this, I shall refrain from saying much more. Tomorrow, let your ministers observe how you, as emperor, treat your subjects with such disdain. It is as if you were on the brink of openly accusing the grand historian of being unfilial, ready to meet his demise within the Golden Hall. You, clearly embroiled in a dispute over Jiang Hongzhe's transgressions, yet you wield the court as a means to silence her, arriving with enthusiasm only to depart in disappointment. The Empress Dowager will likely lose sleep tonight, while Nwanwan smiles enigmatically at the side. You have vexed the Empress Dowager. She will surely seek the company of youthful eunuchs for her nightly ritual, shall you not observe? Jiang Hongzhe. He truly wishes to remain oblivious to the royal scandals. Nwanwan glances at him, feeling exasperated. She has done nothing wrong, yet she bears the brunt of the blame, as if she could never cleanse herself of such accusations. Your Majesty, I come to plead for forgiveness. I beseech your mercy. My actions were solely for the sake of Nwanwan's future safety. You know this child. Her words are as unguarded as an open door. And should she speak out, she may find herself in peril before she even realizes it. The Emperor sighed, turning his gaze to Nwanwan, resonating with his sentiments. He initially intended for him to kneel in penance for the night, yet now he felt compelled to listen. Your Majesty, this is the tiger talisman you personally entrusted to me years ago. Now that the realm is at peace and the northern tribes are subdued, it would be wise for you to retain it. Nwanwan sat beside them, yawning incessantly, her gaze fixed on her grandfather's tiger talisman. A tremor coursed through her. Had he relinquished military power? Would the emperor accept it? The emperor gazed at the tiger talisman for a moment before reaching for it. Minister Jiang, do you comprehend that privately raising troops is a capital offense? I understand, your majesty, but these shadow guards were established solely for the sake of Nuan, with no ulterior motives. I beseech your majesty to see clearly, the minister replied, producing a token from his bosom and handing it to Wang Dequan, who presented it to Emperor Dixuan. On the emperor's desk lay a tiger talisman commanding 700,000 troops and a token for 300 shadow guards. Nuan's heart was a tumult of emotions. While she could empathize, she could not rationally accept this reality. It was the first time she fully grasped the intricate relationship between imperial power and the Jiang family's interests. This token represents the shadow guards, and I have surrendered it to your majesty. I implore your forgiveness. Dear one, do you not plead for leniency? I have no say in the matter. While he may jest and scold me in ordinary times, when it concerns the realm, he would not hesitate to condemn me to death. Alas! The emperor cast a glance at Nuan, who initially intended to dismiss her, but recognizing the inevitable truth, decided to observe the situation unfold. How absurd! I am perfectly well now. My identity being swapped was already a failure, indicating there is room for negotiation. I refuse to believe in any immutable nonsense. My dear, as long as you think this way, remember our mission is to rise as cannon fodder. Although we are still affected, at least for now, it is not a dead end. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed. The imperial decree has been accepted. Privately raising troops is a grave transgression. Tomorrow, I shall issue an order to revoke your position as Grand General. Do you have any objections? Typically, under ordinary emperors, one might face confiscation of property or exile. Yet, Jiang Hongzhi expressed no dissent. I dare not. Thank you, your majesty. The emperor pressed his fingers against his brow, calming himself to listen intently to Nuan's soft heart, only to realize there was nothing to hear. Watching Jiang Hongzhi carry her away, the emperor let out a sigh. Your majesty. Wang Dequan observed Nuan's sudden shift from silence with concern, pondering how matters had escalated to this point. Do you think Zhaoyang will blame me? Your majesty. Forget it. Let us retire for the night. I shall not review any more memorials. Jiang Hongzhi, having devoted his life to the military, at over 50 years of age, was heartlessly dismissed by the emperor. Nuan tenderly caressed his face, grandfather. Jiang Hongzhi smiled. Are you upset? It matters not. Grandfather is old and finds it arduous to fight on the battlefield. Whoever wishes to be the Grand General may do so. I would prefer to stay home and accompany Nuan. What good is that? Grandfather must be very saddened. If only I hadn't foolishly run away. Do not dwell on such thoughts. This clandestine guard is growing stronger. Even if we are not discovered tonight, the emperor will eventually find out. However, His Majesty has shown some leniency by not expelling us to guard the gates, so do not hold it against him. The emperor is, after all, still the emperor.